Chapter 1. Has a veterinarian like me also joined the trend of being transmigrated into a novel? Doctor, how is my precious baby? Lin Jiao Jiao removed her mask, revealing her beautiful yet somewhat fatigued face. In a soothing tone, she replied, "It's all right now. Fortunately, you brought it in time, and we've managed to flush the chocolate from its stomach." At this point, Lin Jiao Jiao's expression darkened slightly as she sternly admonished, "As a dog owner, you should know very well that chocolate is toxic to dogs. It poses a grave danger." The young girl hung her head, looking at her still weak dog, and remorsefully confessed, "It's all my fault. I was lazy yesterday and didn't put away a leftover piece of chocolate in time. I thought it was high enough that my baby couldn't reach it, but I didn't expect it to climb onto the shoe cabinet using the shoebox." Thankfully, all was well now. After the dog was taken into the ward, the young woman expressed her heartfelt thanks and left, granting Lin Jiao Jiao a moment of respite. Returning to her own lounge, Lin Jiao Jiao shed her white coat and lay on the bed. Having endured 2 long night shifts, she felt as though she could sleep for an eternity. "You wicked woman, you deserve to die. Don't blame me if I don't do this. I will be at your mercy, and that's unacceptable. Mother, just rest in peace." A child's voice filled with hatred pierced her ears, causing her to frown even in her dreams. What a lack of civic sense. Who could be so inconsiderate as to make such a racket at this late hour? Irritated, Lin Jiao Jiao opened her eyes, ready to deliver a lesson of tough love to the one disturbing her sleep, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The phrase poverty-stricken hardly sufficed to describe her surroundings. She could see a hole in the thatched roof just by looking up. Lin Jiao Jiao, undeterred, opened and closed her eyes again, and upon realizing this was no illusion, she turned her head. Indeed, it was even more dilapidated than she thought. This was nothing but a crumbling, thatched hut. What era are we in that houses are still built of mud? And what's with the thatch? Were it not for her heavy body, she might have jumped up in disbelief. Lin Jiao Jiao stared wide-eyed, as if she had seen a ghost, at what lay beside her. Dog ears? Am I seeing things? A human child with dog ears? This must be a dream. Who would have dog ears? Could it be a trick of the mind? But it feels too real. What material is this? Unable to resist, Lin Jiao Jiao reached out to touch. Wow, this texture. Incredible. I could rave about this. Oh, it moved. Amazing. Junzai found Lin Jiao Jiao, this wicked woman, remarkably resilient. He thought it was merely an outlet for his frustrations. Yet she did not perish instead. She woke up, and he wondered if she had even absorbed any of his words. Yet he felt no regret for his actions. He was not wrong. If he did not retaliate, he would only be at her mercy. She merely bore him beyond that. She fulfilled none of her responsibilities as a mother. She beat and scolded him, treating him as if he were a mere dog, while he was a noble silver moon howler, not a foolish mutt. Even upon discovering that his blood could heal her damaged Dantian, she feasted on his flesh and drank his blood daily. She was even less than an animal. A tiger would not consume its own cub. Thus, he could no longer contain himself, and, with the last of his strength, sought to retaliate against her. Unexpectedly, he struck her head hard enough to break the skin, and she still did not die. Even upon waking, had she become foolish? What's with the incessant pinching of his ears? Wasn't she the one who despised his half-demon heritage, believing that if not for his existence, she would not have been expelled from her sect? On ordinary days, even a mere brush against him would compel her to wash her hands several times. But strangely, it felt quite comfortable. Was this the warmth of a mother? How comforting! No, wait. Oh, how absurd! Junzai, wake up! This wicked woman does not deserve to be your mother. Upon regaining his senses, Junzai immediately shook his head, shaking off her wandering hand and eyeing her warily. Lin Jiao Jiao, what do you intend to do? I warn you, no matter what you do, I will never forgive you. Do not think you can use my flesh and blood to nourish your Dantian. Junzai glared at her with fierce determination, resolute that if she dared to harm him again, he would bite her to death. Even if he lacked strength, he would still strive to end her. Lin Jiao Jiao felt increasingly uneasy. Flesh and blood? This desolate setting. This child with the appearance of a puppy goodness. The mother of the notorious villain Junzai, Lin Jiao Jiao, a twisted and malicious woman, had exploited his unique constitution to nourish her own damaged Danteon with his flesh and blood. Goodness, could it be? In merely a veterinarian, have I really been swept into this trend of transmigration? Or is it true, as the internet claims, that if your name appears in any novel, you are destined to become part of the Transmigration army? Oh dear me, at what point has the plot reached? Lin Jiao, in a state of shock, bolted upright, startling Junzei, who widened his eyes, his wolf ears transforming into airplane ears, while he whimpered and growled at her. But Lin Jiao did not have time to notice any of this, as her attention was entirely consumed by the memories of the original owner. The original owner, a malicious character in the novel, was hardly even a cannon fodder. Her existence seemed to serve only to catalyze the villain Junzei's dark transformation, granting him a twisted and torturous childhood. To be honest, given what she did to Junzei, one could hardly blame him for wanting to exact a gruesome revenge upon her in the future. Her soul was torn apart, condemned to an eternal state of suffering. Her attempts to scheme against her senior brother failed, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy with an unknown father, leading to her expulsion from the sect. Despite the turmoil, the child remained unharmed, and upon discovering that the villain was half-demon, her family, fearing repercussions, cast them both out to fend for themselves. In this world, humans, demons, and spirits are archenemies, capable of unleashing chaos, yet the indifference of biological parents is strikingly rare. Therefore, before arriving here, the original owner was somewhat pitiable after all. She was merely love-struck and did not deserve such a fate. However, having given birth to a child she did not want, regardless of the father's faults, directing all her negative energy toward an innocent child is her failure as an adult. Aside from the postpartum confinement, the original owner nearly daily resorted to violence and scolding against Junzei, treating him like an animal, throwing his food on the ground, and using a dog leash. She later discovered that Junzei's flesh and blood were immensely beneficial to cultivators, leading her to treat him as a mere source of sustenance, to raise him solely for his flesh and blood. Who wouldn't go mad? In the end, unable to restore her Danteon, she even contemplated refining Junzei's soul to heal her own injuries. Lin Jiao sighed deeply, feeling an overwhelming weight upon her heart. After several attempts to sense her own body, she concluded that the original owner was dead, and Junzei's earlier strike had indeed been fatal. So, has her transmigration been a path to redemption? Spare her, for she is merely a veterinarian. She is utterly unprepared for child-rearing. Moreover, with the plot reaching this juncture, Junzei's second calamity is imminent. How could a powerless individual like her assist him in escaping danger? Just play with her. Chapter 2. Who could resist a fluffy-eared half-demon child? After all the turmoil, Lin Jiao resigned herself to her fate. Lin Jiao was about to say something to ease the suddenly tense atmosphere. Yet, before she could continue, something seemed to trigger Junzei's instincts, and with a fierce ow, he lunged at her with a menacing snarl. She instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the danger of being bitten. But Lin Jiao found herself staring in disbelief at her delicate hand, now caught in the jaws of the little pup. A wave of sharp pain surged through her. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Little rascal, stop it, stop it! That hurts, ow, ow, ow! Lin Jiao's wailing startled Junzei, who had intended to keep biting, but upon hearing her call him little rascal and witnessing her pain cries, he hesitated and eventually released his grip. Lin Jiao immediately shook her right hand vigorously to alleviate the pain, and upon closer inspection, she noted that the little rascal had bitten down quite hard, drawing blood. If he continued, who knew what might happen? Lin Jiao murmured, "If I've been bitten by this dog demon, should I get a rabies vaccine? This body of mine is merely that of a mortal. I can't afford to kick the bucket." Fortunately, Lin Jiao's panic subsided quickly. The reason was that the memories of the original owner informed her that being bitten by a half-demon would pose no threat, unless the demon itself was poisonous. With this realization, Lin Jiao calmed down and turned her attention to her little son. The little fellow was still very wary of her, glaring at her with alert and fierce eyes, baring his sharp canine teeth. Yet even in such a fierce expression, his beauty remained untouched. His eyes possessed that watery, puppy-like quality. Even while displaying a fierce demeanor, he was not intimidating. Coupled with his adorable eyebrows, delicately crafted nose, and lips, especially with those fluffy dog ears perched atop his head and a bushy tail wagging behind him. Lin Jiao couldn't help but think, I can manage this. Her choice to become a veterinarian stemmed from her profound love for all things fluffy, and her relentless pursuit of touching something soft and furry at all times. She resolutely abandoned a highly coveted field of study, choosing the profession of a veterinarian despite her family's lack of understanding. All of this was done for the sake of her beloved furry companions. Furry companions are simply the best. So, how could there be anything wrong with them? No, the fault lies with her. Furry companions can never be at fault. Lin Jiao struggled to suppress the increasingly infatuated expression on her face, forcing her gaze to move away from Jun's fluffy ears and tail with great difficulty. Dear child, please don't look at me like that. All I wish is to have a conversation with you, Lin Jiao stated. Jun's scoffed, Lin Jiao. Do you truly believe the words you speak? Lin Jiao found herself at a loss for words. Instead, Jun's laid his cards on the table. Don't bother asking. You were knocked unconscious by me. My intention was to eliminate you. But who would have thought you possess such resilience? Anyway, it is what it is. You may do as you please. Observing the child defiantly protruding his neck in a seemingly fearless manner, she noted that his trembling tail betrayed his true feelings. He was, in fact, quite afraid of death and pain. From the original owner's memories, there were numerous instances where Junza cried out in pain during blood draws and flesh cuts, yet the original owner remained unmoved. On the contrary, the harder he cried, the more forcefully she acted. In the end, Junza ceased to cry, although his tail would occasionally reveal a flicker of fear at critical moments. Lin Jiao felt a pang of compassion. Half-demons faced arduous lives in this world, and as the original owner who should have been Jun's sole support, she had instead been the one to inflict the most harm upon him. Lin Jiao gently touched Jun's forehead, where a scar from yesterday's struggle against soul extraction remained. This unexpected incident awakened his demonic bloodline, allowing him to survive the original owner's incompetence. Had Junza not acted first, he would have been captured by the demonic cultivator summoned by the original owner, plunging him into a decade-long existence as a medicine man. Ultimately, he turned the tables and became the demon Lord Junza, personally eliminating all those who had wronged him. Junza stiffened, instinctively withdrawing from her touch. What was Lin Jiao doing now? He had already admitted that she had injured him, and according to her nature, wouldn't she have killed him by now? At his most vulnerable moment, it was true that he had inadvertently awakened the powerful bloodline of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, but such power required a robust physical form to match. Having endured years of insufficient sustenance and inadequate clothing, the bloodline awakening had nearly drained him of everything. That he had not completely crumbled was merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to even kill a mere useless person. Thus, she could easily kill him if she wished, so why adopt this demeanor? Though Junza was precocious, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, lacking the cunning and guile that would come with age. Caught off guard by Lin Jiao's actions, he remained speechless. I'm sorry, dear child. I know you harbor much resentment towards me, and I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely hope you can grant me a chance for recompense. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, in my moment of near death, the one I felt the most regret for, the one I couldn't let go of, was you. You may find it hard to accept this, and rightly, so why should you accept my recompense merely due to my guilt? Huh? Lin Jiao chuckled at her own self-deprecation, inviting destruction. Heaven had not even afforded her a chance. If she was to transmigrate into a book, why not do it earlier? What could she do now? Dejected, Lin Jiao lowered her head, unwilling to speak further. Junza, unable to grasp her words, understood only that she currently had no intention of harming him. That was sufficient. He had a chance to recover, and once he regained his strength, Junza's deep gaze traversed her neck. It was all right. There would be ample time in the future. Suddenly, Lin Jiao felt an inexplicable chill on her neck and looked up in confusion at Junza. Their awkwardness was interrupted by the arrival of servants from the original owner's family, bearing food. The locked door swung open, revealing 2 half-cooked buns and a bowl of unidentifiable gruelthis constituted the daily rations for the mother and child. The messenger merely tossed the food at the door and departed. Lin Jiao took stock of the situation. The messenger was at the 8th level of qi refining, Although not particularly powerful, they could easily overpower her and Juanza, who was merely a pup. It seemed that escaping through force would not be feasible. Juanza lay motionless on the ground, and Lin Jiaojiao realized that he must be experiencing the aftereffects of bloodline awakening as described in the book. However, she had only read half of the story. What bloodline had he ultimately awakened? The earlier chapters had not mentioned what his bloodline was, only detailing how impressive he had become. There was no mention of any powerful bloodline associated with dogs, perhaps the great heavenly dog? As Lin Jiaojiao's mind raced, she slowly maneuvered over to retrieve the food. Great! They were both in dire straits, one with a head injury and the other nearly at the brink of collapse, barely able to move. How were they to confront the imminent threat of demonic cultivators? Lin Jiaojiao was utterly distressed. Yet, despite her worries, they still needed to eat. She tore a corner from her skirt, hastily wrapping her wounded forehead to staunch the bleeding before picking up the food. Juanza let out a derisive snort. Lin Jiaojiao offered no explanation but pressed down on the bun, discovering it had hardened from the cold. Lowering her gaze to the bowl of gruel, she formulated a plan. Juanza turned away, curling up into a ball. He had experienced this position would stave off hunger. It was fine once his strength was restored. He would, lost in thought about how to torment Lin Jiaojiao. A spoon suddenly appeared at his lips. Junza's eyes widened as he recognized it was a spoonful of vegetable gruel mixed with the bun. Lin Jiaojiao smiled. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Aren't you hungry? Or are you afraid it'll poison you? Upon hearing this, Juanza immediately opened his mouth and consumed the food. After finishing, he taunted her. Am I supposed to fear your poison? I am, but a half-demon child. Human poison cannot harm me. That proud demeanor was utterly endearing. Indeed, how could anyone resist the charm of a half-demon child with fluffy ears? Chapter 3. The Ginseng Doll, Little Juanza. Subsequently, the two of them shared the remaining morsels, devouring every last bit. Gob frank. After finishing their meal, they were hardly even half full. The portion was only sufficient for one person to feel about 80% satisfied, let alone accommodate a half-demon child who required a substantial amount of sustenance. Even though Lin Jiaojiao had given the majority of the food to Juanza, her keen observation suggested that he was merely slightly better off than her. Feeling around 60% full, with a wry smile, Lin Jiaojiao patted her stomach, realizing that this was untenable. The original owner was already grievously injured, her dantian shattered, unable to self-heal. If this continued, she would surely meet an early demise. Even if the demon lord Juanza chose not to kill her later, her lifespan would be severely limited. Lin Jiaojiao inquired of little Juanza, My dear child, are you full? Juanza hesitated before responding. This is the fullest I have ever been since my birth. Typically, he could only manage a bun and a bowl of water. He was uncertain what had gotten into Lin Jiaojiao today. However, it was fortuitous. Eating more would allow him to mend his frail body sooner. Juanza closed his eyes, feeling his physique. Although his body showed no intent to self-repair, having consumed something, he finally felt a modicum of strength returning. The child was indeed unfortunate, having never been adequately fed throughout his growth. Sighing, Lin Jiaojiao couldn't resist reaching out to stroke his floppy dog ears. Hee, while this little one is still too weak to resist. I must indulge while I can. Once he regains his strength, I fear I won't be able to pet him as I wish. With both hands, she stroked his ears, eliciting a flurry of movement as little Juanza's face turned a shade of crimson. The little one was likely a white dog, with ears and a tail as snowy as fresh frost. Yet, she wondered what breed he might be. He resembled a Samoyed. But did such breeds even exist in ancient times? As she continued her affectionate ministrations, Juanza shifted uncomfortably, his ears twitching incessantly, yet he ultimately succumbed to her attentions, resigning himself to this form of torment, finding it preferable to enduring a beating. Lin Jiaojiao spoke soothingly. Dear child, fret not. Your mother will ensure you live a life of comfort, free from hunger. Trust in me, little Juanza retorted. What grandiose claims. You can't even leave the Lin family estate. Unyielding, Lin Jiaojiao replied. That was merely my deference to them. Besides, had you not cracked my head, I would have escaped long ago. Believe it or not, Juanza chuckled softly, I assure you, I speak no falsehood, even though I am currently rendered powerless. Your mother was once a disciple of the esteemed Tianyin sect, unmatched by the likes of these lowly Lin family members. Though still skeptical, Juanza refrained from further argument, realizing that conserving his energy was of the utmost importance. Lin Jiao couldn't help but cover her chest, inhaling deeply to suppress her urge to lavish attention on the fluffy creature. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Juanza queried, "What troubles you? Is your ailment recurring?" With a hint of restraint, Lin Jiao confessed, "Yes, the ailment has returned. I cannot endure a day without indulging in fluffiness. What shall we do? There are no remedies here, and your precious herbs have all been confiscated by the Lin family." At this moment, a flicker of innocence returned to Juanza, displaying genuine concern for her. "No need to worry, dear child. This is merely temporary. I appreciate your concern. Who cares about you? Just perish from your illness." Juanza retorted with irritation, turning his head away in an adorably proud manner, causing Lin Jiao's gaze to flicker. After giving birth to little Juanza, the Lin family had cast her aside, leaving them to fend for themselves, even stripping the original owner of many valuable possessions, an act of cruelty that was utterly appalling, especially knowing that their daughter was in dire need. The spiritual herbs Juanza referred to were among those confiscated. Was it any wonder the Lin family had stationed an 8th-layer Qi refinement guard to oversee the mother and child? They even sent food to them, not out of kindness, but in hopes of seizing what little remained within the original owner's storage bracelet. As a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyin, with a commendable master, how could she not possess a few valuable items? However, the storage pouch could be forcibly unsealed, but the original owner's master had crafted her storage bracelet with great care, making it no easy target for the Lin family's schemes. Within 7 years, a substantial portion of the contents of that bracelet would have been claimed by the Lin family, and what remained would not last long. Lin Jiao chuckled coldly, considering the Lin family's parasitic nature, their insatiable greed for the original owner, leaving not a single scrap behind. Yet, perhaps this was a stroke of fortune for her. She touched the storage bracelet on her left wrist. Contemplating, Lin Jiao was not merely speaking empty words. While the Lin family appeared formidable in the eyes of ordinary mortals, she regarded them as insignificant. The head of the Lin family, her original father, Lin Zhentian, had only recently begun to establish his foundation. Aside from one elder who had reached mid-foundation, the entire family consisted of her uncles, one at the pinnacle of Qi refinement and the other at the 9th layer, along with a handful of late Qi refinement practitioners and a multitude of early-stage ones. Before the original owner's Dantian had been damaged, she could have easily defeated them. She had once been a prodigy, a 30-year-old at the initial stage of golden core with both water and with spiritual roots. Yet, it was precisely these dual roots that had brought her misfortune. Had she secured her master's mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Lin family would pose no threat at all. However, for now, she needed to ascertain the lay of the land, beginning with the state of the original owner's Dantian. Rest for a moment. "Dear child, your mother will regulate her breathing." The situation was dire. In Lin Jiao's perception, her Dantian resembled a spider's web, riddled with cracks, nearly beyond repair. "No, wait." Lin Jiao focused intently, noticing a glimmer of blood essence swirling around one of the fissures in her Dantian. With each breath she took, that essence gradually settled upon the crack as if attempting to mend it. Lin Jiao opened her eyes, casting a complex gaze at the slumbering little Juanza. So, it turned out that his flesh and blood could indeed aid a cultivator in repairing a shattered Dantian. She had previously thought the original owner was merely grasping at straws. However, 6 years had passed, and the original owner's Dantian had yet to heal, suggesting the effectiveness was limited. With a sigh of relief, Lin Jiao realized that this meant little Juanza was safe. If anyone were to discover that his blood could not only enhance one's abilities but also repair broken Dantians, his situation would become even more perilous. He was essentially a living ginseng doll. Thankfully, the repair capability of the Dantian was not substantial. Yet, the Dantian resembled a sieve, incapable of retaining spiritual energy. How could she escape? How could she confront the impending demonic cultivators? This was truly distressing. Chapter 4. What is this? The demonic cultivators were supposed to arrive later. Never mind. Worrying would not solve anything. There was no use in fretting. She might as well lie back and rest. Lin Jiao flopped back onto the bed, burying herself under the covers, and fell asleep. That night, in Ning City, A figure cloaked in black stealthily approached the shelter where the mother and child resided. "Who goes there?" Lin San immediately sprang into action, standing guard, eyes fixed upon the figure enveloped in dark mist. Lin San's cultivation was meager, and amidst the sparse population of Ning City, there were few cultivators, let alone demonic ones. Thus, he remained unaware that the newcomer was a demonic cultivator. He merely felt discomfort from the suffocating black energy surrounding the figure and wished to avoid provoking them. With both hands clasped in greeting, he politely stated, "I am Lin San, a cultivator from the Lin family of Ning City. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting under the cover of night? Might you leave at once, considering the Lin family's reputation? We would be most grateful." The demonic cultivator cackled. "The Lin family? What is that? Do you expect this sovereign to show you any respect?" Lin San's eyes narrowed. "My good sir, the Lin family is one of the 3 great clans of Ning City. Do not—" Before Lin San could finish, a flash of black light cut through the air, and his eyes widened in shock as his head was severed from his body, landing heavily on the ground. "Hemph, a mere 8th-layer chi refinement weakling, not even worthy to feed my treasures. How unfortunate." With that, the figure alighted upon the roof of the thatched cottage where Lin Jiao and her child were confined. Peering through the roof's opening, he beheld the mother and child in slumber, lingering particularly on little Juanza for an extended gaze. Ah, splendid! A rare bloodline of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, a lineage possessed only by royal demon clans. Who would have thought I would encounter it in this humble Ning City? This is fortuitous. With this, my internal injuries can be swiftly healed. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that the esteemed demon emperor would have his bloodline scattered in the world. This is indeed my blessing." As he spoke, Sang Ke transformed into a swirling mass of demonic mist, drifting through the opening and taking form within the dwelling. The clearer his vision became, the more insatiable the greed in his eyes. Unable to resist, his hand reached out, intent on seizing the child. Little Juanza, however, had already sensed the presence of the intruder. As Sang Ke's hand lunged toward him, he swiftly opened his eyes and rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. "Ha ha ha, what a clever little fellow. Quite agile indeed, just as I would expect from my progeny. But alas, with your current age and abilities, you are powerless to escape my grasp. Accept your fate." With that, Sang Ke's hand shot out again, fingers curling into claws infused with demonic energy. Little Juanza realized he could not evade this strike. His frail body had yet to recover, and dodging the first attack had already been a challenge, let alone facing the added power of the demonic energy. Just then, a figure dashed from beside him, wrapping him in an embrace and rolling to the side. Narrowly avoiding disaster once more, Lin Jiao held onto little Juanza. Her expression one of vigilance as she regarded the intruder. Upon seeing the distinctive demonic markings on the assailant's face, her heart sank. What is this? Why is this demonic cultivator not adhering to the plot? Wasn't he supposed to appear 5 days later on the night of the full moon? Lin Jiao glared at the half-moon outside, her heart screaming in frustration. Sang Ke relished watching feeble beings struggle in his grasp. The sheer agony of their desperate cries for mercy was, to him, the sweetest melody. Not to mention the 2 individuals before him, one being the woman of Jun Lin Yi and the other his son. The torment of targeting the most significant people, those who he could hardly touch in his daily life, sent a thrill throughout his very soul. Sang Ke extended his crimson tongue, licking around his lips, his eyes filled with a perverse excitement that made Lin Jiao tremble uncontrollably. Goodness, this is madness. This is the devil. That gaze seemed as if it would devour the mother and son whole. Lin Jiao tightened her grip around Junze, steeling herself to address Sang Ke. Who are you, and why do you target my son? Sang Ke chuckled once more, his laughter chilling and sinister. This is not knowledge meant for 2 insignificant ants like you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the child in your arms, and I might consider sparing your life. Junze halted momentarily, the warmth that had kindled in his heart from Lin Jiao's earlier rescue gradually extinguishing. His hand, which instinctively clutched her sleeve, began to loosen. She would undoubtedly betray him. She always had. What was the point of harboring any hope? Junze looked at Lin Jiao in astonishment, but she was too preoccupied with the dark cultivator to notice him. With her gaze fixed intently on her adversary, she gripped the small child's hand, urging him to hold on tightly, while also admonishing him, "Don't let go. When we run, if you can't keep up, it will be disastrous. After issuing her warning, she shouted at Sang-K, I refuse. This child is my son. You think I would sacrifice him to save myself? If you wish to kill, then let it be together. Her declaration, though filled with righteous indignation, belied the trembling of her legs. Yet, trusting the words of a dark cultivator was akin to believing that a sow could climb a tree, in the original narrative, had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon her by her master. She would have perished long ago, unable to resolve the deep-seated hatred that plagued her. The dark cultivator, utilizing only a fraction of his power, was clearly not an opponent they could handle, even with all her strength. As she desperately dodged and weaved, she still sustained numerous injuries from the dark energy. Blood poured from her body, yet surprisingly, Junzei remained relatively unscathed, shielded by her efforts. Do not question it. It was instinctive, after all. He was still a child. Gasping heavily, Lin Jiao felt her legs weighed down as if filled with lead, reaching her limit. This was still due to her combat experience as a sword cultivator. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not have survived even 3 strikes from this ancient dark cultivator, who was likely at least at the late golden core stage. In reality, Sang-K's face darkened as if ink had been poured over it. Although he had been grievously wounded by righteous cultivators, his cultivation had regressed by an entire realm, and he was only using 5/10 of his power. He believed that subduing a mere cripple was an effortless task. Yet, he was met with humiliation. How could she evade 5 of his strikes? It was utterly disgraceful. Enraged, he unleashed his full strength. A dense wave of dark energy surged towards her. Even before it reached her, Lin Jiao felt as though her very soul was being torn asunder. She could not withstand this attack. This was her mind's immediate conclusion, and panic set in. What was the talisman doing? If it failed to protect them, mother and child would perish. Suddenly, Lin Jiao's body flickered, and the protective armor she wore emitted a golden shield, enveloping both her and Junzei. Sang-K's attack collided with it, only to be dissipated. Frustrated, Sang-K scoffed, Protective talisman? Humph, merely a superior-grade artifact, not even a treasured item. I wonder how long it can shield you. The sound of relentless attacks against the shield echoed ominously. The force of Sang-K's full assault. Lin Jiao's heart sank. Damn it, as the dark cultivator had stated, this armor was merely of superior grade, incapable of withstanding the continuous onslaught of a late golden core cultivator. What to do? Was she truly destined to die here? Or had she been foolishly stubborn, with surrendering little Junzei being the wiser choice? As cracks began to form in the shield, Lin Jiao's gaze flickered with resolve. Just as she feared the shield would shatter under the next blow, she felt a tug at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw the determined face of little Junzei. Meeting his gaze, he said, Lin Jiao, please hand me over. This way, you can save yourself and repay the favor for protecting me earlier. Seeing the flicker of desperation in his eyes, he lowered his head, as if resigning himself to fate. In truth, had Lin Jiao been able to see his dantian, she would have realized he was actively reversing it, his recently awakened bloodline fully activated. The bloodline of a demon emperor was ignited. Even though little Junzei was merely a half-demon and still a child, his destructive potential remained formidable. Better to perish together than to be handed over, destined for a fate worse than death at the hands of the dark cultivator. With his head bowed, a flicker of madness crossed Junzei's eyes. Lin Jiao had inadvertently led him down a more perilous path than the original storyline. If nothing unexpected occurred, what more could she say? The child had spoken. If she acted against his wishes, she would be no better than a beast, fully aware of the tragic fate that awaited him yet still clinging to the hope of a potential escape. In this dire situation, even if she capitulated, her adversary might not let her off the hook. Gritting her teeth, Lin Jiao desperately funneled her soul into the armor, hoping to sustain its protection a little longer. Yet, no matter how much soul she infused, it was not spiritual energy. Although the armor was a unique artifact crafted by her master, capable of functioning without spiritual energy and could be manipulated by her soul, it ultimately fell short of exceeding the limits of an artifact. Thus, with a thunderous crack, the shield shattered. Lin Jiao, connected to it through her soul, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, at the heart of Zhongzhou, Atop a peak of the Tianyan sect, a white-haired elder with an ethereal demeanor paused mid-tea preparation, furrowing his brow before resuming his task. Jiao Jiao. Sang Ke grinned wickedly at the fallen mother and son, particularly relishing the sight of Lin Jiao Jiao, who had just spat blood. Weren't you quite defiant? Now that I've shattered your little shield, let us see what tricks you have left. You've forced my hand. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not grant it. I will ensure you endure the most excruciating torment to satiate my resentment. With that, Sang Ke conjured a whip of dark energy, splitting it into two tendrils aimed at binding the pair tightly. Eager to conclude this encounter without delay. Previous injuries inflicted by the shattered armor had caught him off guard. He hadn't anticipated that such a minor artifact would be so resilient. As the magical whips ensnared them tightly, Sang Ke, in a fit of rage, further tightened the bindings, relishing their pained cries. With a flick of his wrist, little Junzhe was yanked before him. Sang Ke's greedy gaze roamed over the boy's face, and he could no longer contain himself, his fingers channeling dark energy as they sliced across Junze's neck, drawing forth blood. The intoxicating aroma filled the air, and Sang Ke could not help but display a look of ecstasy. This scent, it was unmistakable, a fortuitous find, a lone half-demon delivered right into my grasp. My injuries may yet heal, perhaps even elevate my power further. Lin Jiao Jiao's heart sank. This dark cultivator was no ordinary foe. His actions clearly indicated that he was aware of the extraordinary properties of Junze's blood. Who was he? What fate awaited little Junze in his clutches? Unable to restrain himself, Sang Ke's eyes sparkled with crimson desire as he leaned toward Junze's neck, intent on consuming the boy's blood. No, let him go. He is but a child, beast, release him. Lin Jiao Jiao struggled with all her might. If he were allowed to feast, would Junze survive? Little Junze's expression hardened. In that instant, he activated his bloodline. A silent thunderclap echoed as a radiant glow enveloped his body, a terrifying aura emanating from him that sent Sang Ke sprawling backward. The fragile thatched hut disintegrated, exploding outward in all directions. A self-detonation? You mad child. Sang Ke's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped to interrupt the impending disaster. Yet, it was too late. Junze had been prepared. In an instant, a 3-mile radius around him became impenetrable. Stop. Don't. Lin Jiao Jiao was truly frantic. If this continued, they would perish together. Goodness. Was there anyone whose fate in a story was as grim as hers? This was hellish. Either one way or another, she was destined to die. Sang Ke, horrified, glared at Junze, exclaiming, madness. Pure madness. Such a precious bloodline, wasted in self-detonation. I cannot linger here any longer. If I do, I shall be trapped. Cursing under his breath, Sang Ke attempted to flee, but a voice imbued with authority rang in his ears. Leaving? Where do you think you are going? Sang Ke's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he turned to see a blood-red necklace hovering above little Junze's head, adorned with the visage of the demon emperor, Jun Linyi. What transpired next was beyond Lin Jiao Jiao's wildest imaginings. The fierce little rascal, poised to self-destruct in a bid for mutual destruction, was suddenly enveloped in a blood glow that burst forth from his neck. The necklace expanded above him, transforming into a blood-red pendant, revealing a strikingly handsome man crowned with authority and exuding immense power. When the man appeared, he remained seated upon his throne, his captivating eyes closed, one hand propping up his head and the other resting on the armrest of the throne, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that seemed to disdain the world. Such striking beauty was almost unearthly. The combination of his delicate features and commanding presence led her to believe this was all he possessed. However, when he opened those blood-red eyes and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, she realized her superficiality. Could there truly exist a man so extraordinarily exquisite that words failed to convey his magnificence? Moreover, this man displayed formidable power. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually pointed a finger, severing the self-detonation of Xiao Juanze, whose body collapsed. Lin Jiao Jiao hurried over to inspect, relieved to find he had merely fainted without sustaining any injuries. With a sigh of relief, she contemplated fleeing with Xiao Juanze in her arms, intent on putting as much distance as possible between them until she reached the outer edge of the barrier. In her despair, she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a blood-red light shield. A barrier! She knocked against it forcefully, but it remained unyielding. How could she escape? Was this the doing of that crown-wearing man? Reluctantly, she turned back to face him, only to find him extending his hand once more. With another gesture, he sent the demon cultivator screaming through the air. June Linyi? Sang Kei's eyes widened in terror. The formidable demon emperor, a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, could effortlessly obliterate all his defensive artifacts with a mere flick of his consciousness. If he struck again, Sang Kei would surely meet his end. Oh, it seems you possess some skill, surviving a blow from this sovereign, June Linyi remarked with intrigue, casting a curious glance at him. Sang Kei, paralyzed by fear, immediately begged for mercy, pleading for his life. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the opponent was reduced to nothingness by a single point of June Linyi's finger. Annoying, he muttered, his thin lips curling in disdain. Chapter 6. Such prowess. Who is the father of this child? Just as Lin Jiao finished tending to the wound on Xiao Juan's neck, she lifted her head to witness this explosive scene. Her mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. A single gesture, and nothing remained. Who was this werewolf? What was that demon cultivator shouting about night? Still reeling, she felt the weight of the man's gaze upon her. Instantly experiencing what it meant to be slain by a mere look, good grief, if glances could kill, she would have perished 1,000 times over. June Linyi's voice sliced through the air, cold and laced with murderous intent. This emperor remembers you. You are the one who once offended me. That incident is etched in my memory for eternity. As his words hung in the air, his hand rose. What do you mean by etched in memory? If you don't raise your hand, I might have thought the original host served you well, but it seems that is not the case. Are you preparing to strike me down as well? I want to end up like that demon cultivator, reduced to nothing. Desperately, Lin Jiao's lips trembled as she tried to speak, yet the oppressive aura emanating from him rendered her speechless. Was she escaping from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair? Tears threatened to spill as she shut her eyes tightly, just as Lin Jiao braced for her demise. June Linyi's finger descended. Huh? It didn't hurt? Lin Jiao cautiously opened her eyes, only to discover nothing amiss. Just as she began to feel relieved, she noticed Xiao Juan's soaring towards June Linyi. What are you doing? But June Linyi paid her no mind, continuing to scrutinize the little wolf cub before him. Half-demon. Is this my child? Fascinating. The extraordinary sensation of blood ties felt strangely appealing to him. However, upon noticing the chaotic state of Xiao Juan's meridians and the imminent collapse of his flesh, he furrowed his brow. After a moment's contemplation, his demonic power surged forth, beginning to mend the boy's injuries. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently touched a particularly sensitive spot. A cry of pain erupted from Xiao Juan's, and Lin Jiao gritted her teeth, rushing forward to plead for mercy. Suddenly, a red light descended from above, slamming her forcefully to the ground, her forehead meeting the earth with a painful thud. Lin Jiao, taken by surprise, winced at the jarring impact and couldn't help but curse under her breath. Hearing her outburst, June Linyi frowned at, "Oh, I was wrong. Please spare me," she cried, realizing the red light's grip was intensifying, forcing her into another intimate encounter with the ground, her face contorting painfully as she felt a trickle of blood from her forehead. Sensing the displeasure of this powerful being, she hastily pleaded for mercy, adhering to the principle that a wise woman does not suffer losses in front of imposing figures. June Linyi's brow finally relaxed, and the oppressive red light lessened its hold. Lin Jiao sighed in relief. Although she remained on the ground, at least she was no longer pinned down. Time passed, and Xiao Juan's meridians and bloodlines were finally restored. This was June Linyi's first experience in such a task, and he inevitably felt somewhat clumsy. Guiding Xiao Juan's fragile meridians with utmost care, he found himself sweating, an uncommon occurrence for the demon emperor, who typically faced battles without breaking a sweat. Yet, as his demonic energy flowed into the boy's meridians, the sensation of their shared bloodline was oddly intriguing. Once more, June Linyi gazed at the little wolf cub, recalling his self-destructive bravery in confronting foes. How admirable, yet so feeble, with the bloodline of the silver moon howling wolf, resorting to self-detonation to vanquish enemies. What a disgrace! Unconscious, Xiao Juanza seemed to sense his father's disdain. Stirring slightly as his eyes fluttered open, June Linyi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you defiant? Then prove your worth to this emperor. He pointed a finger at the little one's forehead, and a silver light illuminated it, revealing a mysterious and beautiful silver moon totem that vanished moments later. I shall await your return, little cub. With that, Xiao Juanzi soared away, and Lin Jiao realized she could move again. She quickly got up, standing tall just in time to catch Xiao Juanzi as he flew towards her. Cautiously, she glanced at the man adorned in the necklace, who was preparing to unleash his wrath, but then seemed to sense something. Clicking his tongue, with a gaze imbued with deep meaning, he addressed Lin Jiao. Consider yourself fortunate. I have pressing matters to attend to. Take care of my son, or you shall face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. A thunderous clap resonated as a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to Lin Jiao, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Almost paralyzed with fear, she, a modern individual unaccustomed to such phenomena, dropped down once more. Had she not remembered not to drop the child in front of his formidable father, she might have tossed Xiao Juanzi aside. I understand. Jun Linyi nodded in satisfaction before transforming into a streak of crimson light. Soaring towards Xiao Juanzi's neck, it morphed into an intricate pattern. Lin Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead, taking a moment to recover before her trembling legs regained their strength. Swallowing hard, she glanced at the deep crater beside her and, after ensuring she was far from it, turned her attention to the pattern. This pattern. Wasn't it the necklace that transformed after the original host gave birth? As she pondered the necklace's origin, recollections emerged, and Lin Jiao's expression grew complex. Goodness, the original host not only indulged in a man but also brazenly pilfered his belongings. What was this? Not only did she refuse to pay for her indulgence, but she also took his possessions. Goodness, if that man had not obliterated her with a single finger, it was merely due to his restraint. The title of emperor? Another demon? Could it be the demon emperor, Jun Linyi? A demon emperor at the Great Ascension stage? Goodness, if he truly was the demon emperor, the original host had achieved something extraordinary, overpowering a being of such stature with her mere golden core cultivation. Yet, she was surprised to find that the illustrious, renowned demon emperor's true form was that of a small white dog. What a delightful contrast! Lin Jiao chuckled to herself, her imagination running wild, before regaining her composure. Lin Jiao, what are you daydreaming about? The priority now is to escape quickly. With such commotion, the families of Ning City will undoubtedly send people over. If I don't leave soon, it will be too late. Resolute, Lin Jiao wasted no time, clutching Xiao Juanzi tightly as she raced towards the spot where the demon cultivator had perished, searching high and low. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted something. Rushing over, she crouched down and placed Xiao Juanzi on her lap, holding a storage ring in her hand, beaming with joy. This must be the storage ring of that demon cultivator. Now that he was dead, it was unclaimed property. Given his formidable cultivation, he must have possessed numerous treasures. What a stroke of luck! She was about to strike it rich. Safeguarding the ring closely, Lin Jiao wasted no time, scooping up the little cub and sprinting toward the city's outskirts. Now was not the time to linger. She had to flee. Demon Emperor Jun Linyi, you are the little white dog. Your entire family is comprised of little white dogs. I am the noble silver moon howling wolf. Chapter 7. The Lin family in mourning, plundering one's own life-bound sword gem, wandering the world in the air. An overwhelming aura of demonic and monstrous energy permeated, suggesting that their delayed arrival by a mere quarter of an hour was intentional, leaving such remnants behind. The opponent's cultivation level must be exceedingly formidable. When did such figures emerge in the humble Ning City? Why, then, was there no sign of the Lin family's daughter? Had she met her demise? The head of the Zhao family was about to inquire a few more questions from Lin Zhentian, but was abruptly interrupted. With a mere glance from Lin Zhentian, all members of the Lin family withdrew. The few remaining individuals exchanged glances, astonished. Lin Zhentian is utterly despicable. That is his daughter. The head of the Zhao family spat disdainfully. Enough of this chatter. Lin Zhentian is correct. This matter involves the demonic and monstrous clans, and it is indeed beyond our capacity to interfere. We must leave swiftly. It is uncertain whether the demon cultivators and the monstrous clan have vacated the area. Staying here is ill-advised, urged an elder from the Zhao family. What could the Zhao family head say? Outmatched, he could only concede. Shortly thereafter, The group that had come to investigate dispersed entirely in a matter of moments. As for the mother and child residing here, aside from the head of the Zhao family voicing a moment of indignation on their behalf, no one else paid them any heed, as everyone tacitly accepted the notion that they were dead. This conveniently saved me some effort, Lin Jiao mused while hiding with her little one. The following morning, word spread that the Lin family had announced her death, claiming she had succumbed to a recurring illness. White mourning cloth was hung at the Lin residence, and after a moment of bewilderment, she welcomed this news with glee. She could even say she was elated. Now she was free to devise a plan to extricate herself from the Lin family. Otherwise, if they were intent on entangling her, escape would be nearly impossible. With her demise, she could avoid that predicament, couldn't she? Junzai cast Lin Jiao a peculiar glance, unusually silent in his retort. Upon awakening that morning, he found himself unscathed. Not only was his dantian intact, but it felt remarkably resilient, and his bloodline had significantly strengthened, leaving him utterly bewildered. How had they escaped danger if he had not self-destructed? After hearing Lin Jiao's explanation, his tumultuous emotions remained unsettled. Father, do I truly have a father? So it was not merely a dream, he murmured, realizing that the crisis had been resolved with a mere gesture. No wonder he had been deemed too inept. Little Junzai touched his forehead, reflecting. However, he could not deny the truth. He was still far too weak, and Lin Jiao, being utterly useless, could not even kill him. To avoid becoming food for others, he had no choice but to self-destruct. An undeniable mark of weakness, he cast a sidelong glance at the blissfully ignorant Lin Jiao and contemplated his decision. Cubs, follow me. Lin Jiao seized his small hand and stealthily led him away. Don't call me something so nauseating. I am Junzai, he protested. Lin Jiao laughed. All right, Cub. No problem, Cub. Junzai, are you ill? Lin Jiao secretly delighted in his frustration. Was this truly unacceptable? The child was still too naive. She pinched his small hand in amusement. Junzai resigned himself. This woman was utterly shameless, and becoming angry with her was a waste of his expression. Noticing his helpless demeanor, Lin Jiao thought, that's more like it. He is simply a little cub trying to act profound. What good is that? Leading him into a secluded alley, she scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was watching. Then crouched in a hidden corner. Extending her other hand, she inspected her index finger, gritted her teeth, and bit down hard. A drop of blood sprang forth from her fingertip, and enduring the pain, Lin Jiao let it fall. Upon contact, a formation materialized, radiating golden light. The formation inverted, and moments later, a beautifully crafted sword emanating a fierce aura appeared within it, alongside a vial of medicinal pills. Lin Jiao was ecstatic as she carefully stowed the pills away. Old companion, we meet again. The moment the sword manifested, it resonated with Lin Jiao's spirit, prompting her to instinctively utter those words, akin to greeting an old friend after a long separation. Immediately, she grasped the sword, twirled it in her hand, and exclaimed, "What a splendid sword!" Even as a novice, she could sense that this blade was exceptional, crafted with considerable thought by its previous master, although it was merely a mid-grade treasure. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners possess treasures of that level or higher. The only exception was the Tianyin sect's master, who lacked such a possession. The entire sect only had a town-protecting artifact, a low-grade immortal tool known as the Tianyin mirror. The original owner, possessing only the cultivation of early golden core, could wield a mid-grade treasure sword. What had led her to feel that her master held her in disdain? A momentary lapse had resulted in such a state. How lamentable! Yet, this was of no concern to her. The most pressing matter at hand was, Ling Shi, considering your master's impoverished state, must I strike a gem to exchange for some money? Ling Shi fell silent, resembling a lifeless sword. Lin Jiao ignored its feigned death, gently caressing the blade while coaxing, I promise, I won't be greedy. Just one gem will suffice. Look, you are merely a sword. No matter how extravagant your sheath, it serves no purpose. Rest assured, I will only strike the gem. I won't touch those ores beneficial to you, such as crystal stones or fire ore. For now, Lin Jiao added in her mind. It was not her fault. She could not fathom the original owner's reasoning. A perfectly good mid-grade treasure sword was adorned with unnecessary embellishments, bedecked with various precious gems and an array of elemental ores. As a cultivator of water and wood attributes, she could understand the use of crystal stones, but what was the purpose of fire ores and metal shards? Did she truly need them? It seemed purely for aesthetics. The original owner's master had been infuriated for days upon witnessing the eyesore of the sword's sheath, but now it proved convenient for her, with her dantian shattered, unable to retain spiritual energy. And possessing only a storage bracelet and ring that she could not access, she had to devise another means. After all, she could not starve to death. Ling Shi, the sword, was indeed easily fooled. It emitted a low hum. And Lin Jiao, connected to its spirit, immediately understood its intent. Really, I am not deceiving you, buzzing. All right, the ugliest blue gem will do. I do not desire the rest, buzzing. Fine, fine. Once I am wealthy, I shall find you a more exquisite adornment. Is that agreeable? Ling Shi was finally appeased, ceasing its hum. Lin Jiao, overjoyed, pulled the wooden hairpin from her head and began prying at the gem. As she worked, she called over the dumbfounded Junzei, urging him to assist. Cub, stop dawdling. Come help me. If we pry out this grand gem, we can afford a meal. Hurry. Chapter 8. Initial Fusion. Who exactly is she? Ever since Lin Jiao awoke again, Junzei felt he had experienced an abundance of speechlessness. Hearing her call him, he reluctantly stepped forward to assist. Watching her attempt to pry at the tightly set gem with a mere wooden hairpin, Junzei felt that relying on such an unreliable Lin Jiao was less favorable than taking matters into his own hands. Step aside, allow me. With a thought, Junzei's small right hand transformed into a tiny wolf's claw, sharp nails glimmering menacingly. He extended his index finger and, with a gentle flick of his nail, pried the blue gem free. In less than 3 seconds, he left Lin Jiao astounded. Goodness gracious, this is what a puppy's paw looks like? Wow, it feels nice, and those nails are incredibly sharp. They pried the gem right off. Cub, you are amazing, of course. No, wait. Junzei, momentarily flattered, was about to bask in the praise, but upon hearing Lin Jiao refer to him as a puppy's paw, he immediately grew displeased. It's not a puppy's paw. This is a wolf's claw. Before he could finish, Lin Jiao interrupted him, as she carelessly praised him. She snatched up the blue gem that had fallen to the ground, exclaiming, "We struck gold. We can afford a meal." Her exuberant shout drowned out Junzei's attempt to retort. Infuriated, he was about to bare his teeth at her, wanting to demonstrate the power of the silver moon howling wolf, but Lin Jiao had no intention of playing by the rules. She abruptly yanked him forward, urging, "Let us quickly exchange this for money. I could eat an entire cow after being so starved." As they walked, she turned back, ruffling his exposed ears while, under his murderous gaze, adjusted the cloak she had borrowed the previous night to cover his ears and tail. "Little Zay, behave. The city is not like the outskirts. There aren't many people around. If someone sees your ears and tail, it could be perilous. Mother would be quite distressed. Bear with it." After advising him, she quickened her pace, leading him toward a pawnshop she recalled. Lin Jiao was unconcerned about being robbed. This morning, the original owner's protective talisman had fully recharged, and those below the golden core level posed no threat to her. Furthermore, though precious, gems were still mundane items and not overly conspicuous. With proper disguise, an hour later, an inconspicuous pawnshop in Ning City welcomed an unusual pair of customers, a large and a small. The small one was cloaked entirely in black, their face obscured by an ill-fitting black hood. The larger figure donned simple white attire, yet their aura was striking, a sword strapped to their back, surrounded by a formidable air of sharpness. Also cloaked, their features remained hidden, but their forms suggested they were a woman. These were Lin Jiao and her child, both rejuvenated after consuming recovery pills. The shopkeeper approached. "Esteemed immortals, what brings you here?" It was not unusual for them to encounter individuals concealing their faces, as they understood the nature of their trade. Given the terrifying sword, it was evident they were cultivators. The shopkeeper cautiously regarded Lin Jiao. She exuded a potent aura that made her seem formidable indeed. Lin Jiao cast a faint glance at him, extending her hand to present the sapphire. Recently, her finances had run a bit tight, and she required some silver coins. "Shopkeeper, could you assess its worth?" The shopkeeper received it with great respect and examined it closely, exclaiming, "The quality is exceptional, and its size is impressive. truly a top-grade item. This was undoubtedly the finest object he had encountered thus far. Lin Jiaojiao was not surprised. After all, being a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, the original owner must have possessed some valuable possessions. Thus, when the shopkeeper, after some deliberation, offered 800 taels, Lin Jiaojiao raised no objections. Even if she were not short on money, she nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us proceed with the exchange. If it weren't for my urgent need, I wouldn't part with it. I quite like it. Indeed, of course, please wait a moment. I will have someone fetch the money immediately," the shopkeeper replied. Lin Jiaojiao nodded. 15 minutes later, she emerged from the pawnshop with the silver in hand. Just as Xiao Juanze was about to speak, Lin Jiaojiao swiftly grabbed his hand and hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, she sensed the presence of some pesky flies. Causing her expression to change, she immediately connected her soul with Lingxi. Although she could not utilize it at the moment, as a mid-grade magical artifact, it still retained some residual capabilities, a resonant sword hum. Inaudible to ordinary ears, echoed as several sword energies surged towards the location of those pesky flies. Following a flurry of panicked sounds, their pursuers dared not follow anymore. These sword energies were not formidable, lacking significant spiritual power, yet the speed with which the opponents detected them indicated that they were far superior. They were not even at the Foundation establishment stage, and rushing in would likely be akin to seeking death. Rumor had it that recently, demonic cultivators and beast tribes had been rampaging through the city. It was wise to exercise caution. Lin Jiaojiao smiled with satisfaction and quickly led Xiao Juanze away. That night, outside Ning City, after indulging in the most satisfying meal she had experienced since entering the novel, Lin Jiaojiao fell into a deep slumber, her body and mind exhausted from her injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Juanze, who had been feigning sleep with his eyes closed, sensed that Lin Jiaojiao had drifted off and promptly opened his eyes. Confirming that she was asleep, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind to assimilate the legacy of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf clan gifted to him by his biological father. Along with its cultivation methods, feeling the powerful orb of light above his dantian, he knew that if he integrated it and made it his own, he would grow stronger. With determination, Xiao Juanze merged his soul with it. As soon as he did, he felt as if his soul was on the verge of bursting. The power was overwhelming, and his soul too weak to withstand it. His consciousness began to fade. "Calm your mind, focus," a deep, authoritative male voice resonated, rousing his consciousness. The voice continued, "If you cannot endure this little pain, then death is your fate. I do not desire a useless son." The subtle mockery ignited Xiao Juanze's competitive spirit. "I am not useless." An unvoiced roar surged from him, and a whirlwind of blood energy erupted from his dantian, rushing toward the orb of light, causing it to shrink ever so slightly, 1,000 miles away. Within the Demon Emperor's palace on the throne, Jun Linya smiled knowingly. "What a clever boy. He possesses a hint of the demeanor I had in my youth." The palace fell into a profound silence at the sight of the Demon Emperor's smile. The courtiers collectively thought, "Who is about to suffer misfortune now?" Whenever His Majesty smiles, someone is bound to meet a grim fate. May it not be us. As the demons trembled, Jun Linya merely cast a glance. Offering no explanation, he kept the existence of his half-demon son a secret, revealing it could endanger the young wolf cub. Let them speculate. The next day, Xiao Juanze awoke, drenched in sweat. Despite the perilous night, he had successfully completed the initial integration. However, upon seeing Lin Jiaojiao's anxious face before him, she appeared as if she wanted to touch him yet feared causing harm. The moment she noticed him awake, her eyes lit up with urgency. "Cubs, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you know I woke up to find you completely still? No matter how I called, you didn't respond. I was terrified. What happened to you? Speak. Why are you looking at me like that?" As she spoke, Lin Jiaojiao noticed Xiao Juanze's increasingly peculiar expression, culminating in a look of sheer fright. She, too, felt puzzled and quickly glanced down at herself, finding nothing amiss. But was this not akin to seeing a ghost? Who was this person before her? A silver glimmer crossed Xiao Juanze's eyes, eyeing his gaze. Although Lin Jiaojiao's body and soul appeared harmonious as if they were one, there remained subtle differences. The two bore identical features, yet the essence of vitality was distinct. This essence was intangible and innate, no matter how high a cultivator's realm or how strong their power. They could not perceive it. Only a rare few beings could. Coincidentally, the silver moon howling wolf was among them. Therefore, the spiritual essence radiating from the soul of the person before him did not align with her physical form. Possession? No, that couldn't be it. Possession could not so perfectly synchronize with the body. How had this occurred? Xiao Juanza pondered. Lin Jiaojiao felt a shiver run through her entire body. His gaze was too strange. Had he discerned that she was not the original owner? Would he think she had taken over? Wasn't he that what the novel suggested? If so, would she be sold out by Xiao Juanza? Cubs? Lin Jiaojiao cautiously called to him. Xiao Juanza noticed her anxious gaze and, after a moment's thought, decided to mask his feelings, tilting his head in response. Surely, he must have discovered something. She called him Cubs. And he not only responded but seemed to play along. Coughing lightly, Lin Jiaojiao prepared to continue her inquiry. However, he offered no opportunity, instead lowering his gaze to his growling stomach and pouting. Lin Jiaojiao. I am hungry. Lin Jiaojiao. Resigned, she got to her feet. I'll go get you something to eat. Observing Lin Jiaojiao dutifully scurrying about to fetch him food and water, Xiao Juanza's eyes flickered. At the very least, he realized she was not the wicked woman who desired his flesh and blood. As for her current intentions, they were of little consequence. He needed time. Once he grew stronger, even 10 of her would pose no threat. Presently, she did not seem to endanger him, so he would let her be. Unaware that she had nearly walked through the gates of death, Lin Jiaojiao dutifully retrieved the dry rations and water she had purchased the day before. Handing them to Xiao Juanza, she watched him devour the food with great enthusiasm, her expression contemplative. Xiao Juanza, unperturbed by her gaze, recognized that he had acquired the means to protect himself following his night of cultivation. He was merely a useless individual. He could not stir much trouble. Thus, Lin Jiaojiao kept watch over him for several days without noticing any issues. Yet, there was indeed a problem. Previously, Xiao Juanza had maintained a significant emotional distance from her. While things had not improved drastically, at least he no longer exuded animosity or hatred toward her. It was as if he was gradually accepting her presence, or at least becoming indifferent to her existence. Was this progress? Lin Jiaojiao scratched her head in confusion. Oh well, before her transmigration, she had been a veterinarian. Investigative skills were never her forte. Whatever will be, will be. The mother and son traversed the roads for over 10 days, finally arriving at the next city, Feng City. After paying the entrance fee, a distinct atmosphere enveloped them upon stepping inside. The sheer number of inhabitants in this grand city was astonishing. Cubs, stay close to me. Do not wander off, Lin Jiaojiao instructed Xiao Juanza. He nodded in compliance. This was Xiao Juanza's first encounter with such a multitude of people. Despite his maturity, he was still a child, and a hint of trepidation welled within him as he obediently nodded. Lin Jiaojiao noticed this and smiled, extending her hand to grasp his small one, disregarding his attempts to break free as she led him deeper into the city. The number of cultivators in Feng City was evidently greater than in Ning City. Along the way, Lin Jiaojiao encountered numerous sword cultivators bearing swords on their backs, law cultivators clad in robes, and alchemists exuding the fragrance of herbs, providing her a feast for the eyes. Although her dantian had shattered, her past experiences and spiritual awareness remained intact. Upon seeing a cultivator, she could gauge their realm with a mere sweep of her senses. Eli Yao was taken aback when he pursued a particular figure, discovering it to be a woman with a broken dantian. Noticing her cautious demeanor and the apologetic smile upon their eye contact, he smiled back and chose not to press the matter further. Lin Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, otherwise, given their current level, a mere glance from the other party could spell doom for them, and no longer daring to carelessly use her spiritual awareness. Lin Jiaojiao walked steadily through the streets. Conversely, Xiao Juanza glanced at the cultivator and thought, a mid-golden core realm cultivator, relatively young, barely qualifies as a genius. Feng City is indeed teeming with talent. They were far superior to anyone he had encountered along the way, and Xiao Juanza felt a surge of excitement. He had not met anyone of considerable stature thus far, and he wondered if Feng City would provide him with an opportunity to test his abilities. If Lin Jiaojiao had known his thoughts, she would have been alarmed. Cubs, we still bear the appearance of half-demons. Our ears and tails are still visible. If someone discovers you, it would be over, though not act recklessly. Lin Jiaojiao led Xiao Juanze through various stalls, and they managed to gather the supplies they needed. Lacking the spiritual power to access her storage ring, she could only wrap the items in cloth and carry them on her back. Watching the cultivators stroll by with empty hands, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. I wonder if there is anything that can restore my Dantian. This is quite inconvenient. It feels unbearable to possess treasures without the means to utilize them. Who could possibly understand this feeling? Lin Jiaojiao sighed. Upon hearing her lament, Xiao Juanze's eyes glimmered. Restoring the Dantian? He glanced at Lin Jiaojiao's despondent expression, deep in thought. However, Lin Jiaojiao quickly shook off her gloom. Regaining her spirits, it's all right, there are solutions. The original owner's memories contain methods to resolve this issue. Although the expectations may be somewhat high, it is still a path worth pursuing. With renewed determination, Lin Jiaojiao grasped Xiao Junze's hand tightly and inquired, "Have we purchased everything? Is there anything else you wish to buy, my dear?" Xiao Junze shook his head. For him, having inherited his father's legacy rendered all else insignificant. Lin Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. "All right, then let us swiftly find a place to rest and devise a plan to earn some money tomorrow. 500 taels may sound like a substantial sum. But for raising a child with a hearty appetite who requires spiritual meat for his growth, it is merely a drop in the bucket." The thought of spending money so freely filled her with sorrow. 500 taels are truly insufficient. There are even some items that cannot be purchased with money. High-grade spiritual meat is not sold for mere spirit stones. How infuriating! Lost in her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. "Quick, take cover! The demon beasts have gone berserk." Chapter 10. The Sickly Demon Beast? Lin Jiaojiao, ready to resume her old trade upon witnessing the spiritual beast charging directly towards them, Lin Jiaojiao was momentarily stunned. There was no denying it. The beast was enormous, unlike anything she had ever seen, towering nearly as high as a person, with razor-sharp teeth. Its thunderous gallop shook the ground, and despite its beautiful, fluffy appearance, it was a sight that left her dumbfounded. The owner of the spiritual beast was equally astonished. It was the first time she had encountered a situation where someone stood frozen in place while a spiritual beast was in a frenzy. Did they seek death? Must they drag a child into this as well? Zhao Yuyu gritted her teeth and quickened her pace, employing agility techniques. Yet, the rampaging spiritual beast showed no signs of restraint and accelerated upon seeing someone in its path. In that critical moment, a small figure darted in front of Lin Jiaojiao. Her eyes widened in shock. Was it her child? No. Lin Jiaojiao exclaimed. Finally able to move her hands, she intended to pull him away. But Xiao Junze had other ideas. How dare a mere low-level demon beast, a fire spirit cat, show disrespect to his silver moon howling wolf? Had it lost all sense of survival? Xiao Junze's gaze, shrouded in his cloak, turned icy, and in that instant, even his pupils transformed, becoming wolf-like slits of silver, radiating a chilling, merciless light. With barely a whisper, he commanded, "Scram!" That single word, so softly spoken that even Lin Jiaojiao almost failed to hear it, was enough to terrify the fire spirit cat. With an urgent screech, the cat skidded to a halt. When its eyes met Xiao Junze's cold, slit-like pupils, its fur bristled, and even its tail puffed up. Resembling a ball of fluff, it let out a shrill cry before turning tail and scampering back to its owner, seeking comfort. What? Within mere moments, Lin Jiaojiao found herself dumbfounded once more. Not only her, but many passers-by were also pointing and murmuring about the spectacle. Was Xiao Junze capable of frightening a spiritual beast to such an extent? Incredible. Truly worthy of being the son of the demon emperor. Indeed, a magnificent creature. Lin Jiaojiao gazed at Xiao Junze with starry eyes. Oh, how wonderful her child was. Did he leap in front of her out of concern for her safety? She was overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart swelled at the thought that her child had jumped to protect her. My dear, I am so touched. Come here. Let me give you a kiss. How could you be such an exceptional child? With that, Lin Jiaojiao leaned in to kiss Xiao Junze's face in plain view of the crowd. Xiao Junze, alarmed, dodged aside, struggling in a bid to escape her affections. Stop being so delusional. I did not act for you. It was solely in response to that fire spirit cat's audacity. It has nothing to do with you. Ah, let me go. Did Lin Jiaojiao possess no sense of propriety? This was the street. Xiao Junzai's face flushed crimson as he desperately evaded her enthusiastic kisses. Strangely, despite having entered the path of cultivation and being at the late stage of foundation establishment, Xiao Junzai relied solely on his physical agility to avoid Lin Jiao's advances, never even considering using his spiritual power to break free. Was it that he simply did not think of it? Meanwhile, Lin Jiao was oblivious to everything else, her heart brimming with emotion. At this moment, she believed Xiao Junzai's protests were merely a cover for his shyness, that he truly cherished her as his mother. This realization moved her deeply. After half a month of traversing this new world, she had finally received a hint of positive affirmation from her dear Junzai, a sudden act of heroism that had truly touched her heart. Alas, Lin Jiao's anticipated kiss was never delivered. Just as they were caught in their playful chase, Zhao Yuyu approached, cradling the suddenly shrunken and unresponsive fire spirit cat against her chest. The onlookers parted to reveal the mother and child at play. Clearing her throat, Zhao Yuyu felt a tinge of embarrassment as she observed the scene. Ahem, she coughed to gain their attention. Xiao Junzai's ears perked up at the sound, and the shame and anger flashed in his eyes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he utilized his physical strength to break free from Lin Jiao's embrace and dashed behind her. Seeing this, Lin Jiao had no choice but to relent and turn her gaze towards the newcomer. Zhao Yuyu was a lively and outgoing girl, her beauty accentuated by her resplendent red attire. With a personality as vibrant as her appearance, she felt a sense of guilt upon seeing the mother and child who had narrowly escaped harm due to her beast's rampage. Bowing slightly, she addressed them. I sincerely apologize, madam. It is entirely my spiritual beast's fault that you and your child suffered such an undeserved calamity. Please rest assured, I will compensate you generously for the inconvenience caused by my beast's reckless behavior. Initially, Lin Jiao's expression darkened at being referred to as madam, but upon hearing about the generous compensation, her demeanor changed instantly. If only you had mentioned the compensation sooner. How delightful. I was just contemplating ways to earn some money. And here comes someone offering it. Lin Jiao scrutinized Zhao Yuyu, evaluating her with keen interest. This girl appeared to be well off. She must seize the opportunity to secure a substantial sum. It would be a disservice to her title of madam otherwise. Though she had such thoughts, she still needed to feign politeness. You flatter me, young lady. We are perfectly fine. Really. There is no need for such generous compensation. We were not harmed in any way. As a junior disciple from the Beast Tamer sect, Zhao Yuyu had been pampered since childhood and was unaware of the customary niceties expected in conversation. She assumed Lin Jiao genuinely meant it when she declined the compensation. After pondering for a moment while petting her cat, she nodded. All right, since you insist, I shall not impose. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she turned her gaze to the fire spirit cat nestled within her arms. I happen to be in need of spirit stones for medicinal treatment for Xiaoyu. You are truly a lifesaver. Lin Jiao nearly let out an expletive in disbelief. I was merely being polite. I didn't genuinely mean it. Are you serious? And you just called me madam. But now it's back to sister the moment I decline the payment. So, if I refuse money, I suddenly become your good sister. Lin Jiao found herself overwhelmed with frustration. Yet, having already spoken, she looked into Zhao Yuyu's innocent, naive eyes and noticed the glimmer of spiritual light emanating from the whip at her waist, a clear indication of a fine artifact. This girl was a cultivator, and Lin Jiao felt defeated. Fine. If the mother and child were indeed unharmed, then so be it. Wait a moment. Lin Jiao raised her head, gazing at Zhao Yuyu. Had she mentioned seeking a healer for her cat? Perhaps she could be of assistance? Noticing Lin Jiao's silence, Zhao Yuyu assumed she was reluctant to engage further with the cultivator. Understanding that to an ordinary person, cultivators often brought trouble. Therefore, she prepared to bid farewell and take her leave. Before she could speak, Lin Jiao interjected, Little sister, do you truly intend to find a healer for your spiritual beast? Zhao Yuyu nodded vigorously that of course. Xiaoyu's rampage was due to its illness, unable to control the pain, which is why I ventured out of the sect in search of a healer. Why do you ask? Can you treat spiritual beasts? Zhao Yuyu inquired casually, not truly believing that someone like Lin Jiao, with such a ruined foundation, could offer any help. After all, even the specialized healers at their sect struggled to treat spiritual beasts. How could a mere ordinary person manage? While I may not have the skills to treat humans, I excel at treating beasts. Would you like me to give it a try? What? You don't believe me? Lin Jiao asked. Zhao Yu decisively shook her head. I don't believe you. In this world, while there were indeed many healers capable of treating humans, as previously mentioned, the animosity between humans, demons, and spirits made it exceedingly rare to find healers who could treat spiritual beasts. Thus, how could a person with a ruined foundation possibly succeed? Lin Jiao shrugged helplessly, lamenting how no one believed her even when she spoke the truth. In any case, she had only suggested giving it a try, without guaranteeing success. After contemplating her words, she rephrased, you know how it is in the cultivation world. While healers for humans are plentiful, those for beasts are exceedingly scarce. Given your close bond with spiritual beasts, you must belong to the Beast Tamer sect? Zhao Yu nodded. Yes, I am Zhao Yu from the Beast Tamer sect. Seeing as you are coming down the mountain in search of a healer, it must mean your sect's healers are unable to help. If even the specialized healers in the Beast Tamer sect are at a loss, finding one outside must be even more challenging. Are you sure you don't want me to give it a try? Who knows, I might succeed. Besides, it's just a trial. You have nothing to lose. What, are you afraid of a waste of a person like me? Zhao Yu considered Lin Jiao's words and found them somewhat reasonable. After all, it was merely a trial. Zhao Yu had suffered for so long. If this continued, Zhao Yu lowered her gaze, observing the significantly weakened Zhao Yu, and resolved, all right, as long as you can heal my Zhao Yu, I will do anything you ask. The fire spirit cat, though still a kitten, was a high-tier demon beast. It understood its owner's words and, displaying a touch of humanity, meowed in response before extending its tongue to lick Zhao Yu's fingers resting on its back. How unbearably itchy it is. Xiaoya, hee. Zhao Ye could not help but laugh out loud as she was playfully licked, her hands gently caressing its body, her eyes filled with affection. Lin Jiao watched their interaction with a smile, appreciating those who shared her fondness for animals. Thus, she resolved to do her utmost. After a brief discussion, Lin Jiao and her son chose to follow Zhao Ye. The onlookers around them dispersed in a flurry. Who would have thought that the woman in white was actually a healer of beasts? Indeed, what worth is there in being a veterinarian? Would it not be more honorable to heal humans instead? Yet, she willingly degrades herself, treating beasts that are but animals. Surely, is it not a waste? Sigh, lower your voice, the person has yet to leave. That Zhao Ye is a cultivator. The three who had not yet departed overheard this conversation. Lin Jiao was accustomed to such remarks. Her family had often spoken of her in this manner before she entered this world. Zhao Ye, too, had grown used to it, knowing that as she aspired to join the Beastmaster sect, her elders did not understand her passion. To them, sword cultivators, spell cultivators, and alchemists were far superior to merely being a beastmaster. But she adored the furry creatures. In her eyes, they were far better than humans, more loyal, more innocent. Observing the two adults maintaining a calm demeanor, Xiao Juanzi felt his anger dissipate slightly. However, the thought of the beast race being regarded as so lowly by the human race, combined with the increasing volume of the surrounding discussions, made Xiao Juanzi unable to contain himself. He swiftly turned, glaring at the loudest speaker, a fleeting glint of silver flashing in his eyes. The man, caught in that gaze, felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious silver-white wolf, cold, merciless, and bloodthirsty. A distinct crescent moon pattern adorned the wolf's forehead, exuding an air of mystery and authority. Gasps erupted as the man instinctively clutched his head in terror. His companions immediately grabbed him, asking, "What happened to you?" "A wolf? A terrifying wolf. Don't bite me. Don't kill me, no." The man screamed desperately, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His companions, puzzled, wondered where such a wolf could have come from. "Have you lost your mind?" they asked. The man, with eyes wide and bloodshot, cautiously scanned his surroundings for the fierce silver wolf, yet he stood unharmed in the street. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, muttering repeatedly, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Unbeknownst to him, that fleeting glance had tainted his soul with a dark aura, invisible to the naked eye. Yet should he face a thunder tribulation without proper preparation, he might not survive. The group arrived at the cave dwelling where Zhao Ye was staying, specifically designed for cultivators, serene and protected by a magical array. Had it not been for Zhao Ye's guidance, they would never have had the opportunity to reside in such a place. The payment was made with spirit stones, 500 low-grade spirit stones per day. What affluent individuals, Lin Jiaojiao mused. Zhao Yeye led the curious mother and son into her cultivation chamber. Before they could thoroughly examine their surroundings, Zhao Yeye placed the fire spirit cat on the bed and addressed Lin Jiaojiao. Madam, please proceed. Lin Jiaojiao could no longer restrain herself. I am Lin Jiaojiao, and this is my son Juanza. You may simply call me by my name. I cannot bear the title of madam. Very well, Sister Lin, Zhao Yeye replied. Lin Jiaojiao was indifferent as long as she was not referred to as madam. Approaching, she adopted a serious expression and began to examine the fire spirit cat closely. Perhaps due to Zhao Yeye's prior instructions, and with Juanza's presence, the fire spirit cat was exceptionally docile, allowing Lin Jiaojiao to inspect it without protest. Fully engaged in her work, Lin Jiaojiao was quite earnest. Without modern instruments to examine the fire spirit cat, she could only rely on her observations. After a thorough examination, she breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some differences between the beast race and the animals of Blue Star, they were not too significant. At least she had discerned the ailment afflicting the fire spirit cat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jiaojiao examined the creature closely, diligently comparing it to animals from Blue Star. Noting that aside from its remarkably resilient limbs and meridians, the differences were minimal. As she pressed her hand near the fire spirit cat's urethra, she applied some pressure. A wretched cry erupted from the fire spirit cat. And had it not remembered that this was the mother of the esteemed individual, it would have bitten her without hesitation. It hurts terribly. Zhao Yeye, hearing such a lament, could no longer remain still and anxiously exclaimed, Are you certain you're handling it properly? Xiao Ye is crying out in agony. Do not exacerbate the situation. Lin Jiaojiao shot her a glance, perceiving it as a challenge to her expertise. Is your Xiao Ye experiencing a decrease in urination? Is there blood in the urine? Perhaps in severe cases, it writhes in pain? Zhao Yeye was taken aback. How did you know? How could I not? This is clearly a case of kidney stones. Surgery. Surgery? What do you mean? Zhao Yeye was bewildered. This was the first she had heard of such a procedure. What kind of surgery are we discussing? Seeing her disbelief, Lin Jiaojiao immediately grasped one of her hands and guided it to the urethra of the fire spirit cat. Initially reluctant, Zhao Yeye eventually acquiesced. Yes, the urethra, where the little one relieves itself. However, Lin Jiaojiao's grip was firm, rendering her unable to escape. What are you hiding from? Do you not believe me? I will show you. Do not move. With her finger pressed firmly on the spot where she suspected the stone to be, Zhao Yeye's eyes widened in astonishment. What had she touched? It felt like a large, hard object. Lin Jiaojiao crossed her arms. Now do you believe me? Zhao Yeye nodded vigorously. I believe. But why does Xiao Ye have kidney stones? Is it really that strange? Your fire spirit cat still appears to be a juvenile. With a cultivation level barely at the chi refinement stage, it has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage and is still very much a physical creature. It's quite normal for it to fall ill. I suspect the location of the kidney stones is quite awkward, which is why your healers have not detected this. Zhao Yeye was thoroughly convinced. What must be done? Is it a matter of immediate surgery? How can I assist? She inquired. This was indeed a pertinent question. In this foreign realm, there were no anesthetics or surgical rooms, and without sterile conditions, how could one perform surgery on kidney stones? She had no surgical instruments. After some contemplation, she felt it was still feasible. This was the realm of cultivation, and Xiao Ye was no ordinary creature. Surely, the risk of bacterial infection would be minimal, given that as long as there was spiritual energy to protect it, such concerns were negligible. As for anesthesia? Lin Jiaojiao asked Zhao Yeye. Are there any medicines in the cultivation world that can induce deep sleep in humans or beasts? Zhao Yeye pondered for a moment. Yes, the dream fruit can achieve that. One fruit can keep a cultivator asleep for an entire day. Lin Jiaojiao rejoiced. Where can we find it? Xiao Ye needs it for the surgery. If done without anesthesia, it would suffer unbearably, and I fear it might move too much, complicating the procedure. If it could sleep, that would simplify matters. Zhao Yeye agreed. Noting that some healers had employed this method before, she immediately sprang to her feet, declaring, This item is quite common. I do not possess it, but wait here, Sister Lin. I shall procure it right away. Quite common. Lin Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, casting a knowing glance at her. It seemed she was quite wealthy. Nodding, she replied, Very well. And while you're at it, please prepare a set of surgical instruments for me. After gesturing and explaining to Zhao Yeye, she eventually overwhelmed her with requests, finally relenting. Requesting paper and pen? She sketched the designs for surgical tools such as scalpels and forceps from her memory before taking her leave. Time was of the essence. Creating a set of instruments identical to modern ones was not feasible. But Lin Jiaojiao believed that given the level of artifact forging in the cultivation world, they might even be more effective. Zhao Yeye spent the entire morning sourcing materials, and after the mother and son finished their lunch, they arrived late. The fire spirit cat, starving and eager to scrounge for food, hesitated, fearing the esteemed individual might reprimand it. Indeed, as wolves belong to the canine family, they are known to guard their food fiercely. Thus, the outcome was predictable. Each time the fire spirit cat attempted to charm Lin Jiaojiao into handing over some food, Xiao Juanze would bare his teeth and emit a threatening growl, causing the fire spirit cat to freeze in place, resembling a mere strip of fur. This fortuitously allowed Lin Jiaojiao to indulge in some affectionate petting, almost making it bald in the process. There were only two prevailing themes. One was on the verge of being petted bald, while the other was close to starvation. Zhao Yeye cast a puzzled glance at Lin Jiaojiao, who coughed awkwardly, having momentarily lost control. Zhao Yeye nodded understandingly. I comprehend. How could anyone resist the allure of cats? Cats truly are the epitome of fluffiness, and the sensation of their fur is unparalleled. The two fervent feline enthusiasts found common ground, showering praise upon the adorable fire spirit cat, and to prove their adoration, they petted it enthusiastically, their exclamations of delight echoing, "Oh!" Xiao Juanze was not pleased, raising an eyebrow, directing a sharp glare at the culprit cat that had ensnared his mother's attention. Meow! The fire spirit cat trembled at that look. Reverting to a mere strip of fur once more, ancestors, stop the flattery. If you continue, this esteemed individual shall transform me into a cat blanket, it lamented. Moreover, master, Xiaoye is on the brink of starvation. Please feed me something. At least allow me to die content. Perhaps sensing the unspoken plea of her beloved Xiaoye, Zhao Ye concluded the conversation. I have gathered the items. Do you find them satisfactory? If so, once I have fed Xiaoye, we can find a time to treat its ailment. Of course, I hope it will be as soon as possible. Lin Jiaojiao agreed. Then let us give it a little to eat. I must apologize. I had intended to feed Xiaoye as well, but it seems to be quite selective, refusing the jerky I offered. Xiao Yu's heart was tempestuous with silent tears. Goodness gracious, am I truly picky? It's not that, I simply fear that the esteemed one might take offense, hence my reluctance to partake. Zhao Yeye harbored no doubts. Her dear Xiao Yu had likely grown accustomed to consuming the finest beast meat, which made her palate rather discerning. Casting a glance at the fire spirit cat, Zhao Yeye lowered her voice and continued. This is precisely the opportunity to mix the drowsiness fruit into its food and feed it to her. Lin Jiaojiao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Observing Zhao Yeye stealthily turning her back, she exerted pressure, causing the drowsiness fruit to be crushed, and then swiftly retrieved some premium beast jerky from her storage ring. With deft movements, she smeared the drowsiness fruit onto the meat, so quickly that Xiao Yu barely noticed, and in her bewilderment, she began to eat. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaojiao's attention was drawn to her storage ring, nearly causing her to drool. The convenience of a storage ring was undeniable. Regrettably, it required spiritual power to operate, leaving her to merely watch and envy. Upon hearing her murmurs, Xiao Juanze furrowed his brows in contemplation. He possessed spiritual power and could easily access his storage ring. However, he pondered whether he truly wished for this enigmatic woman to uncover his secrets. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. To speak frankly, after half a month of interaction, Xiao Juanze's acceptance of her was gradually increasing. Compared to his malicious biological mother, this woman was 100 times better. She placed his needs above all else. Even if he consumed more and digested faster, she would allocate her limited resources to maximize his comfort. She took meticulous care of him, adding layers when he felt cold, holding him close while he slept, and narrating bedtime stories. She genuinely treated him as her own cub, and that warmth, even if he thought he no longer needed a mother's affection, filled his heart with solace. Xiao Juanze stubbornly thought to himself. Initially, he believed she was merely putting on an act, yet this charade had persisted for half a month, and she had never once demanded his flesh or blood, leaving him quite perplexed. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Once I am sufficiently powerful, I needn't fear her intentions, he resolved, his gaze flickering before settling into calmness. A quarter of an hour later, the effects of the drowsiness fruit began to take hold, signaling the commencement of the first surgery in this otherworldly realm. Lin Jiao felt a twinge of nervousness, nearly losing her grip on the dagger. After all, this was her first time operating outside of an operating room. Fortunately, her hand was steady as she made the incision on Xiao Yu's lower abdomen. Splendid, Xiao Yu felt nothing, indicating the drowsiness fruit was effective. Zhao Yeye watched anxiously from the side, her body trembling as she witnessed Xiao Yu's belly being cut open. Cold sweat breaking out on her brow. One might have thought it was she undergoing the surgery. She nearly cried out for Lin Jiao to stop, yet it was Lin Jiao's serious demeanor that snapped her back to reality, reminding her that this was a medical procedure and she must not overreact. After some contemplation, she stepped aside, drawing her hand across the spirit beast pouch at her waist, summoning a tiger-like demon beast. The winged tiger roared upon its appearance, prompting Zhao Yeye to rush forward and firmly cover its mouth, desperately trying to communicate with it mentally to keep quiet, lest it disturb the procedure. Sister Lin had repeatedly emphasized the need for silence during the operation to avoid mishaps. The winged tiger reluctantly complied, transforming into a cub form. As a doctor, she knew she could not afford to be distracted during the surgery. The stone removal was a minor operation, so the entire process did not take long. Once she successfully extracted the stone and placed it on a porcelain plate prepared nearby, Lin Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Success! Now came the suturing, which was a trivial matter for her. She took the embroidered needle that Zhao Yeye had prepared and found it increasingly efficient. She was unsure which divine being had crafted this tool, but as the surgical blade descended, it shimmered with light, directly enveloping the wound to prevent immediate healing while halting any further bleeding. The embroidered needle worked without needing thread, as it transformed spiritual power into stitching. Once she finished sewing, a flash of light signaled that the wound had healed. Curious, Lin Jiao touched it. Had there not been a scar, she might have doubted whether she had performed surgery at all. Wow, the items in the cultivation realm are truly convenient. This healing is astonishing. Hearing her exclamations, Zhao Yeye glanced at the sizable stone on the plate, deducing that the procedure was complete and could no longer contain her excitement. Sister Lin, is it done? Yes. Once the effects of the drowsiness fruit wear off, your Xiao Yu will be fine, and no need for observation. Creatures in the cultivation realm possess remarkably resilient life forces. The wound has healed. Her breathing is steady, and there was hardly any blood loss. This must be the most extraordinary animal I have ever encountered, Lin Jiao remarked quietly. Zhao Yeye, oblivious to Lin Jiao's musings, was simply relieved that her precious companion was safe. She immediately hugged the small winged tiger tightly, joyfully exclaiming, "Wonderful! Xiaofeng, did you hear? Xiao Yu is all right." The winged tiger, Xiaofeng, remained indifferent, thinking to itself, "What is this fuss about?" It was merely a stone extraction. Bored, it licked its paws, embodying the aloofness typical of felines. Conversely, it directed some attention towards Xiao Juanzi, and upon seeing him, it ceased grooming and perked up its wings. Zhao Yeye, engrossed in her concern for Xiao Yu, failed to notice the change in Xiaofeng, and once she confirmed that Xiao Yu was unharmed, she felt a wave of gratitude towards Lin Jiao. "Thank you, Sister Lin. Should Xiao Yu awaken without any issues, I shall gladly reward you, and you shall be my friend from now on. Within Feng City, I will protect you." Lin Jiao hurriedly waved her hands. No, just a monetary reward will suffice. To be your friend is beyond my worth." Zhao Yeye, however, misinterpreted her modesty as disdain for her low cultivation level. She quickly clarified, "Do not underestimate me. I am a cultivator at the initial stage of the golden core, and my Xiaofeng is a mid-stage beast. Together, we can dominate Feng City." This revelation took Lin Jiao by surprise. She had known Zhao Yeye was at the initial stage of the golden core from their first meeting, but she had not realized that she also had a mid-stage beast companion. It made sense. A cultivator at the golden core stage would not contract only a beast at the chi refinement stage. Otherwise, she would not have qualified as a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. Nonetheless, she was reluctant to associate with cultivators, considering that her cub's identity was special. If any cultivators learned of it, they might not survive to tell the tale. Innocence brings suffering, she thought, realizing that a half-demon of significant value to cultivators was not something she wanted to test the limits of human nature. Thus, for the sake of survival in the cultivation world and for the sake of her cub, she needed to devise a plan. Really, there is no need. My son and I are merely taking a brief respite in Feng City. We are soon off to the next city. Zhao Yeye exclaimed, leaving? Where do you plan to go? Not to be rude, but as a woman with a damaged dantian, accompanied by a feeble child, wandering aimlessly could lead to disaster. Do I not know this? It is precisely for that reason that I seek a safe haven. Lin Jiao feigned a smile. I am not carelessly wandering. I intend to join a sect. Join a sect? Zhao Yeye looked at her quizzically, implying that a woman in her condition could not possibly join any sect. How offensive! Do I not know this? Though I speak foolishly, your doubt in my abilities is rather displeasing. As Lin Jiao struggled to contain her rising temper, Zhao Yeye quickly apologized. I did not mean it that way. After carefully considering her words, she continued, without your cultivation, and with a mid-grade treasure in your possession. Believe me, the moment you leave Feng City, you will surely attract those who would kill for it. While I do not know what gives you the confidence to wander with a child, the cultivators in Feng City are different. There are plenty of golden core cultivators, and even some Yuanying ones. A mid-grade treasure is worth such actions. This heartfelt warning caused Lin Jiao to break into a cold sweat. How could she have been so ignorant of the cultivation world's norms? The original owner had only ever interacted with the elite in the first sect, Tianyin sect, who all possessed formidable treasures. Leaving her utterly unaware of such dangers, it had not occurred to her that even among golden core cultivators, many at the lower levels could not utilize treasures, instead relying on magical artifacts. Her understanding of golden core and Yuanying cultivators using treasures and spiritual artifacts was based on the standards of a major sect like Tianyin. Fortunately, Lin Jiao bowed deeply to Zhao Yeye, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Miss Zhao, for your guidance. Otherwise, my son and I would have invited calamity. Do not mention it. I have already declared you my friend. Among friends, why the formalities? Xiao Juanze, witnessing Lin Jiao's cold sweat, could no longer hold back. Lin Jiao, do not worry. I will protect you. Fear not others. Though he was merely in the foundational stage, with the robust physique and combat prowess of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, he could hold his own against golden core cultivators. Lin Jiao assumed he was being considerate, feeling a warm affection as she patted his head. Thank you. It suffices that my cub has such intentions. The rest is for me, the mother, to handle. I truly mean it. Xiao Juanze leaned closer to Lin Jiao, eager to explain, but he could not voice his thoughts. The longer he held it in, the more he felt belittled by Lin Jiao. Regrettably, she dismissed his concerns, insisting, all right, you truly mean it. My cub is the strongest. No, Xiao Juanze persisted, struggling against her. Meanwhile, Zhao Yeye, cradling the small winged tiger, found amusement in the scene. For some reason, watching Sister Lin tease her son reminded her of playing with a dog, particularly the expression on Xiao Juanze's face, which was unmistakably canine. The sight of white fur swirling around her was simply bewildering. What is this? Zhao Yeye thought, gazing at the fluffy white fur floating through the air. With a sharp clap, Lin Jiao struck her own forehead, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Xiao Juanze had shed far too much fur. And in her haste to treat Xiao Yu today, she had forgotten to attend to him. What should she do now? Chapter 14. Secrets revealed in Xiao Juanze's attempt to silence. It was perhaps due to malnutrition in his youth that Xiao Juanze was particularly prone to shedding. Despite his icy demeanor, a remnant of the original owner's disposition, he was notably fond of wagging his tail, which was quite lively and animated. Unbeknownst to her, this resulted in a mouthful of fur. Those who have raised golden retrievers can relate to the mortifying struggle of cleaning up dog hair in the autumn. Consequently, Lin Jiao had to groom him at least 3 times a day. Lest the air be filled with a flurry of white fur, is no exaggeration to say that the fur she collected could almost be fashioned into a pair of gloves. Don't ask me why I collect dog fur, Lin Jiao chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Yeye shot her a blank stare. Do you really think so? Her fiery red cat, a creature of elegance, was unmistakably a feline. Not a dog. If you must fabricate a story, at least choose a credible one. Just as Zhao Yeye was about to inquire further, Xiao Juanze, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly lunged at her with astonishing speed. His hands transformed into claws, and with a thundering stomp, he leapt towards her, his intent clear. Zhao Yeya's instincts as a golden core cultivator kicked in, and she swiftly dodged, leaving Xiao Juanzi's attack to miss its mark. Lin Jiao was taken aback. When had Xiao Juanzi become this formidable? His speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The silver moon howling wolf, a creature of the demon emperor's bloodline, held its own against Zhao Yeya, a cultivator in the early stages of the golden core realm. After narrowly evading another of Xiao Juanzi's strikes, Zhao Yeya shouted, "What are you doing? Stop it at once, or I shall not hold back." Xiao Juanzi's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent. "You have uncovered my secret, therefore, you cannot be spared," he declared, launching another assault that transformed into two blood-red claw marks aimed directly at Zhao Yeya. Startled, Zhao Yeya quickly tossed the little wind spirit she held into the fray. "Xiao Feng, block him." With a resounding roar reminiscent of a tiger's cry, the once diminutive little tiger rapidly grew into a massive winged beast. It raised its right paw and countered with a claw strike of its own. The two forces collided with a tremendous crash, dissipating into the air, and Xiao Juanzi's hood was lifted, revealing his hidden wolf ears. "Half-demon?" Zhao Yeya gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of his wolf ears. This revelation was an inadvertent exposure of his identity. Lin Jiao, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, contemplated intervening. She did not oppose Xiao Juanzi's actions per se. He was correct in stating that only the dead could keep secrets. However, the prerequisite was that one must possess the capability to eliminate a cultivator in the early stages of the golden core. Alongside a mid-stage demon beast was not something a newly awakened half-demon like Xiao Juanzi could contend with. Moreover, she discerned no disdain or murderous intent in his eyes, as someone who had traversed into this narrative world. She found it difficult to reconcile the notion of taking a life as casually as one would sip water. A piercing howl shattered her thoughts. Xiao Juanzi emitted a wolf-like cry, and a glimmer of silver light coursed through him. A moon-shaped insignia appeared on his forehead, obscured by his bangs, and his aura visibly surged. This revelation startled Zhao Yeya. Not only was Xiao Juanzi a half-demon, but he also possessed an exceptionally high lineage. His presence rivaled that of her own winged tiger, who was known as the king of beasts. "Wait." Zhao Yeya attempted to halt the confrontation, but Xiao Juanzi was relentless, forcing her to seek Lin Jiao's assistance. "What are we fighting for? Can we not simply discuss this? Look at how adorable Xiao Juanzi is." As she spoke, she felt a pang of reluctance to harm the charming little creature, especially when Xiao Feng was now timid and lacked the will to fight back. It was true. Given the Beastmaster sect's close ties with demon beasts, there were few cultivators in the realm who did not harbor hostility towards them, save for those of the Beastmaster sect. "Xiao Juanzi, please cease this. Let us converse amicably," Lin Jiao implored, witnessing Xiao Juanzi's determination to charge once more. However, he ignored her completely. Zhao Yeya, shielded by Xiao Feng, narrowly evaded another attack while pleading, "Xiao Juanzi, please, I assure you I will not disclose your secret. Let us stop this. I adore demon beasts and would never betray you. You are far too adorable for me to allow any harm to come your way." Just as she spoke, a streak of crimson light surged towards her face, prompting her to bend low and narrowly escape. Xiao Juanzi, frustrated, wondered why Zhao Yeya was so slippery. He did not trust her empty promises. He had learned to be wary even of his own mother, so how could he place his faith in a stranger like Zhao Yeya? Lin Jiao, feeling the urgency of the situation, realized that if Xiao Juanzi continued his relentless pursuit, he might provoke Zhao Yeya's true wrath. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and charged towards Xiao Junzi. As she approached, her protective talisman activated, revealing the intensity of their confrontation. The blood-red claw marks struck the barrier with tremendous force, equivalent to a full-on attack from a mid-stage golden core cultivator, shattering the protective shield. Utterly aghast, Lin Jiao could only watch as Xiao Juanzi's claws approached her with unyielding force. In a panic, she rushed forward. "Xiao Juanzi, are you all right?" She knelt beside the half-kneeling Xiao Juanzi and, upon confirming he was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. Cradling him in her arms, she whispered, "Xiao Juanzi, I understand your strength, but you are still just a half-demon cub. Facing an early and mid-stage golden core opponent, we are no match. Please trust me with this matter." Xiao Juanzi gazed at Lin Jiao with sincerity, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. With the confrontation finally abated, Zhao Yeye felt a wave of relief wash over her as she wiped the sweat from her brow. It had been a challenge to suppress her instinct to retaliate against the diminutive half-demon, who was barely larger than half her size. Heaven knows how difficult it had been to restrain her instincts. Fortunately, this child's mother had managed to calm him down. Observing the two, Zhao Yeye cautiously approached. I truly will not disclose this incident. I am aware of the precarious position demon beasts hold in the cultivation world, and I assure you, I will remain silent if you wish. I can even swear an oath. Chapter 15. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Though forced to halt, Xiao Juan's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yeye, as if ready to spring into action again at the slightest hint of danger. Lin Jiao, startled, swiftly cradled him in her arms, firmly holding him down while gently stroking his head. Xiao Juanza, please calm down. Zhao Yeye finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the bloodline of the demon emperor, even if compelled by orders to bare its fangs, would yield to a more prudent approach in the face of future repercussions. Just then, the effects of the medicine on Xiao Yu began to wear off, and he slowly awoke. Upon seeing the chaos around him, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. What happened to my grand and spacious cave? Did it become a dilapidated ruin overnight? Did enemies come and ravage it? Zhao Yeye, feeling a bit embarrassed by the situation, rushed to his side. Lin Jiao also stepped forward, cradling Xiao Juanza as they both examined the aftermath. It's all right now. Demon beasts have remarkable recovery abilities. He is already well, Lin Jiao remarked, marveling at the sight. In modern times, this would have been deemed a medical miracle. Zhao Yeye was elated, showering Xiao Yu with concern and affection. Xiao Yu, relieved that his body no longer ached, especially in the sensitive areas, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. After a moment of comforting Xiao Yu, Zhao Yeye found herself at a loss for words as she observed the embracing mother and son. Logically, she should express her gratitude for their healing efforts, but given that their son had just attempted to eliminate her, it felt impossible to overlook that fact. Even her optimistic nature struggled to find the right words in this situation. Lin Jiao, sensing Zhao Yeye's discomfort, cast a helpless glance at her son, who remained unfazed, even shooting her a disapproving look. Realizing the futility of the situation, she took a deep breath. I apologize, Miss Xiao. I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of my son. He acted impulsively, mistaking you for those who view the demon race as enemies, believing half-demons to be despicable beings. He is still young and unaware that while there are indeed malicious individuals in this world, there are also kind-hearted souls like yourself who are generous and compassionate, never seeking to harm the weak. His actions were a grave mistake. Lin Jiao spoke earnestly, as if she were addressing a saint. This heartfelt apology softened Zhao Yeye's demeanor, even evoking a hint of embarrassment. I am not that remarkable either. Zhao Yeye shyly touched her head and smiled. Lin Jiao mentally celebrated with a silent cheer, then continued, lowering her head and, taking advantage of her long sleeves, pinched her own thigh fiercely, causing tears to well up in her eyes. There's a saying, isn't there? A beautiful woman's tears are the most heart-wrenching. Lin Jiao thought to herself, with such a stunning little Juanza born, and having won over the demon emperor, one must assume the original owner was not lacking in beauty. Even a flower-like figure would be too much for the demon emperor to resist. Although, in her view, such a delicate flower-like appearance was not her personal preference. In her previous life, she had been a striking and glamorous beauty. As expected, upon Lin Jiao's weeping, her flower-like visage combined with her willow-like frame rendered her even more ethereal. Her pale face glistening with tears that cascaded down like pearls, tugging at one's heartstrings. Seizing the moment, Lin Jiao lamented. Zaire never wished for this. Since his birth, he has endured countless misfortunes, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. If it weren't for our fortunate fates, we might have perished long ago. I know. It is all my fault as his mother that led him to this. Well, Miss Xiao, if you must kill someone, let it be me. It is all my wrongdoing. Zaire is still so young. I beg you, spare him. As she delved deeper into her act, Lin Jiao covered her face with both hands. Sobbing uncontrollably, the two present were taken aback. Lin Jiao, came the panicked voice of little Juanza. Sister Lin, Zhao Yeye called out anxiously. Lin Jiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No wonder so many people in modern times delight in playing the role of a delicate flower. For the thrill of such manipulation is undeniably exhilarating. What a delightful sin. It was not her intention to become a delicate flower. Rather, it was merely a tactic to deal with Zhao Yeye. A newcomer to society, if one cannot compete, then surrendering and begging for mercy is a viable strategy, and leveraging the art of sorrow is indeed profitable. Zhao Yeye found herself flustered. This child was inherently a naive sweetheart, looking as if she wanted to offer comfort but was at a loss for words. Sister Lin, you truly need not feel so guilty. The moment I learned that little Juanza is a half-demon, I understood why you had to resort to such measures. I empathize. If I were in your position, I would have acted similarly, so rest assured, I have no intentions of harming you, nor will I betray you. Trust me. After a moment's thought, she added, thus, there is no need for such theatrics. Now it was Lin Jiaojiao's turn to feel embarrassed. She lowered her hands from her face and awkwardly laughed. Ah, you saw through me? Zhao Yeye laughed heartily. Do you truly believe that someone who can calmly perform surgery on a demon beast could be a delicate flower? I certainly do not. Your demeanor back then struck me as one of resilience. Though I understand it was all for survival, it was truly unnecessary. I have no ill intentions towards you. Extending one hand toward Lin Jiaojiao, Zhao Yeye, with a serious expression, said, let us introduce ourselves anew. I am Zhao Yeye, a direct disciple of the Jade Yao true monarch from the Beastmaster sect, a practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Lin Jiaojiao was taken aback for a moment before she too smiled and extended her hand in greeting. I am Lin Jiaojiao, previously barely a practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, but now merely a commoner. I beg your pardon. With a shared laugh, animosities faded away. Little Juanza glanced from one to the other, pondering whether to trust Lin Jiaojiao just this once. How could it be? Even with a ruined Dantian, Sister Lin could still treat demon beasts, far surpassing many practitioners. She would surely not remain an ordinary person for long. Zhao Yeye genuinely believed this, noting that Lin Jiaojiao's calm demeanor while performing surgery on the demon beast, devoid of any prejudice, and her connection to a half-demon child, suggested that she was a person of profound wisdom who upheld equality among all beings. Surely, the destruction of her Dantian must have resulted from some form of persecution, right? One cannot deny the power of human imagination. Self-absorbed, Zhao Yeye observed Lin Jiaojiao with increasing warmth and admiration, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet, that was of no concern. As long as the matter was resolved, it sufficed. Sister Lin, I have heard that hair loss is a condition. Have you not considered investigating the cause for your son? This seems rather excessive, she remarked. This comment, however, earned her a fierce glare from the little cub. You are the one losing hair. Your whole family is losing hair. This is merely a normal seasonal shedding. The three, having become acquainted through unusual circumstances, now sat within the cave dwelling, enjoying the spirit fruits and spirit meat provided by Zhao Yeye. As they dined together, accompanied by two beasts, Zhao Yeye could not ignore the flurry of white dog fur floating around, especially after their earlier antics, which had only exacerbated the situation. Initially, it had not been bothersome, but now it was quite overwhelming. Zhao Yeye lost her appetite and was about to cast a cleaning spell to tidy up the dog fur. However, Lin Jiaojiao quickly intervened. Wait, don't cast any spells. I still have use for this fur. Huh. Chapter 16. Hair loss is not a disease, but when it happens, it's truly dire. Zhao Yeye stared in bewilderment at Lin Jiaojiao, who had become adept at collecting dog fur. Are you really collecting dog fur? Observing Lin Jiaojiao's delight in the task and the soft expression on little Juanza's face, who was desperately trying to suppress a smile, Zhao Yeye felt enlightened. Oh, this must be a bonding game between mother and child. She would not interfere. With that, she withdrew her hand, ready to enjoy her meal. Lin Jiaojiao noticed Zhao Yeye's astonished expression but paid it no mind. The young girl was still too innocent, thinking that Lin Jiaojiao was merely collecting dog fur. How naive. What she was collecting was a treasure. Does she know who the little one's father is? That would be none other than the illustrious Demon Emperor, a practitioner in the late stages of the Ascension realm. Such a remarkable lineage could not possibly be lacking in quality. Therefore, even if it were just dog fur, it would still be an extraordinary treasure. Had she not realized that the entire body of a top-tier demon beast is a treasure trove? Lin Jiaojiao mused, having privately tested it herself. This material is impervious to fire and water. If crafted into a finished product, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent magical artifact. I hold a significant advantage here. It's certainly not because I'm coveting the beautiful fur of the fluffy little Juanza. Collecting this dog fur took quite some time. Thankfully, it was only when Zhao Yeye could no longer bear to watch that she cast a spell to assist in the collection. Otherwise, it might have taken ages. Lin Jiaojiao, rubbing her sore waist, remarked, "Yeye, you were right. This cub's shedding is a bit excessive." Lin Jiaojiao believed she was subtly observing little Juan's rear, where his tail was located. With so much fur, would the cub end up bald? The suspicion in her eyes directly pierced little Juan's sensitive heart. He immediately erupted in anger. "Get lost. Don't look at me like that. I'm not bald. It's just a normal shedding." Seeing the cub's flustered and angry demeanor, Lin Jiaojiao fell silent. "Cub, do you know their essay saying that a cover-up only draws more attention? Why emphasize that it's not hair loss when you're so flustered?" But Lin Jiaojiao only dared to think this in her heart. If she voiced it, the little one might actually bite her. "Forget it. Forget it." Lin Jiaojiao changed her approach. "How about this, dear son? After we finish eating, I'll help you groom your fur. Shedding, ahem. Losing fur is not a big deal. And thankfully you have Aunt Zhao here. If it were anyone else, it would be troublesome." This time, little Juanza fell silent, agreeing with Lin Jiaojiao's words with a nod. However, while Lin Jiaojiao was aware of this matter, Zhao Yeye was not. She watched as Lin Jiaojiao cautiously took out a wooden comb, holding in her hands the noticeably shedding tail fur, hesitating to groom little Juanza's tail. After holding back for a moment, she finally spoke. "Sister Lin, I have a secret formula for long-haired. It was developed by my Beast Master sect over many years. It's exceptionally effective for stopping shedding and promoting hair growth. It would be best to use it for little Juanza." Lin Jiaojiao closed her eyes, thinking, "This is it." Lin Jiaojiao could distinctly feel the tail fur in her hands bristle, and then the tail swiftly slipped from her grasp. Escaping her hold as she heard a yelp, a dark figure leaped up, pouncing toward Zhao Yeye. "Oh no." Zhao Yeye swiftly dodged to the side. "Stop shedding, you little rascal." Having evaded, little Juanza grew even angrier. Preparing to leap again, Lin Jiaojiao, who had just arrived, immediately reached out and seized little Juanza's tail. The little wolf cub, caught mid-leap, was thwarted, leading to an inevitable mishap. "Do you know how a wolf reacts when its tail is grabbed?" Little Juanza couldn't help but let out a yelp of pain, his fury deflating immediately, frustrated. He turned to glare at the culprit behind his predicament, unable to suppress a snarl. "Lin Jiaojiao, let go of me." Little Juanza's eyes turned fierce as he glared at Lin Jiaojiao, stating, "Lin Jiaojiao, do you think that just because I've been gentle with you lately, you can tread upon my dignity? I'll tell you. Ow." Another wave of pain surged through him as he felt his tail tugged again, and Lin Jiaojiao was laughing triumphantly. And of course, Lin Jiaojiao was proud. Ever since she accidentally discovered that little Juanza, this mischievous pup, feared having his tail tugged, she had been eager to test it out, and now she had finally seized the opportunity. Usually, aside from when she groomed his fur, she would treat his tail with utmost care. This opportunity for grooming was something Lin Jiaojiao had long sought after. She once mused that little Juanza was incredibly easy to please. Despite previously harboring such animosity towards her, he could now tolerate her touching his tail. If only she knew that by the third day of her transmigration, he had already uncovered her identity. She would surely be left speechless. Xiao Juan's acceptance of her is entirely based on her character, albeit temporarily. Should she ever betray him or bring misfortune upon him, Xiao Juanza would harbor animosity towards her, perhaps even more fiercely than he did towards the original incarnation. Unaware of this, Lin Jiaojiao observed the distressed little cub and then explained, "Cub, we cannot shy away from the truth. She means well. Besides, don't you desire a fluffy, bushy tail? What about the secret formula from the Beastmaster sect? Don't you truly want it?" Xiao Juanza. Upon seeing Xiao Juanza revert to his previous expressionless, icy demeanor, Lin Jiaojiao understood and glanced down at his tail, which was indeed wagging earnestly. The arc it formed suggested a deep longing. Thus, Lin Jiaojiao continued, "If you desire it, you must treat her kindly and with respect. Otherwise, what will you do if she becomes annoyed and refuses to assist you? Be good, cub. I know you won't bow down, but this is not a trivial matter. Apologize first. We need to maintain this attitude." Xiao Juanza lifted his gaze, meeting Lin Jiaojiao's reassuring look, and fell silent. She was right. He could not afford to be rude. After all, he was the offspring of the demon emperor, and such impoliteness would reflect poorly on his father. Indeed, he was merely considering his father's reputation and his own, not merely the secret formula. Xiao Juanzi cast a subtle glance at Zhao Yeye, who was watching them from the side, and gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Seemed that any creature with fur could not resist the allure of the hair growth formula, especially those experiencing hair loss. As the saying goes, hair loss is not a disease, but when it starts, it can be devastating. Finally, having realized she might have touched on a sensitive topic with Xiao Juanzi, Zhao Ye received a solemn apology from him. "I am sorry, Aunt Zhao, it is all my fault. Please forgive me." Watching the little one bow deeply and sincerely apologize, Zhao Ye quickly helped him up. "No need for that. Aunt also has her faults. Please, rise." After comforting the blushing Xiao Juanzi, Zhao Yeye was drawn away by Lin Jiaojiao. Following some negotiations, they finally obtained the so-called hair growth formula from the Beastmaster sect, clutching a bundle of hair growth ointment. As Zhao Yeye rummaged through her storage ring, Lin Jiaojiao discreetly gave Xiao Juanzi a thumbs up behind her back. Xiao Juanzi smiled, unsure whether it was for the hair growth ointment or simply for Lin Jiaojiao's praise. Either way, he was content to consider it a combination of both. Chapter 17. Collecting rewards, preparing to depart satisfied as she watched Lin Jiaojiao secure the hair growth ointment in her satchel. Xiao Juanzi eagerly resumed eating. After a prolonged bout of fighting, he was famished. The spiritual fruits and meats Zhao Yeye had provided were imbued with spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for the body, and not indulging would be a missed opportunity. Conversely, Lin Jiaojiao found her appetite diminished, engaging in conversation with Zhao Yeye, who had also had her fill. "Yeye, now that you are a golden core cultivator, you must have encountered many things. Besides taking a 6th grade Dan medicine to reshape the Dantian, are there any other methods you know of?" The shaping spirit Dan was something she had learned from the memories of the original owner, but even considering the mere 40% success rate of reshaping the Dantian with it, the mere mention of 6th grade Dan medicine was enough to daunt Lin Jiaojiao. From the original owner's memories, 6th grade medicine was something almost unattainable for ordinary individuals. Even 3rd grade Dan medicines were rare in the market. 4th grade ones were practically non-existent, and 5th grade ones were nearly impossible to find, often snatched up as soon as they appeared. 6th grade alchemists were few and far between in the entire cultivation world. Each one a treasured guest among the various sects. To request them to concoct a shaping spirit Dan without substantial power was utterly impossible. As for the 7th grade, there was currently only one person among the 3 major sects' Dan sect leaders. 8th and 9th grades, she had never even heard of them. Thus, this inquiry left Zhao Yeye stumped. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively shook her head. "No, reshaping the Dantian is inherently impossible. Apart from the shaping spirit Dan, I have not heard of any other Dan medicine or method capable of achieving it." Zhao Yeye glanced apologetically at Lin Jiaojiao, realizing her desire to reshape her Dantian. A shattered Dantian nearly severed one's path in cultivation. Yet in today's cultivation world, aside from the shaping spirit Dan, no other means existed. Lin Jiaojiao understood this and was not surprised. If there were other methods, the original owner would have likely mentioned them. It appeared that she would have to embrace her status as a waste. For the sake of the little one, securing a safe haven was of utmost importance. Perhaps she could study the cub's necklace one day and seek the demon emperor's assistance? "Thank you, Yeye," Lin Jiaojiao said. "I see that Xiao Yu is fine now. My cub's identity is too sensitive. It is not wise for us to linger in such a crowded place. Unless something unexpected occurs, I plan to leave with the cub tonight under the cover of darkness, and if possible, I would need your assistance. Of course. But is it really that urgent? You could stay a few more days with me." Zhao Yeye urged. Lin Jiaojiao smiled, aware of Zhao Yeye's sincerity, yet she remained resolute. "I do not wish to test people's hearts. Leaving tonight is just right. No, the Dan sect's Triennial Disciple Recruitment Conference is about to commence. I wish to try my luck." Lin Jiaojiao fabricated. "Ah? The Dan sect?" Zhao Yeye was taken aback by Lin Jiaojiao's lofty aspirations, targeting the Dan sect itself. But was that even feasible? Zhao Yeye found it absurd. Given Lin Jiaojiao's current situation, she couldn't even qualify to be a menial disciple in their Beastmaster sect. Of course, if she revealed her capabilities to her master, it might be possible, but the Dan sect was one of the 3 major factions. Zhao Yeye opened her mouth to persuade her, but Lin Jiaojiao raised her hand. "Yeye, you needn't say more. I understand. However, the Dan sect was once my dream. I want to give it a try." Lin Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with determination. her fervent pursuit of dreams rendering Zhao Yeye speechless, unable to suggest she abandon her aspirations. Very well, if that is what you wish, then go ahead. Reality will teach Sister Lin how to navigate this world. For now, let her hold on to her fantasies. Zhao Yeye quickly shifted the topic. Sister Lin, what did you need help with earlier? Lin Jiaojiao felt a pang of guilt as she said, Yeye, I apologize. For the safety of the cub. I had to say it this way. She had not forgotten the cub's unique bloodline and that he was destined to be the future antagonist. They could not linger in any place or with anyone that could expose his identity. Moreover, the Dan sect had merely been a convenient excuse. It would be sheer folly to bring the cub there, as it was the future heroine's sect. What was she going there for? To seek death? Indeed, merely distancing themselves was insufficient. She would need to instill in the cub a clear understanding that he should not engage with women on the roadside, especially beautiful ones. He must not be swayed by small kindnesses and so-called love. Emotions would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword, cub. In her eyes, there was no way her son could be so naively charmed by a mere Pibao Dan. What was a Pibao Dan? If her son liked it, he could have his fill. Lin Jiaojiao cast a meaningful glance at the cub, who appeared to be suffering. This gaze sent a shiver down Xiao Juanza's spine. Something was amiss. Xiao Juanza anxiously looked around, feeling that someone was plotting against him. However, he found no one. Lin Jiaojiao had already turned away, continuing her conversation with Zhao Yeye, leaving Xiao Juanza bewildered. This shouldn't be. He had activated the Silver Moon Howling Wolf bloodline, and danger warnings were their hallmark. How could there be any mistakes? Unable to comprehend, the cub abandoned his thoughts and resumed eating, even snatching the rations of the winged tiger and fire spirit cat without any complaints from them. They were exceedingly obedient, thinking, what could they do? After all, he is the offspring of the demon emperor. The little ones were starving and wished to be rid of this young lord, or they would surely perish. The spiritual fruits and meats were precisely what he needed, and he felt his physical form rapidly mending. Xiao Juanza lowered his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Both women exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. Was this little one not a tad too gluttonous? Zhao Yeye, having prepared dozens of pounds of spiritual beast meat and a multitude of spiritual fruits for her precious ones, was stunned. Even though her two pets had consumed a significant portion, there was still enough left for the three of them, if not more. Yet, unexpectedly, her two had hardly eaten, leaving everything to go into his belly? How had he not burst? Zhao Yeye was left speechless. He was but a juvenile, incomparable to her two adult demon beasts. Lin Jiaojiao felt a sense of embarrassment but could not find the words to explain. She understood that the little one was in desperate need of spiritual energy due to his newly awakened bloodline, but Zhao Yeye was unaware. Just as she pondered how to clarify, Zhao Yeye seriously took her hand. Speaking with heartfelt sincerity, Sister Lin, were you referring to needing help dealing with some tales? No problem, that's all minor. How do you wish to deal with them? Fry, boil, or stew? Whatever you decide is fine. Look, it's getting late. When shall we depart? Perhaps right now. If they delayed any longer, the ration she had prepared for her little darling would not suffice for Xiao Juanza, who was far too formidable. She could not afford to keep him. Lin Jiaojiao, Zhao Yeye. The consequence of Xiao Juanza displaying his prowess was that as soon as night fell, the three of them hurriedly set off, clutching a bounty of rewards from Zhao Yeye. Although their haul included considerable amounts of gold, spiritual meat, and fruits, as well as some Dan medicines and books, Lin Jiaojiao could not find joy in it. The reason being, her little cub had been rejected. Agreed. You adore my charming half-demon little one, do you not? Chapter 18. Smooth fur, must be smooth. After Lin Jiaojiao silently derided the petty Zhao Yuyu, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Junzi. To her surprise, she found his face flushed with embarrassment and anger, prompting her to ponder, oh no, has the little one become upset? I must soothe him, or I shall be the one to suffer the consequences. She certainly did not wish to experience the full extent of the little one's sharp teeth. Upon noticing Lin Jiaojiao's wandering eyes, Xiao Junzi immediately shot her a piercing glare. Lin Jiaojiao, do you also think I consume too much and that I am a shedding little creature, hence you look down upon me? The moment the glare struck, Lin Jiaojiao's body stiffened, and she forced a chuckle. How could that be? My darling is not only beautiful and capable, but mother adores you too much to ever disdain you. Really? Xiao Junzhe scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze. At that moment, she dared not show any hesitation, nodding emphatically. After a brief silence, Lin Jiao was about to concoct an excuse to find a place to rest. Were it not for the fear of Zhao Yu's ominous talk of murderous treasure snatching, she would not have allowed her to escort them out of Feng City overnight. Now, she had managed to suppress the brilliance of the treasured artifact with Ling Shi's assistance and wrapped it in black cloth, rendering it somewhat safe. Thus, there was no urgency to travel through the night. It was both unsafe and inefficient. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Junzhe, who had been silent for a while, finally whispered, "Will you abandon me?" Lin Jiao's heart jolted, and she quickly lowered her gaze to look at Xiao Junzhe. Seeing him with his head down, shrouded in shadow, she could not discern his expression. Instinctively, she turned to observe his tail, only to find it draped in black cloth. Having forgotten that the little one was wearing a cloak, however, she did not need to look closely to know the state of his tail at that moment. With a sigh in her heart, Lin Jiao squatted down, disregarding the little one's protests, and embraced him tightly. "How could I? You are so sensible and obedient, so beautiful and remarkable. How could a mother part with you? Yet, you are not truly my mother." Xiao Junzhe refrained from uttering this thought. He acknowledged a tinge of fear within him, afraid that should he voice the truth, this spectral figure standing in for his mother would depart, leaving him without anyone who truly cared for him. Thus, the words lingered unspoken on his lips. There are no buts. Lin Jiao disliked this overly sentimental version of Xiao Junzhe. She preferred the previous lively little one who bantered with Zhao Yu. Displaying spirited vitality, that was her darling. Lin Jiao tightened her embrace, compelling Xiao Junzhe to meet her gaze. "Trust your mother. I am no longer the same as before. Now, I am Lin extraordinarily wonderful Mama Jiao. In my eyes, you are the very best in the world, the most formidable, the most beautiful, the most understanding, the number one." Just as she was about to continue her praises, Xiao Junzhe, blushing fiercely from the flattery, covered her incessant chatter with his paws. Seeing Lin Jiao's unfazed expression and her puzzled look, which seemed to convey "Why did you stop me?" Xiao Junzhe could no longer contain himself. "Shut up!" He shot her an indignant glare, warning her with his eyes before releasing his hold. Although he appeared fierce, in truth, all right. Lin Jiao was not at all angered. Instead, she chuckled heartily. It seemed her little one was unaware that his tail was wagging far too enthusiastically for anyone to miss. She mused that it was time to educate him. While he could be himself in front of her, he needed to learn restraint in front of others, lest they expose his true nature. Delighted by the sight of his tail wagging joyfully, Lin Jiao internally cheered. "Oh yeah, successful soothing." With that, Lin Jiao, accompanied by her finally pacified little one, discovered a cave. It was originally the lair of a monstrous black bear. But upon entering, she could not discern what transpired within. Xiao Junzhe forbade her from entering. She could only peek from the entrance. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated as an enormous black bear tumbled out, sobbing and scurrying into the night, disappearing from sight. It was no exaggeration. The great bear truly wept, crying pitifully. Lin Jiao exchanged a perplexed glance with the leisurely emerging Xiao Junzhe. He dusted off his hands, which had gotten dirty during the earlier scuffle, and nodded at Lin Jiao to follow him. "All settled. I took a quick look. The cave is relatively clean. Spending a night here should be fine." Lin Jiao was thoroughly impressed. Having a half-demon child with overwhelming fighting prowess and absolute dominance over demonic beasts was simply delightful. While it was not ideal for a mother to rely on her child to handle matters, the feeling of clinging to power was simply exhilarating. After all, she was still a mere mortal, was she not? Surveying the surroundings, she noted that the black bear was indeed a low-tier demonic beast. It showed a marked difference from ordinary wild animals, even cleaning up its lair. Lin Jiao observed. She nodded in approval. Leaning against the fire that Xiao Junzhe had ignited, her gaze fell upon his tail, which appeared rather sparse. Lin Jiao furrowed her brow slightly. "Why has your tail lost so much fur since the first time I met you? Recently, I haven't deprived you of food or drink. Why is your shedding so severe?" Her scrutiny was impossible to ignore, prompting Xiao Junzhe to feel the need to respond. He quickly turned to face her, instinctively tightening his tail against his bottom. Unable to contain herself, Lin Jiao Jiao cautiously inquired, "Little one, I recall when I first woke up after my injury, your tail was still quite thick. Is this excessive shedding perhaps due to the autumn season? There seems to be quite a difference." Xiao Junzhe bristled, having struck a sensitive chord. Although he had previously lacked adequate nourishment, which made him appear gaunt, he had always taken pride in his beautiful, dense tail as a member of the furry tribe. However, since embarking on the path of cultivation, his once splendid tail had begun to shed, leaving him dumbfounded. He could only seethe with impotent rage. "Mind your own business. It's not shedding. This is normal. You wouldn't understand since you don't have fur." All right. It's merely normal shedding. I don't understand, so don't get riled up." Lin Jiao Jiao recognized that the little one was particularly sensitive about his fur and had inadvertently struck a nerve, so she refrained from provoking him further. However, recalling the hair growth ointment she received from Zhao Yuyu, she asked, "Then, little one, do you want to use the hair growth ointment that your Aunt Zhao gifted you? It works wonders." Chapter 19. The half-demon child who is discerning yet straightforward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junzhe's drooping ears perked up instantly, even swaying to and fro. His tail began to wag hesitantly, reflecting his owner's indecision. Lin Jiao Jiao, observing his hesitation, decided to deliver another blow. With an affected sigh, she lamented, "Your Aunt Zhao specifically told me that this hair growth ointment is exceptionally effective. Ever since its development, it has become the favorite of all demonic beasts in the Beastmaster sect. Almost every disciple of the sect has a bottle. Consequently, this ointment has become extremely scarce. Your Aunt Zhao begrudgingly saved some to gift to you. I never expected that you would not appreciate it. Such a pity, truly. This ointment is only for demonic beasts, not humans. If you don't want it, I can't use it either. I might as well throw it away." "No." Xiao Junzhe, upon hearing the word throw, could no longer restrain himself and shouted in protest. Seeing the little one's anxious demeanor, afraid she might actually discard it, Lin Jiao Jiao struggled to suppress her laughter, her stomach aching from holding it in. Indeed, no matter how mature he seemed, he was still somewhat gullible. Feigning confusion, Lin Jiao Jiao asked, "Why not? You said you don't need it, right?" At this point, Xiao Junzhe could see through Lin Jiao Jiao's playful antics, her eyes sparkling with mischief and humor. Deciding to abandon all pretense, he retorted, "I do need it. Can't you see I'm almost bald? Hurry, put it on me." With that, he plopped down onto the hay, hugging his knees and burying his head in his arms, refusing to emerge. The sight of his rosy ears peeking out made Lin Jiao Jiao acknowledge her own mischievous tendencies. The little one was simply too adorable. After stifling a chuckle, Lin Jiao Jiao composed herself, grabbed the jar of hair growth ointment, and rushed to Xiao Junzhe's side. Though it was all in jest, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Despite the harsh conditions he endured previously, he had never shed fur to this extent. Now that his circumstances had improved, she couldn't help but worry about his well-being. Although she had checked on him several times, she still felt compelled to confirm once more, "Little one, are you truly all right? You've never shed like this before. Is everything really fine?" Gingerly lifting his tail, she inquired with concern. Although she had secretly observed while he slept, she found his pulse steady and had provided him with nourishing meals daily, yet the shedding remained troubling. Half-demons were different from animals. They resembled humans more closely. Xiao Junzhe still buried his head in his arms. His voice muffled that, "I'm fine. Really, better than ever. This has nothing to do with my health. It's probably just a result of my bloodline awakening. It's something inherent that I can't change." Speaking of which, he felt a wave of frustration. Previously, when his silver moon howling wolf bloodline was dormant, he never shed fur. Now that it was awakened, he was shedding instead. Was this the curse of his lineage? It seemed that becoming stronger only led to becoming balder. Was the silver moon howling wolf bloodline truly toxic? Lin Jiao Jiao also thought of this, which caused her to suddenly grin, unable to suppress her laughter. My goodness, does this imply that the bloodline of the Demon Emperor is responsible for this? Ha ha ha, could it be that the Demon Emperor himself is bald? Lin Jiao Jiao imagined a large white dog with a bald head. Nearly laughing herself to death, Xiao Junzhe sensed it. Having already embarrassed himself, why fear further humiliation? If you want to laugh, then laugh. How could I possibly laugh? Laugh. It's just hair loss. I understand. My apologies. Zai Zai. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. How could there be a bald dog? And it's hereditary, ha ha ha. Oh my, just thinking of the Demon Emperor being the same makes my stomach ache. Bald Demon Emperor, ha ha ha. Xiao Junzhe, in a fit of exasperation, felt that Lin Jiao's unabashed laughter, though directed partly at her father, also seemed to mock him. Unable to contain his frustration, he swung his tail, and with a loud slap, Lin Jiao was struck squarely in the face by a bald tail. What the heck? Spit, spit, spit. Lin Jiao was about to scold Xiao Junzhe for his lack of martial ethics and for his sneak attack, but before she could, he swung again, this time directly into her open mouth. Sending dog hair flying it took several spits before she managed to rid her mouth of the fur. When she looked back, she saw Xiao Junzhe's provocative gaze, as if to say, I hit you. What can you do about it? Fine. This little brat is the master now. Setting aside his strength, he was still just a small bean. She certainly couldn't truly hit him. Surrendering gracefully, Lin Jiao quickly admitted defeat. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Is that okay? I won't say bald dog in front of you anymore either. Right now, I'm just your obedient tool for applying medicine. Is that acceptable? Please don't be angry. It's my fault. After speaking, she genuinely opened the bottle, scooped out some ointment with her hand, and began to apply it to Xiao Junzhe. For Xiao Junzhe, he could not be bothered to remind this foolish woman that he was a wolf and not a silly dog. Given her preconceived notions, she had determined he was just a big white dog. How could one reason with her? However, Xiao Junzhe cunningly thought that once he could fully harness his bloodline, he should be able to transform into his true demonic form. At that time, when he directly morphed into a silver moon howling wolf, would she be frightened to the point of losing control upon realizing he was a wolf, not a dog? Xiao Junzhe was delighted by the thought. He knew that this wandering spirit seemed to possess a very weak constitution, terrified even by some low-level demon beasts, if she were to see him. Thus, he resolved never to explain his bloodline again. Wouldn't it be more persuasive to simply transform before her? With that devious plan in mind, Xiao Junzhe cast a meaningful glance at Lin Jiao and allowed her to continue her actions. To be fair, whether this ointment could promote hair growth remained uncertain, but applying it felt quite pleasant, cooling and infused with a delightful floral fragrance. The faint scent of flowers helped to counteract the ever-present stench of the large, clumsy bear in the cave. Had his nose not been so sensitive, he would not have been compelled to thrash that bear in the first place. The furrowed brow of Xiao Junzhe relaxed as he felt considerably better. He even began to instruct Lin Jiao cheerfully. Lin Jiao, apply more, do it carefully, yes, there, apply more there. I feel it's a bit thin, and here too, yes, just there. Despite this, Lin Jiao worked diligently, applying the ointment with utmost care and seriousness. After all, whether she would end up with a fluffy, dense coat or a bald dog depended on this very moment. There could be no room for error. Lin Jiao earnestly applied the ointment to all the areas she deemed sparse, layering it thickly. After thoroughly inspecting for any missed spots, she joyfully turned to Xiao Junzhe to present her work. Look, Zai, I've done it. I didn't miss a single spot. If you don't believe me, check Zai. Chapter 20. The Abnormality of the Dantian, Elder Sangcheng of the Demon Cloud Sect asleep? It seems today has indeed been exhausting. Lin Jiao chuckled to herself. How could it not be tiring? Competing fiercely, completely forgetting that she was merely a little bean. Had they not encountered Zhao Yeye? That sweet yet naive girl, who knows if they would have met their end? Lin Jiao smiled affectionately, then carefully lowered the tail she had been holding, gently draping her cloak over him, making sure not to touch the tail where the ointment had been applied. Otherwise, it would be a wasted effort, and Zai would surely throw a fit. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Jiao tiptoed to a corner where she could keep an eye on Zai's condition and sat cross-legged. Now she needed to observe her own Dantian once more. Although she had become friends with Zhao Yeye without conflict, today's events had sounded a warning bell. This was the realm of cultivation, a world where strength reigned supreme. It was no longer the egalitarian world of her previous life. Had the situation been different, their safety would have been at risk. Especially with Zai possessing such a unique bloodline of the Demon Emperor, she could not afford to remain passive. She needed to ascertain why the original host had consumed Zai's blood for 6 years and only regained a bit of spiritual energy without any real restoration. While she had experienced a change upon her arrival, Perhaps there existed a method to restore the Dantian. Although she could not drink Zai Zai's blood again, what if there were alternatives? Steadying her mind, Lin Jiao focused inward on her Dantian. It had been half a month since she last examined it closely, and upon this sudden inspection, she was almost taken aback. What on earth is this? Lin Jiao gasped in astonishment at her Dantian, which resembled a spider's web and was now largely enveloped in blood energy, with tendrils of that energy gradually mending the cracks in her Dantian. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be progressing much faster than the first time she had seen it. What could be the reason? Goodness! This blood energy must be Zai Zai's, but since her arrival in this world, she had never once consumed his blood. Where was this blood energy coming from? Lin Jiao, not one to accept things at face value, concentrated once more and observed for a long time before discovering that the source of the blood energy was actually her own meridians and flesh. This meant that the blood Zai Zai had given to the original host had not been absorbed, and now, it was actively emerging to repair her Dantian. Lin Jiao stared in disbelief as the blood energy continuously seeped from her own blood and meridians, rushing toward her Dantian as if summoned, moving as if there were no reward for reaching the end, leaving her utterly amazed. My goodness, Zai Zai's bloodline is incredibly powerful. Although she did not understand why the original host's consumption of blood had no effect, it had instead benefited her. This feeling of effortlessly winning was simply delightful. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before her Dantian would be restored. Lin Jiao was overjoyed. This meant she wouldn't have to bother with any 6th-grade pills anymore. With a little patience, her Dantian would heal. However, once the joy subsided, a deep sense of worry took its place. No, Zai Zai's situation was far too reminiscent of the ginseng fruit or the flesh of Tang Sung. It seemed her previous thoughts had not been cautious enough. Indeed, great dangers often lurked in plain sight. Zai Zai's situation required even greater vigilance. She decided to settle in a city inhabited by mortals. Yes, this would be a safer strategy. Resolute, Lin Jiao withdrew from her Dantian and opened her eyes. She glanced at the slumbering Zai Zai, who, in his sleep, appeared far less proud than when awake. His lips slightly pouty. Perhaps it was a trait of half-demons, but he liked to sleep on his stomach, his rear slightly raised, with the tail she had treated dangling beside him, making him simply adorable. How could Lin Jiao bear to let any harm come to such a darling? Motivating herself, she realized Lin Jiao could no longer stay awake. She took out her belongings to prepare for an inventory. Since she had decided to take Zai Zai into hiding, her possessions must be organized. Lin Jiao pulled out everything she currently had. Ling Shi? Forget it. She had no use for it now. She set it aside. The gold given by Zhao Ye amounted to 500 taels, a substantial amount. With so much gold, she could certainly purchase a grand residence in the mortal realm. This was a valuable asset that needed to be secured, as her future home would rely on it. Carefully placing the pouch of coins aside, Ling Shi, witnessing how gently her master treated those mundane items compared to her own treasured sword, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Buzz. Ling Shi, stop causing a ruckus. Rest assured, you are the most important to me. Nothing holds more weight than you. Lin Jiao reassured. I am merely yielding to reality. Right now, my Dantian is shattered, and I possess not a shred of spiritual energy. You can't expect me to survive on nothing, can you? Be good and play elsewhere. Once circumstances allow, I will replace your scabbard with the most exquisite, the most beautiful gemstones. Upon hearing this promise, Ling Shi was satisfied. All right, as long as I am the most important, that's enough. My master is doing this to earn those gemstones. Forgive her. Lin Jiao, too lazy to bother with her dramatic sword, gazed at the 2 storage rings and the storage bracelet in her hand, troubled. These items had been in her possession for half a month, but due to her lack of spiritual energy, they had merely gathered dust. She longed to see what treasures lay within, especially that of the demonic cultivator. Given that cultivator's formidable prowess, at least at the late Golden Core stage, he must have possessed several treasures worthy of his cultivation level. Just the thought of guarding a mountain of gold yet being unable to access it was beyond frustrating. Wait a moment. Lin Jiao's mind sparked with an idea. Zai Zai seemed to have already formed his foundation, hadn't he? Previously, she had not understood why she could not detect his cultivation level, but yesterday, during her spar with Zhao Ye, She had seen through it. What a clever boy, even managing to deceive her. After casting a fierce glare at Xiao Junzhe, Lin Jiao thought that if she had some spiritual energy, it would be easy to handle. She could give him the rings to see what treasures lay inside. Perhaps they would prove useful. Yes, that's the plan. Lin Jiao happily tidied up her belongings, counting them to ensure everything was in order. With a sense of satisfaction, she finally put everything away and went to bed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Sangcheng of the Mo Yun sect had just emerged from seclusion when he received word from his disciple that his biological son, Sang Ke, had extinguished his life lamp half a month prior, which meant that Sang Ke was dead. Do you know who did this? Sang Cheng's face darkened, a heavy sense of murderous intent emanating from him, causing even his disciples to feel the pressure. Master, when we learned of the extinguishment of Sang Ke's life lamp, we descended the mountain to investigate, but found nothing. Our scouts reported that his last known whereabouts were in the human territory of Jingzhou. But with so many cities there, we truly could not uncover anything. The last sentence was nearly inaudible under his master's piercing gaze. Incompetent fools! Sang Cheng, enraged, waved his sleeve, unleashing a sharp surge of demonic energy that sent the disciple crashing against a pillar of the grand hall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The disciple dared not complain, not even wiping the blood from his lips as he hurriedly knelt in apology. I am inept? Sang Cheng cast a glance at him. No longer pressing the issue. Chapter 21. Peeking at me? Seeking death? Yes. The disciple did not dare to waste a moment and rushed to retrieve Sang Ke's life lamp. If he did not act quickly, his master might become enraged and toss him into the abyss of 10,000 demons as well as for the master-disciple bond. Did demonic cultivators possess such sentiments? In the eyes of his master, he likely paled in comparison to that cherished son. Mo Yin thought to himself. Despite such thoughts, he dared not slow his pace, hastening on the demonic cloud horse to the location within the Mo Yun sect where life lamps were stored. Upon relaying his master's request, the disciple guarding the lamps promptly presented them. The moment Sang Cheng grasped the life lamp, his bloodline trembled, resonating with a trace of his son's essence lingering within it. Sang Cheng's expression darkened. Who could it be? Even after so long since his son's demise, there remained a trace of fear. Was it torture? Sang Cheng's eyes instantly transformed into blood-red orbs, swirling with a terrifying murderous aura. If that were the case, he would ensure that this person experienced a fate worse than death. Taking a deep breath, Sang Cheng began to cast a spell. The retracing technique was extremely draining on both magical power, spiritual energy, and the soul. Generally, it would not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Mo Yan's eyes flickered. His master was now the Grand Elder of the Mo Yun sect, at the peak of the void refinement stage, while his esteemed son had only barely reached the late Yuaning stage after countless resources provided by his master, unable even to reach the spirit-severing stage. After nearly a century of effort, he had not attained the spirit-severing stage, while all of them, his fellow disciples, were already at that level. Mo Yin scoffed inwardly. This was the consequence of Sang Ke monopolizing the vast majority of resources. If they were to call him waste, he should not have squandered what did not belong to him. His death was a fitting outcome. If not for him, would they have struggled so long at the spirit-severing stage? The old fool! Mo Yin glared at Sang Cheng, cursing him silently. It is done. I will see who has the audacity to disregard me. Sang Cheng, and kill my son. As soon as the words left his mouth, a light screen unfolded before them. Sang Ke's face appeared within the screen, filled with terror as he gazed into the distance, seemingly uttering something, yet for some inexplicable reason, they could not hear a word. No matter. They could continue watching. Sang Cheng thought, suppressing the unease that surged within him. However, before he could discern what had frightened Sang Ke, a flood of bloodlight engulfed the entire screen, and a cold male voice reached their ears. Dare to spy on this emperor? Seeking death. Before he could react, Sang Cheng was sent flying several meters by the bloodlight, crashing to the ground and spitting up 3 liters of blood in one strike. His meridians were shattered, and coupled with the backlash from his spell, he was rendered nearly powerless, gravely injured. Coughing up blood, Sang Cheng pressed his right hand to his chest, fearfully lifting his head to where the light screen had vanished. Trembling, he uttered, "The demon emperor, Jun Linyi? How can it be him? How could it be him?" Coughing again, he thought, Indeed, he was a powerful being nearing the tribulation stage. Just one strike from afar had made him spit blood. How formidable must the real body be? No wonder his son met his demise at his hands. This vengeance may be impossible to avenge. After a moment of flickering thoughts, Sang Cheng's shoulders slumped in resignation. Even his only son was not worth more than his own life. Among the entirety of the human and demon races, few could contend with Jun Linyi. What could a mere void refinement cultivator do? Sang Cheng almost instantaneously chose to concede. Just as he prepared to call for his disciple to help him rise, intending to enter seclusion for healing, he was interrupted by a sudden gust of wind from a palm strike. Caught off guard due to his injuries, Sang Cheng could not evade and was struck once more. You ungrateful wretch! It turned out this surprise attack had been executed by his own direct disciple, Moyan. O Yin grinned wildly, his tone thick with satisfaction. Old fool, today is your day. My fellow disciples and I have long awaited this moment. Truly, the heavens have eyes, letting you be gravely injured by the demon emperor today. How could I pass up such a splendid opportunity to repay your meticulous teachings? Rest assured, I will ensure you a swift death. You ungrateful disciple, you betray your master. Old fool, demonic cultivators thrive on the principle of the weak devouring the strong. Oh, this is what you taught me. When you personally killed our master and became the leader of the third peak, you called it the inheritance of the sect. Fear not. After your death, I will send you to the abyss of 10,000 demons to keep company with the demonic creatures you adored. Just as you did with your little junior sister, embrace death. Demon Emperor's Hall Jun Lin Yi had not anticipated that, in his effort to protect his son, a casual strike would incite a drama of master and disciple turning against each other. Closing his eyes to perceive the situation within the Mo Yun sect, Jun Lin Yi smirked. Interesting. With the mutual destruction of master and disciple, both would perish, thoroughly clearing the path for the little one. A delightful surprise indeed. His personal guard, Lang Yu, noticed the sudden smile on the emperor's face and trembled slightly. Who had his majesty ensnared this time? This emperor appeared exceedingly dignified, yet only his close guards understood the darkness that lay within his heart. Jun Linyi opened his eyes, gazing at the audacious Lang Yu who was teasing him. He calmly retorted, Are you idle? Lang Yu immediately stood at attention. No, your subordinate is very busy, not idle at all. Jun Linyi smiled lightly. Oh, but this emperor thinks you are quite idle, so much so that you've set your sights on this emperor. Since you are so free, go and take on Lang Tian's task. Lang Yu's face fell instantly. This meant he would be dispatched to the borders, where Lang Tian had recently been tasked with mining. The discovery of a large spiritual stone mine within the demon territory was under his management. This was akin to being exiled to the border to dig for stones. Oh, the agony! Lang Yu shot a speechless glance at the pained Lang Yu. Serves you right, knowing full well you'd be punished. You still provoke him every time, if not you. Then whom? Jun Linyi propped his head on one hand, the other resting on the throne, rhythmically tapping his index finger upon the armrest, ignoring the woeful expression of Lang Yu. He pondered. It seemed the little one's next transformation day was approaching. He wondered how that mother and son would react at that time. Thinking of the erased legacy regarding the half-demon, Jun Lin Ye's face revealed intrigue. He was eager to witness how the little one would panic and how that woman would respond. Did she prefer the fluffy little cub, or, suddenly, he yearned to see it with his own eyes. Chapter 22. Playful Mother and Son. Oh no, another bite. The next day, Xiao Junzhe was awakened by the sunlight streaming into the cave. Blinking sleepily, he immediately noticed Lin Jiao sleeping opposite him, instantly alerting him that hadn't Lin Jiao applied medicine to him last night? Right, she must have used the hair growth balm. He hadn't rubbed it off, had he? Xiao Junzhe jolted awake, hastily bringing his tail to his chest and examining it closely. He sniffed it, and to his satisfaction, the medicinal scent was still strong. Evidently, he had been quite obedient in his sleep. Nodding in approval, he thought this would suffice. The medicine had worked overnight, but he wondered if there were any results. As he glanced left and right, he found no signs of hair growth, and his frustration boiled over. What a useless product. Wasn't it supposed to be the Beast Master Sect's secret for hair growth? After an entire night, not a single hair had appeared. Zhao Yeye was a fraud. He should have given her a beating yesterday to vent his anger. Adults were all liars. Lin Jiao woke up to Xiao Junzai's disgruntled mutterings. Initially drowsy, she quickly became wide awake upon hearing his explosive words, feeling utterly speechless. This child, did he expect to grow hair overnight? Little one, Auntie Zhao provided a hair growth recipe, not a miraculous elixir. No matter how effective a hair product might be, I believe it cannot yield results overnight. Be good. Let us not blame poor Annie Zhao. Xiao Junzai was still cursing Zhao Ye in his heart, planning to vent his frustrations the next time they met. Suddenly, he heard Lin Jiao's helpless voice, which froze him in place. Wait, did she hear all his childish complaints? Hadn't she been asleep? Stiffly turning his head, he met the sight of Lin Jiao looking at him with exasperation, causing Xiao Junzai to blush a deep red. He certainly understands that one cannot grow hair overnight. He merely, oh, when did he become so childish? Of course, I know. Yet, upon saying this, since he is awake, he should get up quickly. I'm hungry. With that, he hastily scrambled up, preparing to grab the water pouch for his morning wash. Finally, he took a moment to admire the bright red face of Xiao Junzi, but upon witnessing this action, Lin Jiao intervened. Little one, you needn't pretend to be an ordinary person in front of me. I am aware that you are already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Spare yourself the struggle and simply use the cleansing technique. It's far superior to water, and it truly is commendable that you've been holding back to conceal it. Xiao Junzi paused, recalling his confrontation with Zhao Ye yesterday, which had exposed his cultivation level. There was no way around it. Had he refrained from fighting, he could have hidden his power using the strength of his inheritance. However, engaging in battle compelled him to draw upon demonic energy, making concealment impossible. A wave of panic surged within him. Would Lin Jiao be angry if she discovered his deception? The thought tightened his grip on the water pouch. Yet, his current strength was no longer that of an ordinary child. This subconscious exertion could easily crush stones. As he watched the pouch rupture and water splatter all over him, he remained oblivious, prompting Lin Jiao to rush forward and snatch the pouch from his hands, tossing it aside. She retrieved her handkerchief, eager to dry him off. Little one, what are you thinking? Is a simple cleansing technique such a big deal? Surely, you won't be embarrassed by it. Oh, what a trivial matter. You won't tell your mother, will you? Let me teach you. Although my cultivation is entirely wasted now, my past experience remains. Teaching you a cleansing technique is a piece of cake. No need for such fuss, dear. Look at you, drenched all over. What a waste of clothes. Lin Jiao's incessant chatter completely dissipated Xiao Junzi's worries. Watching her crouch before him, using a handkerchief to clean his hands and preparing to wipe his clothes, he couldn't help but smile. He gently grasped her moving hand, meeting her puzzled gaze with a grin. No need to wipe. It's troublesome. It was clear to him that she had become a mere shell of her former self. With her dantian shattered, rendering her no different from an ordinary person, leaving her utterly unaware. Then, he noticed Xiao Junzi's mischievous grin. Lin Jiao had yet to comprehend the reason behind his smile when, in the next instant, a flash of red light enveloped him. The sodden area instantly dried, and even the dust collected from resting on hay vanished in an instant. His clothes appeared as pristine as new, leaving Lin Jiao, the simpleton, utterly astonished. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Junzi felt unsatisfied and casually remarked, "It's just a cleansing technique. A minor spell I mastered long ago. This is my first time using it. And it's indeed convenient. Look, I'm instantly clean. Such is the ease of a cultivator. Unbelievable. How dare you flaunt it?" Lin Jiao, fully aware that her mother had always lamented her inability to become a cultivator and thus avoid the drudgery of mundane life, felt her jealousy boil over. With a forced smile, she decisively grasped his ears, playfully pinching and tugging to vent her envy. "How impressive, my little one. You're truly remarkable. Mother is so proud." After gritting her teeth, her mischievous hands extended toward his tail, determined to give it a thorough ruffle. The moment her fingers brushed against his tail, he melted into a heap. After all, his tail was his Achilles heel. Lin Jiao. "Stop it. Ha, please, cease at once. No touching my tail, ha 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 ha." His tail fur was completely disheveled, and his ears drooped lamely, reflecting the abuse, no, the treatment, he had endured. "All right, I'll let go, but you must fulfill your promise. First, cast a cleansing technique for me." I haven't tea-bathed properly in days and feel so uncomfortable. Also, you must help me open the storage ring. I can't wait to see how many treasures are inside. Only then did Xiao Juan's vacant eyes light up with Lin Jiaojiao's words. Lin Jiaojiao, you! She gently placed her hand against the approaching Xiao Juanzi, saying, Little one, promises must be kept. This is what you agreed to. Mother hasn't he forced you. Had it been in the past, she would never have dared to pluck at his pride. Now, however, she had discovered that her little one was quite the tsundere. While she didn't quite understand why his animosity towards her had vanished so swiftly, she reveled in it. How could anyone resist the charm of such an adorable little one? Xiao Juanzi, exasperated, suddenly opened his mouth and playfully bit the hand Lin Jiaojiao had placed on his head. A jolt of panic surged through Lin Jiaojiao. Did he still harbor intense dislike for her? Had she gone too far? She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the pain of her hand being bitten. But to her surprise, it didn't hurt at all. Cautiously, she opened one eye. And what did she see? Chapter 23. Striking it rich, Xiao Juanzi glared fiercely, his teeth clenched, as though he wanted to devour her whole. However, had it not been for the complete absence of pain, just a ticklish sensation, she might have been fooled by the little rascal's act. He nibbled on his own fingers, scratching them until they itched unbearably. When Xiao Juanzi saw Lin Jiaojiao's silence and her peculiar expression, he became even more flustered, stifling laughter, mistakenly believing he had genuinely bitten her, prompting him to spit her hand out in a hurry. What happened? Did I really hurt you? That shouldn't be. I didn't use any force at all, Xiao Juanzi thought, anxiously lowering his head to examine her fingers. Lin Jiao could no longer contain herself. She scooped up Xiao Juanzi and laughed. Ha ha ha, little one. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help it. Ha ha ha, how could you be so adorable? Are you too fond of your mother to bite hard? Indeed, my little one loves his mother the most. Don't worry, my little one. It's perfectly fine. You can bite as hard as you like. My little one is so cute. What is wrong with a little nibble? Ha ha ha, you're just too adorable. Help. This time, Xiao Juanzi genuinely wanted to bite her, especially after Lin Jiaojiao's unabashed laughter. Ow, 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 little one. I was just joking. My delicate skin can't handle such bites. Please be gentle. I was wrong. It was too late. Ow. I warn you, Juanzi. A single bite for relief is enough. If you bite me again, I'll be furious. Really, I mean it. You better watch out. Oh, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Lord June, spare me. Lin Jiaojiao mournfully sat beside the haystack, gazing at Xiao Juanzi, who faced her with indifference, holding the storage ring of the demonic cultivator, Sang Ke, with a serious expression. Channeling spiritual energy into the storage ring, he effortlessly accessed it. The master had perished. This storage ring was now a masterless object. Upon probing its consciousness, Xiao Juanzi paused, frowning slightly. Lin Jiaojiao, who had been watching closely, felt a sense of dread. Could it be that the demonic cultivator was impoverished, devoid of any items, hence Xiao Juanzi's expression? If so, she would surely be heartbroken, as she had harbored dreams of instant wealth. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Jiaojiao hastily inquired, little one, what did you find? Is there anything inside? With that look, it can't be empty, can it? It shouldn't be. This storage ring appears far more advanced than my bracelet. It must have survived your father's strike, so it cannot be low grade, right? Surely, a storage ring of this caliber must contain something worthwhile. Please don't tell me it's merely for show. I was so hoping for a windfall. Seeing Lin Jiaojiao prattling on, Xiao Juanzi felt a twinge of fear and dared not tease her further. Her incessant chatter could drive him to distraction. Don't misunderstand. My frown stems from curiosity about who this individual was and if there are any good items inside. The storage ring is filled with treasures, hundreds of cubic meters, comprising not only demonic cultivator items, but also those belonging to cultivators. Don't believe me? Look, fearing she wouldn't believe him, Xiao Juanzi infused spiritual energy into the ring. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Jiaojiao found herself surrounded by a mountain of items, leaving her with no space to step. The dazzling golden light nearly blinded her. Is this truly spirit stones? Such high purity, top-grade spirit stones? Goodness, just these top-grade spirit stones alone are worth 100,000. Premium spirit stones are worth 500,000. Mid-grade spirit stones over 1 million. and countless low-grade spirit stones. I am rich, I'm rich. How could one be so wealthy? Moreover, there are various magical artifacts, a demonic banner. This fluctuation can't be a high-grade demonic artifact, can it? How could a mere golden core stage demonic cultivator possess such items? What a pity. They're specifically for demonic cultivators, so we can't use them. This must be a defensive magical artifact, a mid-grade demonic artifact. And these are all low-grade demonic artifacts. Why are they all for demonic cultivators? Such a waste. Thankfully, there are also items usable by cultivators, albeit the highest being a mid-grade treasure. It's barely sufficient for my little one. My goodness, there are even talismans. Thunderbolt talismans, fire talismans, tracking talismans, rapid movement talismans. These are the best tools for escape. Even I, in the past, didn't he possess such items? I'm envious of the wealthy. Oh, but Sankei is already dead, so it's all fine. I'm the wealthy one now, hee hee. Unfortunately, there aren't too many elixirs. Just low-grade ones. These must have been his leftovers. It seems he was severely injured. No wonder. However, there are quite a few fasting elixirs. As she pondered the fasting elixirs, Lin Jiao's meaningful gaze fell upon Xiao Juanza, which startled the little one, who had been watching her count the items with an array of expressions. He tilted his head in confusion. What is up? Lin Jiao quickly shook her head. Nothing, nothing. I merely thought of feeding you some fasting elixirs. However, after a moment's contemplation, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. A miscalculation occurred. The little one just overindulged, and feeding him the fasting pill again could lead to a dire situation. Moreover, Lin Jiao was reluctant to acknowledge her own timidity, fearing a potential bite. It's of no consequence. I'll hold on to it for now. There will surely be an opportunity. Observing Lin Jiao's mysterious smile as she gathered several bottles of fasting pills. She even meticulously cleared a dedicated space for little Junzei to place them in his storage ring, claiming they would be of great use, which left him perplexed. For some reason, seeing Lin Jiao's expression ignited an inexplicable urge in him to bite someone. Resisting this impulse, little Junzei diligently stored the pills as she wished. Upon seeing the fasting pills neatly organized, Lin Jiao felt a wave of satisfaction and continued her inventory. Her eyes sparkled brighter with each item counted. For she had struck gold. Who exactly was this Sankei? Such wealth. Not only were there items for demon cultivators, but also plenty for regular practitioners. Sankei, a demon cultivator possessing such items. If this were not a case of murder and treasure seizing. Look, there are even women's robes. I can only say, splendid work. Lin Jiao joyfully whistled, holding the woman's robe in her hand. Although it was merely a medium-grade magical artifact, its design was exquisite, and she wanted it. Delighted, she donned the robe, discarding her outer garment without hesitation, and after admiring her reflection, she spun around joyfully. How does it look? Isn't it beautiful? Lin Jiao eagerly glanced at little Junzei, inquiring. Little Junzei, too, was swept up in her joy, scanning the pile to see what he could utilize, momentarily neglecting Lin Jiao. Upon hearing her question, he looked up, stunned. Lin Jiao was unexpectedly beautiful. Although he had known she was good-looking, her malicious heart had completely marred that beauty, inducing unwarranted aversion and causing him to overlook her allure. Now, the enchanting figure before him wore a charming smile, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her lips naturally tinted red, and her slender waist cinched by the robe's belt, accentuating her delicate form, while the flowing celestial gown complemented her fragile grace. Little Junzei was left spellbound. Indeed, one's attire can transform their appearance. He, I knew it would look good. Unfortunately, there's nothing here for you to wear, but fret not. All these treasures belong to you. When you grow up, you can enjoy them at your leisure. Lin Jiao feared that the child might feel envious of her new attire, thus feeling a sense of imbalance. Little Junzei, however, remained indifferent, his keen eyes spotting a hairpin among the treasures, which appeared to be a defensive magical artifact, likely useful for Lin Jiao. Casually picking it up, he examined it for a while. Somewhat lackluster. A mid-grade artifact. It must have been taken from some wandering cultivator by that demon cultivator. Still, giving it to Lin Jiao for styling her hair wouldn't be a bad idea. Glancing at Lin Jiao's casually tied ponytail, he mused. He then stood up, watching her as she rummaged through the items, murmuring about her newfound wealth without noticing him. Seizing the opportunity, Little Junzei swiftly placed the hairpin atop her head. Feeling something inserted into her hair, Lin Jiao looked up in confusion. Cubs? Chapter 24. The Mysterious Pearl, a Rusty Sword, and the Treasure Wholesale Merchant sang K. What just got stuck in my hair? Little Junzei met her gaze with a nonchalant expression. Just a hairpin? Wear it for fun. A girl should at least have a decent hairpin. It's embarrassing, Lin Jiao pouted, thinking that if he wanted to be nice, he could just say it outright instead of insulting her. Fine, given that you're a bit proud, I forgive you. There was no choice. Her only wooden hairpin had been used to pry open a gemstone and was now unusable later as a modern person. She realized she wasn't very good at styling her hair, so she simply resorted to a ponytail. However, this hairpin was given to her by the cub, so for his sake, she would reluctantly wear it. Lowering her head, she decided she ought to make some gesture since the child had expressed his feelings. Wait a moment, let me see if there is a suitable magical artifact for you. Suddenly, Lin Jiao's gaze fell upon a particular spot, her expression turning serious. Curious, little Junzei followed her line of sight and found himself unable to look away. There, before them, lay a rather inconspicuous pearl. Dull and gray. Had it not emitted a faint aura, one might easily dismiss it as an artifact. The reason Lin Jiao appeared serious was that upon seeing it, the name Demon Capturing Pearl flashed through her mind. Wasn't he that the personal magical artifact of the future demon sovereign? To think such a formidable weapon originated from the demon cultivator Sang Ke. Moreover, it was equivalent to a low-grade celestial artifact. Yet so unassuming. Had she not been familiar with the plot, she might not have believed this was a heavenly-grade magical artifact. Could she be mistaken? Lin Jiao turned to little Junzei, only to find him fixated on the pearl, causing alarm bells to ring in her mind. Oh no, wasn't he little Junzei supposed to be free of corruption? Why was he drawn to this demon-capturing pearl? No, she had to intervene. Lin Jiao swiftly pulled little Junzei back, forcing a smile against his puzzled gaze. Cub, I just discovered a super cool sword that would suit your temperament perfectly. It's incredibly powerful and undoubtedly a great treasure. How about I give it to you as a sword to carry? Even if you can't use it now, you can slowly cultivate a bond with it for when you grow up. This piqued little Junzei's interest. What sword? Lin Jiao had also been a sword cultivator, and knowing she hailed from a prestigious sect, he was eager to learn what kind of sword she found impressive. Seeing little Junzei's expectant gaze, Lin Jiao felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. She casually rummaged through the pile of artifacts and thrust a sword into little Junzei's hands. Here, it's this one. Little Junzei looked down at the corroded sword resting in his palm, speechless. Are you certain it's this one? He gazed quizzically at the flustered Lin Jiao. Yes, little Junzei nodded, asserting it's quite impressive. If it's rusted like this and still intact, it must be formidable. I doubt it could even cut through a firm piece of tofu. Right? Isn't it impressive? Lin Jiao half-heartedly agreed, only to realize something was amiss. She quickly lowered her head and saw the sword in little Junzei's hand, which was beyond rusted. When she raised her gaze slightly, she met little Junzei's teasing eyes, which shattered her composure. Internally, she was fuming. Damn it, Sang Ke, were you a Pishio in your past life? Just hoarding everything and cramming it into your storage ring? As a late-stage golden core cultivator, you should have some taste. How could you keep a sword so rusted? Isn't that slapping me in the face? I've got to say, your choice is quite poor. Among the multitude of exquisite swords, you settle for this rusty one. How absurd! Despite her frustration, she had already made a promise to herself. She couldn't back out now. If she didn't manage to convince him, where would her dignity as a mother go? Watch how I spin this, how I tell him this is an extraordinary treasure. Cub, you see, generally speaking, the more powerful the magical artifact, the less it stands out. Just like the old man in the ring. Wasn't he treating it as an ordinary ring for years before it activated? I glanced at this rusty sword and sensed its potential. Look how it has rusted, which is easy to accomplish. Perhaps this is merely a disguise. Underneath lies a hidden mystery. Some ancient powers enjoy this tactic, acting like a pig to eat a tiger, waiting for a fated individual. Perhaps this is an ancient sword. A divine artifact. Having read a few fantasy novels, Lin Jiao became more convinced of her theory, her expression shifting to one of doubt as she gazed at the sword in little Junzei's hand. Both mother and son, in this moment, shared an unspoken understanding, their gazes fixed on the rusty sword, deep in thought. "Cub, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Jiao suggested hesitantly. Little Junzhe understood her intention. She wanted him to refine the sword. As for her hesitation, Lin Jiao feared it might indeed be a broken sword, and if he refined it, he might feel discontented. Children typically favor powerful and impressive artifacts. However, little Junzhe remained indifferent. If only Lin Jiao knew he was far from fragile. A rusty sword meant nothing to him, especially since it wasn't intended as his life's treasure. After contemplating, he decisively nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, little Junzhe sat cross-legged, his adorable round face slightly puffed up from recent weight gain, preparing to refine the sword. Unlike usual, Lin Jiao was intrigued by his actions, for she was unaware that little Junzhe had performed this motion many times in private. Observing the little one, who appeared so cute yet insisted on acting mature, Lin Jiao struggled to suppress her laughter. However, she refrained from doing so. This wasn't the time for amusement. Important matters were at hand. Her heart raced as she watched little Junzhe refine the rusty sword in silence, her gaze unwavering. In what felt like an eternity, little Junzhe finally opened his eyes, his expression inscrutable. "What happened? Is it as we surmised?" Seeing little Junzhe nod and shake his head in confusion left Lin Jiao bewildered. What did this mean? What does it mean to nod and shake one's head? It signifies a state of both affirmation and negation. Judging by the reactions of this rusted sword, it is evident that it was once a formidable magical artifact. Or rather, a divine weapon. However, a divine weapon. Goodness, truly a divine weapon? Lin Jiao did not hear the subsequent but. She was merely overwhelmed by the mention of a divine weapon. Goodness, this Sankei is impressive. Practically a treasure wholesaler, with one celestial instrument and one divine weapon. Although it had already been stated, she could not help but cheer for him, praising Grandfather Sang for his brilliance and finesse. Chapter 25. The divine weapon is damaged. Lin Jiao attempts alchemy. Although such occurrences generally come with a risk, one must consider the upper limits. After all, the upper limit is a divine weapon. If this were to, wouldn't it be an incredible profit? Xiao Juanze, feeling helpless, observed Lin Jiao's joyful expression and realized that she was solely focused on the divine weapon, likely neglecting other important aspects. What could he do but indulge her? "Lin Jiao, did you not hear the but I mentioned?" Xiao Juanze's tone was laden with exasperation, one that even Lin Jiao could not overlook. Of course, I understand. It is merely that the power of a divine weapon may be too great for you to use temporarily, or it might be sealed. I comprehend the pattern. This is a common trope in novels. The male protagonist levels up by defeating foes, growing in power until he can master it. It's hardly a big deal. Yet, no sooner had she uttered these words than Xiao Juanze fixed her with a gaze that seemed to convey, "You're young, yet your thoughts are so naive." Lin Jiao felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutinizing stare. Isn't that the case? It may be a fanciful notion, but the reality is that it has been damaged. Its power diminished to a mere fraction. Nonetheless, its origins are quite extraordinary. It is the fated sword of the war god of the celestial realm, Qiyu. Though Xiao Juanze appeared diminutive, he gazed longingly at the rusted sword. A sight that was oddly dissonant. Yet, it was understandable, as she too felt a pang of regret. How striking, Long Yuan, a name that immediately suggests something extraordinary, the sword of the war god of the celestial realm. One cannot help but acknowledge that it is indeed worthy of being the formidable counterpart to the male protagonist. To possess such a sword puts the male protagonist's upper-grade celestial sword. Zhiguang, to shame. However, wait a moment, if its current capability is, it can only be comparable to an upper-grade treasure, right? To restore its former status would be quite a challenge based on Long Yuan's feedback. At this moment, Lin Jiao could deeply empathize with Xiao Juanze's sense of regret. A divine weapon that can only be compared to an upper-grade treasure. This is not merely a fraction of its former glory. It has plummeted by 3 ranks. It was simply too painful. Lin Jiao clutched her chest and retreated several steps before regaining her composure. Xiao Juanze twirled the sword with a flourish, casting a casual glance at the dramatic Lin Jiao before sheathing the sword behind him. Although his feet yearned to dig into something, they had managed to obscure the matter of the magic absorption pearl, as long as the little one did not pry into it and did not follow the original plot's path. Let the awkwardness be what it may. Unbeknownst to Xiao Juanzi, Lin Jiaojiao's intentions were earnest as he continued to survey the items. Unlike Lin Jiaojiao, who was rather oblivious, he had gleaned considerable knowledge from the inheritance. Understanding that Sankei's possession of such fine items must be linked to some ancient relics, especially since Long Yuan once belonged to the war god of the celestial realm. Thus, it was not entirely impossible that there might be other treasures among this collection. However, after the mother and son had spent considerable time sifting through the items, they found no other celestial instruments or divine weapons akin to these two. Both mother and son simultaneously revealed expressions of regret. Alas, how could divine weapons be common? If they were, Sankei would have long been slaughtered for his treasures. It would never have come to pass that they would have the chance. Let us pack up and prepare to set off. Xiao Juanzi concurred emphatically. Thus, he began to gather all the items. Wait. Xiao Juanzi halted, glancing at Lin Jiaojiao, who was frowning once more. What is it? Have you discovered something? If it is indeed remarkable, then Sankei would certainly be considered a benefactor to us. No, I am merely intrigued by this book. Lin Jiaojiao smiled as she picked up a volume. Xiao Juanzi focused his gaze and saw it was an introductory text on alchemy, Introduction to Alchemy. This item, does Sankei possess this as well? One cannot help but wonder if Sankei is somehow connected to Paixio. Now even Xiao Juanzi could not help but entertain such thoughts. However, that would be unjust to his illustrious self as a demon cultivator. He merely relished the thrill of conquest and treasure acquisition. To him, anything seized by his hand was a trophy of war. Every single hair is valuable. Sankei simply delights in the lamentations of the weak, reveling in the spoils amidst the anguished cries of the vanquished. What is wrong with that? He is merely a pervert. Albeit one who crafted a wedding gown for Lin Jiaojiao. Xiao Juanzi held no objections. A mere book, even if it was a common commodity. If Lin Jiaojiao found joy in it, she could keep it. Even tearing it apart for amusement, he would not mind. After repeatedly inquiring if Lin Jiaojiao needed anything else, Xiao Juanzi raised his hand, the storage ring shimmering with light, and the pile of items was swiftly drawn into the ring. In a matter of 3 seconds, everything was collected, remarkably convenient, causing Lin Jiaojiao to feel a pang of envy. She lamented having arrived too late. Had she come before the little one, she would have diligently cultivated her skills, striving to ensure that when she was inevitably cast aside, she would not be reduced to a mere furnace for evil cultivators, leading to the shattering of her dantians and rendering her unable to become a cultivator. Alas, however, as Lin Jiaojiao glanced at the book clutched in her hands, she felt uncertain of her own aspirations. Without spiritual power, could she truly become an alchemist? It was worth a try. Lin Jiaojiao tucked the book close and stood up, extending her hand for Xiao Juanzi to take. Kai, with this substantial fortune backing us, we finally possess the means to traverse the world. Let us go, Kai. We shall set forth to seek refuge in a mortal city. And as for the future, we shall deliberate later. She was well aware that, as a half-demon, Kai would face considerable challenges among the human race. Yet, the last time the demon emperor had not specified what was to become of Kai. And she remained uncertain of the other's stance. From Kai's perspective, it would certainly be better to stay close to his father. However, he had not even afforded her the opportunity to speak, nearly resorting to violence. This path seemed temporarily blocked. The only option was to devise a way to remain among the humans, while she would ponder strategies regarding the demon emperor later, if all else failed. She could raise him herself, but what about Kai in his current state? Thus, she needed to find a way to become an alchemist or locate a discreet alchemist. She recalled that among the 4th-grade elixirs, there existed a disguise elixir, the masking elixir. She wondered if it could be utilized for Kai. It was quite vexing. To prevent any delays for Kai, having him apprenticed to learn the craft would be ideal. Yet, his appearance was like a ticking time bomb. While his tail could be concealed, what about those conspicuous ears? Lin Jiaojiao rubbed the ears hidden beneath his cloak, pondering how such noticeable features could evade scrutiny. Even within a sect, surely, he could not be expected to wear a cloak at all times. A 4th-grade elixir could indeed provide concealment, as it would not be discernible until after the nascent soul stage. But thereafter, it would be ineffective. Given Xiao Juanzi's identity as a villain, he inevitably had to grow stronger. Who knew if the protagonist would appear later, and whether Kai would be in danger? Thus, it was undoubtedly imperative for him to become stronger than before. This inner monologue caused Xiao Juan's eyes to flicker. Chapter 26. Another exploding furnace. Lin Jiaojiao's difficult path to alchemy. Half a month later, in a lavish estate on the outskirts of Xian City, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Xiao Juanze, who was meditating in his room, immediately opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing across his gaze. Resigned to his fate, he quickly rose and dashed next door. The adjacent room was a realm of its own, with a formation inscribed upon the walls radiating a bright light, dispelling the smoke that had engulfed the once chaotic room. Upon entering, Xiao Juanze beheld a woman clad in azure, sprawled on the floor, coughing incessantly. Thanks to the cleaning properties of her robes, they remained spotless, save for her smeared face. Cough, cough, cough. Goodness, it exploded again. It seems that maintaining the flame for the second grade elixir is quite the challenge. Cough, Kai Kai, you have arrived. Lin Jiaojia was musing over the consequences of her latest failure when she noticed Xiao Juanze standing at the doorway, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Instantly, she plastered a smile on her flower-painted visage, hoping to curry favor. The reason for her obsequiousness was that her little one had explicitly forbidden her from experimenting with second-grade elixirs without his presence. Reflecting on this, Lin Jiaojiao felt a pang of guilt. She had just begun to grasp some concepts and could hardly contain her eagerness to experiment. Moreover, hadn't Kai Kai been retreating to solidify his cultivation lately? Lin Jiaojiao, do you even feel a shred of guilt? Have you forgotten the promise you made me? Did you not vow to refrain from such actions? Xiao Juan's expression was a mixture of amusement and reproach as he regarded her. Lin Jiaojiao quivered under his gaze, not out of fear but because her son had become rather domineering. The thought of disobedience leading to punishment from him made her spirit falter. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes darted around. Seeking a way to salvage the situation, in a moment of desperation, she sprang up from the floor and enveloped him in a tight embrace, pouting. Kai Kai, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on this mother. Just this once, it's just that I finally had a glimmer of inspiration, and I was a bit too eager. You see, I truly regret my actions. Xiao Juanze remained unyielding, his expression flat as he replied. You have uttered this phrase 3 times. This marks the 4th. Identical words, do you think I will believe you again? He raised an eyebrow. Did I really say that 4 times? I have no recollection. She mused. Alas, her obsession with concocting second-grade elixirs had consumed her thoughts, leaving little room for anything else. Lin Jiaojiao looked at Xiao Juanze with an expression of innocent defiance. Seeing her thus, Xiao Juanze could hardly maintain his irritation. With a sigh, he began to form seals with his hands. A fleeting moment of inspiration illuminated Lin Jiaojiao's previously soiled face, restoring her unparalleled beauty. Overjoyed, Lin Jiaojiao impulsively planted a kiss on the delicate visage of Xiao Juanze, exclaiming, Wuma, you are still the one who cherishes me the most. Come quickly, I have something to show you. Oh, and please help me find another kind of beast fire. The third-grade beast fire was indeed commendable, but its power was insufficient. If it could be a bit more formidable, I would be able to refine the materials swiftly and thus attain second-grade status, wouldn't I? Xiao Juanze felt his face flush momentarily from the kiss. But upon hearing Lin Jiaojiao's dissatisfaction with the beast fire, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stepped forward in response to her enthusiasm. Oh, it seems that the strength of that flame lion was too weak. Resulting in inadequate temperature, I shall venture into the deep mountains tomorrow to seek the fire from the Flame Lion King. Its power should be quite decent, likely reaching 4th grade, which should suffice for your needs. Xiao Juanze spoke with a nonchalant air, treating the 4th grade Flame Lion King as though it were merely a playful kitten. One must understand that a 4th grade flame indicates the Flame Lion King's strength must at least be mid-golden core stage. Has the little one's strength truly advanced in just half a month? Lin Jiaojiao's curious gaze frequently drifted towards Xiao Juanze, who, aware of her scrutiny, allowed it without protest. Mid-golden core stage was merely a stepping stone. After all, did he not possess the bloodline of a demon emperor? Yet, it was Lin Jiaojiao who intrigued him. Xiao Juanze's eyes darkened as he observed Lin Jiaojiao's silhouette. Half a month prior, he had accompanied her to the human-congregated city of Yicheng. With the 500 taels of gold gifted by Zhao Yeye, they purchased a traditional courtyard residence and settled there. Initially, a few unscrupulous individuals sought to provoke them, believing a mother and her orphan child to be easy targets. But would he allow such insolence? He dealt with one swiftly, and if two arrived, he would handle them both. Even after a deliberate display of his cultivation, these nuisances ceased to appear. In a world where cultivation was revered, cultivators were a group that mere mortals dared not provoke. Thus, having firmly established their roots, both Lin Jiao and he began to pursue their respective ambitions. He continued cultivating, striving to master his bloodline power and advance his own strength. Lin Jiao, on the other hand, was engrossed in her copy of Introduction to Alchemy, gleefully declaring, "As for me, my dantian is shattered, and hope for cultivation seems bleak. Yet, I might still strive to become an alchemist. I have heard that while the requirements for alchemists are indeed high, they can also be quite lenient. I wish to give it a try. If it fails, so be it." Everyone claims that alchemy necessitates a fire attribute spiritual root. Yet it is said that a wood attribute spiritual root can suffice. The cultivation world boasts many alternatives for fire. Beast fire, Dan fire, or even it is not strictly confined to fire spiritual roots. But without spiritual energy, can one even produce a Dan? Furthermore, with so many spiritual herbs, could Lin Jiao, in her naivety, truly remember them all? How could she possibly believe that the requirements for an alchemist were not steep? If they were so easy, why were there so few 7th or 8th grade alchemists in the entire cultivation world? Xiao Junzhe contemplated informing her, but witnessing the excitement radiating from Lin Jiao's face, he held his tongue and chose to support her wholeheartedly. The following day, Lin Jiao approached him, a medicinal basket slung over her shoulder, her face illuminated with a pleading smile. "Kai, I wish to attempt to refine a 1st grade Dan. They are far too expensive to purchase, so I intend to gather the herbs myself. Will you take me along when you venture into the deep mountains for your training?" Carrying Long Yuan and preparing for his own training, Xiao Junzhe, whose stature was still less than 2/3 of Long Yuan's, was rendered speechless. Moments later, high above Xuanqing, Lin Jiao, standing behind Xiao Junzhe and experiencing her first ride on a flying sword, exclaimed, Kai, do slow down. I have a fear of heights." She found herself appreciating the grounded existence of an ordinary person, for if a cultivator feared heights, they might well be the subject of ridicule, especially when the one escorting her was not even half her height, leaving her utterly powerless against the views. Thus, with trembling legs, Lin Jiao gathered a basket full of low-grade spiritual herbs. Subsequently, she declared, Kai, alchemy requires fire. Ordinary fire simply won't do, see? She leaned closer, beaming as she observed Xiao Junzhe meditating. Xiao Junzhe remained silent, pressing his lips together. Lin Jiao quickly approached, embracing him and playfully pleading, "Dear Kai, please assist me. I cannot possibly obtain a suitable fire on my own. I implore you." Gazing at the endearing Lin Jiao in his embrace, Xiao Junzhe gently extricated himself from her grasp, drawing his sword as he stepped outside. Just as Lin Jiao pondered whether his response was an affirmation or a refusal, he reassured her, "Just wait. Then wait for me. I am coming too." Her thoughts of being a shield in case of danger were dashed as she witnessed a lopsided display of one-sided slaughter, ultimately yielding a 3rd-grade beast fire. Lin Jiao then extracted the alchemy furnace she had procured from the city, a rudimentary device barely adequate for her needs. Ecstatic that her preliminary preparations were complete, she then dove headfirst into her room to meticulously study her craft. After several explosive failures, Xiao Junzhe anticipated her eventual surrender. However, to his surprise, she not only remained undeterred but her eyes sparkled brighter with each setback. In just 7 days, she succeeded in concocting a 1st-grade Dan. The blood-condensing Dan. Xiao Junzhe vividly recalled his astonishment upon witnessing the unsightly concoction in her hands, exclaiming, "Lin Jiao, how did you accomplish this?" Chapter 27, Alchemy. A familiar sensation. The unappealing appearance of the Dan was due to Lin Jiao's limited spiritual energy, yet this did not diminish its status as a Dan. "How impressive am I?" Lin Jiao beamed at Xiao Junzhe's astonished expression, feeling confident that from the moment she laid eyes on the alchemical texts, she had known she was destined for this path. It was merely the absence of spiritual energy that posed a challenge, an obstacle she deemed surmountable. "How did you manage this? Spare me the suspense and explain." Unlike ordinary pills, the essence of a Dan lies in its spiritual energy support. Though the one before him appeared grotesquely fashioned, he distinctly sensed it was crafted with spiritual energy. Lin Jiao proudly produced several spirit stones and arranged them into a simple spirit-gathering array. Then, with utmost care, she tossed a vial into the furnace's center, the source of the flames. The vial shattered, and a flame erupted, igniting the furnace. Subsequently, she tossed the herbs for the blood-condensing Dan into the furnace. Closing her eyes, one hand pressed atop the furnace as she utilized her consciousness to monitor the situation within. Sensing the beast fire's meticulous refinement of the materials, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lin Jiao emerged with another unsightly Dan. Incredible, wait. Xiao Junzhe paused, then, as if struck by an epiphany, swiftly advanced and grasped Lin Jiao's right hand to probe. The flow of demonic energy circled around Lin Jiao. Confirming his suspicions, indeed. Xiao Junzhe released her hand, his expression a blend of complexity. What do you mean by indeed? Aren't you happy for me? I can now refine first-grade Dan. I am no longer a worthless invalid. Despite only being capable of producing first-grade Dan for the moment, Lin Jiao held firm in her belief that with continued study, she could achieve second grade, third grade, and even higher. With unwavering determination, she proclaimed, I am resolved to persevere. She understood her current limitation was the lack of spiritual energy. Relying solely on spirit stones was not a sustainable solution. While this method could yield first-grade Dan, second grade might not be achievable. The higher the grade of the Dan, the more complex the materials and the refining process, making success impossible with mere spirit stones. Nonetheless, Lin Jiao felt a glimmer of hope. Moreover, for reasons unknown, she felt an uncanny familiarity with the process of alchemy, as if she had once been a master alchemist herself. Lin Jiao was confident she was not. Perhaps it indicated an innate talent for this craft. The alchemical texts indicated that many aspiring alchemists faced numerous failures in their initial attempts. Even those with promising talent often required a year or more to produce a first-grade Dan. Yet, she had managed it in mere days. Was this not an explosive display of talent? Lin Jiao's optimism for her future was unwavering. Xiao Junzhe's voice broke through her reverie. Compared to your rapidly restored dantian, what does being able to refine a first-grade Dan even signify? Huh? Lin Jiao was taken aback. Restored quickly? Preoccupied with her alchemical pursuits, she had scarcely paid attention to her dantian. Upon seeing Xiao Junzhe's serious demeanor, she immediately turned her focus inward. Indeed, her dantian had regained half of its former vitality and even exuded spiritual energy. You didn't know? At this revelation, Xiao Junzhe was genuinely intrigued. He had been contemplating how Lin Jiao had managed to restore her dantian. Although he sensed that the blood energy surrounding her dantian belonged to him, he was certain his blood had not been drawn during the past month. Don't tell me you were unaware of this. I might just die of embarrassment, thinking I was concocting some grand conspiracy with a fool. Lin Jiao felt awkward. She had indeed been absorbed in her alchemical studies, with no time to observe her own dantian. After all, she had known it was gradually recovering and had simply been waiting for it to mend. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Junzhe shot her an incredulous glance. Did you not realize that you unconsciously activated your dantian to absorb the residual spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering array? This occurred when you successfully produced the Dan. Xiao Junzhe stammered, resigned. Fine. It seems your actions were instinctual. You sensed the need for spiritual energy to sustain the Dan, prompting you to draw upon your dantian. However, since your dantian was not fully restored, you could only absorb a small amount of spiritual energy, unable to mobilize it effectively. This is indeed fortuitous. The ability to absorb spiritual energy and nourish yourself with it will yield significant benefits. Hastening the repair of your dantian. The latter part of his statement remained unspoken. How should one articulate this? He still harbors some reservations towards her. Perhaps it is best to wait and see. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a double happiness. Their relationship seemed promising, yet she thought to herself that she must continue to accumulate experience. It would be unwise to become complacent just because her dantian might soon improve. She could begin to research second-grade elixirs. Don't you agree, Zai? Lost in his own thoughts, Xiao Junzhe did not quite catch what was said and simply nodded absent-mindedly. You are absolutely right, he replied. For the following days promised to be a nightmare. The sound of explosions resonated in a series of booms. An average of 3 explosions a day from the alchemical furnace. Even a low-grade furnace was worth several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Yet he was spending thousands each day, and that was just on the furnaces alone. Of course, spirit stones were not the issue. The real problem lay in the scarcity of living quarters for humans. The frequent explosions forced him to drag someone along to the cultivator's market to make purchases. Not obedient? No problem. A few more rounds of the cloud sky flying sword would suffice. The more stimulation, the bettered. A 360-degree spin. How navi? It was the 1080-degree twist that was truly exhilarating. This was not all. In the midst of his cultivation, he would be jolted awake by the explosions. Who could endure that? He dared not completely shut off his senses, for there was that one time when she, for reasons unknown, neglected to wear her defensive talisman and ended up injuring herself in the explosion. After estimating Xiao Juanza's current combat capability, Lin Jiaojiao decided to let it go. After all, asking him would only yield silence. Instead, she turned her thoughts to alchemy. Speaking of which, she suddenly felt invigorated. Zai. Let me tell you, the elixir I concocted yesterday was tried by Xiao Bai, and it was absolutely delicious. Don't you want to give it another taste? This time, it's durian flavored. Upon hearing this, Xiao Juanza stiffened, attempting to wrench his hand free from Lin Jiaojiao's grip. Yet, Lin Jiaojiao, having anticipated this, tightened her hold, refusing to let him escape. Lin Jiaojiao, I truly dislike the fasting elixir. Please do not concoct any more peculiar fasting elixirs for me. He protested, and durian flavored at that. Why not make it stinky tofu flavor instead? What kind of delusion leads her to believe that I enjoy fasting elixirs? His expression was one of deep frustration. While the small white wolf lounging on Lin Jiaojiao's bed, lazily licking its paws, could not help but laugh at the pitiful scene of the young cub. Ha. Xiao Juanza's demeanor shifted, narrowing his eyes at the small white wolf on Lin Jiaojiao's bed. Father, Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Chapter 28. Xiao Bai? Bah, it is the demon emperor Junlini. Xiao Juanza gazed in disbelief at the small white wolf sprawled on the bed. Was this truly his illustrious, mighty father, the demon emperor, who once looked down upon the world? Such disillusionment. Xiao Juanza observed the small white wolf, seemingly unfazed by his inquiries, continuing to laugh heartily with an expression that was hard to bear. Junlini noticed but thought little of it. You may be disillusioned, but I am indifferent. The thought that my little wolf cub fears nothing in the world, yet dreads his mother's peculiar and foul fasting elixirs, brings me great amusement. Serves you right, little rascal, for mocking your father before. Today is payback. Zai, do not be shy. I know you well. Even if you like something, you wouldn't admit it. Fear not, I understand. How could I let my child want for anything? Come, all of this is yours. Lin Jiaojiao, having no idea when she began refining elixirs, held Xiao Juanza firmly in place and smilingly presented him with an enormous bowl of fasting elixirs she had somehow procured. Xiao Juanza's face turned ashen. When did Lin Jiaojiao gather so many fasting elixirs? I distinctly remember disposing of every batch she made each day. How can she still have so many? This is an entire basin. No dilution whatsoever. Xiao Juanza felt nauseated. Lin Jiaojiao cast a triumphant glance at him. You thought I was unaware of your little antics? I have my spies. She shot a knowing look at Xiao Bai. Zai, you still do not realize your mother's alchemical talent. As my dantian gradually recovers and my spiritual energy increases, concocting this fasting elixir is a breeze for me. I can produce an entire basin in a single day. So do not hold back. Take it all. If it is not enough, I shall make more for you. Is it merely because the female protagonist gifted you a bottle of fasting elixir when you were most famished that you feel such gratitude? Is this why you madly bestow experience upon the male lead? Very well, it is no trouble. Fasting elixirs are trivial. Since you adore them so much, I shall not be stingy. One bottle from the female lead is nothing. I'll give you an entire basin. If that is insufficient, I shall provide basin after basin. Do not thank me. This is what a mother ought to do. So, Zai, feel touched. Show your gratitude. What the female lead can offer, your mother can provide too. So do not sell yourself short over something as worthless as a fasting elixir. Xiao Juanza. He dared not move. Inwardly, he swore his eternal hatred for fasting elixirs. Should anyone dare to mention them in his presence, he would wish for their demise. As Xiao Juanza observed Lin Jiaojiao becoming increasingly impatient with his stalling, preparing to forcibly shove more elixirs into him. He became alert, attempting to wriggle free from her grasp and make his escape. However, an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon him, the formidable divine soul of a late-stage Mahayana cultivator immobilizing him instantly. Xiao Juanzi stared wide-eyed in disbelief, then turned his gaze to Junlini, who was leisurely grooming himself. Jun. Junlini, you lack martial virtue. Xiao Juanzi lamented, attempting to expose his identity, but was swiftly silenced by Junlini, leaving him with nothing but muffled sounds. Lin Jiaojiao, witnessing this, immediately shot Junlini a knowing glance. Xiao Bai, well done, then, with mischievous intent, she brought the basin closer to Xiao Juanzi. Zai Zai, be good. It won't hurt, I promise. I am precise with my measures. I assure you this fasting elixir is of the finest quality. Even Xiao Bai praised it. Xiao Juanzi's eyes brimmed with tears. Of course, he praised it. He would consume anything to ensnare me. Last time, he even ate the leek-flavored one. What a ruthless creature. No, a ruthless wolf. Xiao Bai? Bah. He is clearly the old and unyielding demon emperor Junlini. What kind of demon emperor bullies a mere little wolf cub? Xiao Juanzi glared at Junlini with a look of deep resentment. If looks could kill, Junlini would be 1,000 cuts deep. But would he fear the impotent rage of a small wolf cub? Lin Jiaojiao, aware of the line she carefully tread, would only allow a few of those fasting elixirs to be consumed. Knowing full well that Xiao Juanzi had been secretly discarding her concoctions while feigning ignorance, to him, this was mere playfulness between mother and son, and he paid it no mind. Junlini narrowed his wolf-like eyes, disregarding the antics of the mother and child, lost in contemplation. Why was he here with them, and how had he transformed into an ordinary little white wolf? All of this stemmed from a fortnight ago. It all revolved around this spirit stone mine, the largest ever discovered within the demon realm, an exceptionally rare find even in the bounteous lands of the cultivation world. This was not the central plains where humans resided. It was relatively barren land for demons. The existence of such a massive spirit stone mine could only be attributed to the ancient ruins. It turned out these ruins were indeed remnants of ancient times, likely belonging to a celestial being from the upper realms, as even his strength could not breach the barrier to enter. Even after millennia, the barrier remained impervious. Yet this outcome did not dishearten Junlini and the demon clan. Rather, it filled them with great joy. This indicated that the ruins must harbor a plethora of rare treasures. After weeks of research and exploration, they finally discovered the means to access the ruins. In 10 days, the barrier would be at its weakest, allowing entry. However, the allure of wealth was a double-edged sword. Junlini felt a surge of murderous intent, having meticulously plotted for over half a month. He had carefully crafted a ruse, thinking he was foolproof, only to be betrayed by traitors. His trusted right-hand man had joined forces with human and demon cultivators to besiege him, forcing him to sever his own tail to survive. What a disgrace! Meanwhile, Xiao Juanzi was being force-fed another fasting elixir, the third one now, and he could not endure any more. If this continued, he would go an entire month without being able to eat. Lin Jiaojiao had intentionally reduced the potency, but even then, the 3 he had already ingested would suffice to last him half a year. Moreover, why did this elixir smell so foul? Help! Xiao Juanzi stifled his discomfort. But ultimately, he could hold it no longer. Achoo, achoo, achoo. He sneezed incessantly, tears streaming down his face. The sensitivity of a wolf demon's nose is unparalleled. What was this? Achoo! Durian flavored? Achoo! The scent is overwhelming. Xiao Juanzi glanced at Lin Jiaojiao, who remained unfazed, her eyes resolute and unyielding. Realizing this was futile, he turned his gaze towards Junlini, silently pleading for assistance. Save me, or I shall expose your identity. Junlini smirked. What a joke. You cannot reveal what you cannot articulate. Do you think you can threaten me? Is that so? You can seal my mouth for a time, but not forever. Besides, your mother is not foolish. She will eventually suspect something is amiss. Why must we both suffer? Junlini, deal. Chapter 29. The injured demon emperor is ready to sell himself. After their silent agreement, Junlini lifted the pressure, allowing Xiao Juanzi to move once more, in a moment of agility. Xiao Juanzi immediately sneezed while evading the pungent pill of fasting that was thrust upon him once more. Lin Jiaojiao, achoo. I warn you, Do not force me to consume such horridly stinky pills again. Achoo! Quickly take it away. It is suffocating me. After dodging, Xiao Juanzi covered his nose and sneezed while fleeing. Lin Jiaojiao, witnessing Xiao Juanzi's sudden movement, paused in surprise before turning her gaze to the little white wolf on the bed. How did the cub manage to break free so quickly today? I see. Little Bai has truly tried his best. Splendid. Never mind. That rascal must have already tasted the bitterness of the fasting pill. So I won't bother him today. Bye-bye, rest well. I will prepare a grand feast for you later. As Lin Jiaojiao contemplated, she imagined a myriad of scenarios. What if Little Bai was still injured but, for her sake, exerted himself despite his wounds, worsening his condition? Regardless, her intention was merely to have Xiao Juanzi undergo desensitization training, ensuring he would not be easily swayed by the female protagonist's mere bottle of fasting pills in the future. Indeed, when she first encountered this notion before entering the story, it made her stomach churn. She firmly resolved not to allow her cub to be so easily deceived. Meanwhile, Xiao Juanzi darted out of the room, agilely making his way outside, nearly escaping the courtyard, yet he did not hear Lin Jiaojiao's footsteps and felt somewhat perplexed. Although he was certain she could not catch up to him, she usually pursued him at least somewhat. Why was it so quiet today? Turning around, he was infuriated to find no one behind him. Instead, he saw her affectionately stroking June Linya's fluffy fur, her demeanor so gentle as if she feared hurting him. This sight made Xiao Juanzi's teeth ache. Lin Jiaojiao rarely showed such a tender expression towards him. Who, then, was truly the little cub, and who was her son? And what of that unreliable father, who boasted of being invincible? The cold and stern demon emperor? Was this truly it? He was even less competent than a mere wolf cub. Enraged, Xiao Juanzi stepped forward and shouted, Lin Jiaojiao, why aren't you chasing me anymore? Do you still want to feed me those fasting pills? Lin Jiaojiao, June Linya, both the human and the wolf gazed at Xiao Juanzi with expressions of affectionate bewilderment. Cub, didn't you say you didn't want to eat them? Isn't it fine if I don't chase after you? Not good. In his haste, Xiao Juanzi wished he could bite off his own tongue for speaking too soon. Alas, it was too late. Lin Jiaojiao had heard him. With a gleeful smile, she took out the basin she had previously stowed away and grabbed a handful of pills to shove into Xiao Juanzi's mouth. I knew my cub had the best taste. Come, eat more. Caught off guard, Xiao Juanzi was once again stuffed with a handful of pills. Seeing this, June Linya decisively turned away. This was not his cub. He had not raised such a foolish little wolf. An hour later, Xiao Juanzi was pouring water from a gourd into his mouth, desperately trying to rinse away the lingering taste of durian that seemed to cling to him, almost causing him to sneeze again. Who could understand? This time, because he misspoke, he had been force-fed a large quantity of fasting pills, and even though their potency had diminished significantly, he wouldn't have to eat for the next 3 months. Xiao Juanzi, feeling wronged, rubbed his swollen belly, gritting his teeth. Lin Jiaojiao, you are ruthless. Observing his son's clenched teeth as he uttered words of reproach towards Lin Jiaojiao, one might mistakenly think he harbored a deep hatred for her. June Linya, squatting nearby, suddenly spoke, if that is the case, would you like this emperor to assist you in dealing with Lin Jiaojiao? After all, according to your words, this mother of yours has treated you poorly, even coveting your flesh and blood. Such a mother is better off without. Xiao Juanzi panicked and quickly refused. No. You must not take action against her. June Linya found this amusing, tilting his wolf head as he inquired. Oh? What's wrong? Did you not say you hated her to the core, gritting your teeth in rage? Because, Xiao Juanzi stammered. Could he admit that he recognized she was not his biological mother and that she genuinely treated him well? Making it hard for him to part with her? Though he was young, he was not foolish. Saying the truth would only incite his father further. He could only feel relieved that after a month of adjustment, for reasons unknown, Lin Jiaojiao's essence and spirit had completely harmonized, meaning that at present, no one else knew she was not the real Lin Jiaojiao. Although his father was also a silver moon howling wolf, opening the eye of broken illusions required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Surely, his father was unaware of this matter. If it weren't for that moment of instinctive control over his bloodline that had led to a surge of spiritual energy, he wouldn't have accidentally opened his eyes to the truth. Regardless, he didn't need anyone meddling in his affairs. Otherwise, he would not help you. With that, Xiao Juanzi dashed away, leaving Jun Linya alone in place. That little rascal, I still don't know? You are reluctant. It is understandable. After all, they are biological mother and son. Even after so many years and across such vast distances, the bond of blood is unbreakable. And even if a falsehood occupied the nest for so long, the ties of kinship cannot be severed. Jun Linya felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had been injured this time, and thankfully, he had reverted to his juvenile wolf form. Otherwise, he would not have accessed the sealed memories. Moreover, he was glad he had not acted hastily back then. If something had happened to Jiao Jiao, he would have regretted it immensely. No, that is still not secure. To prevent being turned into a wolf fur blanket by Jiao Jiao in the future, this emperor must work hard. The more he pondered, the more he felt justified, and thus he promptly dashed toward the courtyard. Just in time to see Lin Jiaojiao preparing a grand meal. Her countenance was serene, her expression earnest, one hand wielding a spatula while the other brushed away the sweat from her brow, creating a scene of domestic bliss unfolding before the eyes of both father and son. A sense of home enveloped them, and they both simultaneously thought. Upon hearing this, Xiao Juanzi immediately donned a cold expression, scoffing at the notion of tranquility and familial warmth. It was all an illusion. Watching his father, that old man who was clearly of considerable age, shamelessly acting like a juvenile and desperately trying to charm Lin Jiaojiao as he helped her carry dishes, made Xiao Juanzi feel utterly exhausted. Truly, the dignified demon emperor was reduced to such antics. Perhaps this world could be discarded entirely. Chapter 30. Jun Linya's secret. Of course, Lin Jiaojiao's claim that she had not prepared a meal for Xiao Juanzi was merely a jest. Just as Xiao Juanzi was experiencing a transformation of his worldview, Lin Jiaojiao suddenly ambushed him again and stuffed another pill into his mouth. The dire consequence was that he was about to speak, and the movement caused the pill to slip down his throat. At that moment, Xiao Juanzi genuinely felt like crying. After all, he was still a child. How could he not be upset when his mother teased him so? Yet, Xiao Juanzi remembered that not only was his mother present, but also his unreliable father. In these 3 days, he had come to realize that what was a demon emperor? Merely a petty and vengeful individual. Wasn't it true that when he had been besieged and had to resort to desperate measures, revealing his vulnerable wolf form before the heart of the demon emperor, he had laughed upon recognizing the figure before him as his father? He had held this grudge for so long. The so-called demon emperor was just a miser. Thus, not wanting to let the stingy father see him cry, Xiao Juanzi stubbornly held back his tears, reddening his eyes as he questioned Lin Jiaojiao. Lin Jiaojiao, what on earth have you fed me this time? Seeing his expression, Lin Jiaojiao realized she had gone too far in her teasing and immediately embraced him, soothingly saying, "Cub, don't cry, don't cry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It was all Mother's fault. I shouldn't have played tricks on you. But rest assured, this time the pill is not a fasting pill. Nor is it anything strange. It's simply for aiding digestion. Since you have consumed so many fasting pills, I worried you wouldn't be able to eat, so I specially prepared this for you. Just try it and see if it helps diminish the effects of the fasting pills in your stomach. Cub, you are my treasure. How could I not share delicious food with you? Trust me. I have my reasons for doing this. You may not understand now, but you will in the future, all right? Don't be angry. If you are still upset after dinner, I'll let you punch me to vent your anger. All right? Or I promise I won't force you to take fasting pills again, okay?" Seeing her child cry, Lin Jiaojiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Truly, there were countless ways to keep the female protagonist at bay. Why did she choose such an extreme method, causing her child to become so upset? Forget it. She wouldn't do it anymore, never again. Lin Jiaojiao held him and continued to comfort him until he calmed down. You really won't force me to eat fasting pills again? Xiao Juanzi looked at Lin Jiaojiao with his red eyes. How could I dare? At the sight of those pitiful, teary eyes, Lin Jiaojiao felt her heart soften, and she could never bear to do so. She nodded vigorously. I won't force you. Absolutely not. Who forces who is a little dog? All right. Don't cry, cub. Mother is heartbroken. Xiao Juanzi secretly chuckled to himself, finally feeling satisfied. All right, then I forgive you. The effect of the pills you gave me was too good. I'm hungry, Xiao Juanzi declared. Okay, let us eat. Lin Jiaojiao couldn't agree more. She was practically eager. Gently releasing Xiao Juanzi, She dutifully pulled over a small stool for him. After watching the little white wolf jump onto its own special stool, Lin Jiaojiao called out, "All right, let us eat with that." Lin Jiaojiao enthusiastically began serving dishes for both the child and the wolf. The father and son exchanged glances before simultaneously digging in, their heads down, fearing that the other would eat all the delicious food while they missed out. Observing her dishes being so well received, Lin Jiaojiao felt immense joy. Even though they were in a different world, having this child and wolf accompanying her was not so bad, was it? Lin Jiaojiao picked up some food from her plate, eating with a blissful expression. After dinner, Lin Jiaojiao once again immersed herself in her room, this time without the company of the father and son, who understood that this was her time for identifying medicinal herbs, and silently agreed not to disturb her. Instead, the two exchanged glances, a wordless understanding passing between them, as they made their way to the place where Xiao Junzhe usually practiced. As they stepped inside, a blood-red barrier sprang into existence. Had Lin Jiaojiao been present, she would have recognized that this barrier was akin to the one set up by Jun Lingyi upon her arrival in this world. What exactly do you intend to do? Why is your attitude towards Lin Jiaojiao so peculiar? Xiao Junzhe could no longer contain his curiosity. As soon as the barrier was erected, he could not help but inquire. Ever since half a month ago, when he and Lin Jiaojiao first took refuge in this place, and that night when the concealed heart of the demon emperor on his neck suddenly manifested, leading to the emergence of Jun Lingyi, things had grown increasingly strange. It was clear that he had utilized the heart of the demon emperor and the bloodline of the silver moon howling wolf to aid in his recovery. Yet he had ingratiated himself with Lin Jiaojiao. Initially, he denied it, claiming it was to hide his identity. However, recently he had ceased to pretend. Especially today, it was evident, even to him, how obsequious he had become. Who was Lin Jiaojiao? Merely a worthless individual with a shattered dantian. What merit did she possess that warranted the attention of a dignified demon emperor? Upon hearing his inquiry, Jun Lingyi momentarily halted, his wolf-like form stiffening before returning to normalcy. That is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that I would never harm her. Why what right? She is my mother. Knowing that someone with ulterior motives is near her, how can I remain indifferent? Xiao Junzhe refused to yield, demanding an explanation. At his words, Jun Lingyi's eyes narrowed dangerously, and an aura far more potent than before surged toward him. Yet Xiao Junzhe remained unfazed, even as the other transformed into a colossal figure in his eyes. In merely 3 seconds, Xiao Junzhe felt he was confronted by true mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The immense silver wolf before him was incomparably grander than any he had previously envisioned. Confounded, Xiao Junzhe gazed at him. "You insolent brat, I cannot disclose my reasons. Otherwise, it would bring calamity upon you or her. Just remember that I am your father, and she is your mother. I would never harm either of you." Dissatisfied with this answer, Xiao Junzhe was about to press further when suddenly, the figure transformed into a streak of red light and dove into his chest, merging with the manifested heart of the demon emperor. Xiao Junzhe's expression darkened as he seized the necklace. "What are you hiding from? Wasn't it said you were the demon emperor, a powerful demon of the late stage of great ascension? And this is all you amount to?" He was halfway through his retort when he realized it was futile. "Do you even comprehend the gravity of this situation? Speak clearly." Yet, no matter how vigorously Xiao Junzhe shook, the other remained resolutely silent, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, as the surrounding barrier dissipated. This meant Lin Jiaojiao had arrived. Xiao Junzhe swiftly concealed the manifested heart of the demon emperor within his clothing, assuming a posture that suggested he was engaged in meditation. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Jiaojiao appeared before him, holding a familiar hair growth ointment. "Darling, come here. Let me apply some ointment for you. It has been far too long since I last did this. I must take part in this rare mother-son activity." With that, she seized Xiao Junzhe's hand and led him toward his room. "No." Xiao Junzhe was about to protest that it was unnecessary, but Lin Jiaojiao's question caught in his throat. "By the way, darling, have you seen Xiaobai? I've been looking for it for ages and haven't found it. Have you seen it?" Xiao Junzhe instinctively glanced at his chest before decisively shaking his head. "I haven't seen it." Chapter 31. So hair loss is inherited. How curious, where could Xiaobai have gone at this hour? Lin Jiaojiao murmured. Seeing this, Xiao Junzhe quickly buried the glowing heart of the demon emperor deeper within his clothing, fearful of being discovered. While it was unlikely Lin Jiao would deduce that Xiao Bai was there, caution was always prudent. Lin Jiao, feeling uneasy, suggested, "How about I go look for it?" Xiao Junzhe was startled and immediately grabbed Lin Jiao, who was about to step outside in search of the wolf. "It's far too inconvenient to go out at this hour. Besides, why are you so worried about Xiao Bai? It's just a wolf. Do you really think it could be bullied? Come on, didn't you say you were going to apply ointment for me? I can hardly wait." Lin Jiao found some merit in Xiao Junzhe's reasoning. After all, it was a wolf, but her worry lingered. Although she reasoned it was indeed a bit unsafe, Lin Jiao was still torn. Xiao Junzhe pulled out his trump card. What could possibly be unsafe? With Xiao Bai's strength, even I cannot hold it down. It reigns as the little overlord in this vicinity. Lin Jiao. Hurry up, I need the ointment. Zhao Ye's ointment works wonders. It has been half a month, and I feel my fur has grown quite a bit. As for Xiao Bai, Xiao Junzhe's argument held water. If it could even hold him in place, its strength was undoubtedly at the golden core stage, and in a mortal city, it would wreak havoc without a second thought. Perhaps it had simply wandered off. It was best not to dwell on it. Lin Jiao came to terms with this and tugged Xiao Junzhe toward his room. Observing that Lin Jiao was no longer fixated on Xiao Bai, both father and son exhaled in relief, particularly Jun Lingyi, who was hiding within the heart of the demon emperor. Hearing the commotion outside and realizing the matter had passed, he shifted his focus from the mother and child, beginning to utilize the heart of the demon emperor to heal his injuries. Lin Jiao had not only strengthened herself, but also taken the heart of the demon emperor, which had infuriated him at the time, especially since he had yet to awaken. The heart of the demon emperor was not only a symbol of the position of demon emperor, but also a formidable cultivation artifact, both a defensive and concealing treasure. With the heart of the demon emperor, it could aid him, possessing the bloodline of the silver moon howling wolf, in achieving exceptional results in his cultivation. It was forged by the first demon emperor, who shared the same bloodline, using his own bloodline and cultivation, and was one of the few demon entities in the demon realm to ascend. Coupled with its quasi-immortal level of defensive capabilities, it was nearly impossible for anyone to breach his defenses. Many believed the demon emperor had been cultivating in seclusion in recent years, unaware that he feared someone would discover he had lost his protective shell. In the past, he had drawn considerable ire due to the formidable defense of the heart of the demon emperor. However, now that he had learned of the little wolf cub's existence, he felt a flicker of relief that the woman had taken the heart of the demon emperor. For the heart of the demon emperor possessed a concealing function. Was it because Jiao was aware of this that she took it? Otherwise, how could the little cub have survived without being detected by cultivators upon its birth? Jun Lingyi opened his eyes, deep in thought over his musings, then shook his head. Jiao had completely lost all memories due to that incident from years ago, and later, with the imposter occupying her space. She must have forgotten the purpose of the heart of the demon emperor. It was merely a coincidence. With a sigh inwardly, Jun Lingyi closed his eyes once more, settling down to focus on healing. Meanwhile, back in the room, Lin Jiao could hardly contain her eagerness to strip Xiao Junzhe of his clothing. In the human world, wearing a cloak seemed overly peculiar. Thus, Lin Jiao had long instructed Xiao Junzhe to bind his tail around his waist and conceal it under his clothing. As for his ears, was it unreasonable for such a small child to wear a hat? Consequently, to see Xiao Junzhe's tail, she had no choice but to remove his clothing. The bashful Xiao Junzhe's face flushed crimson as he clutched his attire. Resolutely refusing to let Lin Jiao undress him and insisting on doing it himself, he even demanded Lin Jiao turn her back. You're but a small child. What is there that cannot be shown? Besides, I am your mother. Why the modesty? Weren't you once completely bare before me? Lin Jiao teased, determined not to turn away. Pushed to the brink, she unleashed a spell, and Lin Jiao felt her body lose control, finding herself involuntarily turning around. Lin Jiao, is he taking advantage of my incomplete dantian? Little brat, do you think this is a game? Once she regained her ability to move, she turned around in a huff, only to find Xiao Junzhe displaying his tail, waiting for her. Seeing the familiar tail protruding from the little cub's rear, Lin Jiao stifled a laugh. No, she must not laugh. It was merely a hole made to let his tail breathe. Nothing to be concerned about. Ha ha ha. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh. It was just that she imagined tomorrow when Xiao Junzhe would bind his tail around his waist and discover a hole in his backside. Looking utterly dumbfounded, and she couldn't help but find it amusing. Xiao Junzhe, perplexed, wondered what was so funny. Lin Jiao quickly composed herself. It's nothing. Let us begin. If he were to discover the source of her amusement, he would likely be annoyed again. Of course, she knew this was mere jest. Xiao Junzhe wasn't foolish enough to flaunt clothing with a hole while parading about, especially now that they were not short on funds. Lin Jiao grew serious, taking hold of his tail and expertly stroking it from top to bottom, her excitement palpable. Indeed, there are fine hairs growing in areas that were once sparse. This is wonderful. Your hair loss can be remedied. It seems we need to apply more, Lin Jiao exclaimed with delight as she prepared to apply the ointment. This isn't hair loss. Xiao Junzhe attempted to correct her. Lin Jiao, unfazed, interrupted him before he could finish. Yes, you're naturally shedding hair, not losing it. That was a slip of the tongue on my part. Don't move, let me apply some more here. Xiao Junzhe reluctantly fell silent. However, his silence did not deter another voice. Little cub, shedding hair? Jun Ling Ye's voice resonated, causing Xiao Junzhe's body to tremble. It's not shedding hair. It's naturally coming off, seasonal shedding. Xiao Junzhe defensively retorted. Humph. Jun Ling Yi scoffed at the little one's stubbornness, but inwardly he mused that the scent of the ointment was quite familiar. Was it the Beast Master Sect's hair growth secret formula? Remembering the rows of potion bottles within his storage ring, even Jun Ling Yi couldn't help but smile at so. Hair loss was indeed an inherited trait. Chapter 32. Maternal Kindness and Filial Piety. A shared bed. For the first time, Jun Lingye was resolutely unwilling to acknowledge this fact. If the illustrious demon emperor were to be discovered suffering from hair loss, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. It must be that little wolf cub had endured too much torment at the hands of that impostor. Yes, that must be it. Jun Lingye engaged in a round of self-brainwashing, a rare paternal affection welling up from within. Little cub, would you like me to procure some nourishing elixirs to help you recover? Surely, your previous lack of nutrition has led to this hair loss. Get lost. I've told you, it's not hair loss. It's seasonal shedding. Little Junzhe exploded in indignation. Jun Lingye cast a sidelong glance at the stubborn little Junzhe and ceased his commentary. Whether he desired it or not, it mattered not. For it was not he who was shedding hair. In light of this, his initial intention to secretly share some of his prized hair growth ointment with him was now rendered unnecessary. This particular ointment was far more effective than the ordinary ones he possessed, specially provided by the Beast Master Sect. After Jun Lingye fell silent, little Junzhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a fellow creature of fur, the thought of his father discovering his shedding was utterly mortifying, especially considering the latter's enviably thick mane. Thus, he was determined not to concede. Little Junzhe cast a serious glance at his tail. Supported by Lin Jiao, where he could see some visibly soft fuzz beginning to sprout. Apply more there. Yes, right there. Lin Jiao meticulously applied the ointment to little Junzhe, who hastily inspected the results, ensuring that it was thoroughly applied before relaxing. Rest assured, I am quite capable of handling this. Lin Jiao chuckled softly, amused by his stubbornness regarding his shedding, finding his pride endearingly adorable. She couldn't resist giving one of his ears a gentle rub. Only then did little Junzhe lower his tail, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to bring Lin Jiao the item he had intended to give her due to the matter concerning the fasting elixir. He couldn't help but feel a moment of exasperation. However, since he had already gathered the items, it would be useless to keep them to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the items from his storage ring. Here, Lin Jiao. He presented the items to Lin Jiao, who was engrossed in petting the dog. Having lived alongside Lin Jiao for so long, he had grown accustomed to her peculiar habit of frequently stroking his ears and tail. Yet, despite the passage of time, he still hadn't fully adapted to it. His ears twitched restlessly, as he often tried to escape her grasp. However, since that shameless old man had appeared, Lin Jiao had not indulged him in a long while. And for some inexplicable reason today, he found himself unwilling to evade her affection. Lin Jiao, immersed in the unprecedented softness of little cub today, was suddenly captivated by the items presented before her. Second grade herb, 7-star grass. Third grade herb, clematis, and violent spirit fruit. And so many. she exclaimed in surprise. You're the one who went robbing. Not me. I collected these myself, you know, little Junzei retorted, though he quickly added, of course. Don't get me wrong, I didn't specifically gather these for you. It's just that the place I visited today happened to have an abundance of these herbs. Little Junzei found himself at a loss for words. As Lin Jiao's gaze burned with intensity, making it difficult for him to continue. Lin Jiao suddenly pounced on little Junzei, knocking him onto the bed, then proceeded to smother his soft cheeks with affectionate nuzzles. Cub, you truly are a good child. I knew you had your mother in your heart. Boo-hoo, how sweet. You even went out of your way to gather herbs for me. Your mother is so touched. My darling son, you are simply too wonderful. Tears of joy welled up in Lin Jiao's eyes, overwhelmed by the kindness little Junzei had shown her. Despite his own embarrassment, little Junzei sought to extricate himself from Lin Jiao's embrace, only to be met with the sight of her tears cascading onto his face. His body froze, and he surrendered, deciding it was better to let her be. After all, Lin Jiao was being so emotional over such a trivial kindness. It was best not to disturb her now, lest she break into tears once more. Little Junzei attempted to maintain a serious expression, yet he was unaware that the corners of his mouth had betrayed him, curving upward uncontrollably. Ultimately, that night, Lin Jiao insisted on sharing a bed with little Junzei. When he resisted, she began to cry, refusing to leave the bed. With no other option, little Junzei resigned himself to sharing the same bed with her. Don't move. I'm no beast to be feared. Why are you hiding? Cub, be good. Let mother hold you. Lin Jiao wrapped little Junzei in her arms, her breath softly brushing against his ear. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to push her away, fighting against the instinct to unleash his claws. However, enough with the buts. Aren't you tired? Go to sleep. Lin Jiao, already fatigued, soon fell asleep while holding little Junzei, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. What I wanted to say was that I'm already a cultivator. I'm not tired at all. There's no need for sleep. Turning to look at the peacefully slumbering Lin Jiao, little Junzei sighed. He had long noticed that the wandering spirit inhabiting Lin Jiao's body was not a cultivator. It lacked any knowledge of cultivation and often uttered strange phrases, such as referring to him as a horse. Forget it. Considering this spirit's limited intellect, I shall be more forgiving. Little Junzei gently attempted to wriggle free from Lin Jiao's tight embrace, but found her grip unyielding even in sleep. He resigned himself to his fate. In the depths of his mind, he reached out to the heart of the demon emperor. Father, if you wish to escape, do so now. I am unable to assist you in this state. Find a place to rest for now. Your injuries must wait until tomorrow. And be quiet upon your exit. Lin Jiao is a light sleeper. A flash of crimson light streaked from little Junzei's neck. Understood. Junlinya was concerned she might awaken. If she did, it could lead to untold complications. The crimson light surged toward the door, and Junlinya glanced back to see Lin Jiao cradling the little cub, who was nestled in her embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared for slumber. Junlinya couldn't help but smile faintly in response. Then, he transformed into a flash of crimson light, vanishing from the room, only to reappear in a secluded location. As the crimson light dissipated under the moonlight, a strikingly handsome man with an imposing presence emerged, the demon emperor, Junlinya. Upon his arrival, his subordinates moved swiftly, though it was unclear what actions he had taken, a gust of wind-like sound resonating in the air. Several figures clad in black knelt before him. We pay our respects to your majesty. The demon emperor, Junlinya's blood-red eyes swept over the kneeling figures, causing them to tremble as if being watched by a primordial beast. Their bodies bristled with fear, nearly succumbing to their demonic forms. Your majesty, even in your injured state, you still possess such an aura? They thought in trepidation, too frightened to lift their heads, fixated on the ground before them. After a prolonged silence, Junlinya finally spoke. What news from the demon clan? Chapter 33. The demon emperor is dead? Chaos among the demon clan, your majesty. There are widespread rumors that you have been slain by the human and demon clans. The demon clan is in disarray. The hearts of the various factions are unsettled. Two factions, led by the Left Guardian, believe that the human and demon clans have wronged us. Avenging our demon emperor is a matter of utmost importance. It must be pursued relentlessly. The other faction insists that our clan lacks a leader. deeming revenge secondary, advocating for a strategy of conciliation towards the human and demon clans, prioritizing the stability of our demon emperor's position. Currently, the two factions are embroiled in heated disputes, unable to instigate a major conflict, yet minor skirmishes are frequent. Coupled with the machinations of other clans, the situation of the demon clan. The leader of the demon emperor's guard, Lang Yu, struggled to speak against the mounting pressure of Jun Linya's formidable presence. It is not looking good, Jun Linya chuckled darkly. Though he was already aware of a faction of betrayal within the demon clan and knew of the right guardian Feng Xian's treachery. The fact that chaos erupted among the demon clan while he was still alive, or rather, just dead, was beyond his expectations. Could this be Feng Xian's ulterior motive? Was the faction advocating for conciliation led by him? Jun Linya spoke coolly. Is that so? Very well. Feng Xian truly is commendable. To seize power, he would stoop to becoming a pawn for the human and demon clans. I had underestimated him. Jun Linya smiled, his robes billowing as if stirred by a wind of their own accord. The emperor is furious. The guards of the demon emperor sensed the unprecedented wrath emanating from him, rendering them breathless. Unable to utter a word. Feng Xian, you foolish wretch. Do you believe you can usurp the throne of the demon emperor? Given the disparity in your strengths, none believe Feng Xian can prevail. The Feng clan? The Tiger clan? What does it matter? The demon clan prides itself on strength. Just look at our demon emperor, even injured, exuding such an extraordinary presence. Imagine him at his peak. The Tiger clan stands little chance. As the guards of the demon emperor exchanged glances, they bowed their heads in reverence, their hearts ablaze with fervor for the sovereign before them. After a moment of furious contemplation, Jun Linya finally calmed himself. His blood-red gaze fell upon Lang Yu. For now, keep this matter under wraps. Inform the left guardian only. He will know how to proceed. Perfectly timed. This opportunity is rare. Let us see what sorts of malevolent spirits emerge from this internal strife within the demon clan. It is high time for a thorough reorganization. Lang Yu had something to add, but Your Majesty, I have learned that the various clans are now eyeing our demon clan with great suspicion. Allowing this situation to develop unchecked may spell disaster for us. Jun Linya scoffed. Disaster? Is this not their own doing? In their pursuit of power and profit, they have disregarded the greater good of the demon clan. That fool Feng Xian thinks that the human and demon clans are aiding him out of goodwill. In the eyes of this emperor, it is merely the consequence of allowing them too many comfortable years. For 3 centuries, the demon race has enjoyed an era of peace and prosperity, which has led them to harbor the illusion that they too can thrive. Now, let them truly experience the gravity of their situation. Although His Majesty Lang Yu wishes to dissuade him, as one who has personally investigated the various clans, he understands that the actions of these clans are no trivial matter for the demon race, and he does not wish to see them suffer grievously or sustain catastrophic injuries. Yet, before he could utter a word, he found himself retreating under the terrifying gaze of Jun Linyi. Lang Yu, this is all their own choice. You may withdraw. With a sigh in his heart, Lang Yu respectfully stepped back. It seems the demon race is destined for a severe depletion of its vitality. Shortly thereafter, the Hulan demon guards departed. However, Jun Linyi remained fixated on the moon above. Unmoving. Suddenly, he coughed a few times. Feeling a tickle in his throat, he expressionlessly lowered his head to cover his mouth, only to reveal a fresh crimson stain in his palm upon opening it. Did Lang Yu not grasp the severity of the situation? No, he understood it even better than Lang Yu. But what of it? Even if he were not gravely injured, this matter was unavoidable. Throughout history, the various factions of the demon race have always acted independently. The Tiger clan and the Lion clan have long harbored discontent towards him. Furthermore, his efforts to support the lower echelons of the demon race in the name of revitalization have encroached upon the interests of the prominent demon families, compounded by several instances of igniting warfare, which have fostered deep-seated grievances over the years. What he did not anticipate was that the Tiger clan would choose to ally with foreign races for the sake of the title of Demon Emperor. Have they forgotten the humiliation of a millennium? As Jun Linyi contemplated this, his hand clenched tightly, the blood within igniting suddenly. He seemed impervious to the pain, his gaze sharp with determination. Fools, they are all fools. Do they think that gentleness will suffice? Is it that they do not comprehend the depths of their own demise? Under the incompetence and cowardice of the previous demon emperor, The demon race has been subservient for 1,000 years. Now, for the sake of power and profit, they wish to plunge the demon race back into endless servitude. How dare they? For a millennium, the human race has enslaved my kind, slaughtering and trading us at will, binding us with contracts and using our beasts as mere tools. The demon race has suffered the fate of being prey for the demonic clans, feasted upon and reduced to mere puppets. Even the underworld openly cultivates our demon souls. Over the course of 1,000 years, the demons slain by other clans number in the millions. For 3 centuries, I have devoted myself to restoring the demon race to its feet. And now, you fools seek to ruin it all. If I am accused of warmongering, what then of you? With a furious punch, Junlin Yi struck out, causing trees within a 10-mile radius to topple and shatter into fragments. Breathing heavily, he closed his eyes, striving for calm. This is not the time for reckoning. My injuries are not yet healed, and I cannot afford to act rashly. Everything must wait until I fully recover. And then, Junlin Yi slowly opened his eyes. Feng Xian, this world is, after all, one of the survival of the fittest. We have ample time ahead. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the place empty in the room of little Juanza. Junlin Yi appeared amidst a glow of blood, and upon seeing the serene sleeping faces of mother and child, he felt the turbulent rage within him subside significantly, just as he prepared to leave. Lin Jiao kicked out with her right leg. Cubs, so adorable, mommy kiss. Junlin Yi swiftly caught little Juanza, who had been unceremoniously kicked off the bed by his mother. Little Juanza, suddenly in a new place, blinked his drowsy eyes open. Father, what are you doing here? Amused, Junlin Yi was about to explain when the little one, still half asleep, promptly closed his eyes again and fell back asleep in his embrace. With a resigned sigh, Junlin Yi carefully placed him back beside Lin Jiao, hoping he wouldn't be kicked again. After settling him, just as he was about to withdraw, he noticed Lin Jiao lying on her back, her dantian glowing. This little rascal, claiming not to care for Jiao, yet so eagerly wishes for her dantian to recover. The flesh and blood of the silver moon howling wolf is not for just anyone to use. Should it fall into the hands of enemies, even if they consumed it entirely, they could not hope to harness its power. Only those who are truly acknowledged by them can unlock its potential. Otherwise, as a living ginseng doll, Junlin Yi would have died 100 times over. The faces of those in the cultivation world would not permit a treasure like him to roam freely simply because of his strength. They would fear that consuming his flesh would be futile and lead to their own demise. Junlin Yi smiled, then extended a finger to gently tap Lin Jiao's dantian. Well then, I have long sought an opportunity to restore Jiao's dantian. And it seems the moment has finally arrived. A silent hum resonated as Lin Jiao's dantian rapidly began to self-repair with Junlin Yi's assistance. How delightful! It felt as though she was submerged in a warm spring, the gentle warmth flowing through her limbs and bones, particularly in her dantian, where the incessant pain was replaced by a soothing sensation. It felt as though her dantian had been reborn. Rebirth. Lin Jiao's eyes flew open, and she sprang up. The first thing she did was to examine her dantian. Oh no, this is serious. What's wrong? Little Juanza, who had already gotten up and was preparing to leave with his rusty sword, rushed over upon hearing Lin Jiao's exclamation. Having understood the situation, Junlin Yi remained calm. What could possibly be wrong? Is her dantian not well again? The two of them were making a fuss over nothing. Disturbing Long Yu's dream, which had already been hard one. Junlin Yi had not slept a wink the previous night. After a flurry of activities, he had barely managed to rest for a moment before being awoken by Lin Jiao's commotion. Unaware of these circumstances, Lin Jiao, seeing little Juanza approach, exclaimed in ecstatic delight, "Cubs, come see. My dantian is all better. Just last night it was only half restored, but after one night of sleep, it's completely healed. How miraculous! I just performed some cultivation, and it was so smooth, no leaks. Unlike before, when I could only retain a fraction of what I absorbed. This is fantastic." Upon hearing this, little Juanza rushed forward, grasping one of Lin Jiao's hands. His small hand gripped her wrist, channeling a sliver of demon power to probe, confirming that indeed, there were no cracks in her dantian, surrounded by spiritual energy. It had truly been completely repaired. How could it have improved so suddenly? Suddenly, little Juanza seemed to recall something, glancing at the little white wolf beside him. observing its exhausted state and lack of spirit. A glimmer of realization crossing his eyes, Jun Linyi, noticing the little one's gaze, lazily met his eyes. "You did this?" little Juanza asked. "What else could it be? Do you think it was you, the little waste who has yet to master your bloodline after a month? You're the waste. I am almost there, just a few more days. Besides, being a waste is better than an old man who doesn't know shame. Who are you calling shameless? Who is the old man? Whoever is shameless. I am talking about them. I'm only 400 years old. In the demon race's years, I'm merely an adolescent. Oh. Though still a novice in cultivation, she had been in this world for a month. Enough to have some understanding of these matters. Such a rapid restoration surely did not bode well. Quick results often accompany significant side effects. Little Juanza, having been interrupted in his silent exchange of glances with Jun Linyi, felt unexpectedly calm. Although Jun Linyi could be petty, vain, and vengeful, he was still somewhat reliable. Most of the time, his interventions posed no real issues. However, the little one, though proud, had just told his first lie, rendering his expression somewhat awkward. Lin Jiao noticed this and, observing his slightly bashful demeanor, was greatly shocked. This child, could it be that he, in a flurry? Lin Jiao seized his hand, examining him closely. Finding no injuries, she still felt uneasy and queried, "Cubs, do you still have enough healing elixirs? Do you want me to get you some more?" What Lin Jiao referred to was not the first-grade healing elixir, but the fourth-grade elixir, the Peiyuan pill. Left behind by the original owner, little Juanza, unaware of Lin Jiao's misunderstanding, recalled how he had given all his Peiyuan pills to an injured demon beast that morning for reasons unknown. Thus he sheepishly replied, "Mother, I've run out. I gave all of them to an injured demon beast I encountered yesterday. So could you fetch me some more?" Internally, little Juanza lamented that lies breed more lies. This was already the second time he had deceived Lin Jiao that day. Lin Jiao's heart sank. So it was this way. Little Juanza must have been so thrilled upon seeing her Dantian partially restored yesterday. And with their interaction last night, his feelings for her deepened. Thus, to make her happier, he had secretly sacrificed for her. The fact that her Dantian had healed overnight was no miracle. It was merely the profound love of her cub. Tears streamed down Lin Jiao's face as she gazed ahead. "Cubs, how could you be so foolish? Oh, my poor cub," she cried, pulling him into her embrace tightly. Little Juanza, bewildered, found himself in her arms, utterly confused. "Lin Jiao, what has gotten into you?" Lin Jiao ignored him, weeping and holding him close for a while longer. Little Juanza, in a panic, cast a pleading glance at his father, Jun Linyi, only to find him wearing an expression of helplessness. Jiao possesses many admirable qualities, yet her imagination often runs wild. Even if she were to live a second life, this trait would remain unchanged. Alas, this matter is beyond his control. "Little one, you must fend for yourself." After weeping for quite some time, Lin Jiao gently pushed aside Xiao Junzhe and hurriedly rummaged through her storage bracelet. "Darling, these are all the healing elixirs I possess. Take them, and if they prove insufficient, do not hesitate to ask for more. Though your mother cannot concoct high-level elixirs, I will do everything in my power to procure them for you." Xiao Junzhe found himself unable to interject as Lin Jiao overwhelmed him with a multitude of healing elixirs, none of which she reserved for herself. His gaze softened. Although he did not comprehend Lin Jiao's eccentric behavior, it was evident that her every action was driven by her devotion to him. "No, you are unwell. You should not venture out today. Wait here, and I shall prepare a delicious meal for you to replenish your strength." From the day she regained her clarity, she vowed never to allow a single drop of his blood to be consumed, even if it were to save a life. "You are my son, not a means to enhance my own power, do you understand? Even if you are not my biological child, you are still a person. I am not a monster that feasts upon flesh and blood." The original host committed such cruelty in the pursuit of restoring their cultivation identity, but I cannot bring myself to do the same. It is far too terrifying. Chapter 35. The current state of the demon clan. Xiao Junzhe initially intended to dismiss Lin Jiao's infatuation with a scoff, but upon witnessing her earnest and even solemn demeanor, he refrained from speaking, merely nodding in agreement. Lin Jiao felt satisfied and promptly returned to the kitchen to busy herself. Conversely, Jun Linyi was displeased. As soon as Lin Jiao departed, he mocked, I never imagined I would witness you being so duplicitous, deceiving both above and below. That not your doing. Do you acknowledge it? Feigning ignorance, Xiao Junzhe chose not to respond. If you had the courage to conceal your identity, why not confess it to Lin Jiao? Jun Linyi perceived his intention, feeling enraged. You insolent child, how dare you treat your father in such a manner? Just wait. As Jun Linyi simmered in frustration, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his anger dissipated. He cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Junzhe. Though it was merely a mundane look, Xiao Junzhe felt an ominous undertone. He wished to inquire further. But Jun Linyi, after a yawn, rose and dashed into the kitchen. Before long, Lin Jiao's gentle voice wafted out from the kitchen. Xiao Bai, what brings you here? Ah, do you wish to lend a hand? Oh, what a good Xiao Bai you are. Could you please fetch me a plate? Hee, thank you, Xiao Bai. You are simply marvelous. Wow, stop it, Xiao Bai, that tickles. Don't rub against me. Haha. All right, it's not your fault, truly. Now, could you please place this dish on the table? What a capable little wolf you are, Mua. Xiao Junzhe gritted his teeth in irritation. That old man, shamelessly pretending to be a cub to deceive Lin Jiao. You will not succeed. His anger mounted as he recognized Lin Jiao's ability to see through Jun Linyi's wolfish guise. Yet she foolishly believed him to be a mere dog. Furious, she stormed into the kitchen, and moments later, the sound of clattering echoed, followed by Lin Jiao's thunderous shout. You two, wasting food, go stand in the corner. Thus, the two culprits, one man and one wolf, obediently retreated to the corner for punishment. Lin Jiao, realizing her anger had ignited her latent potential, felt a surge of joy as her cleaning techniques became impressively swift. The irresistible aroma tantalized their senses, a feat few could withstand. Xiao Junzhe found himself unable to resist, while Jun Linyi, a seasoned practitioner of fasting for centuries, struggled against the allure of the sumptuous feast. Observing the drooping tails and ears of his transformed wolf form, he realized, oh yes, there was not just one, but another wolf cub sharing the same predicament. This unexpected turn of events managed to lift Lin Jiao's spirits. Eliciting laughter from her, I shall have my way. As a single dog nearing 30 and having lived alone for years, I have honed my culinary skills. Managing 2 disobedient cubs and a pet will be a piece of cake. In another realm, the Demon Clan, within the Demon Emperor's Hall, the right protector, Feng Xian, wore a stern expression, casting a threatening gaze upon his counterpart, the left protector, Shi Hua. Shi Hua, have you truly considered your stance? With the Demon Emperor deceased, do you truly wish to sever ties with our clan, forsaking the greater good of the demon race to oppose others for the sake of a dead man? Shi Hua scoffed, ready to spit in the face of this so-called Tiger Clan prodigy. Feng Protector, do not lay such accusations upon me. I cannot bear the weight of such grave sins as abandoning the demon race's greater good. I am not one to bow and scrape before the human and demon races in the pursuit of power. Tell me, Feng Protector, how long has it been since our demon race stood tall? And you yearn to wag your tail to other races already? Let us not forget, our demon emperor fell at the hands of the humans and demons, even if that were not the case. We refuse to be anyone else's pawns. Feng Xian's expression darkened as he beheld the faces of the gathered demons, all brimming with hatred. This Shi Hua, Feng Xian, infuriated, swept his sleeve and stormed off. You speak boldly, but alas, with the demon emperor gone, the current decisions lie in the hands of the Elder Council, and no matter how much you incite these rabble, it will do no good, Shi Hua. We shall see what comes of this. Upon hearing this, Shi Hua's expression shifted. His confidant, Shi Feng, spoke up, Left Protector, Feng Xian is correct. Even if we gain the support of the majority of the demon populace, it will amount to nothing. With the demon emperor absent, the Elder Council, composed of noble demons, holds all power. Even the Lion Clan boasts many supporters within. Should the Elder Council decide, then, both Shi Hua and his companion understood the unspoken truth. The demon race had only recently risen. Too recently for the noble families to shed their cowardice. Moreover, the plight of the lower demons mattered little to the aristocracy. They were highborn and powerful, and even other races had shown them some deference over the millennia to avoid provoking retaliation from the demon race. Shi Hua scoffed repeatedly. The demon emperor spoke true. Our race has been too spineless for too long, completely forgetting that we once stood at the pinnacle of this world. The demon emperor dedicated himself to our cause. Yet we now dare not even seek revenge for him. The emperor was correct. We must sever our ties to survive. Until we eradicate these stubborn issues, the demon race will never reign supreme again. It is said that the demon emperor engaged in reckless warfare, but the truth is that for the lower demons, those centuries of conflict brought them hope, and no longer must they fear dying silently at the hands of other races, nor endure the torment of soul refining. For the demon emperor declared, "Anyone who harms even a single member of my demon race shall be hunted down, no matter how far or how strong they may be." Who dares claim the demon race lacks spirit? It is merely the noble demons who lack such fortitude. The lower demons have never lacked the courage to resist. Most would rather die standing than live kneeling. Shihua concealed his bloodied hand behind his back, maintaining a stoic expression as he instructed his subordinates, "Let us depart. Our mission is complete. Now, we await their actions. May those elders know how to act. Otherwise, the demon race will truly suffer grievously." Chapter 36. Movements among the races. Lin Jiao's rocket-like cultivation speed in the realm of humanity. At the Tianyan sect, the sect master, Xie Boyan, inquired of the elegant elder before him. The Grand Elder Qingyang, who is also Lin Jiao's master and a mid-stage cultivator of the Great Ascension. Qingyang cast a glance at him, aware that his sect master, a junior brother, seldom visited. The current inquiry, however, was not merely for a decision but likely regarding the Tianyan mirror. The Tianjin sect shared similar intentions. Yet, Qingyang did not view this as a favorable development, a flask of brewed tea soared toward the impatient sect master. Xie Boyan, who finally spoke, "This matter is not one we ought to interfere with. The Tianyin mirror cannot be utilized again. It requires a century to recharge for a single strike, and we must not employ it here. Boyan, remember, defying the heavenly order invites retribution. Would you care to experience the lessons of 3 centuries past once more? Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. Though we should not intervene, we must remain vigilant against other races attempting to exploit the chaos, particularly the demon and ghost races. Boyan, keep a close watch and dispatch disciples to the borders of each race to ensure they do not encroach upon our territory or harm our people." Understood. In another sector of humanity, the Tianjin sect saw the internal strife of the demon race as a prime opportunity. If we can seize control of the demon race and tame them, the Tianjin sect shall undoubtedly surpass the Tianyin sect and become the foremost sect among humanity. This chance must not be missed. Send out orders for all disciples to stand ready. When the moment arises, we shall take the demon race. Disciples, heed the command. In the realm of humanity, at the Beast Master sect, the Tianjin sect is utterly shameless. They speak of inviting our Beast Master sect to combat the demons. But I can see the ulterior motives behind their words. The benefits to our sect are painfully evident. The notion of requisitioning our beasts as vanguard troops is nothing more than a ploy to use them as cannon fodder and shields to absorb damage for them. How audacious of Jinshin to think he could manipulate us like this. Absolutely not. We shall not comply. Whoever agrees to this request must be a fool. Send out orders to seal the mountain gates immediately. Call back the disciples who are outside, and activate the protective array. As long as the Beastmaster sect remains closed, let us see what the Tianjin sect can do to us. As for the human race and the Dan sect, all remains tranquil, with merely a slight increase in alchemical orders, which is a trivial matter for the Alchemy Emperor. If there is even a single furnace within the Dan sect that hasn't been ignited, it would be a sign of disrespect towards the vast influx of spirit stones flowing into our sect. As for the demon clan in the demon domain, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must seize our share. The demon beasts and their flesh are valuable resources for our kind. They were originally our provisions, and had it not been for the meddlesome Junlinyi, the demon race would have long been ours. This time, we cannot afford to miss out. Oh, the ghost clan. It has been 300 years since I last tasted the souls of the demon race. I'm eager to indulge myself. The Ghost Lord suggests that our clan should also take part in this operation? Not quite. Those humans are quite cunning. The demon race is manageable, but they are extremely wary of us demons and ghosts. The demon race will not dare to act against us from afar. But as for us ghosts, humph. You mean to say with so many from the demon race involved, there may not be enough spoils left for us to partake in? It would be better to fish in troubled waters. Come closer. After punishing the two, I still couldn't bear it and brought out a portion of food specially reserved for them. The father and son exchanged a glance before diving into the meal. After satisfying their hunger, upon seeing Lin Jiao still fuming, they dared not provoke her further as their gazes met. They prepared to leave in single file. Lin Jiao, ever vigilant, asked, "Where do you think you're going?" "Did we not agree that you were not to leave today?" Xiao Junzhe found it amusing but patiently explained, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm merely entering seclusion to solidify my cultivation and lay a solid foundation for my future golden core." "Ah? Oh, that's good then. How long will it take? 10 days? Half a month? I'm not quite sure. It depends on the situation." "All right then, here, take this." Lin Jiao pulled out a vial of pills from her storage bracelet and tossed it to Xiao Junzhe. He instinctively caught it, but upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. "Hey, it's another fasting pill. Didn't we agree you wouldn't force me to take those?" Xiao Junzhe's eyes, filled with reproach, stared at Lin Jiao, unable to conceal his discontent. Realizing his misunderstanding, Lin Jiao hurriedly clarified, "This isn't the weird fasting pill. It's a normal one, flavored with strawberries, which you like. Trust me. When you're in seclusion, you can't keep coming out to eat. It's better to be prepared." Seeing her sincere expression, Xiao Junzhe reluctantly accepted her explanation and casually tossed the fasting pill into his storage ring before departing. Jun Linyi hurried over to Lin Jiao, howling in a manner that, although it was in wolf language, she understood with astonishment. "You two are going into seclusion? It turns out you possess golden core cultivation. But you were injured by stronger beasts. I see. Be careful. Do you need our help?" "Oh, all right then. Just be cautious. If anything comes up, let me know. Here, this is your fasting pill." Thus, both man and wolf exited, and it was only after they had distanced themselves from Lin Jiao that Xiao Junzhe voiced his curiosity. "What has gotten into you? Why this sudden urgency for me to enter seclusion and heal your injuries quickly? Didn't you say before that these injuries couldn't be rushed?" His inquisitiveness was uncontainable as he poked at the little white wolf at his feet. Jun Linyi shot him a glare, suppressing the impulse to bite off the bothersome finger, and said, "Little brat, since you're still a child, don't meddle in adult affairs. Just focus on using your bloodline to assist me in healing." "Understood. Tej, if you don't want to say it, fine. It's not a big deal. You're just taking advantage of my youth. Be careful, or I might decide not to help you and see what you do then." Leaving Lin Jiao alone in deep thought, she pondered, "This little white wolf is surprisingly powerful. Who exactly is he?" Previously, she hadn't thought much of it, considering her lack of ambition with Xiao Junzhe. But as more mysteries unfolded before her, she realized the little white wolf was indeed extraordinary, especially when a seemingly low-tier wolf possessed golden core cultivation. What would his strength be if he weren't injured? It appears that one must indeed forge oneself to thrive in this perilous realm of cultivation. With her dantian now restored, it is imperative to quickly recover her strength. Yes, let us act decisively. Unlike before, Lin Jiao activated the spirit gathering array not for alchemy, but for her own cultivation. She hoped this time to restore her powers swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she embraced her core. Recalling the heart technique bestowed upon her by the Tianyin sect for inner disciples. After mentally reviewing it, she prepared to cultivate. Upon encountering this familiar yet unfamiliar technique, the Tianyin Qingmuju, the pinnacle of wood-based cultivation methods from the Tianyin sect, she displayed a complex expression. The Tianyin sect indeed, the original owner had much to repay. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay this karma. With a sigh, Lin Jiao closed her eyes, entering a meditative state as per the original owner's memories. Initially, she thought it would take multiple attempts to absorb spiritual energy, but to her astonishment, she succeeded on the first try. After several cycles of the Great Zhou, a silent breakthrough resonated within her dantian. Lin Jiao was left dumbfounded. What? Is this the first layer of qi refinement? In just 1 hour? What the actual hell? Is my cultivation speed really this astonishing? I thought the first absorption of spiritual energy was supposed to be challenging. Am I being teased? This is faster than riding a rocket. However, Lin Jiao quickly regained her composure. It must be due to the rapid progress of her recultivation. There's no need to panic. This should be normal weight. What? Who can explain why, in less than a night, I've advanced directly to the mid-foundation stage? Is this speed really normal? Feeling alarmed, Lin Jiao realized that although she had spent a month in this world as a useless person, she had thoroughly absorbed the original owner's memories. Even with recultivation, one shouldn't progress so rapidly, within merely 3 hours, from early to mid-foundation. This pace was indeed alarming. While recultivation is swift, she found her situation frightening. Not daring to continue, Lin Jiao attempted to stabilize her cultivation but found it solidified without any need for reinforcement. Observing closely, she noticed no abnormalities. In fact, her meridians and spiritual root had become remarkably resilient. A development she hadn't anticipated. Could the blood of the little one enhance the spiritual root? Lin Jiao was puzzled, but since no one could provide answers, she decided to cease pondering and quickly opened her eyes. Exiting her cultivation. Upon reopening her eyes, Lin Jiao stretched out her hands, feeling herself. This was the first time since her arrival that she could truly sense her own strength. She felt powerful. Clenching her fists, she realized her strength was immense, as if every inch of her body was brimming with latent power. Looking up, she could even see clearly within a 100-mile radius, picking out a mosquito or a tiny pebble with astonishing clarity. As if she had gained ultra-high-definition vision. The world is seen through the eyes of a cultivator. How clear, how terrifying. I am merely at the foundation stage. Those truly powerful beings must be able to stir the seas and command the clouds with ease. No wonder so many cultivators risk their lives to ascend. It is indeed captivating. Even as an ordinary person from another world, suddenly possessing such extraordinary power was somewhat intoxicating. Lin Jiao's expression shifted as she raised her right hand. And suddenly, a green vine sprouted from her palm, rapidly expanding and climbing. Increasing her output of spiritual power, soon the entire room was filled with intertwining green vines. Lin Jiao, thrilled as if she had discovered a new toy, played joyfully, transforming the vines into various shapes. Then, with a flick, a red flame ignited in her palm. Unlike the agile and potent wood-based technique, this flame was noticeably weaker. Lin Jiao wasn't surprised. After all, she possessed both water and with spiritual roots, making fire manipulation challenging. She carefully controlled the flame, endeavoring to amplify its strength, and under her deliberate guidance, the vines in the room gradually burned away. As burning vines fell from above, Lin Jiao snapped her fingers, invoking the water sphere technique to extinguish them. However, little did she know that showing off could invite disaster. With a momentary lapse in control, the fire sphere technique failed, and the flame surged uncontrollably, causing several vines to crash down upon her head. Oh no, wait. Water sphere technique? In a fluster, Lin Jiao fumbled with the water sphere technique, sending a ball the size of a ping pong towards the raging fire, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Oh no, wait, cough. Amidst the chaos, Lin Jiao darted left and right, finally extinguishing the flames after an hour of frantic effort. Cough. Thankfully, this room is protected by a formation brought in by the little one, preventing the entire house from being engulfed in flames. Otherwise, the little one would surely have bitten me to death. Cough. Indeed. One should refrain from showing off. Lin Jiao had just inhaled a mouthful of thick smoke and was now choking terribly. After coughing for what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure and looked around, her face betraying her guilt. Goodness, this is all my doing. It resembles a disaster zone now. The remnants of charred furniture littered the space, and even her beloved century-old Nanmu stool had been reduced to charcoal. Leaving Lin Jiao on the verge of tears, the house could be tidied up with a simple cleaning spell, but the furniture, what to do? Her sense of guilt deepened. This couldn't entirely be blamed on her. Could it? It was her first attempt at fire magic, and losing control was somewhat understandable, right? Lin Jiao, filled with trepidation, cast furtive glances around and swiftly performed a set of cleaning spells from memory. Instantly, the scene transformed before her eyes. Well, aside from the heaps of charcoal she had conveniently overlooked, right? The storage bracelet? Lin Jiao's spirits lifted as she excitedly rubbed her hands together. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had long coveted the original owner's high-grade storage bracelet. Although Xiaojuns had opened it for her a few times, the treasures inside had dwindled considerably. To be honest, the spirit stones were nearly all gone, having been thoroughly plundered by the Lin family. Magical artifacts? talismans, and medicinal pills were also in scant supply. Comparatively, her possessions paled in value against those of Sang Ke, leaving her baffled as to what the original owner had been so eager to contend for with the Lin family. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Lin Jiaojiao's enthusiasm in the slightest. With a surge of spiritual energy, she reached out and swept the charcoal into her bracelet. Wow, even after witnessing Xiaojun's demonstrate multiple times. When it came to her own turn, Lin Jiaojiao still felt like a complete novice. Alas, this item couldn't be taken with her. She sighed, then began inspecting the contents of the bracelet. Although she already knew what was inside, seeing it for herself still left her marveling at the wonders of the cultivation world. A whole 100 cubic meters of storage space. No wonder the Lin family believed the original owner possessed valuable items. Lin Jiaojiao's master had often remarked that the original owner, despite being a rebellious disciple, was indeed fortunate. A typical storage space usually only had a few dozen cubic meters. In fact, a storage bag provided for free by most sects would be considered generous if it contained 10 cubic meters. Lin Jiaojiao sighed, setting aside thoughts of the original owner's troubles, and continued her journey of exploration. Meanwhile, upon activating the formation, Jun Linya urged Xiaojuns to begin. Noticing Jun Linya's serious demeanor and the unintentional aura he exuded, Xiaojuns understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time. He retrieved the heart of the demon emperor, infused it with spiritual energy, and tossed it into the air, allowing it to hover above Jun Linya's head before moving behind him. Channeling his bloodline power into Jun Linya. The moment Jun Linya came into contact with Xiaojun's bloodline energy, his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal wolf, a crescent moon appearing upon its forehead. Turning his head, the father and son locked eyes, instantly comprehending one another's intentions. Both Jun Linya and Xiaojuns closed their eyes simultaneously, synchronously channeling their bloodline energy to perform a grand circulation. The heart of the demon emperor, responding to their call, soared to Jun Linya's forehead in a flickering dance of crimson light. A surge of gentle spiritual energy flowed into Jun Linya's body, continuously mending his injuries, meridians, and dantian. Silver light shimmered, bathing the entire room in a mysterious, cool silver glow. Even the crescent moon outside, partially obscured, mirrored this silvery radiance, responding in kind. This was the marvel of the silver moon howling wolf, capable of directly harnessing the power of moonlight for its own use. It served as a potent source of strength. Moonlight is omnipresent, and being able to draw upon it directly is akin to possessing an extraordinary cultivation advantage. Chapter 38. The Demon Emperor's Healing Interrupted. The little one transforms into a puppy. The cultivation world is indeed wondrous, not lacking in races that can directly convert moonlight into their own strength. However, unlike the silver moon howling wolf, most of these races can only use moonlight as supplementary aid for cultivation, with certain restrictions. They primarily rely on spiritual energy for their practices. After all, the sun's essence is too scorching to absorb. Although moon essence is much gentler, its power is still formidable. It is widely acknowledged that moon essence surpasses spiritual energy and potency, making it unwise to draw too much. Yet the silver moon howling wolf is different. It can naturally absorb moon essence without being harmed, as long as its meridians and dantian can accommodate the influx. Aside from the limitations of their innate talents regarding how much moonlight they can absorb, there are no other constraints, allowing them to utilize both simultaneously. What does this equate to? It means that while one can only operate a single computer for computations, I can operate two, one of which is a supercomputer. Thus, Jun Linya, at such a young age, has become one of the few in the cultivation world to reach the late stage of the Great Ascension phase before undergoing tribulation. His bloodline has become his secret advantage. Jun Linya sensed the rapid repair of his severely injured dantian, meridians, and physical body, particularly the swift replenishment of spiritual energy in his depleted dantian, bringing him a sense of relief. He should still have time, he thought to himself. However, as a late-stage Great Ascension cultivator, even in haste, the time required would not be short. It took a full 10 days for his internal injuries to heal halfway, and that was with Xiaojun's assistance. After resting for a while, Jun Linya prepared to continue, feeling a pang of guilt at the sight of Xiaojun's fatigued face. Despite the restorative effects of the 5th grade mixed yuan pill he provided, the little one's spirit was utterly drained. Yet Jun Linya had no choice but to push the little one further. Only by fully repairing his internal injuries could he restore his physical form and arrive in time to save the demon race from utter annihilation. Although he felt compassion for Xiaojun's struggles, Junlinya steeled himself to speak. "Little one, you are doing splendidly. Let us proceed. I believe in you." Just as he was about to urge Xiaojun's to continue, he noticed the little one swaying unsteadily, his face flushed, appearing quite discomfort, which startled Junlinya in an instant. As Xiaojun's collapsed, the now giant wolf Junlinya leapt forward, catching his son. "Little one, Xiaozai, what is wrong with you?" Junlinya felt the little one, now sprawled atop him, burning with fever, causing him to panic. This shouldn't be happening. Xiaozai was on the brink of becoming a golden core cultivator, belonging to a realm impervious to temperature extremes. Even if it were solely due to his silver moon howling wolf bloodline, he shouldn't be capable of experiencing a fever. In his anxious state, as he prepared to inquire further, he suddenly caught sight of the full moon outside and, as if struck by a realization, even the dignified demon emperor couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Damn, I forgot about that. This is bad." No sooner had he spoken than the little one's body began to heat up even more. A fever gripping him, and the poor child was starting to lose consciousness. Junlinya looked up to see the little one glowing red all over, and his heart sank as if in response to Junlinya's exclamation. The little one's crimson aura peaked, and with a loud bang, the dazzling radiance enveloped him, nearly blinding Junlinya. Of course, this posed no challenge to the great Ascension cultivator, and so, in his gaze, the little wolf cub, with a resounding explosion, transformed into a genuine little wolf cub. No, not just any wolf cub. Even the imperious demon emperor, who could remain unflappable in the face of catastrophe, found his eyes widening in disbelief. What in the world had this little rascal transformed into? Good heavens, the supreme being of the demon realm, the exalted demon emperor, had a son who morphed into a bumbling puppy. Damn. With a flash of red light, Junlinya reverted to his human form, and the little pup Xiaojun's naturally tumbled to the ground. True to his title, the demon emperor swiftly grasped the little pup's neck, pinching the soft flesh. Leaving the bewildered Xiaojun's, who was confused about why he had shrunk again, dangling before Junlinya. "Little pup, my esteemed silver moon howling wolf bloodline has devolved into a mere little white dog? Surely this cannot be correct. I expected it to transform into an ordinary white wolf at worst. How did it become a dog? How unsightly. I refuse to believe this is my offspring." Junlinya expressed his utter disdain, casting the little pup aside. Xiaojun's, still dazed at his own transformation, suddenly found himself face to face with his father's enormous visage, and before he could protest, he was unceremoniously hurled away. With a loud thud, Xiaojun slammed against the wall, yelping in pain. Fortunately, although he had regressed into a dog, his physical resilience remained intact. Otherwise, Junlinya's throw would have severely injured him. Furious, Xiaojun scrambled to his feet and charged at Junlinya, barking in indignation. "Awoo, awoo, 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 awoo. Stupid demon emperor, foolish father, is it customary to throw your own son away? If I weren't sturdy, I would have been done for. You call yourself a demon emperor? You are the true puppy, your entire family are puppies. While I am a wolf, a noble silver moon howling wolf, you blind dog of a father." Initially feeling a twinge of guilt, Junlinya dismissed all such sentiments upon hearing his son's furious tirade. He glanced expressionlessly at the silly white dog before him and, casting a spell, conjured a water mirror before the agitated Xiaojun's. "Take a look for yourself. Did I err in calling you a pup? Is this not a foolish dog? Awoo, damn." The shock caused Xiaojun's to revert to his primitive instincts. Xiao Juanza was utterly bewildered, as if he had encountered a ghost. Who was this foolish dog before him? And where was he? With wide dog eyes, Xiao Juanza spun around in place, only to find the little white dog in the mirror mimicking his every move. Stunned, he realized this was indeed him. He rushed to the water mirror, inspecting himself from side to side, stretching out a leg and playfully pawing at his dog head. Could it be that this silly dog was truly him? This was preposterous. He instinctively wanted to shout, "Who are you?" But instead, all that escaped his mouth was a howl. Could it be that he wasn't merely seeing things? Reluctantly, Xiao Juanza used his front paws to scratch himself, only to let out a yelp as he inadvertently inflicted pain upon himself. shattering his denial. Oh my, it really was him. How could a noble silver moon howling wolf pup have turned into a foolish white dog? Was this some sort of cruel joke? With a forlorn gaze, Xiao Juanzi looked at the water mirror, and then a clever thought struck him. He immediately turned and pounced toward the scheming giant Lingya behind him. You rotten father, confess your misdeeds. Chapter 39. The affliction of half-demons. Now truly a puppy, Xiao Juanzi charged over. Brimming with fury, Giant Lingya understood that the little pup had realized what had transpired, that he had meddled with the inheritance. A series of howls erupted. A woo, a woo, a woo. Xiao Juanzi's little head was firmly restrained, unable to advance a single step. Despite his futile attempts to claw his way free, he couldn't even touch a single hair of Giant Lingya. Frustrated, the little creature could only express his impotent rage through frantic howls. Lamenting his father's negligence, Giant Lingya paid no heed to the pup's grievances, sighing to himself that it was indeed unfortunate. He had initially intended to show the pup's mother what her little white dog looked like. But instead, he ended up in this predicament. While pondering this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his paw. Glancing down with an impassive expression, he observed his foolish offspring biting down fiercely on his forepaw. Upon meeting Giant Lingya's gaze, the pup raised an eyebrow in defiance. Oh? You dare to provoke me? Giant Lingya thought, and in an instant, his body became as rigid as stone. Xiao Juanzi, who had been happily gnawing on his father's paw, found his teeth clashing against an unyielding surface, nearly chipping them in the process. Spitting and sputtering, he reluctantly released his grip. Giant Lingya had been careful, ensuring that his actions caused no harm to Xiao Juanzi, only startling him. Who would voluntarily seek to be bitten? A smile crept onto Giant Lingya's face, and if anyone from the demon realm witnessed it, they would surely scream in astonishment, for their emperor was once again up to his mischief. As expected, the next moment, a thunderous howl erupted. A woo! The sound startled Lin Jiaojiao, who had been engrossed in her spiritual pursuits, causing her to shiver. What is this, little white? Realizing what had happened, Lin Jiaojiao dashed out in a hurry, racing to Xiao Juanzi's door. Sensing that the barrier was down, she prepared to charge in. Just as she was about to make her move, the barrier opened. Without a second thought, she rushed inside, only to be met with utter astonishment. What in the world is happening? Where is my large cub? Who is this little white dog before me? Upon entering, she was greeted by a ferocious little white dog biting at the forepaw of the little white wolf, which appeared to be cowering in submission. Lin Jiaojiao was utterly bewildered. Was this a case of a dog bullying a wolf? Or was it a wolf, comparable to a golden core cultivator? Had she not woken up fully? Or was the world simply going mad? Moreover, where was her clever, adorable, obedient son? Why was there only a foolish dog and the little white wolf in the room? Wait a moment, a foolish dog. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the once innocent, now ferocious dog chasing after the little white wolf, a shocking realization dawning upon her. It couldn't be. As if to shatter her denial, the little white wolf evaded the little white dog's pursuit with a few agile moves, then darted towards Lin Jiaojiao, ultimately leaping into her embrace. A woo, a woo, a woo. The little white wolf, now nestled in her arms, began to howl frantically. Lin Jiaojiao, still in disbelief, turned to the approaching ferocious little white dog, her voice cracking. What? You mean to say this is my cub? He was just cultivating so well, and suddenly he turned into a little white dog. And now he's become so ferocious, chasing after you? Lin Jiaojiao's astonishment was palpable, causing Xiao Juanzi, who had been pursuing her, to freeze mid-charge, his steps halting. How had Lin Jiaojiao entered? Wasn't there a barrier in place? Was this yet another scheme by Giant Lingya? Xiao Juanzi could hardly believe his eyes, staring incredulously at his father, who was feigning innocence as he trembled in Lin Jiaojiao's embrace. Was this truly the behavior of a responsible parent? Noticing the bewildered gaze of his cub, Giant Lingya couldn't help but flaunt his tail in pride, infuriating Xiao Juanzi even further. Though he was not human, his actions were truly dog-like. Xiao Juanzi, grinding his teeth in frustration, was prepared to gnaw a piece of flesh from this absurd father to vent his pent-up anger when he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground. Looking up in confusion, he realized it was Lin Jiaojiao who had picked him up. She held the little white wolf close, freeing her hands to examine Xiao Juanzi. desperate to understand how he had reverted to his original form. No, not just his original form, but a regression. The bloodline of a demon lord could not simply transform into an ordinary little white dog. If word of this got out, who would believe that a demon lord's lineage could devolve into something so weak and commonplace? Such a notion was utterly ridiculous. Yet, this absurdity was unfolding right before her eyes. Lin Jiaojiao anxiously searched Xiao Juan's body, finding no signs of anything amiss, growing increasingly agitated to the point of tears. "You say you're fine?" Lin Jiaojiao queried, her voice filled with uncertainty. Xiao Juanza nodded resolutely, but Lin Jiaojiao remained unconvinced. How could he be fine when he had transformed into a dog? Was this a regression? Or was it a consequence of being a half-demon? That couldn't be right. In the past 6 years, there had been no such change. If there had been, the original owner would have dealt with it long ago. And she would have certainly remembered. Was this a side effect of the bloodline awakening? Xiao Juanza himself was clueless. He was but a child, relying on what he had learned and understood. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he couldn't help but glare fiercely at Jian Lingya, who was now pretending to tremble in Lin Jiaojiao's embrace. This scoundrel must have known. The inheritance had come from him, and if this truly was a side effect of being a half-demon, such a significant matter could not have been omitted from the inheritance. This could only mean one thing. It had existed all along, but this negligent father had secretly erased it. How infuriating. Now, the foolish woman who had insisted on believing he was a dog was now vindicated, having turned him into one. There was no way to clear his name. Feeling that he hadn't tormented Xiao Juanza enough, Jian Lingya shot a mocking glance at the pair. Awoo. What of it? Your father did this. Can you bite me? You guessed correctly. This is indeed the affliction of half-demons. Surprised? Are you? Chapter 40. Impure bloodlines will reveal themselves under the full moon at this point. Xiao Juanza had truly entered a state of self-imposed isolation. With such a dog for a father, it was impossible not to feel despondent. Due to Jian Lingya's howls having been communicated telepathically to Xiao Juanza, Lin Jiaojiao remained oblivious, merely feeling a headache coming on. How could the little pup, who had been so fierce and spirited just moments ago, suddenly fall silent? Believing it to be some after-effect, Lin Jiaojiao hurriedly cradled him, cooing, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Please tell Mama." "All right." As she stroked his head repeatedly, her beautiful face leaned in close, their foreheads touching, her voice gentle beyond measure. This display of affection irked Jian Lingya, who realized that Lin Jiaojiao's kiss was about to land on Xiao Juanza's forehead. With a swift movement, he intercepted, causing her kiss to land on his right paw instead. The warm sensation made Jian Lingya's paw involuntarily twitch, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. While Jian Lingya initially aimed to test Lin Jiaojiao's feelings by playing a prank on his son, his thoughts had since shifted. He decided to reveal everything he knew. Why Xiao Juanza had transformed, how he might restore himself, and how he could avoid this in the long term. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that half-demons experience periods of diminished strength, often unpredictably, manifesting in various forms. Some regress to a frail human state, while others, like Xiao Juanza, devolve into a weaker form of their demon lineage. In most cases, other half-demons regress to a vulnerable juvenile stage. But his transformation into a little white dog was truly unprecedented. As for why this occurred on a full moon night, it was simply a characteristic of the silver moon howling wolf. Typically, during a full moon, the silver moon howling wolf reaches its peak strength, triggering a bloodline tide. However, under Jian Lingya's guidance, Xiao Juanza had deliberately chosen this day to undergo his regression, fearing that if his demon bloodline were too powerful, it might inadvertently attack his human lineage, leading to his demise. After a long silence, Lin Jiaojiao finally met Jian Lingya's gaze. "Little White, who exactly are you? How do you know so much?" Even if one wishes to embellish the truth, it is no longer feasible. This discourse has long transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals, and even those who were once disciples of the grand sect remain oblivious. Xiaobai possesses this knowledge, revealing that she is not as simple as she appears, but rather an ordinary beast within the realm of humanity. Thus, she ultimately voiced her inquiry. Junlini remained silent, pondering for an extended period before refraining from speaking. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather that he felt unable to do so. If she were to discover that he was the demon emperor, how would she react? Surely, it would be impossible for her to regard him merely as Xiaobai with a tranquil heart. Even if he were greedy, until the very last moment, he did not wish to see reverence and fear reflected upon her countenance. Junlini's silence prompted Lin Jiaojiao to cast a deep glance at him. However, the current focus was not on him, but rather on little Juanzi. Little Juanzi was oblivious to the subtle thoughts exchanged between his parents. He was simply elated by Junlini's words, disregarding everything else. Wasn't it merely a matter of making a choice to stabilize the bloodline? The incessant oscillation between human and beast forms was ultimately due to the conflict of bloodlines between humans and demons. To resolve this, one must choose a single bloodline to stabilize. Once decided, such a situation would cease to arise, correct? Splendid. Does this imply that if he were to choose the demon bloodline, his human bloodline would be entirely forsaken? Howl! Little Juanzi joyfully proclaimed his conjecture. Upon hearing this, both parents fell silent. Lin Jiaojiao could not fathom why Xiaobai was silent, but she herself was quiet due to the uncontainable excitement radiating from little Juanzi at the prospect of abandoning his human bloodline, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Was it truly the case that the blood of the original owner flowing within him was something he wished to discard? How peculiar. Clearly, it was little Juanzi's resentment towards the original owner that had been redirected towards the bloodline. Yet she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Junlini's silence stemmed from guilt regarding the little wolf Cub.as for the source of this guilt. He cast a glance at Lin Jiaojiao, who was bowing her head. Her expression unreadable, and chose not to ponder further. Howl, howl, howl. What a naive notion. No matter how one might wish to abandon it, that bloodline is indeed a part of you. How could one possibly survive relying solely on half of a bloodline? Such innocence. The choice merely determines which bloodline will dominate henceforth. Upon hearing this, little Juanzi's ears and tail drooped in disappointment, only to perk up once more with renewed vigor. It mattered not if the bloodline could not be forsaken. For now, Lin Jiaojiao was tolerable, and he was no longer as averse to this half of his bloodline. Observing the little one regaining his cheer, Lin Jiaojiao also brightened, keenly questioning Xiaobai. The demon bloodline of the little one was exceedingly potent. Thus, merely making a choice was insufficient. He would also need to learn to fully control this bloodline and must swiftly enhance his mastery, correct? Furthermore, there was an additional benefit. He need not fear that his half-demon bloodline would be discovered. In his human form, he could still exhibit characteristics of the demon race. If he were to master the demon bloodline completely, he could allow the human bloodline to dominate, thus transforming entirely into a human cub. Junlini nodded decisively. Lin Jiaojiao deemed this a fortuitous development and lowered her head to inquire of the little one. In that case, little one, are you willing? The perilous Xiaobai had also mentioned that for all half-demons, unless one parent possessed a particularly formidable human bloodline, typically the demon bloodline would be the more dominant force. However, while the demon bloodline bestows immense power, it is also wild and challenging to control. Especially for half-demons in the face of a non-related bloodline, it becomes even more ferocious. While the human bloodline is manageable, should a half-demon possess mixed demon and monster bloodlines, they might perish at birth due to the enmity between the two bloodlines. Merely avoiding contact can lead to fury. Attempting to gain control now would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Even Lin Jiaojiao, a novice in the realm of cultivation, recognized the treacherous nature of such an endeavor. To fully master it, how easy could that be? Little one, perhaps we should refrain from rushing into this for now. You are still young, and we can wait a little longer? Lin Jiaojiao's voice was filled with earnestness. Yet, little Juanzi yearned for strength and instinctively sought to refuse. He opened his mouth, only to find himself utterly unable to produce sound. What is this? Once more, little Juanzi turned to Junlini, observing the warning expression on his face, and could easily deduce that it was yet again him. Little Juanzi, what exactly do you intend to do, Junlini? Silence. Your mother is acting in your best interests. Moreover, her concerns are not unfounded. Your meridians are currently too fragile to make such a choice. This emperor is also worried you might not withstand it. Be good and refrain from speaking, little Juanzi. I don't trust you for a second. Do you dare to speak the truth? Don't think I didn't notice. Before Lin Jiaojiao spoke, you certainly did not hold such views. That look in your eyes clearly wished for me to immediately master the bloodline and restore my strength to heal you. You are worried? What are you worried about? Do you truly believe I am unaware of how the demon race raises their young? They prioritize wild growth. Surviving is the best outcome. If one cannot live, then that is merely unfortunate for them. You worry? Little Juanza vented his frustrations, yet ultimately, he could not oppose the authority of the stronger and could only resign himself and nod in agreement. Lin Jiaojiao felt joy at this. That is wonderful. She resolved that in order to shield her child from future peril, she must diligently cultivate, strive to concoct pills, and endeavor to secure a safer transition for her child. Cradling one of the little ones, Lin Jiaojiao chattered on. Since you must maintain this state for several days, once you recover, you shall accompany your mother. I am nearing the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, and there are many pills I previously could not concoct that I can now attempt. Given your current condition, it is ideal for nurturing soul pills, which I have already begun to experiment with. Soul-nurturing pills, as the name suggests, are meant to enhance the spirit. If I could strengthen your spirit before you make your choice, your chances of mastering the bloodline would increase significantly. However, soul-nurturing pills are merely low-level potions for spirit enhancement, and being a third-grade pill, it may pose a challenge given my current capabilities. Junlini, observing the dejection etched on his face, found it somewhat unbearable. A true man should not be so easily defeated by minor setbacks. It was a sight difficult to behold. Chapter 41. The resentful son and the scheming father Little Juanza could hardly be bothered with him. For now, he could only maintain this form for 3 days. Having transformed from a wolf into a dog, and he was utterly fatigued by it. Whatever else could happen, he cared not. Fortunately, she had sufficiently wrecked her room, but the bed remained, sparing the family from sleeping on the floor. The 15th moon hung high, casting silvery light through the window. In such an ambience, Lin Jiaojiao gently placed the 2 adorable, furry beings, one large and one small, in their designated spots. Xiaobai, having just been placed at the innermost part, was somewhat displeased, yearning to be close to Jiaojiao. However, upon seeing the little cub drooping like a frost-bitten eggplant, he sighed softly and resigned himself to the situation. It was understandable. This was the child's first encounter with such a transformation, shifting from a noble wolf to a dog, and it was normal for him to struggle with the adjustment. Thus, he would temporarily yield his position. Junlini, understanding the situation, shifted to lean against the wall. Lin Jiaojiao had been softly comforting little Juanza when she caught sight of his antics and couldn't help but chuckle. Particularly that sigh, so human-like, truly amused her. Reaching out, she playfully scratched his soft white belly. Xiaobai, oh Xiaobai, how can you be so adorable? Junlini's body stiffened. Woman, where do you think your hands are wandering? That is, Lin Jiaojiao had yet to process the implications, especially since Junlini, in his efforts to conceal his identity, consistently presented himself as a young cub. Even now, as the truth was revealed, Xiaobai's cultivation was not trivial. Lin Jiaojiao subconsciously regarded him as a little friend, a small creature, thus her actions were inevitably somewhat indiscreet. She was accustomed to such behavior, having dealt with countless furry beings during her time as a veterinarian. She was, after all, a rascal among veterinarians. What was a little playful touching? What of stealing the first kiss of a furry child? Sharing a bed, or even, cough cough, having played with the child's private parts? Thus, it was utterly impossible to expect Lin Jiaojiao to exercise restraint when it came to the furry ones. Consequently, unable to endure any longer, Junlini seized her hand just as she was becoming more audacious, encroaching upon forbidden territory. At that moment, his ears were flushed crimson. Fortunately, the fur provided some cover, preventing Lin Jiaojiao from noticing. Lin Jiaojiao, suddenly captured, realized she had perhaps gone too far, and she cast an embarrassed glance at Xiaobai, who looked up at her with an accusatory gaze. She then lowered her head, only to find him glaring at her, clearly without uttering a word, yet inexplicably making her feel guilty. Alas, beauty can lead one astray. She almost forgot her own child. What a sin! After soothing her little one a few more times, Lin Jiaojiao lay down, even as a cultivator. After spending over 20 years as an ordinary person, she retained the habits of an everyday individual, eating 3 meals and sleeping at night. Summoning a touch of spiritual energy, she extinguished the illumination in the room and cautiously embraced her 2 furry companions. After such a lengthy delay, they must be weary, right? Little one, fret not. Everything will pass. With your mother by your side, there is nothing to fear. Mother will accompany you through these 3 days. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall research beneficial pills. There is no need to be anxious. Sleep now. Lin Jiaojiao's voice, tender in the enveloping darkness, resonated with a soothing warmth. Little Juanza, though silent, felt reassured by her presence. He thought to himself that perhaps there was nothing wrong with this arrangement. At least for the next 3 days, he would have his parents by his side. The little white dog Juanza, with drooping eyelids, stealthily lifted his gaze to Lin Jiaojiao's gentle, smiling face, then discreetly glanced at Junlini, who had turned to observe them at some point. Perhaps believing he was unnoticed in his covert glance, the typically enigmatic and imposing figure bore a hint of softness in his expression. Their eyes met, and both father and son were taken aback, expecting ridicule from one another. Instead, they simultaneously turned away, feigning nonchalance. Junlini, little Juanza, given his regression, due to injury, I shall overlook it for today. As Lin Jiaojiao gently caressed and soothed Xiao Junzhe to sleep, she noticed his body had grown stiff and curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" "Awoo. It's nothing. I'm just tired. I'll sleep now with that." He promptly closed his eyes and drifted off to slumber. However, not long after, he suddenly felt a weight upon him, startling him. Just as he was about to open his eyes to ascertain the cause, a tuft of furry hair, imbued with a familiar scent, brushed against his nose. Xiao Junzhe instantly recognized what had settled over him. It was the fluffy tail of Jun Linyi. Consequently, Xiao Junzhe lay still, feigning deep sleep as he subtly shifted his position. As he adjusted, the tail atop him moved accordingly, yet his body remained firmly ensconced beneath its cover. A sly smile crept onto Xiao Junzhe's lips. Perhaps this seemingly ungrateful father was not as bad as he had imagined. What a farce! How foolish he had been to think that, due to the kindness shown to him the previous night when his father had used his tail to keep him warm, he would treat him slightly better. Yet, not even a morning had passed before Lin Jiaojiao's absence allowed him to cause mischief. The coldly mocking Demon King remarked, "Oh, are you still a little baby? Being cradled by your mother and fed? Would you like me to find you a wet nurse?" This was said while Lin Jiaojiao was feeding the little one breakfast early that morning. Xiao Junzhe, a frown formed on his forehead at it, seemed he had indeed not weaned. Even while alchemizing, he was still carried around by his mother, truly a pampered little baby. This was remarked by the Demon King after Lin Jiaojiao insisted on bringing him along during her alchemical endeavors. Xiao Junzhe. Another frown appeared, veins throbbing on his forehead. Forget it, this character was beyond saving. A true man should be able to withstand a little adversity. How could he ever achieve greatness if he crumbled so easily? This character was a lost cause. It seemed he would have to start over with a new persona. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xiao Junzhe howled, "Awoo! Silence, you stinky old father." This exclamation was shouted in wolf language, and with it came his furious little body. Jun Linyi was prepared to intervene, but upon seeing Lin Jiaojiao's figure, "Awoo!" When Lin Jiaojiao appeared, she witnessed a scene of a wolf and a dog in a tussle. Or rather, the little white dog was relentlessly attacking while the little white wolf was merely on the defensive. Out of reluctance, the little white wolf had been retreating repeatedly, and if it continued, it would surely suffer an unmerciful assault from the little white dog. Lin Jiaojiao was incensed. She was aware that Xiao Junzhe frequently bullied the little white one due to its gentle temperament. Just yesterday, it had been the same. However, considering that the little one had recently undergone a transformation, she feared that being too harsh in her reprimands would discourage him. Little did she know that today, he had grown bold again, taking advantage of the little white one's amiable nature to resume his bullying. Xiao Junzhe was thoroughly engrossed in his antics, oblivious to the fact that Jun Linyi, who had previously been far superior, was today merely on the defensive. Nonetheless, this only fueled his excitement. Who cared? Such an opportunity was rare. He would unleash his pent-up frustrations, just as he had cornered the opponent and was preparing to retaliate. Envisioning the others pleading for mercy, a hand descended from above and seized his life force. Xiao Junzhe stared in bewilderment as his body was lifted, and Lin Jiaojiao's displeased countenance came into view. "Darling, why are you bullying the little white one again?" Chapter 42. The state of the demon tribe at that moment, even Xiao Junzhe, despite his usual naivete, knew he had once again fallen into a trap. Especially when confronted with the other's bemused expression, his anger erupted, and he struggled fiercely. "Awoo, awoo. It wasn't me. It was all him instigating trouble, Xiao Junzhe attempted to explain. Lin Jiao, puzzled and concerned that she might have misunderstood her son, turned a glance at the little white one squatting nearby. How could Jun Linyi, a 1,000-year-old fox, be so easily exposed? When Lin Jiao looked at him, he had already assumed a pitiful demeanor. Although he had said nothing, his tearful eyes spoke volumes. "Awuh, I did not." Lin Jiao immediately took a firm stance. "Little White, I apologize on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him. He did not mean to." After sincerely bowing to him and offering her apologies for Xiao Junzhe, Lin Jiao turned to admonish her son. Her tone remained gentle as always, yet the words she spoke were irrefutable. "Darling, I understand that you have not been in the best mood these past few days due to your transformation into a dog, but you must not bully the weak to be good. I know you are not that kind of person. However, we must learn to restrain ourselves. We cannot transfer our negative feelings onto others just because we are unhappy. That is not acceptable behavior. All right, I know you are feeling down now, so let us wait a bit. Once you feel better, we will sincerely apologize to Little White, okay? Awoo. All right, I know you cannot bring yourself to say it, but even though Mommy has apologized on your behalf, you must still apologize for your wrongdoing. It is a matter of principle, sweetheart. Think about it. If you were in someone else's shoes and were bullied like that, wouldn't you be upset? We must learn to empathize, Awuh. I knew it. You are the best now. Go apologize to Little White. All right? Xiao Junzhe felt utterly aggrieved. It was all that stinky old father's fault. Yet he still had to apologize. He was forced to adopt a guise of innocence. Emerging untainted from the mud, becoming the image of the perfect child in Lin Jiao's eyes. So, I am the villain, am I? Ah, it infuriates me. In the end, Xiao Junzhe reluctantly offered an apology. There was no choice. If he did not, Lin Jiao would incessantly nag him until he did, which would be even more exasperating. Awur, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Xiao Junzhe apologize, both the little boy and the little wolf were elated. Junlin would never admit that he enjoyed teasing his son because he was displeased by how someone else doted on him. Awur, it's all right. Lin Jiao beamed. That's more like it. We are all family. How could there be lingering grievances? Come on, you two. Shake paws and make peace. With that, Lin Jiao took one paw in each hand and brought them together, creating a gesture of reconciliation. However, unbeknownst to her, as their paws touched, both father and son simultaneously displayed expressions of disdain. You little rascal, do not touch me, as if I would want to. You stinky old father. Humph. Both exchanged covert glares. And when Lin Jiao's gaze fell upon them, they instantly donned forced smiles, showcasing their Oscar-worthy acting skills. On another front, report. I bring news to the Guardian. The northern region of Tualing has been breached by the human clan's Tianjin sect, and our forces have been compelled to retreat 100 miles. Report. I bring news to the Guardian. The Demon Ridge Pass is under siege by the demonic forces, and the border is in dire straits. The Leopard Clan's commander requests reinforcements. Report. The Ghost Clan is also making moves, seemingly preparing to send troops to attack our tribe soon. Report. The Lee Cat Clan has defected. The entire clan has risen in rebellion, condemning the Guardian for neglecting the safety of the demon tribe and recklessly instigating war, demanding your head and territorial concessions to seek peace with the other three clans. Initially, Xihua believed that after days of open and covert struggles with Fengxian, along with the demon tribe's occupation by other clans, he had managed to achieve a state of tranquility. However, upon hearing the final military report, even he could not help but sweep everything off the table in a fit of rage. Defection? The Lee Cat Clan. They seek my head and demand territorial concessions for peace. Why doesn't my Tiger Clan simply defect and seek refuge with the other three clans instead? Truly a bunch of useless fools. If it were not for me, Fengxian, would His Majesty be hiding away to heal, and would our demon tribe be in such a predicament? The current state of affairs is entirely the fault of my Tiger Clan. Yet they still have the audacity to demand that I seek peace. How absurd. The Tiger Clan is no longer the Tiger Clan of old. Who does not know that the Lee Cat Clan is a subordinate clan of the Tiger Clan? At this time, to push them out, is it not to force me to submit? Do they believe they can bring me down this way? Naive. Speaking of this, he felt a surge of indignation. The Elder Council had indeed taken the moral high ground in pushing Fengxian forward. But he was still merely a stand-in. The reason behind this was that Feng Xian had not received the acknowledgement of the Demon Emperor's crown. According to the rules, a Demon Emperor who has not been recognized by the Demon Emperor's crown does not qualify as the Demon Tribe's ruler. Moreover, with the fall of the Demon Emperor and the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor's heart unknown, Feng Xian's dream of ascending to the position of Demon Emperor would ultimately remain unfulfilled, leading him to erupt in fury on multiple occasions behind closed doors. As for why the Demon Emperor's crown did not recognize Feng Xian, Shi Hua scoffed. It was simply because His Majesty was not dead. Since he was alive, how could the Demon Emperor's crown, which is already claimed, recognize a new master? The Tiger clan must have sensed this as well, but so what? Now faced with internal strife and external threats. It was nothing but a pipe dream for the Tiger clan to find His Majesty in such circumstances. Thus, Feng Xian could only act as the acting Demon Emperor to handle affairs. Yet he soon discovered that matters were not unfolding as they had anticipated. They wished to seek peace, to grovel to the human clan and the demonic clan, but the citizens of the demon tribe were unwilling to comply. Before the call for peace had even been issued, the citizens had already risen in rebellion. The demon tribe vowed not to seek peace. The Tiger clan's desire for peace equated to treason against the demon tribe. Day after day, incessant protests and uprisings erupted, with petitions flooding into the Demon Emperor's palace like a flurry of snowflakes. Did he not understand the meaning behind this? It was nothing more than a call for his demise. Yet he had not anticipated that he would survive this ordeal and manage to stabilize the situation for the time being. The Tiger clan could no longer sit idly by. They were actually considering the demands of the demonic clan, attempting to coerce him into offering his head. Waves of rage washed over him, mingled with a sense of helplessness. The three clans besieging our demon tribe. Are we truly destined for ruin? Although neither the human clan nor the demonic clan currently had any ascended stage cultivators participating in the battle, who could say what the future held? Shi Hua gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that they were taking advantage of our tribe's emperor's absence, even with three of them combined, they would not dare to invade our demon tribe. His Majesty is the foremost in the late ascended stage, capable of facing three opponents. That is the strength of Jun Linyi. Instead, Jun Linyi, whether due to youth or some other reason, throws himself into every battle without fear of attracting heavenly retribution. He feels overwhelmed when facing opponents of the same realm, but against those he could defeat while suppressing his cultivation. He fears that unleashing his full power would invoke catastrophe, thus he refrains from striking against the demon realm while His Majesty is present. Now, should it come to it, he is prepared to fight to the death, even if it means taking a piece of flesh from them, to let them know of the ferocity of the demon race. Even if we all perish in battle, as long as His Majesty remains, vengeance will ultimately be ours. What is there to fear? Shi Hua spoke fiercely, immediately garnering the agreement of others within the military tent. Indeed, that's right. Let us strike back at them. Chapter 43. Angered by the suffering of the demon race, Lin Jiao refines beast fire with one voice. The other three races were perplexed by the sudden, reckless counterattack from the demon race, causing them to retreat in confusion. At this moment, the demons that took the field were driven by the desire to gain an advantage. None truly intended to conquer the demon race, all aware that it was a hot potato that would bring misfortune to whoever attempted to seize it. Therefore, when faced with the frenzied demons, they unanimously chose to avoid confrontation. Thus, the demon race, with their reckless fighting style, temporarily pushed back the coalition of the three races. Jun Linyi, upon learning of the situation, fell into a long silence before he finally inquired, "What is the extent of our casualties?" The reporting Dark Demon Guard remained silent for some time. 40 to 50%. Jun Linyi let out an ambiguous laugh. Good. The Tiger clan is truly commendable. The Demon Guard dared not speak further, lowering his head, clutching his sleeve tightly, struggling to withstand the unconscious and terrifying pressure emanating from the Demon Emperor. How could it not be commendable? In the 300 years since His Majesty ascended, our casualties have not exceeded this number, and perhaps it is even less, for His Majesty himself is incredibly formidable, always leading the charge in battle, single-handedly facing thousands. Many battles were won with His Majesty at the forefront, resulting in minimal losses. It was only in the beginning that casualties were higher. Comparing the casualties of 300 years to those of merely half a month, His Majesty must be exceedingly furious. Observing the Demon Guard, who appeared to have narrowly escaped disaster, Jun Linyi infused a portion of his demon energy into him. Your Majesty, no need for more words. This emperor shall assist you in your recovery. I have matters for you to attend to shortly. Yes. On another side, Lin Jiao gently covered the sleeping Xiao Juanzi with a blanket. She noticed that Xiao Bai had mysteriously vanished, but she was not concerned. Given its strength, it could easily navigate this mundane town. Moreover, if Xiao Bai the wolf were to remain inactive, it would hardly do justice to its lineage, she mused with a smile of affection. Since transforming into a small white dog, it seemed to resemble an ordinary pup even more, indulging in eating, drinking, and sleeping. This must be what Xiao Bai referred to as regression. No wonder Xiao Juanzi had been quite irritable today. Likely, he felt insecure in such a powerless state. Lin Jiao took note of this, understanding that she could not provide much help in alleviating this sense of helplessness. It was something Xiao Juanzi must overcome on his own. For now, her focus was on enhancing her own abilities, striving to cultivate the skills she desired as soon as possible. Yet, with the arrival of the full moon, this transformation occurred, likely explaining the little one's agitation. It happened almost every month for 3 days, akin to a monthly cycle, Lin Jiao remarked. Nevertheless, despite her teasing, the child remained hers, and she would not shy away from offering assistance. The child would need to maintain this state for several years. As per her plans and the information provided by Xiao Bai, it would be necessary to wait until the child was 12 years old, 6 years hence. Could she elevate her own cultivation to the 4th rank in that time? It was not entirely impossible. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Jiao cast a soundproofing spell around Xiao Juanzi and murmured to herself. Prepared for what lay ahead, she settled before the alchemy furnace. This marked Lin Jiao's first attempt at alchemy since her cultivation recovery, and she approached it with utmost seriousness. Firstly, she needed to refine the alchemical fire. This step was perilous. As a water and with spirit root, she was ill-suited for refining flames. Yet, to concoct elixirs, she required flames. Unrefined flames would not heed her commands. The first rank was manageable, demanding only the operation of flames to refine simple herbs, but as one progressed to the 2nd rank, the complexity of the herbs increased, along with the requirements for the flames. Using previous methods would only lead to the explosions she had experienced in her earlier attempts. Hence, refining the flames for her own use was imperative. However, she remained calm, for she possessed the beast fire previously acquired by her little one. She wondered how he had managed it. Even without spiritual energy, he had been able to wield it. Now that her dantian was restored, she believed she could refine it as well. With determination, Lin Jiao decided to take the plunge. She crushed the bottle, and the beast fire from the Flame Lion King, sealed by Xiao Juanzi, immediately erupted forth, uncontrollable and charging towards her. Lin Jiao had anticipated this moment. She swiftly divided her spiritual energy, enveloping her body to shield herself from the beast fire, while directing the other portion towards the Flame Lion King's fire to refine it. Upon contact, the beast fire felt provoked. Most demon beasts were wild by nature, and had it not been for Xiao Juanzi's intervention, the 4th rank Lion King's beast fire would have been terrifying indeed. Just this brief moment revealed the surrounding space growing intensely hot and nearly distorted. Sweat poured from Lin Jiao's forehead as she recognized this as an ominous sign. Despite having established her foundation, she could still feel such scorching heat, indicating the formidable power of the 4th rank beast fire. She immediately increased her spiritual energy output, hastening the refining process. According to the alchemical texts, she needed to guide the beast fire into her dantian, manipulating it to circulate through her meridians for refinement. Perhaps realizing Lin Jiao's intentions, the beast fire grew enraged. After all, it was the fire of a 4th rank Lion King, and how could it be subdued by a mere cultivator at the foundation stage? Suddenly, its flames surged, doubling in intensity, breaking free from Lin Jiao's control and wreaking havoc within her dantian and meridians. Lin Jiao had anticipated this outcome and did not panic. After all, her dantian had only just recovered. She had to be prepared for contingencies. When she guided the flames into her body, she had divided her spiritual energy into 4 parts, protecting her physical body, meridians, and dantian, especially the dantian, which she shielded with 2 portions. This fire truly was ferocious. Lin Jiao felt her meridians sear, and without delay, she quickly mobilized her spiritual energy to heal them. Just as she finished repairing them, they were damaged anew, prompting her to urgently retrieve the elixir she had prepared in advance. Swallowing a 4th rank Qingyuan pill. As the pill entered her abdomen, It transformed into a refreshing essence, rushing toward the injured areas of her meridians. The cooling sensation coursed through her, mending her meridians, and even the previously fierce flames seemed to diminish significantly. Effective. Quite satisfactory, though it was unfortunate that she only had one of these pills. Otherwise, she could have already refined the fourth-rank beast fire. Yet Lin Jiao did not dare to be greedy. Even that demonic cultivator would likely hesitate to claim how many fourth-rank pills there were. Thus, seizing the momentum, Lin Jiao tightly enveloped the flames with her remaining spiritual energy, directing them repeatedly along her repaired meridians, following the trajectory outlined in the Tianyan Qingmu Ju for refinement. Almost there, just one more cycle, Lin Jiao silently urged herself. However, just when she felt she was on the verge of success, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 44. The blood of the little one unleashes great power. Lin Jiao completes refinement. The dying beast fire unexpectedly broke free from her grasp and surged directly toward Lin Jiao's dantian. A sight that left her pale with fright. How could this be? Lin Jiao never anticipated that her mid-foundation cultivation, coupled with the power of the fourth-rank Qingyuan pill, would fail to subdue the fourth-rank beast fire. Wasn't the fourth-rank Qingyuan pill said to be the best auxiliary elixir for refining flames? Lin Jiao gazed at the beast fire rushing towards her dantian with a face full of despair, almost envisioning the damage it would inflict on her dantian. The counterattack of fifth-rank beast fire could easily devastate her mid-foundation dantian, couldn't it? The alchemical book has betrayed me, Lin Jiao cried out in agony. Little did she know, it was not the elementary alchemical compendium that led her astray, but rather her own ignorance and the nature of the flame bestowed upon her by Shao Juanzi. The introductory alchemical text could only provide cursory knowledge, including some first and second-rank formulas and basic descriptions of third and fourth-rank elixirs. While the fourth-rank Qingyuan pill was indeed the best auxiliary elixir for refining flames below the fifth rank, this was only applicable to typical fourth-rank flames. Lin Jiao was unaware that the beast fire given to her by Shao Juanzi was not an ordinary fourth-rank demon's flame, but the innate flame of a fourth-rank flame Lion King, significantly stronger than the flames typically associated with the Lion King, not to mention standard fourth-rank beast fire. In such a scenario, attempting to suppress the beast fire with a fourth-rank elixir might work in the short term, but expecting lasting effects was nothing short of a fool's dream. Thus, had Lin Jiao moved more swiftly or possessed a higher cultivation level, her chances of success might have increased. Now, barring any unforeseen circumstances, her refining attempt was likely to fail as the rebellious flames made contact with her dantian. They rapidly expanded and ignited. Lin Jiao attempted to douse them with water-based spiritual energy, but ultimately, it was a futile endeavor. She managed to hold them back for a second. The sound of water extinguishing fire rang out, yet the flames paused only momentarily before surging again, charging toward the center of her dantian. No! Lin Jiao screamed, perhaps overwhelmed by terror. In that instant, the little white dog Shao Juanzi within the formation abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of silver light flickering within them. This was an instinctive reaction. He had not yet fully awakened. Then Lin Jiao witnessed a silver light flash within her dantian, followed by an even more dazzling blood-red glow illuminating her core. The once rampant flames immediately recoiled like a mouse confronting a cat, swiftly dissipating, dissolving into nothingness, until it transformed into a gentle flame, motionless above her dantian. It appeared utterly frightened, not daring to sway even slightly. If it weren't for the flame still flickering, she might have thought it was extinguished. Lin Jiao waited for a moment and, upon realizing it had truly ceased all movement, blinked in confusion. After contemplating, she cautiously summoned the remaining trace of her spiritual energy to touch the now docile beast fire. I poke again. With her spiritual energy taking the form of a tiny hand, she prodded the flame repeatedly, yet it remained as still as if it were lifeless. Elated, Lin Jiao thought. Since you one move, don't blame me for taking action. Here we go. The small hand she had conjured swiftly enlarged, transforming into a large hand that grasped the flame firmly, wrapping it up as she rapidly completed the final refinement of the great circulation. Even after the refinement was completed and the flame was safely stored in her dantian, it remained remarkably docile, leaving Lin Jiao in awe. Had the flame truly changed its temperament? What had happened to its previously ferocious demeanor? However, the silver and blood-red glow felt oddly familiar. Where had she seen it before? Lin Jiao pondered. Fire Lion Yin. Whimper, whimper, with such a terrifying treasure wielding a fierce and powerful bloodline to surround and intercept me. How could I dare to act? It felt as though she had encountered it before, yet the memory eluded her. Lin Jiao tapped her head in frustration, feeling a bit vexed, but soon let it go. Upon opening her eyes, Lin Jiao smiled brightly, and then with a single thought, boom! A mass of orange-yellow flames ignited from her outstretched right palm, and Lin Jiao was filled with immense excitement. The seemingly sleeping Xiao Juanzi was now fully awake, shifting positions and yawning, awoo, 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 awoo. Isn't that easy to comprehend? After all, you possess a water spiritual root. If your spiritual root weren't a tad stronger than the water, even if this flame were given to you, you wouldn't be able to refine or control it. Don't you know that water and fire are mutually exclusive? Lin Jiao was startled, but upon realizing it was merely Xiao Juanzi, she calmed down. After hearing his explanation, she understood the reason. So that was it. Xiao Juanzi watched her face light up with realization, wearing an expression of "You're amazing, little one," and couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. As he recounted the teachings, awoo, 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 awoo. Of course, this is just the beginning. If you manage your control well in the later stages, the cooperation of water and fire won't be a daunting task. Although it is often said that they are incompatible, they can also coexist. It all depends on your abilities. If you can achieve mastery, it's not impossible for the power of this 4th grade Fire Lion Yin to increase by another 40%. Lin Jiao understood, and with that came a sense of pride in her son's prowess. Wow, little one, you're truly remarkable. You even know this, far surpassing your mother by countless folds. Her tone brimmed with admiration and pride, which made Xiao Juanzi's tail perk up, his ears joyfully swaying back and forth. Lin Jiao chuckled, unable to resist pampering her little master. Her gentle caress almost coaxed Xiao Juanzi into offering his belly for more attention. Thankfully, his dwindling rationality held him back. He patiently asked her, "Woo-woo?" Upon waking, "I see you dealing with the perilous flame refining. What are you up to? If there's something, why not call for me?" Lin Jiao felt a bit embarrassed. How could she have known it would turn out like this? To her, this refinement should have been quite simple, especially since she had specifically checked and found that the success rate of consuming the Qingyuan Dan was at least 80%. With a little caution, it should have been foolproof, yet she had underestimated the situation. Lin Jiao recounted her embarrassing experience, which made Xiao Juanzi's expression grow peculiar. Unlike Lin Jiao, who was somewhat clueless, he, with the aid of his inheritance, naturally understood far more than she did. A mere glance at the inheritance indicated that this time, it was likely he had inadvertently caused trouble. The Fire Lion Yin was too powerful and nearly left Lin Jiao harmed again. Perhaps it was best not to inform her. Otherwise, Xiao Juanzi pondered his current combat strength in comparison to Lin Jiao's, silently swallowing the explanation he almost voiced. It wasn't that he feared, but rather he was strategically retreating. Awoo. Given the hour, are you still not going to refine the pill? Why not? Time is still ample, and besides, if you have something on your mind, how could you possibly sleep? It's better to give it a try. Isn't it? Seeing her earnest demeanor, Xiao Juanzi averted his gaze. Awoo, fine. Go ahead and refine. I still want to sleep. Though he said this, he resolved to watch from the side. Even if his cultivation was temporarily diminished, his physical strength remained, and should anything go awry, he could assist in dragging her out. Lin Jiao was unaware of his intentions and nodded. All right, then sleep. I will reinforce the soundproofing technique to ensure that even the loudest noise won't disturb you. After speaking, she performed the hand seals for the spell, and once she saw Xiao Juanzi close his eyes and drift off to sleep, she reached for her storage bracelet. Since she was going to try, she would start from the lowest grade and see if she could refine a 2nd grade pill first. Chapter 45. Is she really not a pill master? 2nd grade superior pill, success on the first try. Without hesitation, Lin Jiao glanced at the sleeping puppy, knowing he would need a day to recover. She had been quite worried about his recent despondency. If she could refine a higher grade pill even a day earlier, wouldn't that be a greater boon for him? At the very least, she could produce some useful high-grade pills. Yes, preparing and refining pills was essential, as her own cultivation level was rather lacking. If she could reach the golden core stage or even higher, such as the nascent soul, She could walk with confidence within the northern county, at least without fear of failing to protect Xiao Juanze. Thus, with a clear plan in mind, Lin Jiao took a deep breath and began her endeavor to refine a second-grade pill. The recovery pill, as its name implies, is designed to accelerate the recovery of spiritual energy, a vital elixir for cultivators venturing into the wild. Although it was only second grade and could only restore 10% of one's spiritual energy per pill, its simplicity of materials and the ability to be consumed multiple times made it a staple for many low-level cultivators. Lin Jiao believed that if she succeeded in refining it, she need not worry about a lack of market demand. Alright, the main issue was that she had limited pill formulas at her disposal. After mentally reviewing the formula, Lin Jiao gathered the necessary herbs. And then, whoosh, the fire lion Yin was summoned into the alchemy furnace. Once the furnace was warmed up, she began to add the 4 required herbs one by one according to the formula. This felt different, truly different. Lin Jiao was thrilled with the feeling during this refining process, a sensation entirely unlike before that filled her with excitement. Previously, without spiritual energy connection, even when she recognized that errors occurred during certain processes, she couldn't make adjustments due to the absence of spiritual power. Particularly during the refinement of the herbs, some required slow and gentle heat while others needed vigorous flames. These subtle distinctions necessitated precise control of spiritual energy. Otherwise, failure was inevitable. So this was the reason for my previous furnace explosions. Due to the inability to achieve precise control, and because some herbs inherently clashed, it was essential for a pill master to manipulate them carefully. Otherwise, if the two were to merge all at once, an explosion would surely follow. The correct approach is to identify that point and gradually blend the two, which requires skillful control. And no wonder I failed. It is said that no matter how much one reads, personal experience is essential. If it weren't for the restoration of my cultivation, I wouldn't have grasped so many subtle differences. I had thought my operations were already quite precise. I believed I could slowly figure it out without spiritual energy, but it turns out I was rather naive. Lin Jiao sighed in contemplation, and at that moment, the alchemy furnace emitted a sudden hum that startled her, signaling an impending error in the refinement process. Quickly, she reined in her thoughts and focused on the task at hand. After a considerable amount of time, the fragrant aroma of pills filled the room, and Lin Jiao's eyes brightened. This meant the pill had successfully formed. With a clap of her hands, several round and exquisite pills flew out from the furnace. Lin Jiao was overjoyed. Summoning the pills into her palms and scrutinizing them closely. Were these pill patterns? She wasn't quite sure. Nevertheless, this didn't hinder her overwhelming joy. A mere whiff of the delightful scent confirmed that the pills had indeed been successfully produced, truly successful this time. Moreover, the quality was exceptional, surpassing any of her previous attempts. They were round and beautiful, a stark contrast to the clumsy pills she had made before. Wow, so this is what a genuine finished product looks like? I really am incredible, achieving success on the first try. Eager to show off, Lin Jiao clutched the pills and approached Xiao Juanze. However, upon closer inspection, she found him staring at her in astonishment, clearly not asleep. Xiao Juanze's surprise was genuine, not feigned. Were it not for the fact that he had been alongside this woman since birth, and later saw her transformed into a nearly illiterate version of herself, he would have doubted that she was not a master alchemist. Her skill was astonishing, and her proficiency in the entire process from start to finish was remarkable. That it seemed as if she had done this countless times before, making it appear as effortless as drinking water. Even when she lost focus, she still managed to produce pills. He began to question the accuracy of his inheritance. The pill patterns appeared, and exceptional quality emerged. The so-called rare, top-tier pills were casually refined by Lin Jiao. Wasn't it said that only a pill master could achieve such a feat? Woo, amazing. Xiao Juanze echoed, unable to suppress his curiosity, and asked once more. Woo? Have you truly never refined pills before? Are you really not a pill master? Lin Jiao was puzzled. Hadn't Xiao Juanze asked her this when she first began learning alchemy? However, that is of little consequence. Lin Jiao, with her hands on her hips, expressed her dissatisfaction. I have already stated that I have never concocted any elixirs. Moreover, whether or not I am a master alchemist, you have been with me since childhood. Do you not have any sense of this? A master alchemist indeed. She hasn't even touched a clay pill before. She was merely a veterinarian caring for cats and dogs. All right, Xiao Juanze remarked with a hint of skepticism. It is precisely because I know you that I harbor doubts. Have you ever encountered an apprentice who, on their very first attempt at alchemy, succeeds in creating a top-tier elixir? It is utterly ridiculous. Absurd enough to warrant an open door to absurdity. Jun Lingyi found the situation amusing and let out a playful howl to halt the impending argument between mother and son. Fear not. With the absence of an unappreciative little pup, we now have a sensible little wolf cub who knows how to coax. As anticipated, upon learning that Lin Jiao succeeded in concocting a second-tier elixir within half an hour, achieving the most perfect grade, Xiao Bai's unrestrained praises flowed endlessly. A woo, a woo, a woo? Oh no. Xiao Junzhe, unwilling to witness this ludicrous spectacle, shut his eyes in despair. Is this truly the once mighty demon emperor, or merely a boastful fool? How could he utter such shameless words with a straight face? Most perplexing is the fact that one dares to speak, while the other actually listens. Just look at Lin Jiao's expression, embarrassed yet genuinely enjoying herself. Let it all come crashing down. It is simply too exhausting. These two are truly a perfect match. Lin Jiao relished the moment. After all, who does not enjoy sweet flattery? Though, there was still a hint of shyness. Thus, she eventually buried her face in Xiao Bai's fluffy belly, while Xiao Junzhe directed a death glare at the shameless old dogman. You, remove your paw from her, you shameless old man. Is Jun Lingyi someone to be intimidated? After casting a provocative glance his way, he lowered his head. Despite being the once mighty demon emperor, he allowed Lin Jiao to frolic upon his belly in a place unseen by Lin Jiao and Xiao Junzhe. A trace of longing emerged. How wonderful it is, Jiao. Even if you have forgotten everything, you still remember actions that have become second nature to your soul. Might I dare to hope that one day you will recall everything, that our family will ultimately be whole again? A master alchemist? My Jiao can achieve even greater feats. Jun Lingyi gently stroked her head with his fluffy paw. Chapter 46. Lin Jiao attracts attention from the female protagonist's sect. The cub finally recovers after a moment of shyness. Lin Jiao gradually calmed herself. Internally, she admonished herself, be humble and patient. Do not become too immersed in sweet nothings. It is merely a second-tier elixir. At least you must be able to produce a fourth-tier one to feel proud. Otherwise, you cannot assist the cub or Xiao Bai. Indeed, there was also Xiao Bai in her heart. He had long become part of the family. Although she was unaware of how he had been injured or why his recovery was delayed, from what she gathered, he claimed that his strength was far less than it appeared, which indicated he was at least a fifth-tier beast. Therefore, to aid in his recovery, at least a fourth-tier elixir would be necessary for it to be effective. She had plans in mind, believing that a fourth-tier vitality pill would be the remedy for his wounds, thus reigniting her motivation. Little did she know, fourth tier? The fifth-tier healing elixir, the mixed yuan pill, had been treated like candy and fed to Xiao Junzhe. It could not be said to have had no effect. At the very least, it must have had a minuscule effect. It was even less effective than a tenth of the demon emperor's heart. Given his current cultivation level, the elixirs that would be effective for him must be at least 7th tier, and only the Dan sect within the entire realm of cultivation could concoct such elixirs. Jun Lingyi had never considered such a remote possibility. Besides, with the more suitable demon emperor's heart available, he had never thought to use elixirs for healing. Yet, Lin Jiao remained oblivious to all this, believing it to be of utmost importance. Prolonged severe injuries are detrimental. Xiao Junzhe also needed a fourth-tier disguise pill. Thus, it was time to focus on her craft. Lin Jiao reluctantly extracted herself from Xiao Bai's gentle haven and, with a final affectionate pat, sent him into the soundproof array to engage in a staring match with Xiao Junzhe. She then resumed her attempts with several other second-tier pill formulas, gradually working from the easier to the more challenging. Upon seeing Jun Lingyi enter, Xiao Junzhe cast a disdainful glance. Where have you been? At your age, with injuries, are you not afraid for your life by not resting properly? Jun Lingyi noticed that since this brat had transformed into a little white dog, he had harbored resentment against him. The new and old grievances had stripped the boy of his reverence. The paternal authority had waned. Jun Lingyi's eyes flickered with a glint, and a breathtaking smile crept onto his lips, the very least. By the time Xiao Junzhe sensed something amiss and tried to flee, he would find himself unable to escape. With a furry paw firmly pinning him to the ground, face down, he declared, "Little wolf cub, This emperor has noticed you have been rather mischievous lately, so let your father assist you." "You dare? Lin Jiao will not let you off lightly." Jun Lingyi let out a sinister laugh. "Just take a look. Can your mother see this right now?" Xiao Junzhe raised his head and discovered that this stinky old father had set up an illusion array without his knowledge. His expression shifted dramatically, and he glared fiercely. Since he could not call for help, then let it be. After another round of fatherly affection and filial piety, Xiao Junzhe looked expressionless as the soundproof array was lifted, revealing Lin Jiao, who had just finished her tasks and was coming to carry him off to prepare a meal. Lin Jiao noticed nothing amiss and, as usual, prepared to scoop up Xiao Junzhe. However, upon touching the area of his injury, he shuddered all over. Lin Jiao, perplexed, bent down to investigate. "What is it?" Xiao Junzhe discreetly shot a vicious glare at Jun Lingyi, gritting his teeth. "A war? It's nothing." Those words seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Was it truly nothing? Yet, after checking thoroughly without discovering any issues, Lin Jiao had no choice but to trust him. One in front, one behind. She embraced both the wolf and the dog as she stepped outside. "Darling, have you thought about what you want to eat? Mama will prepare your favorite meat. How about soy sauce ribs or roast whole lamb? Is it too rich to have such a heavy breakfast? Perhaps we should add some vegetables?" "All right, no vegetables, you are not a rabbit." After satisfying their hunger, the little one, finally recovering, gritted his teeth and addressed his long-absent demon emperor father. "Awoo, awoo, awoo, when are you leaving? Does your demon realm not need you anymore?" Thanks to his disappearance, although the other three clans had sent people to attack, they had still shown some restraint, fearing his wrath. Thinking of this, Jun Lingyi felt inclined to discipline this useless son. If he were not so inept, his injuries would have healed within 3 days. Thus, the earlier beating under the pretense of helping him open his meridians and strengthen his body carried a hint of personal vendetta. Xiao Junzhe, furious, but also sensing something was off, raised his little head and furrowed his brow at him. "Awoo? The demon realm? What about the demon realm?" Jun Lingyi gazed into his proud eyes, which held a trace of worry, and gently patted his head with his POW. "Not concern yourself with that. Your task now is to cultivate diligently and protect yourself and your mother. Leave the rest to your father." After a moment's thought, he added, "Oh, and help me recover my strength after tomorrow." Xiao Junzhe's eyes went blank, realizing he had miscalculated. His father remained as dogged as ever. Jun Lingyi paid no mind to his complaints. Fortunately, the progress of the three of them was promising. Lin Jiao devoted herself entirely to alchemy. Her astonishing talent and the innate sense of familiarity etched in her bones allowed her to complete all the pill formulas within 2 days, firmly establishing herself as a second-tier alchemist. During these 2 days, she also ventured to the nearby cultivator market to test her creations, and the elixirs she concocted were of top quality, selling out rapidly, nearly attracting the attention of the local Dan Pavilion. The Dan Pavilion, as the name suggests, is a store established by the Dan sect specifically for selling elixirs. They had even extended an invitation to her, believing such an exceptional talent should not be overlooked. This terrified Lin Jiao, prompting her to flee on the spot. What a joke! The sect of the female protagonist is one she, as the antagonist's mother, is not fit to associate with. What if she ends up in dire straits? "Cub, are you feeling better? Are there any side effects? Come, let Mama take a good look." The father and son had already grown accustomed to her habit of calling her mother Mama, and they did not question why Lin Jiao appeared flushed and drenched in sweat. Fear of heights, one could understand. Xiaobai was not allowed to follow, citing concerns for the little one's safety. In reality, both father and son doubted there would be any danger. Although Xiao Junzhe had lost his demonic powers after regressing, his physical strength was no joke. With the formidable physique of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf, even ordinary 4th-tier beasts would struggle against him. However, it was futile to argue, as Lin Jiao simply would not permit it. To be honest, both father and son unanimously believed that Lin Jiao was the more dangerous one. The first time they witnessed her flying on a sword, it was no exaggeration to say they were frightened. The wild ascents and descents, the 1,080-degree spins, and that terrifying demonic sound, had it not been for Xiao Junzhe recalling a low-tier spirit boat from the legacy of the demon cultivator Sankei for Lin Jiao to pilot, she might very well have lost her life trying to venture out herself. Thankfully, while the spirit boat was low-tier, it was still sufficiently large, preventing Lin Jiao from experiencing too much fear of heights. At most, she would be a bit wobbly upon landing, face flushed. Neither father nor son knew that Lin Jiao was merely frightened by the invitation from the Dan sect this time. Chapter 47. Secluding herself to assist father. Lin Jiao's plans. Lin Jiao was momentarily puzzled, but upon seeing the glimmer of expectation in the little one's eyes, she suddenly understood. Her cub is simply amazing. You are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered, a 6-year-old Jindan practitioner whose brilliance is truly unparalleled. Lin Jiao showered him with exuberant praise. The delight and pride shining in Xiao Junzai's eyes were nearly impossible to conceal. Yet he quickly composed himself, reminding himself to remain calm. After all, he was a little genius and should not be so overly pleased. Clearing his throat, Xiao Junzai attempted to appear nonchalant as he remarked, "It's nothing extraordinary, really. It's just a commonplace occurrence, isn't it? One simply needs hands to accomplish it." Lin Jiao wore a mask of solemn agreement, though inwardly she was laughing uncontrollably. Her proud little rascal was simply too adorable. Should she remind him to temper his expressions of indifference next time, to suppress the evident pride sparkling in his eyes and curling at the corners of his mouth? It was nearly spilling over. She pondered how long it had been, half a month. Surely more than that. Moreover, he had progressed too rapidly in his cultivation. Lin Jiao hoped he would take steady steps and not become overly fixated on time. All she wished was for him to navigate this phase safely. Thus, she candidly shared her thoughts with him. Initially, he was somewhat touched, considering that this woman before him, who bore no relation to him, was nonetheless offering him genuine care. After a month of companionship, he gradually realized that she seemed to genuinely cherish him as if he were her own son. If only she were less affectionate. Xiao Junzai gazed with a furrowed brow at the pile of items she had insisted he take, among which the most conspicuous were several bottles of fasting pills. Damn it, when will this troublesome insistence end? Didn't you promise not to force me to take these fasting pills anymore? He loathed fasting pills more than anything in the world. There was no comparison. Seeing his continued glare, Lin Jiao quickly waved her hand. We simply cannot reduce your intake any further. No one knows how long you will be in seclusion. Fasting pills are essential. Although I understand your aversion, we must acknowledge their necessity. I don't mind cooking for you every day. But when the time comes for your breakthrough, you cannot possibly interrupt it for a meal, can you? Xiao Junzai. He had no words left, his expression dark. Lin Jiao carefully soothed him. All right, the last bottle I have for you is your favorite peach-flavored fasting pill, I assure you. It's not the peculiar-tasting variety. You will surely find it acceptable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Junzai shot Lin Jiao a glare. You knew the previous one was the odd-tasting kind, didn't you? Lin Jiao. She could only feign innocence. There was no choice. This desensitization training was indispensable to ensure you stay far from the female lead in the future. Endure it, however, Lin Jiao pondered. It seemed that progress with this training had stagnated recently. Perhaps it was time to consider another approach. She thought for a moment about what additional traits the female lead Xiao might possess. Right? It was mentioned in the original text that she was the complete opposite of the villain's mother, wasn't it? The original character, a beautiful flower, was selfish and self-serving, while the female lead was kind-hearted and courageous, dedicated to helping others, a truly virtuous alchemist. Ah, this was certainly feasible. Lin Jiao cast a glance at Xiao Junzai, contemplating. Xiao Junzai had already stored away the items Lin Jiao had given him, and just as he was about to speak, he caught the meaningful gaze of his biological mother, which immediately put him on high alert. What scheme are you concocting now? He inquired cautiously. Lin Jiao immediately donned a smile she deemed to be kind and gentle. Oh, dear, how could you say such a thing? I am the very epitome of kindness. Xiao Junzai almost choked on her words, and even the disinterested Jun Linyi nearby couldn't help but shudder. Had Jiao been possessed again? Xiao Junzai wasn't exaggerating. Even the soft fur hidden beneath his cloak nearly bristled. Could she not speak so frighteningly? Kindness? Did that word have any connection to Lin Jiao? Was her version of kindness the sort that involved chasing down wild boars with a knife daily, or the type that could butcher lambs without batting an eye for a feast? Was there anyone more ruthless than her? Every time they went up the mountain to gather herbs, she never forgot to gather ingredients. In her eyes, there were no creatures too swift, too aquatic, or too avian to escape her wrath. The ferocity with which she pursued them made her claims of kindness utterly laughable. Fine. It seemed this plan was doomed to fail. Perhaps another opportunity would arise in the future. Enough of this. You should go now. Lin Jiao could feel the ethereal energy radiating from Xiao Junzhe, a sign that he was on the brink of a breakthrough, so she hurriedly urged him to enter seclusion. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai darted over as well. Lin Jiao. Seeing this, Xiao Junzhe quickly explained, I am progressing too quickly, and I have little confidence in this breakthrough, so I want Xiao Bai to assist me. Just in case. Lin Jiao understood now but felt a twinge of worry. Then she hesitated, wanting to suggest accompanying them, but then she recalled her limited knowledge of cultivation. Even if she went, she doubted she could be of any assistance. Though she was aware of some theories from the original character, she had to admit that her predecessor had been entirely focused on romance with the senior brother, while her own cultivation experience had been primarily through the use of pills. Thus, she refrained from continuing her thought and instead said, Be careful, and let me know if anything happens. Finally, she approached, squatting down to adjust his clothing. Speaking softly, dear, if you cannot break through, take your time, we are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities. Your safety is the priority, promise me. Seeing the earnest expression and a glimmer of pleading in Lin Jiao's eyes, Xiao Junzhe nodded gently. Lin Jiao felt a surge of happiness and, after giving Xiao Bai a gentle pat, entrusted her son to it. After receiving its solemn acknowledgement, she let them enter. As the formation activated, Lin Jiao remained outside, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Junzhe turned to face each other. Little rascal, you are fortunate to have such a caring mother. The tenderness and earnestness in her demeanor even made him feel a twinge of jealousy. Xiao Junzhe was momentarily stunned, then grinned widely, nodding earnestly, indeed, I have a wonderful mother. The emphasis on the word mother was deliberate. Jun Lin cast a deep glance at the little one before finally uttering, Let us begin, dear, I entrust this to you. At this, Xiao Junzhe was genuinely taken aback. Dear? Chapter 48. Jun Lin recovers, the demon emperor reappears, in the past. This so-called cheap father had most frequently called him little wolf cub or, when annoyed, little rascal or brat, even using his name at times. Yet such an endearing term had been reserved only for Lin Jiao, that overly sentimental woman. He never expected to hear it from his biological father, the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Demon Emperor Jun Lin. However, the surprise was fleeting, and Xiao Junzhe soon acted nonchalant, retrieving the heart of the demon emperor. Why the hurry? Isn't it here now? He muttered, rolling his eyes at his age, still being so sentimental. After grumbling to himself, he quickly settled into a meditative position, preparing to activate the heart of the demon emperor. Jun Lin chuckled, watching the little one whose ears had turned red with embarrassment, and the corners of his mouth could not be concealed. He mused inwardly, whose demeanor does this haughty little one resemble? Shaking his head with a smile, he began his own preparations. This was the final round of healing, and both Xiao Junzhe and he were ready. Thanks to Xiao Junzhe's formidable foundation, the healing process was expedited. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 10. On the night of the 10th day, as Jun Lin lay with his eyes tightly shut, he suddenly opened them wide, silver light and crimson hues swirling around him, transforming him into his true form, the silver moon howling wolf. Raising his wolf head high, a miraculous scene unfolded. The moon, once shrouded by layers of dark clouds, began to clear, revealing a crescent moon surrounded by a gentle glow that illuminated the earth. No, it was even brighter, rivaling the brilliance of a full moon. This astonishing event, occurring in the dead of night and concealed by formations set by Jun Lin himself, went unnoticed by Lin Jiao. Yet not everyone was unaware. Several esteemed elders from various reclusive sects, along with ancestors from various clans and cultivators at the Mahayana stage, witnessed this phenomenon and appeared in response. The silver moon has emerged. The demon emperor returns. It seemed the claims of the demon race and the cultivators of the heavenly sword sect were utterly untrustworthy. The demon emperor was indeed alive. I told you, a mere mid-Mahayana cultivator from the heavenly sword sect, even with the assistance of 2 late Mahayana demons, could never have slain him. That was Jun Lin, the once extraordinarily gifted demon emperor. Dispatch orders to pause any dealings with the demon race for now. With the return of Jun Lin, any schemes against the demons are likely futile. However, ancestor, if Jun Lin is alive, what has become of the flesh and blood of the demon emperor sent by the heavenly sword sect? Being astute individuals, the expressions of the Mahayana cultivators shifted dramatically. They hurriedly produced jade bottles from their robes, tossing them to their disciples. Hurry, dispose of this immediately. Make sure it is done thoroughly. If not, we will be finished when Jun Linyi comes knocking. Do not be greedy and consume it. If Jun Linyi is alive. This is a ticking time bomb. Yes, Elder. Understood, Ancestor. Meanwhile, the few ancient demons who had consumed the flesh and blood bore expressions of utmost horror, for they knew that if the demon emperor were indeed alive, consuming his flesh would be akin to ingesting poison. A fully matured silver moon howling wolf possessed the ability to manipulate its own flesh and blood, rendering it either toxic or restorative at will. Thus, in a single night, many Mahayana cultivators and ancestors of various clans harmed themselves to expel the substances they had ingested, resulting in continuous bloodshed and a significant drop in their powers, causing the frontline forces pursuing the demon race to retreat several hundred miles. Of course, that was merely a postscript to the events that unfolded as the moonlight streamed through the window, bathing Jun Linyi in its silvery glow. His body continuously expanded until the radiance enveloping him reached its zenith, intensifying the oppressive aura within the room. The furniture, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from a late-stage, transcendental cultivator, shattered with a series of loud bangs. Fortunately for Xiao Juanzi, Jun Linyi instinctively controlled the overwhelming force, sparing him from its brunt. However, he could only watch in dismay as the room around him transformed into a near ruin. Should he feel grateful that Jun Linyi had set up a formation within the room? Otherwise, it might have collapsed long ago. Old man, would you kindly cease this destruction? My house is on the verge of ruin. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The moment Jun Linyi transformed into his human form, a far-off realm, 10,000 miles away in the demon realm, within the demon emperor's palace, saw the demon emperor's crown, meticulously placed in the most secluded corner of Lingbao Pavilion, suddenly flash with a crimson light, as if responding to something unseen. Meanwhile, Feng Xian and others, embroiled in a fervent discussion regarding the sudden lunar anomaly, were unable to quell their escalating voices. Even the human races and other clans were aware of the disturbances caused by the Silver Moon Howling Wolf clan. So how could they, being of the same lineage, remain ignorant? It was precisely due to this awareness that they found themselves in a state of panic. Jun Linyi was not a ruler known for his generosity, and betrayal, regicide, and the extermination of 9 clans were grievous offenses that he would never forgive, regardless of his usual magnanimity. Thus, the assembly had split into 2 factions. One faction debated whether to risk everything and find Jun Linyi, to confront him in a desperate bid for survival. After all, he had not yet shown himself, hiding for so long, likely due to having sustained severe injuries. Perhaps a preemptive strike could yield an opportunity. The other faction, however, held a more optimistic view, dismissing the phenomenon as merely an anomaly, one that had occurred before, and concluded that they were merely frightening themselves. Their arguments raged on, interrupted only by the peculiar behavior of the demon emperor's crown, which intensified in its crimson glow over time, leading nearly all the demons in the palace and the surrounding areas to feel the jubilance emanating from it was as though its master was summoning it. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as the tightly shut doors of Lingbao Pavilion were rudely flung open. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a blinding red light engulfed Feng Xian and the others, rendering them momentarily unable to see. After struggling to adjust to the brilliance, they found themselves speechless. The demon emperor's crown had vanished right before their eyes. Before it disappeared, a wave of joyful emotion surged into their minds. Proclaiming, "My master calls me!" The crowd was left in stunned silence. Feng Xian gazed at the spot where the crown had disappeared, his expression a complex mixture of emotions, and after a prolonged moment, he flung his sleeve in exasperation. At this point, do we still deceive ourselves? He questioned. What? The crown can summon its owner. Could it be a spiritual treasure? Xiao Juanzi was genuinely astonished. When Jun Linyi's injuries fully healed and he transformed into his human form, he was surprised to find himself adorned in a resplendent dark robe, and a moment later, a magnificent crown appeared atop his head. Seemingly from nowhere, he stood there, exuding an aura of regal dominance. As if looking down upon the world with disdain. It took Xiao Juanzi a moment to recover from the shock of his father's overwhelming presence before he became increasingly curious about the crown's sudden appearance. The robe was understandable, having seen Jun Linyi wear such garments on previous occasions, But this crown was something he had never seen before since his father's injury. Chapter 49. Is Xiaobai actually Junlin? Junlin displayed a modicum of tolerance toward his somewhat foolish son, particularly since he had just aided in restoring his health. He then recounted the origins of the Demon Emperor's crown, explaining that it was a quasi-immortal artifact, akin to the Demon Emperor's heart he possessed, which delighted Xiao Juanzi. After all, he had unexpectedly gained something valuable, although it paled in comparison to Junlin Ye's true artifact. The inferior immortal artifact, the Yuling Xiao. The significance of being a quasi-immortal artifact was not to be trifled with. It was surprising to discover that the formidable Junlin Yi, who commanded respect and fear, was actually a practitioner of sound manipulation, a notorious trickster by reputation. However, in truth, he was capable of both combat and control, wielding the Yuling Xiao to enthrall or incapacitate foes at will, in moments of fury. He could even wield it as a weapon, leaving his enemies utterly defeated. Thus, it was no wonder he refrained from confronting Junlin Yi directly. It was far more prudent to endure the whims of that old man from the Tianyin sect than to provoke Junlin Ye's troublesome flute. Fighting was futile and escape was impossible. His antics were simply infuriating. Fortunately, Junlin Yi did not often resort to using the flute to annoy others. After all, not everyone was worthy of his serious attention or capable of matching his prowess. Dressed in royal attire, Junlin Yi exuded an aura that rendered Xiao Juanzi incapable of associating him with the foolish Xiaobai of the past. Though unspoken, the disdainful glances he cast were loud enough to convey his sentiments. After Junlin Yi finished explaining the origins of the Demon Emperor's crown, Xiao Juanzi fidgeted awkwardly, falling silent. Junlin Yi noticed his discomfort and stepped closer. He was still the same individual, yet his aura had transformed completely. Was this what Lin Jiao referred to as the majesty of kingship? After much internal deliberation, Xiao Juanzi finally unearthed the term. Before he could ponder further, Junlin Ye's hand gently descended upon his head. You have done well, little cub. Thanks to your assistance, I have fully recovered. I appreciate it. The calm tone of Junlin Ye's words ignited a flicker of pride within Xiao Juanzi. The Demon Emperor was acknowledging his contributions. How could he not feel a swell of pride in that moment? Previously, Junlin Yi had always presented himself in the guise of a white wolf, leading Xiao Juanzi to overlook his impressive status as a small white wolf. He had found Junlin Ye's antics so vexing that he had often wanted to nip at him, oblivious to the fact that he was, in fact, a powerful late-stage cultivator, the leader of the demon clan, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Now, donned in royal robes and crowned as the Demon Emperor, Xiao Juanzi finally realized the true extent of his father's formidable identity. The aura surrounding him was not merely a product of Xiao Bai's shortcomings. It was a testament to his father's diminished strength due to his injuries. Yet, it was no trivial matter. After all, he was still my father. This was my duty. After a moment of internal struggle, Xiao Juanzi chastised himself and endeavored to speak calmly, though the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Junlin Yi chuckled softly, having spent enough time with his son to recognize his prideful tendencies. Thus, he chose not to call him out on it. No matter how long I may disappear, I shall always be the ruler of the demon clan. As long as I live, the throne of the demon clan shall remain mine. Those pesky insects are but a rabble. Junlin Ye's confidence stemmed from his immense power. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. As long as he was alive, he would retain his position as the Demon Emperor. Xiao Juanzi wished to continue speaking, but Junlin Yi interrupted him, playfully ruffling his ear. Your father is known as the strongest beneath the tribulation. Do you lack confidence in me? Enough chatter. I must take my leave. Would you like to show a little affection and give your father a hug? His tone, initially serious, became increasingly mischievous, culminating in teasing banter that left Xiao Juanzi fuming. Shooting a glare at him, he retorted, Go to hell, do as you please. I was foolish to show concern for you. Xiao Juanzi angrily activated the room's barrier. Junlin Yi followed with a captivating smile that could sway hearts. Having just regained his strength, he made no effort to suppress his aura, which surged forth the moment he stepped out the door, instantly capturing Lin Jiao's attention. She was engrossed in her work, preparing to add an herb to a cauldron when an overwhelming and familiar presence enveloped the courtyard, causing her spirit to alert her instinctively. Startled, she inadvertently caused her cauldron to explode, coughing up a mouthful of ash. Lin Jiao paid no heed to her mishap. She quickly cast a cleansing spell and dashed outside. This presence, could it be him? Upon entering the courtyard and seeing the real Jun Linyi, she was momentarily stunned. A faint throbbing began in her forehead, a painful reminder of their first encounter when the formidable demon emperor had pressed her into the ground, leaving her with a slight ache. Stammering, she addressed him, Master, may I inquire about your esteemed presence? What brings you here? Jun Linyi. Lin Jiao Jiao. Oh, just let me die. Xiao Juanzi turned away, covering his face, resolutely denying any connection with Lin Jiao Jiao. Finding her antics utterly foolish, after a brief silence, Jun Linyi erupted into laughter, his charm dazzling enough to captivate all, even in her fear. Lin Jiao Jiao found herself unable to resist the allure of his beauty. For he was simply too striking, too otherworldly. It is simply a travesty for such an extraordinarily beautiful face, almost otherworldly, to belong to a man. How fortunate it would be for me, observing someone's infatuation with her. Eyes brimming with obsession, Jun Linyi felt his previously troubled mood lighten considerably. Yet, he was acutely aware that his initial demeanor may have been somewhat intimidating, causing her to fear him, which was entirely understandable. However, a wicked smile flickered across Jun Linyi's face as he gazed at Lin Jiao Jiao. Your esteemed presence is noted? No, Lin Jiao Jiao. I have always been here. As for my purpose, I must admit I am a tad hungry and yearn for your delectable sauce-flavored ribs. Might I inquire if that is permissible? What? Always here? Sauce-flavored ribs? Isn't that Xiao Bai's favorite dish? Wait a moment. Could it be? Lin Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she cast a startled glance at the seemingly innocent yet mischievous Jun Linyi. Realizing the truth, she was struck with terror, staring at him. Jun Linyi, with a grin that radiated innocence, confirmed, You have not guessed incorrectly. I am Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai is indeed me. As soon as the words left his lips, Jun Linyi vanished, and in his place stood a familiar figure. Xiao Bai, the little wolf whom Lin Jiao Jiao adored before today. Oh no, who else could it be but Xiao Bai? Chapter 50. The Strange Demon Emperor. A grateful deed from Jun Linyi. The harsh reality sent Lin Jiao Jiao into a faint. Her eyes tightly shut. It was not merely a matter of her timid disposition. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was akin to that of a fierce beast. Coupled with their previous unpleasant encounter and the undeniable fact that the original owner was stronger than him, anyone would be left paralyzed with fear. She truly did not wish to relive the harrowing experience of being subjected to such terrifying glares. The first time she had survived was largely due to her focus on the little one, but should it happen again, she would be utterly unable to bear it. Lin Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Just before losing consciousness, she heard two anxious voices calling her name. Wait, two voices. One is from Xiao Junzi, of course. After all, Lin Jiao Jiao believed she had poured her heart out to the little one over the past month. So his concern was entirely reasonable. But who was the other voice calling out to Jiao Jiao? Could it be Jun Linyi? What a joke! In the moment before Lin Jiao Jiao succumbed to her fainting, she scoffed at her own hallucinations. Little did she know that the next instant, she would find herself enveloped in a broad embrace filled with a cold fragrance. Xiao Junzi, with his short legs and modest cultivation, was no match for his long-legged, powerful father. Thus, as Lin Jiao Jiao was on the verge of collapsing towards the ground, Jun Linyi deftly caught her in his arms. Observing Lin Jiao Jiao's pale, frightened face, Jun Linyi couldn't help but chuckle. You timid soul, after all this time, your courage remains as minuscule as a sesame seed. How disappointing! He playfully tapped her nose, expressing his frustration. Arriving late, Xiao Junzi was infuriated to see Jun Linyi not only scaring Lin Jiao Jiao into unconsciousness, but also taking liberties with her. What are you doing? You know Lin Jiao Jiao is timid. Why not show some consideration? Look at what you've done. Angrily, he attempted to step forward to take her from Jun Linyi, who simply sidestepped and regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. Especially eyeing Xiao Junzi's small arms and legs, he scoffed, You? With that short stature, do you think you can support Jiao Jiao? Be careful not to exacerbate her injuries. With that, he disregarded the furious Xiao Junzi and, with a swift motion, Princess carried Lin Jiao Jiao and cautiously placed her in her room. He gently laid her on the bed and took one of her hands to check her pulse. After doing so, Jun Linyi raised an amused eyebrow. So this is the Oscar-worthy performance Jiao Jiao mentioned. Had I not checked her pulse, I might not have remembered. This little one is quite the actress. Upon entering, Xiao Junzhe, noticing Jun Linye's peculiar expression, hurriedly inquired about the situation. Jun Linye smiled helplessly. It is nothing. She merely fainted due to a moment of emotional upheaval. Finding it amusing, Jun Linye chose not to continue teasing her, wishing to spare her some dignity in front of his son. Under normal circumstances, he would relish the opportunity to playfully engage with her. But he opted to expedite matters. Glancing at Lin Jiao, whose eyes were darting around, Jun Linye turned to Xiao Junzhe and instructed him, pointing at the hidden demon emperor's heart within Xiao Junzhe's chest. Jun Linye observed the boy's vigilant expression, as if to say, "Do not think this belongs to you." He found the boy's avaricious demeanor reminiscent of someone else. Continuing, Jun Linye stated, "However, with my current strength, the demon emperor's heart does not provide me with significant assistance." This was, of course, a falsehood. How could a treasure of such caliber, comparable to the demon emperor's crown, not be of great aid? Although the demon emperor's heart was not an offensive artifact, as an auxiliary treasure, its ability to aid in Jun Linye's recovery from injuries alone rendered it invaluable. Hence, I shall leave the demon emperor's heart in your care. Pay close attention to my instructions on its usage. It will serve as your support in the future. Once you learn to wield it, you will comprehend my words. Subsequently, Jun Linye imparted the true usage and function of the demon emperor's heart to Xiao Junzhe. Therefore, he advised that, in the short term, the boy should refrain from further breakthroughs, at least until he turned 12 before attempting to advance beyond the golden core stage. Consequently, the urgency of the demon emperor's heart's enhancement was diminished. However, unbeknownst to them, for Xiao Junzhe, the demon emperor's heart could assist in concealing his bloodline and concealing his demon heritage. Lin Jiao, who had been feigning unconsciousness, suddenly sprang up from the bed. Elated. Really? Is it true that the demon emperor's heart possesses such capabilities? That's fantastic. The room fell into an eerie silence. Both Jun Linye and Xiao Junzhe turned to stare at her intently. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Jiao's forehead as she awkwardly chuckled. If I were to say I just woke up, would you believe me?" The father and son exchanged glances and, in unison, replied, "What do you think?" Lin Jiao stammered, "Oh dear. All right. I confess I was just pretending to faint. Do as you will, whether to punish or harm me." Frightened, Lin Jiao blurted, "Is it my fault for pretending? Who told you the demon emperor to be so terrifying? The first time we met, I witnessed the death by a single finger, and not to mention the experience of being forcefully pressed to the ground. Unable to escape, that kind of terrifying pressure, who wouldn't be utterly terrified? Am I in the wrong for that?" Lin Jiao rambled on, leaving Jun Linye both amused and exasperated, as he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Understanding that this was not the moment for explanations, he chose to set her aside and continued to elucidate the usage of the demon emperor's heart, demonstrating its application. Once Xiao Junzhe could competently operate it, Jun Linye decided to erase his own traces, rendering the artifact a truly unclaimed object, encouraging Xiao Junzhe to refine it. Xiao Junzhe was unaware of the significance of the demon emperor's heart's transfer, but in a sense, it indicated that the current demon emperor had chosen him as the next heir. However, Jun Linye refrained from voicing this, wishing to spare the young cub any undue pressure. Since he was still a child, it was best for him to enjoy his youth, focusing on nurturing and play, while matters of inheritance could be addressed later. With his instructions to Xiao Junzhe complete, Jun Linye finally turned his attention back to Lin Jiao. With a smile, Jun Linye retrieved several items from his storage ring. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao was still preoccupied with how to plead for forgiveness. Hoping to placate Jun Linye, suddenly, she felt something being inserted into her hair. Raising her head to investigate, she discovered it was a jade hairpin. "What is this? Why are both of you so keen on giving me hairpins? Am I in need of such things?" Lin Jiao pondered, bewildered. "Honestly, how have you survived this long without understanding?" Jun Linye quipped. He then advised her, "This jade hairpin is a high-grade defensive spirit artifact, capable of withstanding the full force of a soul-splitting expert's attack. Take care not to lose it." Feeling a weight in her arms, Lin Jiao looked down to find an abundance of treasures. There were artifacts, spirit talismans, and even exquisite robes. Jun Linye displayed a look of disdain. "You can discard that tattered outfit. Not only is it of low quality, but it is also ugly. Use these instead. Consider it a reward for saving this emperor's life." "But Isn't this too extravagant? Lin Jiao managed to stammer after a prolonged silence. Jun Linyi glanced at her and replied, "No, my life is worth far more than these trinkets. So, in addition to these, I offer you a promise." With deep, inscrutable emotions in his eyes, Jun Linyi departed, leaving behind a commitment. Lin Jiao remained in her position for quite some time, even as Xiao Junzhe transformed into a normal human child using the Demon Emperor's heart, purposefully walking back and forth in front of her to attract her attention, yet she remained oblivious. Frustrated, Xiao Junzhe bit his lip, wondering if Lin Jiao was truly reluctant to part with her Xiaobai. After all, he was merely an old man. What was there to miss? Infuriated, Xiao Junzhe let out a heavy huff. This huff, imbued with spiritual energy, finally roused Lin Jiao from her stupor. Upon emerging from her reverie, she noticed her little cub's displeased expression. "What's wrong, little one? Who upset you?" Xiao Junzhe shot her an exasperated glance, his voice tinged with undeniable dissatisfaction. "Did that old man Jun Linyi leave and take your soul with him?" Lin Jiao instinctively furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Xiao Junzhe's attitude. "My dear child, it is inappropriate to refer to him as an old man. After all, he is your father, and such a designation lacks respect." Little Juanza became increasingly displeased, instinctively taking up a protective stance. Indeed, a man with a handsome exterior is often favored. Previously, he had been quite intimidating. Yet all it took was a pleasant expression before departing, and he would have sufficed. What a pitiful display! Little Juanza thought bitterly, his irritation growing. Lin Jiao, lost in her own thoughts moments before, gradually regained her senses. Now, with her intellect restored, she understood why the little one was acting so poorly, and found it amusing. Honestly, how could any ordinary woman not be bewildered when a strikingly beautiful and powerful figure like Jun Linyi suddenly shows her favor? Bestowing gifts and declaring, "In addition to these, I can offer you a promise. As long as you do not violate my boundaries, I shall grant you anything you desire." Who could remain unaffected by such gestures? So, her reaction seems quite normal, does it not? What could the little one possibly be jealous of? Lin Jiao found herself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, she possessed a modicum of self-awareness, having awakened from her earlier days. She dared not move. Truly, she was too intimidated. After regaining her clarity, she realized that a man of Jun Linyi's caliber was beyond her reach. His profound abilities could obliterate a late-stage golden core cultivator with a mere finger. She was not even worthy of being touched by him. Heart fluttering? No way. Forget it all. All right, my dear child, do not be jealous. In Mother's heart, you are the most important, the very best, irreplaceable. Do not pout so high. You could hang an oil pot on it. Lin Jiao nodded half-heartedly. "Ah yes, it is my mouth that can hang an oil pot. Wow, dear child, I did not notice before, but you look so handsome and beautiful now. Who would have thought that you, my child without tail or ears, could be so striking? Truly, you are worthy of being my Lin Jiao's son. Come, let mother have a good look." It was then that Lin Jiao noticed the transformation in little Juanza. The heart of the Demon Emperor was quite remarkable indeed. It could genuinely help conceal the little one's half-demon nature. Lin Jiao eagerly pulled the little one this way and that, even reaching out to pat his head and behind, utterly unaware of any trace. Although she received several sharp glances from little Juanza in return, she remained undeterred, examining him for quite some time, only ceasing when he seemed on the verge of exploding with frustration. However, an inappropriate thought crossed her mind. He had mentioned that the heart of the Demon Emperor was a defensive cultivation treasure of quasi-immortal grade. Just by the name, one could tell that this was a protective artifact bestowed upon him by Jun Linyi as the Demon Emperor. Did that not concern him? Rarely did Lin Jiao feel a twinge of worry. Although she understood that he was the fearsome Demon Emperor Jun Linyi, knowing that Xiaobai was indeed Jun Linyi altered her perspective slightly. She could no longer regard him as a stranger. After all, aside from her child, Xiaobai was another family member she recognized in this foreign world. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor Jun Linyi, having departed from the abode of the mother and child, transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing toward the demon realm. Along the way, he did not conceal his aura in the slightest, rendering him a conspicuous target and drawing numerous gazes, some nefarious individuals. informed by rumors, quickly set about plotting to kill and seize treasures. After all, Feng Xian had discreetly informed many of Junlin Ye's adversaries among the demon, human, and devil races that although Junlin Ye had not perished, he was undoubtedly gravely injured. He had merely pretended to die for less than a month. Such a life-threatening injury could not possibly heal so swiftly, even with the aid of the world's foremost alchemist. Why would he take such a risk to reveal himself? Was it not out of fear for the annihilation of the demon race, thus daring to emerge to oversee the situation? Hence, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the demon emperor. If he were truly dead, then the fate of the demon race would be at the mercy of the human, demon, and devil races. One must admit, Feng Xian's scheme was indeed ruthless. He had even betrayed his own kind. Would Junlin Ye's demise truly benefit him? Previously, he might have clung to other races for survival, but given the current circumstances and having disclosed the news of the demon emperor's injury, he would not be welcomed by any race. The demon race would never accept a traitor who had slain their sovereign. What? Did they think they had more lives than Junlin Ye, who had perished so swiftly? How foolish, Feng Xian thought venomously. The survival of the demon race had nothing to do with him. He merely needed to ensure the survival of the Tiger clan and seize this opportunity to flee with them. Surely, in this vast world, he could find a place for the Tiger clan to thrive. The Tiger clan boasts many strong warriors, and securing a foothold should not pose a challenge, provided Junlin Ye was dead. Feng Xian's expression twisted into a sinister grimace. The elders who had supported his treachery, led by the Grand Elder, were deeply dissatisfied with his actions, yet they recognized the truth in his words. They had no avenue of retreat and could only march onward into darkness. Thus, they remained silent, their faces heavy with discontent. Conversely, several elders from the Tiger clan behind him exchanged glances and, after a moment of silent agreement, bowed their heads, resolute in their decision. For the future of the Tiger clan, it seemed they must sacrifice some things. Junlin Ye observed the multitude of cultivators from other races blocking his path, scoffing coldly. How peculiar! Those who usually dared not appear before him were now eagerly presenting themselves. Did they truly seek death? Junlin Ye exuded an intimidating aura, his expression as unyielding as ever, almost causing those before him to believe he was still the formidable figure notorious for his ferocity. The first among those who had transcended tribulations, a few even nearly surrendered, was the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jianqing, who coldly laughed and stepped forward, sword pointed directly at him. Junlin Ye, you vile creature, do you still believe yourself to be the once mighty demon emperor? You are but a dying ember. Today shall be your final resting place. Oh? Junlin Ye's smile grew even more enchanting, his body trembling incessantly. Inexplicably, the more he laughed, the paler his face became. To those present, this appearance seemed to signify his grievous injuries. Thus, the crowd responded in unison, asserting, indeed, the demon must be slain. Yes, precisely. No more words. Kill him, and the demon race shall be ours. This proclamation ignited a flicker of excitement among the crowd, each eager to seize the grandest achievement for their sect and kin. Consequently, they soared into the air, brandishing their weapons, charging toward Junlin Ye. In an instant, his blood-red pupils radiated a murderous intent, his aura transforming into something terrifying, and his concealed spiritual energy erupted explosively, boom, before any screams could escape their lips. A colossal crimson sphere erupted from Junlin Ye's vicinity, unleashing a deafening explosion that rendered the land barren for 1,000 miles. Dozens of cultivators were obliterated without a trace. Truly terrifying. Chapter 52. Ghostly calamity. Those who had come to investigate stood in stunned silence. Dozens of powerful beings, each at the spirit severing stage or above, the weakest being at the initial stage of spirit severing, and the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect being a peak refinement stage expert. Mere steps away from the integration stage, had not even withstood a single strike from the demon emperor. Wasn't it said that the demon emperor was gravely injured? Could it be that all of this was a ruse? The investigators' eyes widened in horror, too shocked to utter a word as Junlin Ye cast a light, fleeting glance in their direction. Just that one look sent chills down their spines, every hair standing on end. Their consciousness conveying a singular message. Flee! This individual was not someone they could provoke. It would lead to their demise. Thus, the terrified observers from various races summoned every ounce of strength they could muster. Fleeing as if pursued by malevolent spirits, Even when utterly exhausted, their spiritual energy depleted, they dared not pause, and even upon reaching safety, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The terror rooted in their souls felt indelible. Impossible to dissipate, of course, it was not surprising. The innate abilities of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf were wasted on such weaklings. It was as if he proclaimed, "I am here. Those unafraid of death may come forth." Yet, aside from a couple of foolish challengers who sought their demise, the various races soon realized that not only was Junlin Yi not gravely injured, but his power was at its peak. Perhaps even beyond, as a result, none dared to approach him again. After all, the elites sent to encircle and eliminate Junlin Yi were the cream of their respective sects. Losing even one would be a significant loss. With that, Junlin Yi, feeling rather bored, directed his course toward Xihua and the location of the vanguard of the demon race. Before his arrival, he had already contacted Xihua and was well aware of his destination. Upon encountering the long-awaited monarch, Xihua and the numerous demon soldiers were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Seeing Xihua and the brave warriors of the demon race kneeling before him. Filled with emotion, Junlin Yi finally relaxed the frown that had been present since he crossed into the demon realm. The carnage he had unleashed was not solely for intimidation. There was a personal vendetta driving him as well. Despite having maintained a cold heart for 3 centuries, witnessing his subjects endure such suffering ignited a genuine fury within him. And the one responsible for all this turmoil, his murderous intent reached its zenith. "Phone Guardian, you had better ensure this war drags on for a while. Otherwise, your life may soon come to an end. You mentioned that the ghost race has not participated in the conflict from the beginning? Not even sending troops to harass." How eerily silent. As Junlin Yi made his entrance, he naturally assumed the role of the supreme commander of the army, seated high above, listening to Xihua kneeling below as he reported on the military situation. Upon learning of the movements of the ghost tribe, even Junlin Yi sensed an impending crisis. The ghost tribe had always been cunning and treacherous, notorious for clinging tenaciously to any gains they made. Particularly the current ghost lord. The thought of that madwoman made Junlin Yi's brow furrow even deeper. Given her nature, how could she possibly refrain from claiming her share? It was puzzling, exceedingly puzzling. Yet, with no action from the other party, he could not compel her to act. Thus, Junlin Yi ordered his forces to closely monitor the ghost tribe, while regarding the present battlefield. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. "Warriors, the human and demon races have wronged our demon kin, slaughtering our brothers and sisters, seizing our territory and treasures, and although the second-grade life tokens are quite unique, they are not entirely impervious to focused research and strategies." Thus, the elder in charge deliberately transmitted his thoughts to convey that Guiyi, with a chilling smile, sought to break through the encirclement. "Have you consulted me?" With a sudden flourish of his cloak, the dark fabric rustled ominously, while Guiyi's voice echoed in the ears of numerous ghost soldiers. "Human cultivators, leave not a single one alive. Ensure that none escape to relay the news. As for whether the simultaneous demise of so many cultivators would attract the attention of the human sex, it was highly improbable. The Lord of Ghosts had personally intervened to seal the northern border, and the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had silently perished without a whisper of news reaching the human realm. After all, the Lord of Ghosts was also a late-stage ascendant. Thus, despite the Heavenly Yin sect having 1,000 disciples left, many of whom were in the nascent soul stage, and one elder in particular being a consummate nascent soul, they all fell victim to the combined assault of the great and second protectors of the Ghost Clan. Their own nascent souls, attempting to flee, were seized and crushed by Guiyi, while their bodies were directly devoured by the second protector's innate ghost weapon. The foul stench of blood mingled with the haunting wails of the ghosts, creating a horrifying and suffocating atmosphere that sent the remaining disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect into a frenzy. It was common knowledge that the Ghost Clan's slaughter of humans was gruesome, yet due to the gradual strengthening of the human race and the increase in tribulation stage cultivators, there had been no direct confrontations with the Ghost Clan for many years. Thus, witnessing such brutal massacres for the first time diminished their morale. Conversely, the disciple who had initially raised the alarm had bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, his beloved elder and kind-hearted senior brother having perished at the hands of the Ghost Clan. Consumed by rage, he felt no fear. "Damn ghosts, I will fight you to the death." Grasping his sword, he charged towards the cluster of ghost soldiers. The ghost soldiers, upon seeing this, loosed their ghostly weapons and arrows, yet only succeeded in momentarily staggering him. Bloodied and laughing maniacally, he proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, even if I go down, I will take a few of you with me. Beasts, your grandpa is coming with that." He self-destructed. The force of a mid-golden core cultivator's self-detonation was staggering, and his cunning lay in not targeting those of higher cultivation but rather the ordinary ghost soldiers. Gue Yi and the second protector, Gue Ju, were caught off guard. They had always deemed the human cultivators cowardly, yet here was one who fought desperately. By the time they reacted to stop him, it was too late. A thunderous explosion reverberated, engulfing the affected ghost soldiers before they could even scream, reducing them to ash. Upon closer inspection, this valiant disciple of the heavenly Yin sect had taken down hundreds of ghost soldiers by his solitary act. Truly a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 54. The brutal battle. This self-detonation seemed to ignite a spark. Soon after, a series of self-explosions erupted, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. The fortunate survivors among the heavenly Yin sect disciples exchanged resolute glances, each recognizing the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. If the human race was in peril, then we must use self-detonation to stall the advancing foes. It is our duty. Indeed, it is our duty. Precisely, taking down one is breaking even, two is profit, and if we could emulate Wang Shidi's feat of taking down so many, I would drink to my heart's content in the underworld. Self-detonating leaves not even a trace of the soul behind, and you wish to drink? How naive! Boom, boom, boom. The series of self-explosions continued, and even Gue Yi and Gue Ju could not intercept them, for they realized with shock that these humans had long plotted this. By the time they spoke these words, the disciples had already detonated themselves. Even as foes, they could not help but marvel. These disciples of the heavenly Yin sect truly feared not death. They had prepared for self-detonation upon receiving the command to counterattack. Did they not fear the obliteration of their souls, the eternal loss of rebirth? Fear not. They only feared dying without value. Rather than being mercilessly slaughtered by the ghost clan and having their bodies consumed to bolster the enemy's strength, they would choose self-detonation, taking a few with them, all the while ensuring they would not be utilized to enhance the ghost clan's power. In their eyes, that was a victory, a magnificent victory. Thus, this long-planned self-detonation claimed nearly 100,000 ghost soldiers. The human cultivators had initially targeted the ordinary ghost soldiers. Most of these ghost soldiers were at the late foundation establishment or chi refinement stages. Although they were weak, their sheer numbers were formidable. However, when faced with self-detonations from those at the mid-golden core stage and high nascent soul stage, it was nearly a foregone conclusion. Especially the other nascent soul elder's self-detonation, which single-handedly took down nearly 10,000 ordinary ghost soldiers, terrifying indeed. This left the ghost clan's various protectors with grim expressions. During this offensive, the Lord of Ghosts had dispatched a significant portion of his 10 protectors, leaving only the second strongest, the third protector, and the remaining 4, 7, and 9 protectors behind. Among them, the great protector Gue Yi was at the half-step integration stage, while the others ranged from mid-refining void to late spirit division. Such formidable strength had been outmaneuvered by some of the more powerful nascent soul stage human cultivators, leaving them understandably enraged, particularly Gue Yi. Should the Lord of Ghosts learn of this incident, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Brother, if today's events come to the Lord's attention, the fifth protector, a bewitchingly beautiful female ghost cultivator of late spirit division, who shared a good relationship with Gue Yi, interjected. Before she could finish, Gue Yi grasped her meaning, mirroring his own concerns. Thus, he glared at the 4 human cultivators who had been seized by the other protectors, snarling, "If you wish to die, you will take a few with you? A foolish dream. Your fellow disciples have slain so many of our ghost soldiers. I will make you wish for death." Startled by his fearsome visage, the disciple he grasped by the throat instinctively struggled to escape. Yet, Gue Yi offered no chance for reprieve, crushing his skull without hesitation. As the soul fled, it was coldly captured. Instead of being obliterated this time, it was tossed into a peculiar banner, the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Similar to the 10,000 Demons banner, it refined the souls of living beings into mindless beings that knew nothing but slaughter. Yet the process was exceedingly brutal, rendering existence a torment for the souls involved. Seeing her brother's anger rise, The protectors holding the remaining disciples followed suit, killing them and extracting their souls to toss into the 10,000 Ghosts banner, subjecting these oblivious human cultivators to the agony of soul refinement. Thus, all the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect were exterminated in an exceedingly brutal fashion. The remnants of self-detonation littered the ground, mingled with the blood of the valiant human warriors. The great protector Guiyi, still seething with rage, noted the considerable casualties among his ghost soldiers as well, though they were merely cannon fodder. And the elite troops had suffered little. He remained unsatisfied. Such losses from a surprise attack were a disgrace. Soldiers, the humans must be annihilated. Charge forth with this protector. Slaughter every last one of them and seize their sweet blood and flesh. Their vast resources await us. Charge. The previously despondent morale of the ghost soldiers surged at these words, recalling the taste of human flesh they had just savored, their dark eyes gleaming with renewed fervor. Oh, charge, charge. Their weapons clashed against their shields as they emitted inhuman roars, bursting with excitement. Guiyi's expression brightened. The other protectors exchanged glances, each stepping in line behind Guiyi, eager to follow the great protector into battle. With a booming laugh, Guiyi declared, "Excellent, follow this protector into the fray." With a sweeping gesture of his right hand, the nearly invisible ghost soldiers surged forth alongside Guiyi, their destination, the cities of the human northern territories. As the ghost cultivators assailed the northern cities, the first victims were the ordinary human populace, who found themselves akin to rabbits facing wolves, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the ghost soldiers with cultivation. Yet, to the ghost clan, even the common folk represented the finest sustenance. Thus, amidst this exchange, a colossal disaster loomed on the horizon. Heavenly Yin sect, Hall of Life and Soul, the managing disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect, on duty at the Hall of Life and Soul, was idly resting his chin in his hand, utterly unoccupied. He wished to utilize this lull to practice, yet the sect's regulations dictated that even in the absence of tasks, one must remain vigilant and oversee the life tokens without negligence. He could hardly fathom why these tokens required constant surveillance. Surely, no one would steal them, and a simple daily check would suffice to ascertain whether any sect members had met their end. Alas, another day wasted in idleness, he sighed, awaiting the arrival of the evening shift, realizing his opportunities for cultivation were dwindling. When would he ever manage to penetrate into the inner sanctum? A sense of melancholy washed over him. Yet before he could dwell on it, a series of shattering sounds echoed. The elder's gaze sharpened, and he sprang to his feet, racing toward the storage area for the life tokens. Upon witnessing several tokens shattered, he prepared to investigate the cause. But then, another series of cracking sounds erupted. As he stared in disbelief, the tokens, previously stacked together, shattered at an alarming rate, until all the tokens of the several thousand dispatched to guard the northern territories lay in ruin. This is bad. A grave incident has occurred. The managing disciple, witnessing this, dared not linger. He immediately collected the shattered tokens, carefully stowing them in a storage ring designed for such items, and rushed toward the sect's main hall. So many disciples of the Tianyin sect have perished simultaneously, particularly those stationed in the northern county. What calamity has befallen them? The elder's visage betrayed deep sorrow. The lives of 3,378 disciples. Indeed, even though the Tianyin sect boasts a membership of 100,000, these over 3,000 disciples represent the very backbone of our sect. The death of any one of them is a profound loss for Tianyin. Thus, in a bid to convey this urgent message, he broke the sect's solemn rule against flying swords in the vicinity of the main hall, hastening his flight. This act aroused the vigilance of the patrolling enforcement team, who swiftly approached, prepared for confrontation. Who goes there? Why do you wield a sword within the sacred hall? Do you seek to challenge the enforcement hall? Naturally, the responsible elder dared not hesitate and quickly clarified. I am Qian San, the duty officer of the Soul Command Hall. A significant anomaly has arisen with the command tokens. Time is of the essence. I implore all enforcement disciples to grant me passage. Upon hearing that he hailed from the Soul Command Hall, they immediately parted ways. According to sect regulations, any unusual occurrences within the Soul Command Hall must be reported without delay. In times of emergency, exceptions may be made. Thus, it was not long before the upper echelons of the Tianyin sect were informed of the simultaneous shattering of the command tokens belonging to over 3,000 disciples. In the several millennia since its founding, the Tianyin sect has never witnessed such a catastrophic event, save for a few historical anomalies. The death of over 3,000 disciples signifies an unparalleled and brutal conflict. Chapter 55. Various sects dispatch aid to the northern county. Lin Jiao and her son find themselves under attack. Led by the masters of the major peaks, they prepared to rush to the northern county in support. It was at this moment that they learned that while the Ghost Clan had been besieging the Demon Clan to seize a share of the spoils, they had not simply intervened. Instead, they had gathered their forces and invaded the human realm through the Demon Clan, already slaughtering thousands of disciples from the Tianyin sect. Their actions are utterly reprehensible, as the foremost sect of the human race. The Tianyin sect ought to strive for the protection of humanity and its common folk. Yet, many disciples remained perplexed. What could the Ghost Clan possibly gain? While numerous sects within the human race had engaged in the war against the Demon Clan, many of their senior elders remained. These individuals constitute the pinnacle of combat strength, particularly since the Tianyin sect itself had not participated in the battle. One of their ancestors undergoing tribulation still resided within, alongside the sect leader and the Grand Elder in the ascension stage. Not to mention, the Ghost Clan would find it difficult to breach the defenses of the Tianyin sect. What were they after? It is not only the disciples of the Tianyin sect who are baffled. Even the higher-ups are equally mystified. The human race is endowed with remarkable talents and abundant high-level cultivators. Otherwise, they would not have thrived in the midst of demon, monster, and ghost clans, flourishing in the affluent and spiritually rich land of Zhongzhou, relying solely on the strength of humanity. Although some forces have been redirected to the demon realm, the remaining combat prowess would still be challenging for the Ghost Clan to conquer in the short term. By the time the news reached the human factions in the demon realm, the Ghost Clan's plans would be thwarted. What could they possibly seek? However, the upper echelons of Tianyin sect did not share this perspective. They quickly recalled the current leader of the Ghost Clan, that frenzied and deranged figure, and suddenly felt that perhaps they were overthinking the situation. With that individual involved, anything could happen. Without further contemplation, they organized their affairs and prepared to set off immediately, aiming to circumvent the Ghost Army and eliminate them without leaving a trace. Simultaneously, a missive from the Tianyin sect sped toward various sections. Yet, the responses from these sects varied greatly. Tianjin sect, damn it, those wretched ghosts. It seems the disciples responsible for guarding our sect have all fallen victim to the Ghost Clan. This rabble, upon receiving the news, the leader of the Tianjin sect was initially consumed by rage, but soon regret washed over him. This is disastrous. After this incident, not only will our Tianjin sect fail to rise, it may very well lead to our demise. It's over. The sect leader, Jianminzi, slumped in his seat. His eldest disciple, Li Yuan, unable to bear his master's despair, offered words of comfort. Master, it is not too late to mend the fold. If we dispatch disciples for assistance now, surely other sects. His eldest disciple was taken aback. How can that be? The demon Emperor Junlin Yu was killed in the ambush orchestrated by the Grand Elder and the other two from the Demon Clan. How could he possibly still be alive? Even if he were alive, he would be gravely wounded. It has only been a little over a month. How could he recover to his peak so swiftly? As he pondered this, he too found it strange, but the reality was undeniable. The Tianjin sect had lost numerous elites, leaving him no choice but to believe. Moreover, discussing it further would yield little benefit. Thus, Jianminzi gestured for Li Yuan to remain silent and weakly commanded, Li Yuan, our Tianjin sect must take a stance on this matter of assistance. Therefore, you shall personally lead a contingent. Make every effort. Do not let your master down. Yes. After deliberation, the Tianjin sect, led by the sect leader's eldest disciple, dispatched a contingent of 5,000 cultivators, including those at the spirit transformation, nascent soul, and golden core stages, nearly depleting half of the remaining elite forces within the sect. Yusho sect, the matters conveyed by the Tianyin sect necessitate our involvement. The command was given to dismantle the sect's great formation and mobilize 60% of the elite forces to rush to the assistance of the cities in the northern county. Isn't 60% a bit excessive? An elder hesitantly inquired. Excessive? How could it be excessive? Among all sects, our Yusho sect is the closest to the northern county. We must act decisively, lest we fail to halt the Ghost Clan's advance. A great enemy looms. We have no choice. Indeed, you speak wisely, Dan sect? What shall we do? The kind-faced leader of the Dan sect, resembling a benevolent Buddha, appeared troubled. He wished to send disciples to assist. Yet his disciples excelled in alchemy but were ill-suited for battle. Have you ever seen a healer on the front lines? He sighed. Very well. Let us send a third of our disciples above the nascent soul stage, or of third-grade alchemy skill. Those below should not be sent to their doom. Regrettably, it must be acknowledged that the Dan sect could muster only a little over 1,000 qualified disciples to meet this requirement, which was hardly adequate. However, the sect leader's decision was final. Thus it shall be done. After all, the Dan sect was comprised primarily of healers. Having over 1,000 disciples was already a significant feat. And other sects might well be envious. These third-grade alchemists could produce vital elixirs such as blood chi pills and yuan cultivation pills, capable of saving countless cultivators in battle. Other smaller or medium-sized sects also dispatched a number of their own forces. There was no time for internal strife. They must unite in purpose. Lin Jiao and her son were in Xin City of the northern county, which was among the first to bear the brunt of the assault. Thus, when the previously secure Ning City and Feng City fell to the enemy, the ghostly calamity that suddenly beset Yi City left the mother and son in a state of shock. Just as they were diligently cultivating, the protective array personally laid down by Jun Linyi was activated. Quickly, we have activated a formidable protective array. The individuals within are undoubtedly extraordinary cultivators. Rush to report to the commander. The rest of you, join me in breaking the array. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of the array being breached jolted Lin Jiao from her meditation. After resuming her cultivation following Jun Linyi's departure, she had been making strides, and now, with her son, Juanza, having reaped tremendous benefits from refining the heart of the demon emperor, he could no longer suppress his burgeoning power. They had both entered a closed-door session to advance to the golden core stage. So when this chaos erupted, Lin Jiao felt compelled to step outside. What in the world is happening? Lin Jiao pondered, summoning her long-neglected life-bound treasure, the Lingxi sword, gripping it tightly for courage. She soared out of the room and into the open air, where she beheld several figures that were clearly not human cultivators, their forms surrounded by a swirling black mist, accompanied by chilling ghostly wails. Lin Jiao's expression grew serious. Ghostly energy. These are members of the Ghost Clan. Lin Jiao immediately pointed her sword at the ghost soldiers. Ghost Clan members, how dare you appear in human cities? Surrender at once, and I may spare your lives. Grant you a complete ghostly existence. She nearly forgot that they were, after all, undead beings. The ghost soldiers erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! That arrogant human cultivator dares to offer us mercy. Look, she's merely a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How audacious, little girl. Once our commander arrives and we breach your little shell, you'll understand who gets to decide who lives and who dies. Chapter 56. Dare to lay a hand on me? My demon emperor shall not spare you. Attack. The ghost soldier who spoke clearly possessed some authority among them. With a single command, dozens of ghost soldiers surged forth, brandishing their weapons in a fierce assault. Lin Jiao cast a casual glance. Aside from the commander whose cultivation she could not discern, there were 3 at the early golden core stage and a multitude of mid to late Foundation establishment ghost soldiers. While this array of forces would be formidable among mortals, it paled in comparison to her own prowess. Though she could not ascertain the commander's cultivation level, she surmised that it was unlikely to exceed her own previous strength. Otherwise, he would not foolishly believe that this motley crew could breach the barrier laid by a late-stage ascended master. What kind of delusion must one entertain to think that mere numbers would suffice against such a formidable defense? It was almost laughable. Lin Jiao found herself less anxious, watching their attempts to breach the array with amusement, even assuming a commanding role. Hey, you short ghost. Yes, I'm talking to you. Put a little more effort into it. This level of force hardly tickles. Listen to me. On the count of 3, give it your all. Oh dear, did you just bounce back? How unfortunate. My friend, how's your backside holding up? Not split into 4 pieces, I hope? The short ghost soldier could only respond with silence. Hey, you big, rotund ghost. Yes, you? What are you doing? Just because it's not your home turf doesn't mean you can go all out. Control that ghostly energy of yours. You're making it hard for me to see. The corpulent ghost soldier exclaimed, and you? Aren't you the leader here? possessing the highest cultivation? Don't stop. Keep the momentum going. Believe that victory lies just ahead. Yes, unleash your ultimate move. Aim for the center. Perhaps the core of the formation is right there. Exactly, right there. Focus. I'm counting on you. Wow, that was quite a ruthless strike, sending several of your subordinates packing in one go. Hold on a moment. Let me tally. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total. No wonder they say that a man without poison is not a true man. You are impressive, the ghost soldier squad leader cried out. Aw, the opponent is clearly starting to crack. If we must break the formation, then let us do it. There's this incessant chatter in my ear. It is utterly infuriating. Silence yourself, you long-tongued woman. What with all the prattle from a cultivator? Lin Jiaojiao was displeased. What's wrong with cultivators? Are they forbidden from speaking? Must they always maintain a cold, stoic demeanor? That is a stereotype. If you wish for me to be silent, I shall speak all the more. Lin Jiaojiao's grievances only escalated, her sharp-tongued retorts unrelenting, mocking and taunting, unleashing her full power. She was relentless, pushing the ghost soldiers to their limits, almost driving them mad. When their supreme leader arrived, he was met with this peculiar sight. His subordinates had given up on breaking the formation, each wearing expressions of despair, as if they were on the verge of ascension. You bunch of mid-Golden Core and late Foundation establishment ghost soldiers, how is it that you have yet to breach the defense? And yet you present yourselves as the ones who are breaking down? How embarrassing! Don't dare return and claim to be soldiers under my command. I cannot bear such disgrace. Upon seeing his leader's arrival, the ghost soldier captain immediately wore an expression of relief. Leader, you've finally come. This Foundation establishment woman is formidable. We cannot breach her barrier. I suspect she has someone backing her. You must show the human race the might of our ghost clan's core strength. Let her babble on, for once the barrier is breached, I shall extract her soul and strip her bones, ensuring her existence is worse than death. The ghost soldier leader narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Was it true that such a powerful figure was backing this woman? He looked sternly at the barrier described by the soldier, and as a perfected Yuanian cultivator, he was not among the foolish lot beneath him. He immediately discerned the formidable strength of the barrier before him, its power so overwhelming that it sent shivers down his spine. This was something they could not hope to shake. Moreover, a Foundation establishment cultivator capable of setting up such a potent formation was simply beyond their reach. Thus, he swiftly made a decision. It was bad. We must. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in terror, as if witnessing something extremely horrific. The ghost soldier captain, facing away as he spoke, was oblivious to the dread that had suddenly overtaken his leader. Yet, instinctively, he sidestepped without a second thought. Unfortunately, it was futile. This was a large-scale killing formation. From the moment Lin Jiaojiao, clearly the leader of these ghost soldiers, had observed the situation, she had ceased her playful demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, she swiftly followed the teachings of Jun Linya, forming hand seals with precision. Did they truly believe that the formations laid down by a being as formidable as Jun Linya were merely defensive? How Na Ve, the sovereign of monsters, who always advocated for violence to counter violence, would never leave his loved ones with just a defensive array. Beneath the 7 stars golden core duality formation lay 7 powerful killing formations. And now she intended to unleash the 7 killing thunder array, which she deemed most effective against these formless ghost cultivators. Beneath the thunder, all evil shall be purged. This array was particularly effective against these malevolent spirits. Jun Linya had strategically placed this array, knowing full well that his adversaries were predominantly from the demon and ghost clans. Regardless of the faction, all feared thunder. It was their natural nemesis. Meanwhile, the monster and human races fared better against it. Thus, Jun Linya was adept at deploying this thunder array, and now the ghost clan was in for a misfortune. As the leader sensed something amiss and prepared to retreat, Lin Jiaojiao had already activated the array. Thus, before he could utter a warning to flee, the 7 killing thunder array sprang to life. The formation illuminated, and everyone attempted to escape, only to discover their bodies were completely immobilized. The ghost clan leader, facing the array, would have preferred not to. For what did he behold? He saw a majestic and fearsome figure emerge around the formation following its activation, though he had said nothing upon appearing. The moment their gazes met, he felt as if his very soul was being torn apart, unable to maintain his form. The power was utterly terrifying, and this was merely the formation spirit. One could only imagine how formidable the actual being must be. Lin Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the ghost soldiers. Great monster sovereign, they bullied me. This statement was akin to a powder keg. Upon hearing it, the formation spirit, imbued with a sliver of consciousness left by Jun Linya, underwent a dramatic change. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted ominously, and everywhere its gaze fell morphed into a realm of purple lightning. You seek death. As the words left its mouth, the immobilized ghost soldiers could only watch in horror as the brilliant purple lightning descended upon them. This was excessive. To summon the most powerful purple lightning against a mere band of soldiers? Was this a game? The leader, at the peak of the Yuanying stage, could not withstand even a second against the onslaught. And as he was about to be reduced to ashes, he thought in despair. Dozens of ghost soldiers, not even leaving a scream, were turned to ash within 3 seconds, utterly obliterated. Lin Jiaojiao admitted to feeling exhilarated. She clapped her hands and laughed. Deserved it. How dare you touch me? My great monster sovereign could obliterate you. Now I have someone to back me up. You should have opened your ghostly eyes and looked closely. Hemph. Chapter 57. The cub emerges, drawing attention from the righteous faction. Though she wielded the power of a tiger in her guise, she was endearingly adorable, rendering anger impossible. A flicker of Jun Linya's spirit glanced at her. Finding amusement in the sight, Lin Jiaojiao, catching his gaze, mistakenly assumed her overly audacious display had offended him and promptly straightened her demeanor. Thank you, great monster sovereign, for saving my life. For saving me. I am grateful. Seeing her revert to a state of fear and a hint of reverence, Jun Linya felt a pang in his heart. Yet, he dared not say much, fearing she might not be sufficiently terrified. Each time he witnessed her like this, he felt a tinge of regret. If only he had made a better first impression. But he too was a victim, having lost his past memories, had it not been for this series of unfortunate events. Alas, the past is unchangeable. One must take it slow. Jun Linya cast a deep glance at Lin Jiaojiao, and just as she began to feel a bit anxious, he vanished from sight. It seemed he had returned to the state of a formation spirit. Lin Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief. Though just days prior, she had harbored a slight delusion that her feelings toward Jun Linya had shifted. Upon meeting him in person, she found herself growing timid once more. There was no helping it. Jun Linya's imposing presence and overwhelming strength were beyond comprehension. Even though he had been relatively accommodating towards her on several occasions, some individuals possess an innate aura that renders one weak at the knees. Even without any overt actions, she was just an ordinary veterinarian in her past life. Encountering such a formidable figure was already a bold move. Bring a random modern individual into this scenario. They would be mere steps away from transcending. Nevertheless, Lin Jiaojiao pondered. Had Jun Linya's strength increased? His aura seemed significantly stronger than the first time they met. Could it be that he was on the verge of transcending? Was he seeking to abandon humanity altogether? Jun Linya was said to be merely 400 years old. At that age, most would only reach the Yuanying stage, perhaps progressing to the divided spirit stage if exceptionally gifted. Yet here he was, nearing the threshold of transcendence, truly monstrous. Thus, it wasn't her problem. It was only natural for mortals like her to tremble before such an extraordinary intellect. It was not cowardice. Merely a recognition of reality. Lin Jiaojiao was lost in self-reassurance. She suddenly sensed a familiar aura surging from the room behind her. Whirling around, she discovered the commotion was indeed emanating from her cub's chamber. A towering pillar of blood, enveloped in an unmistakable silver light, erupted from within. Upon closer inspection, the source of the silver glow was none other than her cub's inner core. Lin Jiaojiao rejoiced. Wonderful, he has achieved the golden core stage. A 6-year-old golden core cultivator. Ha ha ha. I see that even more impressive than his father. From this day forth, what would those so-called geniuses amount to? No matter how talented. Could they compare to my son? A 6-year-old golden core cultivator, who would believe it? Though his rapid progress was undoubtedly due to his powerful lineage inherited from his father, it was she who bestowed this strength upon him. Without her, how could the great monster sovereign have such a formidable offspring? Thus, her cub's prowess was entirely due to her contributions. The importance of his father was negligible, Yes, her logic was impeccable. Lin Jiaojiao was brimming with satisfaction when suddenly, a twist of fate unfolded. The golden core being condensed by little Juanza was too potent. It appeared he was losing control. The blood-imbued golden core unexpectedly broke free from its confines and soared outward. This was dire. If it escaped, her cub would be in peril. Wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiaojiao hurled her sword, intending to ride the flying sword to intercept it. However, with a resounding crash, the golden core collided with the barrier, producing a deafening noise, yet it could not break free. Lin Jiaojiao was overjoyed. What a troublesome little cub! A familiar voice echoed, and then Lin Jiaojiao witnessed a bright light emanating from the formation that had seemingly activated unnoticed. A hand gently emerged behind the dazed golden core. Lin Jiaojiao recognized it instantly. That hand unmistakably belonged to Jun Linya. With a light tap, the golden core was sent hurtling back into little Juanza's room with a whoosh, transforming into a silver light before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, a more formidable bloodlight emerged than before. As if that were not enough, a silvery beast silhouette suddenly materialized within the bloodlight, its form obscured and indistinct. Although it appeared to be rather small, its presence was awe-inspiring. Upon its appearance, the silvery beast let out a long howl directed at the position where the hand had manifested before the formation. Oh, whoa! It seemed almost as if it were expressing gratitude. Indeed, the sound of Jun Linya's laughter followed. No need to thank you, little cub. Just focus on becoming stronger. This monarch does not wish to be summoned for every crisis. I am quite busy myself. Rest assured, there will not be a next time. Mere seconds after the little silver wolf finished its howl, it vanished. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a door opening echoed, and Lin Jiaojiao beamed with joy. Rushing towards the emerging Xiao Juanza, cub, you've emerged from your seclusion? Let me tell you, Mother has accomplished a significant feat just now. In the demon realm, within the demon clan's encampment, Shihua gazed in bewilderment at His Majesty's suddenly raised hand. Cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, has some insect disturbed you? Otherwise, why did you suddenly extend your hand to deliver a slap? Had he not witnessed with his own eyes that there was nothing before His Majesty? He might have thought the sovereign was striking an enemy given the seriousness of his expression. Upon hearing this, Jun Linya smiled warmly. No, I merely assisted a little one in resolving a minor inconvenience. Huh? Meanwhile, the human cultivators of the Xian city were desperately slaying the ghostly soldiers of the demon clan within the city. However, these foes were formless and invisible. Ordinary attacks were of no use against them. They could only rely on spells, sword techniques, or talismans. In simpler terms, they could only unleash their most powerful abilities, thus expending vast amounts of spiritual energy. Moreover, this time the demon clan had nearly emptied their ranks, with an endless tide of ghostly soldiers, leaving the human cultivators utterly exhausted from battle. They were also tasked with escorting the remaining civilians to safety amidst the carnage, making the scene all the more harrowing. Fortunately, the various sects that came to aid provided substantial support, and with the help of numerous talismans and formations, they temporarily repelled the ghostly soldiers. Xianing Yuan, the grand elder of the Tianyan sect and the senior brother of the sect, was ordered to lead his disciples to support I Ching. Another disciple of his wiped the sweat from his forehead, spat out a mouthful of blood, and coughed as he spoke. Senior brother Xia, although we have temporarily driven back those ghostly beings, it is now approaching noon, which is particularly disadvantageous for the ghost cultivators. Once night falls, these beasts will likely be much harder to repel. What should we do? Our time is limited, and a portion of the civilians may be difficult to evacuate. Even though they had arrived after the demon clan had already plundered Xian City, I Ching, as one of the major cities in the northern county of mortals, had a population of 1 million, making it unlikely for the demon clan to completely consume it quickly. Their timely arrival, especially with the swift aid of their fellow cultivators from the beast-taming sect, had saved a number of civilians. Nevertheless, even so, there were still 200,000 individuals remaining, and evacuating them posed a significant challenge. As they contemplated this, they were overtaken by a sense of dread regarding the terrifying capacity of the demon clan to devour human strength. In just 5 days, the population had suffered such casualties that only half remained, and this was still the result of their timely intervention. If more time had elapsed, would I Ching not have turned into a dead city? The time available for evacuation was indeed a pressing issue. Even if they had started the evacuation effort since yesterday, only a few tens of thousands remained. Xianing Yuan cast a serious glance at the sun overhead and immediately commanded, "Time is of the essence. Everyone, swiftly arrange for the evacuation. Let us strive to complete it before the sun sets." Yes. Everyone promptly sprang into action. At that moment, the group sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from the outskirts of the city, causing all to change in expression. Xianing Yuan, surrounded by cultivators at the nascent soul stage, possessed powerful spiritual senses and recognized that this aura could not possibly belong to the human race. As they prepared to form a defensive formation, bolts of purple lightning descended, the cataclysmic aura nearly suffocating them. What a dreadful formation! Does I Ching truly harbor such formidable powers? Are they friend or foe? Chapter 58. Driven by desperation to seek shelter, the little cub became the caretaker. The disciple who spoke these words was merely muttering to himself. Yet those who heard it shared the same sentiment. Xianing Yuan was already half a step into the divided spirit stage, the highest level of cultivation present, and thus his perception was the most acute. The man who had appeared possessed strength far beyond their capabilities. And merely the last glance he cast sent alarms blaring in Xianing Yuan's mind. Indeed, that man, who had seemingly exuded nothing more than a thread of divine consciousness, had glanced at them before vanishing. His expression one of indifference, as if he had long been aware of their presence and viewed them as mere ants. Was it not akin to looking at ants? Xianing Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all, the fact that he could deploy a formation as formidable as the 7-killing Heavenly Thunder Array meant they were indeed akin to ants in comparison. After a moment of self-mockery, he straightened himself. Well then, since the other party shows no intention of approaching, they should not be enemies. Whether they are friends is another matter entirely. However, our immediate priority remains the evacuation of the surviving civilians from the city. Such a powerful being is not something we can provoke. Let us hasten to our tasks. Senior brother Xie speaks wisely. Yet, there were still some who wished to voice their concerns, only to be silenced by their companions' headshakes. Xianing Yuan understood their unspoken thoughts. Given the dire circumstances, if they could persuade this powerful being to intervene, the civilians in the city would surely be safe. However, he did not dare to gamble. If the other party preferred solitude or was indifferent to worldly affairs, they would only worsen the situation by intruding. It was better to rely on themselves than to seek help from others. Thus, Xianing Yuan feigned ignorance of the hesitation of a portion of his group and directed the remaining individuals to expedite their preparations. However, given the unexpected nature of the situation and the sheer number of ordinary people involved, even with the Tianyin sect providing high-grade spiritual vessels, they could only barely accommodate a few tens of thousands. Even so, with the addition of smaller spiritual vessels, they could transport only about 50,000 at a time. This was not how it should have been. How could the entire cultivation world possess such limited resources? The issue lay in the timing chosen by the demon clan, as many resources had been diverted to the battlefield against the demon race, including manpower. Thus, as the sun began its descent, nearly 1,000 individuals remained within the city, along with a few hundred cultivators left to guard them. They all understood in their hearts that time was running out. Zhao Yeye gazed at the setting sun, with ghostly energy beginning to permeate the surroundings, despair swelling within her. How could the sun set so quickly? What should we do? We won't be able to wait for the spiritual vessels to arrive. Silence fell upon the crowd. They were acutely aware that by choosing to stay behind, they had already made the fastest calculations, yet when the moment truly arrived, despair was inevitable. The mortals left behind, though unaware of the specifics, could still sense the encroaching ghostly energy rising around them. Most of them gritted their teeth, unwilling to become a burden to the immortals. Among them, the male protagonist, Chu Xiaoyu, was particularly resolute, biting his lips so fiercely that deep impressions were left by his teeth. Yet he did not shed a tear. His eyes were reddened as if brimming with blood, and an overwhelming sorrow surrounded him, while the rising ghostly energy ignited a fierce hatred within his gaze, unmistakably marking him as one with a story to tell. Xianing Yuan noticed this child, who resembled a lone wolf, without needing to be told. He understood that this was yet another child burdened by deep-seated grievances. Over the past few days, he had encountered countless such children. His mission was to ensure the safety of the survivors to the best of his ability. Thus, I propose this suggestion. We shall decide whether to act or not. If we choose not to act, We cultivators will protect your safety to the last person, regardless of the cost. What does everyone think? Senior brother Xia, do you mean to say? The one who spoke was the disciple from earlier, clearly perceptive and having already grasped Xianing Yuan's intent. Xianing Yuan nodded in affirmation to Wang Yao's thoughts, who appeared astonished. Are we truly going to do this? We have been fighting in the city for so long, and that mysterious figure has not intervened, clearly indicating their stance. They are indifferent to the deaths and injuries of the mortals within the city and have no intention of offering assistance. But now, senior brother wishes to take the initiative to approach them. Won't that provoke their anger? Xianing Yuan certainly harbored fears, yet there was no alternative. Not only were the lives of the remaining 1,000 ordinary civilians at stake, but the few hundred cultivators left behind were already exhausted. Even if they did not go, survival amidst the relentless ghostly soldiers was improbable. They could only take the gamble. Thus, Xianing Yuan articulated his thoughts clearly. Laying out the pros and cons, I do not know the disposition of that powerful being, nor can I predict whether our approach will incite their wrath. However, what is certain is that none of us will survive under their hand. If they truly become enraged and take action, we will have no chance of living. Therefore, the decision rests with you all. In response, the crowd fell silent, deep in thought. Xianing Yuan did not rush them. It was only natural to hesitate when facing certain death. However, soon enough, they began to voice their conclusions, nearly without deliberation, which Xianing Yuan had not anticipated. Since we are doomed either way, let us go. Dying at the hands of that powerful being is preferable to perishing at the hands of those ghostly fiends. Indeed, we shall not give the damned creatures the satisfaction of feasting on our flesh to enhance their cultivation. Bah, dying at the hands of an immortal is still better than falling to them. Well said? Yes. Before Xianing Yuan could utter another word, he immediately fell silent, counting heads in place as they prepared to rush towards the outskirts of the city. Racing against time, for every moment counted. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaojiao, who had been enjoying tender moments with her son, was now being obstructed from leaving by him, unaware that she was being eyed by others. Did she not wish to save lives? But the little one would not allow it. If her guess was correct, it was indeed related to that so-called ghostly calamity. However, isn't that quite far off? Why has it been released so early? The plot seems to have collapsed severely, doesn't it? Lin Jiaojiao was in a frenzy, desiring to confirm the situation and perhaps rescue a few individuals, but her son, who was already more capable than her, resolutely refused to allow it. The reason? She was too inexperienced. Fine. Although that is indeed a fact, could you not spare your mother a little dignity? Yet, looking at her son, who was blocking the entrance with raised eyebrows, despite being not even half her height, made her feel somewhat intimidated. Well, if you want to allow it, then so be it. Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts. Who are you all? What brings you to my home? Xiao Juan's unceremonious tone startled her. Chapter 59. The encounter of senior and junior brothers, complicated relationships. She immediately reacted and dashed towards the door. Through her divine perception, she could see from a distance that there was a throng of people gathered 5 miles away from her front gate. The sheer number, at least 1,000, piqued Lin Jiaojiao's curiosity. Nonetheless, she quickened her pace, for her child was still small and needed her presence. Meanwhile, Xianing Yuan had already halted his advance at Xiao Juan's voice. 5 miles was the distance tolerated by that mysterious powerful being. He could sense that any closer and the enigmatic figure, now transformed into an array spirit, would unleash indiscriminate attacks, with a slight tremor in his heart. Xianing Yuan clasped his hands and gazed at the wary little one before him. Although surprised that such a young child possessed the cultivation of the initial stage of Golden Core, he found it somewhat acceptable considering the formidable power behind him. Thus, he introduced himself and explained his purpose. I am Xianing Yuan of the Tianyan sect. Honored to meet you, young friend. I sincerely apologize for this intrusion, but the situation is urgent. I hope for your understanding. As for my presence here, it is to request. What? Lin Jiaojiao could no longer listen. Upon hearing the other party introduce himself, she had already lost her composure. You say you are Xianing Yuan? From the Tianyan sect, Xianing Yuan? No way. Could it be that the original owner's unfortunate senior brother has arrived? The very same senior brother whom the original owner was infatuated with? Who failed after resorting to drugs? Good heavens, how could it be him? What should I do? Should I show myself or not? With just a wall separating them from the entrance, Lin Jiao found herself unable to lower her foot. It was not her fault. After all, that was the original owner's longtime crush who had pursued her for over a decade without success. Anyone in her position would feel the same. Currently, Lin Jiao feared encountering only the original owner's senior brother and master from the Tianyan sect. These two were well acquainted with the original owner, and if they detected something amiss, it would spell disaster for her. Yet, she could not simply stay hidden. Leaving Xiao Juanzi to face such a multitude alone was not an option either. Just as she was in a quandary, her child's voice rang out again. Why should we shelter you when you are in danger? What does your safety have to do with us? Leave at once. Otherwise, I shall not be polite. You? What an unreasonable child. Indeed, immortal. I beseech you, take us and I shall kneel before you. Upon hearing Xiao Juanzi's blatant villainous remarks, coupled with the commotion at the entrance, Lin Jiao could no longer sit idly. Forget it. If death is to come, so be it. Everything else can be discussed later, but allowing the original owner's senior brother to die here would likely attract the original owner's master. That would be a formidable being at the initial stage of the Great Ascension. Moreover, their inaction in the face of death would make them the target of public outrage. After careful consideration, she realized she could not remain an outsider this time. Thus, as Xiao Junzi prepared to continue his tirade, Lin Jiao hurriedly interjected, "The child is simply being unreasonable. I hope you can forgive him. Senior brother, please wait a moment while I open the formation and let you all in." Lin Jiao's somewhat complex voice was heard. The moment she spoke, Xianing Yuan halted, turning to the source of the voice. Lin Jiao's acquaintance, Zhao Ye, also recognized her. Jiao. Upon seeing the little junior sister who had vanished for 6 long years, Xianing Yuan's expression grew complicated, predominantly one of shock. "Little junior sister, what are you doing here? Could this be your child?" Xianing Yuan's gaze fell on the vigilant Xiao Juanzi. Unsure of what expression to wear as he inquired. Lin Jiao forced a smile. "Senior brother, it has been a long time." She then looked down at Xiao Juanzi and said, "Yes, he is my son, born after a 10-month gestation." Xianing Yuan nodded, his expression complex as he glanced at the expressionless child, who even bore some hostility towards him. After a moment of silence, too many questions bubbled forth. "So this is where you reside? How did you come by this place?" Xianing Yuan looked at the ceiling of the house, incredulous. When did his once delicate little junior sister acquire such capabilities? Lin Jiao sensed the implication in his expression and offered an awkward smile. "It's a long story, and now is not the time for explanations. Senior brother, please first bring your people inside." Lin Jiao refrained from elaborating, as she did not wish for anyone to know about the existence of the demon Emperor Junlin. So she quickly shifted the topic. As Lin Jiao's gaze turned back, everyone began to scream. For some unknown reason, the surrounding malevolent energy grew thicker, ominously coalescing into ghostly soldiers. Xianing Yuan immediately ceased his idle chatter. "Then I must trouble you, junior sister." Lin Jiao smiled, pulling the hesitant child closer. Hearing his reproachful thoughts, she sent a soothing message. "Rest assured, your mother is not so foolish. Your father has already mentioned that we are the focal points of this formation. As long as we remain within its bounds, no one can harm us unless they possess strength equal to your father's. Do you think any of those present have such power? If they did, they wouldn't be here seeking our assistance, so relax." Xiao Juanzi, exasperated, retorted, "That's not my concern. I'm worried that you might run off with someone else." The moment that Xianing Yuan appeared, your gaze was glued to him. "You flirt. Wasn't it originally that wicked woman? How could she not escape from the clutches of this Xianing Yuan?" If Lin Jiao had known what Xiao Juanzi was thinking, she would have vehemently protested. "I am not infatuated. I am merely on guard, constantly observing him to avoid being exposed and mistaken for a possessed demon that Xianing Yuan would slay." In her memory, the original owner's senior brother had always been straightforward and upright. Xiao Juanzi shot a resentful glare at his unworthy mother, ultimately directing his hostile gaze at Xianing Yuan. "You better behave yourself, or I'll annihilate you." Xianing Yuan was bewildered, yet he recognized this was his junior sister's son and felt it unnecessary to quarrel with the child. He swiftly organized the crowd, awaiting Lin Jiao to open the formation. However, the result was that Lin Jiao gestured for the formation for an extended period, yet it remained unmoving. Faced with the perplexed gazes of the crowd, Lin Jiao could only grit her teeth and attempt again and again. Once, twice, thrice. After nearly igniting sparks from her hands, the formation still showed no sign of activation. Lin Jiao was furious, especially under the gaze of her son, who looked at her like a fool, and the anxious eyes of over 1,000 people. She felt utterly foolish in her frustration. Lin Jiao slammed her hands against the formation, exclaiming in exasperation, "June, child as father, what on earth do you mean? My hands are nearly sparking. Are you going to let me open it or not?" "No." Suddenly, a figure appeared within the formation. It was Jun Linyi. His demeanor languid yet his eyes sharp as he pointed at Xianing Yuan, declaring, "No way, Lin Jiao." Encountering Xianing Yuan's questioning gaze and Zhao Yi's suddenly ambiguous expression, Lin Jiao wished she could vanish. "Stop it, Demon Emperor. Targeting the original owner's senior brother like this is giving me the wrong impression. Don't tell me you're jealous." But she couldn't voice this fear, for she was afraid that the Demon Emperor would obliterate her with a mere finger. So she patiently soothed him, "Don't make a fuss. He is my former senior brother. It's nothing between us. Besides, he wouldn't even look at me. Rest assured, our relationship is as clear as water." "What on earth am I saying? This is clearly implying that the Demon Emperor is jealous. My life is over." But as Lin Jiao lamented her fate, Xianing Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly amidst the curious and teasing gazes from all directions, and the formation trembled before truly opening. Lin Jiao couldn't help but widen her eyes as she watched Xianing Yuan arrange for everyone to enter the formation one by one. Turning to see the enigmatic expression on Jun Linye's face, her mind went blank. "Meow, meow, meow. What does this mean?" Xiao Juanza scoffed. "What, does Lin Jiao still think the old man has no intentions towards her? How naive can one be? But since the old man has agreed, why should he hold back?" Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Xiao Juanza suddenly halted, spinning around to meet the gaze of the male protagonist. Chu Xiaoyu. As he stepped into the formation, a sense of destiny surged within both of them, and they simultaneously pondered the question. Who is he? Chapter 60. Demon Emperor. What is this jealousy-laden inquiry? There's no helping it. Who told that old man to pressure me? He cannot bear to see his woman sharing a moment with another man. However, this is quite unfair to Lin Jiao. Her daze was not due to deeply gazing at her infatuated senior brother, but rather because she was startled by someone. Jun Linyi was not ignorant of this, of course, but jealousy is still to be savored. Jiao has spent over a month with him and has yet to look at him in such a manner. Why should she gaze at other men, especially those she once admired? Indeed, our demon emperor is quite unreasonable, isn't he? Regarding Chu Xiaoyu, as Xiao Juanza pulled Lin Jiao away, their gazes met once more, and coincidentally, the other party did not avert his eyes. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, both aware of the depth behind it. Fated adversaries. The moment their eyes locked, both harbored this thought, thus understanding what this fleeting moment signified. Yet, one held it close to heart while the other dismissed it entirely. Kai, slow down. Xiao Juanza then moderated his strength, in his view, considering a mere mortal, one who could not even comprehend the essence of energy, as a rival was simply out of the question. It was akin to paying heed to an ant. Would one truly care? When the disparity in power is so vast, the notion of rivalry becomes obsolete. This is not merely a saying in this lifetime. Their positions had subtly shifted. As for Chu Xiaoyu, witnessing Juanza's demeanor, he instinctively clenched his fists. That gaze completely disregarded him. Why? Was it solely because he possessed formidable parents that he looked down upon him? On what grounds? He merely had a capable father. One day, I shall trample upon you so-called geniuses, making you realize the cost of turning a blind eye to others in peril. Fortunately, Lin Jiao had purchased this spacious courtyard with her wealth for enjoyment. Accommodating over 1,000 people was no problem. Of course, the primary reason was the vast formation set by Jun Linyi, which encompassed a 30-mile radius, with most of the frail mortals finding shelter within the house, while cultivators outside could manage just fine, thus presenting no significant issue. The sun had completely set, and curiously, the ghostly soldiers surrounding Lin Jiao's entrance merely lingered in the vicinity, daring not to take form to attack. It seemed they were fearful of something. A glimmer of understanding crossed Xianingwen's eyes as Li Yao, standing beside him, glanced at Jun Linyi, who was positioned above the formation, and whispered in his ear. It appears that those ghostly soldiers must have suffered quite a bit at the hands of that esteemed individual during the day. Now that the sun has set, they dare not approach. Indeed, your junior sister's choice of allies is quite remarkable. Liao gestured with a thumbs up, his tone dripping with admiration that even a fool could discern. Jun Linya unexpectedly cast a glance in his direction. Kid, you possess some insight. The sudden acknowledgement from the esteemed figure filled Liao with a surge of confidence. Since the esteemed one desired compliments, he decided to lavish them generously, showering Xianing Yuan with praise. Jun Linya nodded appreciatively at him before shifting his gaze back to Xianing Yuan. Although he said nothing, Xianing Yuan strangely understood his meaning. Do you see? Compared to me, you are nothing that do not entertain thoughts beyond your station. Otherwise, Jun Linya's actions evoked a mix of amusement and displeasure within him. With extraordinary prowess, he was the one who had caused his junior sister to lose her virtue, if he truly cared as he now appeared to. Why did he not reveal himself sooner? Had he done so, perhaps their master would not have been so resolute in his decisions, considering the formidable partner his junior sister now possessed. Did he not realize how crucial reputation was for a woman? Xianing Yuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As an elder brother, he always placed himself in the role of Lin Jiao's father. Naturally, such paternal instincts arose, leading him to regard Jun Linya with disdain. However, it seemed that Jiao's son was indeed a clever genius, and with a powerful partner, her life must be quite satisfactory now. If that were the case, he could ease some of his guilt regarding her. His master and fellow disciples might be flustered with concern, but he was well aware of his own condition. Even with appropriate treatment back then, he could not have returned to his peak. Moreover, Jiao had been under his care since her youth. Despite the missteps later on, he bore no significant resentment for the hindrances to her path. As the eldest disciple, was it not his duty to protect his junior sister and fellow disciples from harm? Thus, with a father's mentality, Xianing Yuan's attitude towards Jun Linya was tinged with discontent, and the ensuing events took a peculiar turn. Just as Lin Jiao recovered, the little one obediently pulled her to sit on a chair. The people around them came and went, a cacophony of noise, yet dared not disturb the mother and child. Whether mortals or cultivators of greater prowess, they were all acutely aware of the invisible arrows hovering ominously above them. Any hint of disrespect towards the pair could summon the wrath of that mysterious formidable being, sending them straight to the underworld. They did not dare to move, not in the slightest, even when passing by the mother and child. They instinctively lowered their breaths. Lin Jiao thought to herself, "There is no need for this, truly unnecessary. Your Majesty, if you continue like this, I truly cannot endure." Lin Jiao nervously fiddled with her hands. Feeling utterly at a loss at this moment, perhaps only Zhao Ye would cast her a few glances as she passed by, but that was not the end of it, when Xianing Yuan stepped into the room and stood merely a meter away from her. Even she felt the air around them grow thin. Yet, Xianing Yuan seemed oblivious, gazing at Lin Jiao with gentle eyes and saying, "Thank you, Jiao. Thank you for sheltering us, for giving us a glimmer of hope. I express my gratitude on behalf of them. It has been years since we last saw each other. You have changed so much that I hardly recognize you. Are you doing well, Lin Jiao?" Braving the weight of someone's gaze, mustered the courage to respond, "I'm all right. What about you, elder brother?" To her surprise, her instinctual question ignited a spark of jealousy within him. Even in his absence, Lin Jiao felt as though she could hardly breathe. However, Xianing Yuan merely smiled, as if he were entirely unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. "I am, as ever." After a moment of contemplation, Xianing Yuan spoke again, his tone laced with remorse. "Seeing you safe brings me great relief. I have always believed that if it were not for my shortcomings, you would not have had to endure such hardships. All of this is my fault, little junior sister, if you must harbor resentment or blame. Direct it all towards me. The master and Ah Cheng, second senior brother, Li Qingyan, are also victims of my misplaced anger. Had I been more perceptive to your thoughts back then, and provided timely counsel, you would not have strayed from the right path. These are my failures as the eldest brother. I am truly sorry, little junior sister." Lin Jiao suddenly grasped why the original owner had developed feelings for Xianing Yuan. It was not surprising to be drawn to an elder brother with such a good disposition who took all the blame upon himself. It was not an act. Lin Jiao could sense his genuine belief that everything was his fault, and his remorse was palpable. Was she perhaps feeling a hint of warmth? A flicker of joy? The desire to throw herself into her beloved elder brother's embrace began to stir within her. "Didn't he it?" A voice suddenly echoed in Lin Jiao's ear, startling her greatly. No. No, she dared not move. How could one so casually tarnish another's reputation? "Thus, Your Majesty, could we not behave a bit more normally?" What was this question brimming with jealousy? Chapter 61. Goodness, why has the male lead appeared ahead of schedule? It must be an illusion, surely. Who is this esteemed figure? The foremost among those who transcend tribulations. What could he possibly lack? How could he utter such clearly envious words towards someone like me, who possesses neither cultivation nor beauty? Lin Jiao made an effort to ignore the inquiries buzzing in her ear and turned her attention back to Xianingyun. Truth be told, she still did not know how to face the original owner's elder brother. After all, he was the object of the original owner's affections and also the one who had guided her. But since he had spoken, it would be impolite for her to remain silent. "Elder brother, this is not your fault. Everything is Jiao's doing. I was too willful and too immature in the past." Lin Jiao lowered her head, filled with remorse as she apologized. "I am sorry, elder brother." Xianingyun was taken aback, having never expected to hear an apology from her one day. Was this truly the same self-centered, self-absorbed junior sister who had never deigned to bow her head? After years of companionship, he had almost forgotten when this understanding and empathetic junior sister had emerged. Was it when she first entered the sect at 6? Or perhaps before she fell ill at 12? Lin Jiao was unafraid of his skepticism. After all, the original owner had endured so much, and was she not allowed to grow? Upon hearing Lin Jiao recount her experiences over the years in detail, Xianingyun felt a mix of joy and heartache. As an elder brother, he had taken it upon himself to guide Jiao when she first joined their master. It was only natural that he would dote on her. With so many younger brothers entering the sect, the sudden arrival of a soft and defueled by fury, Li Chengyan forcefully administered water to Jiao and callously abandoned her at the scene. Leading to an encounter, Xianingyun sighed. In truth, upon awakening, a Cheng had confided in him that, after all, Jiao was his junior sister, and he merely intended to teach her a lesson. He wished for her to experience the torment inflicted by this treacherous elixir, to see if she would dare to scheme against the senior brother again. However, he never anticipated that his junior sister, possessing only the cultivation of an early golden core, could escape the formation he had laid. It is worth noting that he was at the late nascent soul stage, yet this junior sister of his, with merely early golden core cultivation, vanished without a trace. They searched for her day and night, but to no avail. Subsequently, unrepentant, she plotted against the second disciple and continued to scheme for the first disciple to marry her, causing a stir within the sect, trampling upon the original master's boundaries. Yet, none of this served as the catalyst for the original master's decision to expel the protagonist. It was the ruin of Xianingyun's path to immortality that compelled him, due to the delay in optimal treatment. Even with a concerted effort over half a month, Xianingyun could only attain the integration stage upon waking. How could the original master's teacher and several senior brothers accept this? He had once been greatly esteemed, the one most likely to become the next elder of the Heavenly Protection sect. The expulsion of the original protagonist was indeed justified. Had she been in his position, she would have acted likewise. Ironically, despite the original protagonist's actions leading to such dire consequences, she still failed to recognize her own fault, believing that Xianingyun's eventual rejection was due to her carrying another's illegitimate child. She claimed it was the second brother's interference, asserting that had the senior brother consumed the drugged water, he would undoubtedly take responsibility for her. How infuriating and tragic! Therefore, Xianingyun's self-reproach was entirely unwarranted. Neither he nor the original protagonist held any culpability. Lin Jiao's sincerity was palpable, which both Xianingyun and Jun Linyi sensed. Reflecting on this, despite his anger, he refrained from speaking out, resolutely deciding to guard against certain individuals and firmly eliminate any potential for resurgence. Meanwhile, Xihua found himself unjustly blamed, suffering from inexplicable ire, rendered silent by his indignation. After exchanging a few more words with Xianingyun, Lin Jiao excused herself, citing other matters, and managed to extricate herself from the situation. Upon raising her head, she found the figure of a certain someone absent, wiped the nervous sweat from her brow, and sighed in relief. Xiao Juanza shot her an irritated glare, exclaiming, How disappointing. What could Lin Jiao do but feign ignorance, turning her attention to the busy Zhao Yeye to inquire if she could lend a hand. Although Zhao Yeye politely declined, Lin Jiao still wished to contribute in some way to distract herself, particularly upon noticing their lack of foundational elixirs, which invigorated her greatly. Why not say so earlier? I may not have much, but I certainly have plenty of elixirs. Thus, she retrieved a vial of her recently concocted elixirs from her storage ring and presented it, asking, "What do you think? Are these usable? If so, don't hesitate." Zhao Yeye and a disciple from the Alchemy sect exchanged glances, and it was Zhao Yeye who accepted the vial. Yao Yao, since it's presented by Jiao Jie, it must be effective. Do you remember? I previously mentioned a remarkable healer, that Jiao Jie. Cheng Yao cautiously glanced at her, realization dawning. So, you were referring to her? This must be a premium second-grade elixir. Cheng Yao initially intended to compliment, yet upon truly seeing the quality of the elixir, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed loudly. This outburst sent shockwaves through all the alchemists present. What? Is this real? Let me see. Wow, it truly is. Who is this formidable individual? So it's her. No wonder. In an instant, Lin Jiao became a rare gem, for in an era where alchemists struggled within the realm of cultivation, encountering a peer capable of refining premium elixirs was indeed extraordinary. Even those who were not alchemists, both cultivators and mortals alike, turned their gazes toward her, rendering Lin Jiao quite uncomfortable. Damn, how could I have forgotten? Moreover, these alchemists are excessively enthusiastic, aren't they? Yet, this was not the most troubling aspect. Amidst their fervor, a gaze laced with subtle hostility caught Lin Jiao's attention, the true source of her discomfort. That gaze was sharp, sending chills down her spine, compelling her to seek the source. However, her spiritual awareness trembled, issuing warnings. Who is this? Why does my crisis alert activate upon encountering him? Lin Jiao struggled to pull Zhao Yeye closer, pointing at the male lead who had concealed himself within the crowd. Though he was now obscured from view, this posed no problem, for cultivators had the best memories. Lin Jiao inquired, "Do you know a boy about this height, with thick brows and large eyes? A prominent nose, exuding a ruggedly handsome demeanor?" Zhao Yeye furrowed her brow in contemplation. The male lead was simply too striking amidst the crowd, and even a bystander like her remembered such a small beggar. She responded, "I know. The child you speak of must be Chu Xiaoyu, right? He's a pitiful child whose entire clan perished at the hands of the ghost tribe, hence his somewhat gloomy disposition. You shouldn't hold it against him." Who? Lin Jiao was taken aback. Chu Xiaoyu? Isn't that the male lead's name? Wait a moment, named Chu Xiaoyu, and bearing the tragic fate of his entire clan's demise at the hands of the ghost tribe. This is undoubtedly the male lead. What the hell? Is there no end to this? How did the male lead emerge so soon? Chapter 62. If I don't counterattack soon, my wife will run off with someone else. The fall of Fengxian. Can this plot still be trusted? Lin Jiao felt a surge of righteous indignation, struggling to comprehend why, despite her fervent desire to avoid the protagonist's party, she still collided with them, especially since she had invited them in herself. How could the male lead possibly be from Xian City? Damn, with over a dozen cities in the northern county, I neither chose a large city like Feng City, where cultivators and mortals intermingle, nor a nondescript small city like Ning City. It's absurd that I chose Xian City and still hit the jackpot. This defies logic. Lin Jiao questioned her very existence. Now, it seemed that the originally antagonistic male lead would only encounter the child after becoming the demon sovereign. Yet because of her fortuitous intervention, the narrative had accelerated dramatically. Lin Jiao felt despondent. It should be fine, right? The child, because of me, has not endured the experience of being turned into a medicinal puppet by demonic cultivators. Nor has he faced further abuse. There's no possibility of him turning dark. He shouldn't cross paths with the male lead, right? Lin Jiao reassured herself, albeit uncertainly. What do you mean? It should be fine. Medicinal puppet. What are you talking about? Zhao Yeye, having been drawn closer, caught snippets of Lin Jiao's mutterings, her voice too soft to be fully heard, prompting her to question. Particularly, the term medicinal puppet struck a sensitive chord with Zhao Yeye, as it was a taboo word in the cultivation world, one that could lead to death upon discovery. How could Zhao utter such a term? As she spoke, Lin Jiao distributed a collection of her refined elixirs to the alchemists present, eliciting their astonished exclamations. These are all premium elixirs. Who is this remarkable figure before us? More impressive than our sect leader. In an instant, the alchemists surrounded Lin Jiao like sharks sensing blood, eager to glean her alchemical insights, effectively diverting attention from Zhao Ye's questions. It was simply overwhelming. These alchemists were far too zealous. Having witnessed Lin Jiao heal their precious ones previously, they regarded her as an icon of excellence. Premium elixirs were merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Zhao Ye did not press further. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. Given the current tensions among various factions, she ought not to know the term medicinal puppet, if pressed. Lin Jiao herself was uncertain how she would extricate herself from such a predicament. While she deftly navigated the enthusiastic alchemists, her gaze remained observant of the male lead's every move. She was loath to be so cautious this early on, but the thought of the child potentially being used as a stepping stone by the male lead, ultimately to be drained of his essence for the male lead's ascent, left her on high alert, instinctively wary of him. Typically, Lin Jiao, a Foundation establishment cultivator, would not be perceived by Chu Xiaoyu, a mere mortal yet to embark on the path of cultivation. However, perhaps due to the halo of the male lead, he somehow sensed her scrutiny. Throughout the night, even in sleep, an intangible awareness lingered upon him, tinged with a subtle, undetectable hostility that rendered Chu Xiaoyu on edge. Even while feigning sleep, he remained vigilant to discern the source of this attention, ultimately pinpointing it to the lady of the house. But why? She, a formidable alchemist, a revered cultivator, and with such a powerful partner, harbored animosity toward a mere mortal like him. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chu Xiaoyu's eyes before fading into silence. For now, he remained on guard, trusting that as a cultivator, she would not act against him in plain sight of others, thus temporarily evading danger. Having weighed the pros and cons, the tension in his muscles eased, allowing him to resume his activities, though the hand hidden within his sleeve, resting against his palm, betrayed that he was not as tranquil as he appeared. Your Majesty, I have gathered intelligence and confirmed that the Ghost Tribe's mobilization against our kind is merely a ruse. They are covertly infiltrating the human realm under the guise of our demon clan. Based on the current information, the human race has been caught completely off guard in just 5 days. Their casualties have exceeded ours by over 20%. And now, the human cultivators on the battlefield are showing signs of retreat, with even the demon tribe expressing similar intentions. Your Majesty, what do you propose? Shi Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Reporting cautiously, he could scarcely comprehend the madness that had overtaken the monarch in recent days, charging headlong into battle with reckless abandon and dragging him along for the ride. Heaven help me, I am but a frail strategist. I am truly not adept at the art of war. Shi Hua's expression bore the weight of his discontent. Upon hearing the battle report, Jun Linyi, despite the favorable news for the demon clan regarding the war, after such a prolonged struggle, the other 2 clans were finally retreating, found his countenance darkening instead. How could he not be disheartened? At this rate, his beloved might run off with someone else. What a farcical notion of a master brother. A so-called unparalleled warm-hearted man. There would be no room for such treachery. It was all due to these insufferable flies. Were it not for them, he would not have had to hastily rush to the demon clan to oversee matters. Now that the situation appeared dire, they wished to flee. Had they consulted this emperor? A counterattack was imperative. The sooner the battle concluded, the sooner he could pursue his wife. A fierce glint flashed in Jun Linyi's eyes. To think they would contemplate retreating in the face of adversity. Had they sought permission from this emperor? After having slain so many valiant sons of his clan, they expected to simply walk away? Preposterous! Shi Hua, relay the command. Sound the horn for a counteroffensive. The moment for the demon clan's resurgence has arrived. With a serious expression, Shi Hua immediately knelt on one knee to receive the order. I shall abide by the decree of the demon emperor. With that, he departed with an imposing at long last. The moment had arrived. Once Shi Hua had left, Jun Linyi swiftly made his way to a dungeon. The surroundings were dark and damp, with chilling winds swirling around. If one listened closely, faint groans could be heard. A trace of mockery crossed Jun Linyi's eyes as he stepped into this dungeon, a realm so incongruous to him. Upon seeing Jun Linyi, Feng Xian and the others imprisoned there widened their eyes in terror. Their fear unabashed, their voices, like wind whistling through a broken gong, cried out, "Your Majesty, please spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. We implore you. Show mercy." Jun Linyi smiled with an enchanting grace. "Feng Xian, you should have anticipated such a day when you betrayed this emperor. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own kind? Fear not, this is merely the beginning. You have a century of suffering ahead of you." Feng Xian's eyes, now bloodshot, filled with dread. "You devil, Jun Linyi, you are a devil. Ah, Your Majesty, spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. Your Majesty, kill me, just kill me." The moment those words escaped, Feng Xian and several other traitors clutched their heads, wailing in agony. But this was not the end. As they cried out, blood began to flow from their 7 orifices, soon drenching their bodies and the surroundings in a horrific pool of crimson. Yet, compared to today's scene, the initial reckoning they faced was akin to descending into hell. Jun Linyi was indeed a devil. Feng Xian would never forget that day. His plans had seemed so well laid out, and yet he ended up betraying Jun Linyi, only to be delivered into his hands by the treachery of Elder Feng Bugue. From that moment on, they endured a torment worse than death. Their flesh was torn piece by an invisible blade to feed the dogs, their dantians crushed inch by inch, their souls gradually torn apart. The experience was unspeakably horrific, a dual suffering of body and mind that no mortal could withstand, amplified 100-fold. Each day thereafter, they endured the same torment for a century, a show of strength. In no time, the entirety of the demon clan's upper echelons were gripped by an overwhelming fear of Jun Linyi. Feng Xian suddenly shed tears of regret, pondering why he ever believed he could usurp Jun Linyi. He knew all too well that Jun Linyi was the closest to the first demon emperor in generations. Why then? Observing this, Jun Linyi's anger, fueled by jealousy, began to subside, soon rendering the situation dull. As for wishing for death, it would not come so easily. The lives of Feng Xian and his treacherous ilk were but a handful. Could their easy demise atone for the lives of countless brave demon men they had cost? Chapter 63. The master brother asked whether he should become a stepfather, betrayed by his own son thus. As the night gradually illuminated, the blazing sun began to pour its light over the land. The ghostly soldiers of the Ghost Clan, surrounding Lin Jiao's residence from 10 miles away, were compelled to retreat despite their reluctant roars. This time, upon receiving the order to withdraw, even the usually obedient ghost soldiers raised doubts for the first time. Those who understood the might of the barrier were already deceased, especially the chief commander. Even though the second commander, Gueli, had received Jun Linyi's leniency, allowing the chief commander to send a last-minute message, he remained unwavering in his belief. However, others were not so certain. After all, the formation above the residence had not instilled even the slightest trepidation in them. Their reluctance to fight was entirely due to the command. Now, to retreat without a fight, did that not seem too cowardly? Such was Jun Linyi's malevolent scheme. Without approaching the formation, only a select few with strength or innate sensitivity could perceive its power. For the rest, they were better off than some low-tier formations. Thus, some commanders who had not gained much from the previous battles were unwilling to retreat, especially after the second commander issued the order to withdraw. "Second commander, why must we retreat? The humans are right before us." It was not just a few thousand humans. There were also over 100 cultivators. Cultivators are a great boon for our ghost clan. If we miss this opportunity, it will never come again. Second commander. Indeed, second commander, those human cultivators have already reacted and are evacuating the ordinary people. If we let them escape, we fear our brothers will receive nothing. The second commander's confidant smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the sweet blood and flesh of humans they had tasted in recent days, his demeanor quite sinister. Yet, the second commander hesitated. Although he felt a twinge of doubt regarding the chief commander's dying message, he knew the chief commander had taken him under his wing and would not deceive him, if it were true. Oh dear, second commander, why hesitate? The sun is about to fully rise. Let us seize this last moment and strike. It will surely be worth it. The eager ghost soldiers echoed in unison, as though they could already envision the sweet blood and flesh of humans before them, reveling in their anticipation despite the odds being stacked against them. Gritting his teeth, Gueli finally conceded, "Very well. Let us heed the brother's call and strike." Thus, the ghost soldiers surged with excitement. Meanwhile, the cultivators stationed outside the formation witnessed the previously dormant ghost soldiers suddenly coalescing and charging towards them with furious cries. "Kill!" The ghosts' wails echoed through the air. Some cultivators immediately paled, scrambling to arm themselves with weapons and talismans. "This is a ghostly calamity. Quickly, prepare for battle and inform Master Xia." The first disciple to shout found himself met with silence. No one responded. Perplexed, he turned around only to find his fellow disciples had momentarily panicked before regaining their composure. "What is wrong with you? The ghostly calamity is upon us. Prepare to fight," a senior disciple, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to pull him around, directing his gaze backward. "No need. The formation has already dealt with it." The disciple, suddenly spun around, bore witness to a spectacle of demise. The foremost ghost cultivators were obliterated by the suddenly illuminating formation. Of course, it was not merely a case of sending them to their deaths, but the sheer number of ghost cultivators had overwhelmed their senses. In the chaos, they could neither see nor hear, only pushing forward blindly. Even when the front ranks were cleaved in two, cries of "Stop charging! It's a trap! Retreat!" came too late, for they could not halt their momentum. Thus, the cultivators stationed outside beheld an astonishing display of mass demise, leaving them utterly astounded. From the very first crack of thunder, Xianing Yuan had swiftly drawn his sword to shield Lin Jiao. She was momentarily taken aback, but by the time she regained her senses, Xianing Yuan was already standing protectively before her, reassuring her, "Do not worry, junior sister. With your elder brother here, I will ensure your safety along with that of our little nephew." This left Lin Jiao feeling quite touched. How dependable! Little Juanza appeared contemplative. It seemed that this so-called master brother was indeed far superior to her own pitiful father. Should she consider it? Little Juanza rested her chin on her hand, glancing at Xianing Yuan, who stood before them, then at the individual venting within the formation, plotting in her heart. Once the formation had decimated the ghost clan's ranks, leaving the remaining soldiers in disarray, the demon emperor remained unaware of his offspring's rebellious thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have been infuriated enough to strip his wretched child of all his fur, rendering him a bald wolf. Upon seeing the ghost soldiers completely retreat, Xianing Yuan let out a sigh of relief, feeling increasingly grateful towards his junior sister, for it was thanks to her assistance that the ghostly calamity had receded. "What? You say it was not his junior sister but her man who ordered the retreat?" "I did not hear that. Did not hear that. A foul man has stolen his precious cabbage. Should he not lend a hand?" At the very least, with Tianyan's sect as his junior sister's backing, her man would not dare be too reckless. With his mind made up, Xianing Yuan turned around only to find his little nephew behind him. "His name was Juanza, was it not?" Xianing Yuan smiled warmly at him and said, "Juanza, do you seek me for something?" The previously antagonistic little Juanza found no trace of hostility at this moment. The reason being, Lin Jiao had spent the previous night recounting her past entanglements with the Tianyan sect, especially the intricacies surrounding Xianing Yuan. She believed she had explained everything clearly, unaware that little Juanza had misconstrued her sentiments. While understanding that this brother was indeed connected to the original master, the fault lay with the original master. Yet, her reflections on Xianing Yuan were infused with interest. Was it not the same as expressing affection? It was not impossible to like him. What did the venomous woman's actions have to do with the current Lin Jiao? Considering Lin Jiao's current appeal, lending a hand was not out of the question. Thus, Xiao Juanza approached Xianing Yuan. "Do you have a moment to speak privately?" he inquired, casting a glance at Li Yao, who had been following closely beside him. Xianing Yuan nodded decisively. It was hardly inconvenient for him to converse with his little apprentice. After instructing Li Yao to ensure the safety of the townsfolk, he summoned a few fellow disciples to relay a message to the departing brother Yu, urging him to come quickly. Following Xiao Juanza, Xianing Yuan left. This scene left Li Yao and several other disciples of the Tianyan sect bewildered. Strange, despite being such a small figure, why did that fleeting glance instill a tinge of trepidation within me? It was truly peculiar. As Xianing Yuan followed Xiao Juanza to a secluded part of the residence, he harbored similar thoughts. This child possesses an astonishing aura. However, nothing could compare to the shock he would soon experience from the words that followed. "Xianing Yuan, right? I find you quite agreeable. Lin Jiao seems to have an interest in you. How about becoming my stepfather? What? Chapter 64. The cunning youngster Xianing undoubted his ears. What had he just heard? His little apprentice was suggesting he assume what role? Stepfather? Good heavens! Were it not for his inherently stern demeanor, Xianing Yuan might have wondered if this little one had bumped his head. What nonsense was he spouting? His own father was perfectly fine, so why the sudden desire for a stepfather? Moreover, hadn't Zhao Jiao informed him that he held no romantic feelings for her? Xiaozhe, this is no joking matter. Xianing Yuan said, somewhat helplessly. While your words may be spoken in jest, they must not leave this place. Otherwise, it would tarnish your mother's reputation. Xiao Juanze, impatient, retorted. Who is joking here? I am serious. Do you or do you not wish to be my stepfather? I must tell you, once this opportunity passes, it will be gone forever, though you think I would desire you. If not for Lin Jiao's affection, I would hardly entertain the idea, however, compared to that old man. You at least have the advantage of youth and kindness. I might begrudgingly give you 5 points. Lin Jiao, though somewhat lazy and greedy, was undeniably talented, not to mention her striking appearance. Most importantly, she was a master alchemist capable of crafting exquisite elixirs. To be favored by her, do you understand how fortunate you would be? Xiao Juanze was calculating in his mind. This so-called senior brother, while Lin Jiao harbored some feelings for him, would undoubtedly fall short. Though he was disdainful of the old man's age, he had to admit that the old man was powerful and handsome. In comparison, he felt he had little to contend with. Especially regarding their original forms, he could not compete with the majestic appearance of the Beast Emperor. How infuriating! With such a formidable opponent, how could he hope to win Lin Jiao's heart? This dilemma had plagued him for some time, ever since he learned that his cheap father had designs on Lin Jiao, intending to charm her. He knew Lin Jiao could only hold out for so long. The old man's looks were simply too beguiling. Even he, as a man, found him attractive. How could that infatuated girl, Jiao, possibly resist? That simply wouldn't he do. In comparison to the old man, his only advantage lay in his youth. His fur, prone to shedding, was no match for the old man's, and he had long since assessed his own appearance. He resembled a fool, with a face full of fatty features, lacking any sense of grandeur. So, what was he to do against such a strong rival? He would have to take an indirect approach. This so-called senior brother was quite fortuitous. He was unattractive, his cultivation was lacking. Compared to such a person, his advantages would surely be magnified. He was confident that if they were to compete, he could easily surpass him in no time. Moreover, he had noticed that while Lin Jiao held some affection for him, it could hardly be considered love. The old man was a different story. As a wolf cub, his instincts told him that this rival was a serious threat. Thus, he must strike first. Eagerly promoting himself, Xiao Juanze, however, forgot that in Lin Jiao's eyes, she found everything about him appealing. But she was not universally adored, particularly since Xianing Yuan, who had initially viewed Lin Jiao as a daughter, would certainly not be swayed. Therefore, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Xianing Yuan remained unfazed, his heart sealed off, impervious to Xiao Juanze's attempts. Frustrated, Xiao Juanze thought, damn it, you regard her as a daughter. It's one thing not to be moved by a delicate beauty like Jiao. It is quite another to view her as a daughter. How infuriating! Clenching his fists, Xiao Juanze had been with Lin Jiao for over a month, and had picked up some modern insults along the way. Damn it! Yet, Xianing Yuan appeared oblivious, his clear gaze betraying a palpable ignorance. Indeed, it was not entirely incorrect to refer to Jiao as his junior sister. She could even be considered akin to a younger sister. Xiao Juanze, it was my error. Such a foolish person is not worthy of Lin Jiao. I was wrong to consider you a candidate for my stepfather. I should not have harbored such thoughts. Oh? What is that you say, Zaire? Stepfather? A clap of thunder struck, leaving Xiao Juanze feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Zaire. The term sent chills down his spine. Stiffly turning to look at Jun Lingye, who had mysteriously appeared behind him, he cursed inwardly. Xiao Juanze's heart seethed with disdain for Jun Lingye. Perhaps Xiao Juanze's facial expressions were too vivid, as Jun Lingye grasped the situation immediately. Why seek out that useless mother of yours when you could have chosen anyone else? Does she not tremble at the sight of me? I had been curious as to why she would come to me, despite her evident fear. Turns out it was you who instigated this. Hoping to put a green hat on me. His tone was unnervingly calm, yet it sent chills down the spines of both Xiao Juanze and Xianing Yuan, as if they had just consumed an ice pop on a winter's day. At that moment, Xiao Juanze was filled with indignation, thinking, Jiao Jiao, you've truly let yourself down. Facing a beast emperor and still quaking in fear. What good are you? Lin Jiao Jiao, cradling her head, responded, Cub, do you want to consider what you just said? Do you think everyone can have a perverse bloodline like yours that allows them to completely disregard pressure? Moreover, your father's strength is so formidable, and his aura so overwhelming. I would be fortunate to manage a few words with him. Considering my courage, although, it must be noted that the Beast Emperor had not exerted any pressure on her after their initial encounter. Xiao Juanze was unceremoniously whisked away. It was no mistake. He was genuinely being lifted by the scruff of his neck. An odd sight indeed. Tio Xianingyuan, it appeared less like a man carrying a child, and more like someone hoisting a small dog. Who carries a child by the neck like that? But Xianingyuan could not voice his objection. For a single glance from that man rendered him immobile. Only after the man had completely departed could he finally move. Brother Xia, what brings you here? Brother, you arrived with the spirit vessel and has been looking for you. Liao approached, observing the discomfort etched on Xianingyuan's face as he rubbed his neck. Brother Xia, what is wrong? You've been touching your neck since just now. Do you feel unwell? Xianingyuan forced a smile and shook his head. I am fine. We should hurry and settle the remaining townsfolk. He lowered his hand, pondering how to explain that he had been so frightened by his sister-in-law's husband that cold sweat had trickled down his neck, and his hairs stood on end. When he next encountered that troublemaking little one, he found her looking as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, trailing behind her sister-in-law. She sat beside him, chattering incessantly, her tone suggesting concern for his well-being. Her demeanor lackluster, as she discreetly glanced at her father. Such affection? Xianingyuan chuckled, following Jiao Jiao's gaze to the man with a perpetually frozen expression. It appeared the little one had received quite a scolding from her father. Xianingyuan couldn't help but smile. If that were his child, and she uttered such words that could bring him a green hat, her bottom would be thoroughly spanked, ahem. He coughed lightly, suppressing the laughter that threatened to escape. Senior brother, thank heavens you are safe. Upon seeing Xianingyuan, Yu Xian rushed forward, relief washing over him. The anxiety that had plagued him dissipated at last. Heaven knows how fearful he had been when their plans had gone awry. Worried he might not see his senior brother or the remaining disciples. Yet, they could not turn a blind eye to those in peril. Conversely, Xianingyuan found it curious that Yu Shidi appeared utterly drained. Yu Shidi, what has transpired? Yu Xian offered a wry smile, ready to explain the circumstances, when a sudden noise interrupted him. Lin Jiao Jiao, is that you? You're alive. Lin Jiao Jiao cried out in exasperation. Affection? Senior brother, are you certain you do not need an eye examination? I was clearly terrified. Chapter 65. The original's fourth cousin, Lin Yuanshan, the shrill and piercing voice, singling her out, made it impossible for Lin Jiao Jiao to ignore. Raising her head, she beheld a ragged woman, disheveled and dirty, her features obscured by mud, save for a pair of remarkably expressive eyes. They were not strikingly beautiful, yet the emotions within them, disbelief, terror, disdain, and malice, almost overshadowed her previously decent appearance. What a lunatic! Who would pay her any mind? Would it not be better to console the child who had just been reprimanded by her father? Yet sometimes, even when one seeks to avoid trouble, trouble finds you. Lin Yuanshan, the original's fourth cousin, had harbored ambitions of joining a prestigious sect, seeking to siphon off the remnants of the original's good fortune. She was indeed fortunate. Amidst the Lin family's majority of individuals lacking spiritual roots or possessing only 5 spiritual roots, she had awakened with 3, water, earth, and wood, making her one of the 2 prodigies of the Lin family in a century. Perhaps she was the only legitimate daughter of the original's 4th uncle. Spoiled and always believing herself superior to the original, ambitiously aspiring to follow in the footsteps of the original owner, she yearned to be accepted as a disciple under the esteemed master of the Tianyin sect. Yet, the master held her in utter disdain. The Tianyin sect, a paragon of prestige, was replete with prodigies possessing singular spiritual roots. Meanwhile, she, with her trifecta of useless roots, was deemed unworthy even for the inner sanctum, let alone to aspire to become a disciple of an accomplished cultivator. Frankly, Lin Jiao Jiao, had yet to comprehend why the revered Master Cheng Yang would take an interest in the original owner, given that all his other disciples were equally gifted with singular roots. Thus, the humiliated Lin Yushan erroneously believed that the disdain of Master Cheng Yang towards her was merely a consequence of the original owner's influence. After all, as a disciple of such a respected figure, it should have been a simple matter to accept her. The moment Lin Jiao learned of this rationale, she nearly erupted in laughter, exclaiming inwardly, "What an audacious delusion!" Thus, blinded by envy, Lin Yushan fixated on comparing herself to Lin Jiao, fixating on the Tianyin sect, which delayed her for many years until she reached the age of 13, a time when patience had run thin. However, Lin Jiao surmised that it was primarily due to the original owner's inability to provide Lin Yushan with sufficient cultivation resources that led to this predicament. Finally, she lowered her pride and sought to join another sect's recruitment, plotting to siphon resources from the original owner to enhance her odds. When calamity struck, the Lin family was obliterated. Lin Yushan would never forget the horrors that befell her family after the breach of An City. They perished, all of them. The ghastly visages of her kin haunted her dreams, becoming her relentless nightmare. As for her survival, it was thanks to the original owner. Lin Yushan touched the bracelet on her wrist, a trinket she had seized from Lin Jiao. Had it not been for this, she would have met the same fate as the rest of her family. Little did she know that this bracelet was the original owner's most powerful treasure, a fact she relished at the time. Look, Lin Jiao, what does it matter if your talents surpass mine? What of your countless treasures? In the end, they all became mine. Yet, she never anticipated that after narrowly escaping death, as she clung to the return vessel of the Tianyin sect, misfortune would again find her in the form of vengeful spirits emerging at night. After a harrowing night of survival, she encountered Lin Jiao once more. Not only was she unharmed, but she was thriving. Faced with the jarring reality that someone she had always looked down upon was flourishing beyond her reach, would she feel joy or jealousy? Undoubtedly the latter, and jealousy compelled her to voice her disdain. Completely forgetting the warnings from Yuxian before her arrival, or perhaps not forgetting at all, the ingrained habit of looking down upon Lin Jiao and her son led her to instinctively overlook decorum. Especially when she saw Lin Jiao's indifferent gaze merely flicker over her before shifting away, the tension she had been holding onto snapped. Lin Jiao, you wretched creature, why are you still alive? Didn't uncle say he witnessed the presence of demons where you and your little bastard were supposed to have perished? You should not have survived. Her shrill voice was grating, causing not only Lin Jiao and her son to narrow their eyes in cold disdain, but also drawing frowns from others present. Who is this madwoman, and how dare she speak to our savior in such a manner? Young Junzai could no longer contain himself and unleashed a fierce blast of sword energy towards her. Silence, you venomous woman! The sword energy shot forth swiftly, unnoticed by most until it was too late. You? Lin Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that little rascal Junzai emit such formidable sword energy? Was she to perish? The overpowering force of the energy rendered Lin Yushan's legs weak, causing her to collapse. Those with cultivation present recognized the prowess of young Junzai, early golden core stage, against a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. She should not have survived. Yet none dared to intervene, for an invisible threat loomed above them. Theo admonished the wife and child of a major figure openly was tantamount to courting death. Some compassionate alchemists averted their gazes, unable to witness such cruelty. Just then, an invisible barrier formed as the sword energy collided with it, dissipating in full view of the onlookers. Lin Yushan, seeing this, regained her composure, the fear in her eyes replaced with a sense of triumph as she beheld Lin Jiao's furrowed brow. She laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, little bastard, with my bracelet to protect me, you cannot harm me. Is that so? Young Junzai, infuriated, refused to accept this fate and grasped his weapon, Dragon Abyss, ready to strike again. Sensing the impending danger, Xianing Yuan quickly positioned himself in front of the defenseless mortals. Conjuring a powerful protective barrier, Jiao turned to Xianing Yuan, hoping he might dissuade young Junzai. Clearly, her child was already overly excited. Moreover, she trusted that he would exercise restraint, ensuring that no ordinary person would be harmed. After all, Lin Yushan had tormented her child for years. If he sought vengeance, she would not stand in his way. Had it not been for her childless fortitude, he would have perished at the hands of that vile cousin. Lin Yushan, shortly after birth, a thought that flickered through Lin Jiao's mind. Jun Linyi was equally resolute. Had he not sensed young Jun Zai's intent to play, he would have intervened long before this woman insulted them. However, Jun Linyi observed Lin Yushan surrounded by an invisible barrier. Was this truly what he thought? Even as young Jun Zai intensified his attacks, he found them utterly ineffective against Lin Yushan's defenses, each blow dissolving without leaving a trace. Lin Yushan felt emboldened, her earlier terror dissipating as she regained her footing, advancing step by step toward Lin Jiao and her son. Little bastard. Spare your efforts. You cannot harm me. Do you understand what this signifies? It means a wild chicken will always be a wild chicken. Even if momentarily fortunate, it cannot harm a true phoenix, just like your fallen mother. Submitting to a lowly demon, but before Lin Yushan could finish her self-satisfied tirade, she felt a sudden sting at her wrist, followed by a violent force that sent her crashing away. A mouthful of blood escaping her lips as she hurtled several meters before colliding with the barrier, landing heavily on the ground. It was the hand of her sister's partner. Xianing Yuan watched as he appeared before Lin Yushan, then observed her being violently thrown back, and finally noticed the bracelet in his hand, pondering its presence. How did this bracelet come to be in your possession? Chapter 66. It's your fault that Jiao fears me. You truly deserve to die. Jun Linyi had clearly held back. Otherwise, with his power, a mere glance would have turned her to dust. It was not out of compassion for her as Jiao's fourth cousin. Nor was it a matter of chivalry. It was solely due to this bracelet, which rightfully belonged to Jiao. Yet, even as Jun Linyi restrained his strength, Lin Yushan's internal organs had been shattered, and she coughed up blood mixed with her own shattered viscera. Cough, cough, cough. Despite the horrific scene, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They could all sense the fury emanating from the man before them. The air grew oppressively heavy, the winds began to shift, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, rumbling ominously as though they were about to unleash their wrath. The assembled cultivators trembled in fear. To influence the weather merely by one's cultivation was a power reserved for the most formidable of figures, typically only achievable at the Great Ascension stage. Could it be? They exchanged glances, their eyes wide with terror. A Great Ascension cultivator. This was a superlative being that none, save Xianing Yuan and Lin Jiao, dared to approach in their lifetimes, yet here they were, face to face with one. The ordinary mortal sheltered behind Xianing Yuan quaked with fear. When the immortal is enraged, the mortals suffer. Even though Jun Linyi endeavored to suppress his aura, it remained far too terrifying for the fragile mortals, compelling them to wish to burrow into the earth. Among the crowd, only the male protagonist, Chu Xiaoyu, bore the weight of the oppressive atmosphere and lifted his gaze to the fearsome figure. This is his pillar of strength, his source of confidence, indeed, formidable. Now, even the act of looking up felt daunting, but fortunes ebb and flow. One day, he too would make them look up. Never underestimate the youth in poverty. With steadfast resolve, Chu Xiaoyu cast one last glance at Jun Linyi's family before bowing his head in silence. Jun Linyi was indeed furious, more so than he had been in the last 3 centuries. His memory hadn't failed him. He had indeed left that bracelet behind, only for it to fall into the hands of another. Rage flooded through him as he raised his head, thunder crashing above as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. His gaze eerie and filled with wrath. How did you come into possession of that bracelet? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bolt of lightning struck down, searing into her. A smell of charred flesh arose as Lin Yushan was reduced to cinders. Yet, she still clung to life. Xianing Yuan, being the most powerful, sensed that her soul was forcibly retained within her body by an overwhelming force, preserving her life. But in this case, preservation seemed a curse. A chill ran through Xianing Yuan's heart. Could his little sister truly withstand such a dangerous man? No, please, I beg you, spare me. Don't. Under such brutal treatment. Lin Yushan cried out for mercy, but these were not the words Jun Linyi wished to hear. Thus, the storm rumbled ominously, and a wave of dread washed over Lin Jiao and the onlookers. If so many thunderbolts were to strike, this is bad. Run. Xianing Yuan shouted desperately, trying to lead the crowd to safety, but how could they outrun lightning? As the bolts descended, despair enveloped him. Were they to escape the clutches of the ghostly cultivators only to perish at the hands of his sister's partner? As the night enveloped the surroundings, a sound, familiar to Jun Linyi to the very marrow of his being, reached his ears with an almost imperceptible volume. In that instant, Lin Jiao, who could barely muster the strength to call out Jun Linye's name, felt an immediate easing of the pressure surrounding her. A vibrant, blood-red barrier, known all too well, flickered to life around Lin Jiao and her child. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, my backside, damn. My head. Who the hell stepped on my head? Mother, are you all right? Father, are you hurt? I'm fine. What about you? I'm all right too. As Lin Jiao focused her gaze, her expression turned to one of disbelief. Apart from the mother and child, everyone else had been unceremoniously thrown out by the irritable demon emperor. The fragile mortals and the fortunate cultivators fared better, landing safely aboard the spirit boat that had been summoned by Yuxian. It was equipped with array formations, and Yuxian, quick to react, activated the boat's protective array, transporting several fortunate souls, including himself, without injury, save for a momentary scare. However, the unfortunate cultivators were not so lucky. Some were left battered and bruised, while others were crushed beneath the weight of their peers. Even Xianing Yuan could not escape unscathed, his handsome face pressed against the ground. What a miserable sight! Lowering his gaze, he saw Lin Yushan, her form rendered unrecognizable, yet a flicker of life still remained within her. The malevolent spirit has been dispelled. You may all leave now. I have some family matters to attend to, and your presence would be unwelcome. The crowd instinctively glanced at Lin Yushan, whose charred figure was a sight to behold. Any other would have perished by now, yet she still exhibited a faint breath of life. Fearful of probing further, they quickly turned their attention to Xianing Yuan. Yuxian, too, understood the unspoken tension. Xianing Yuan discerned the implication. While the words were directed at everyone, the pressure emanating from the other party was undoubtedly aimed at him. Your Excellency speaks truly. It is indeed inappropriate for us to intrude further. Junior sister, I shall relay your experiences to our master as they are. You, wait for me. He did not dare utter the final words, for the intensity of the other's gaze was too terrifying. With a heavy sigh, Xianing Yuan cast one last glance at Lin Jiao and the barely alive Lin Yushan before departing. Everyone, follow me aboard the ship. We must leave this place at once. Yes, with the troublesome individuals finally gone, Jun Linyi turned his attention to Lin Yushan. Aren't you going to speak? It seems you truly wish to be obliterated, don't you? Having regained his composure, Jun Linyi did not wish to deepen Lin Jiao's fear of him and prepared to withdraw. Lin Yushan sensed the force he had been exerting on her dissipating. Regardless of her low cultivation, she understood that once he withdrew, her already shattered consciousness would surely disintegrate within seconds. Driven by a powerful instinct for survival, she cried out, "No, I will speak." The bracelet was given to me by Lin Jiao. Jun Linyi paused, his tone inscrutable. Oh, Lin Jiao, is this true? With a face charred black, her eyes burned away, Lin Yushan's hollow gaze bore down on Lin Jiao, causing her to break into a sweat. The only reason she could still speak was due to Jun Linye's sustaining power. Huh? Jun Linye's gaze turned towards her, and Lin Jiao's instincts flared up in alarm. She could not admit to having given it. Otherwise, disaster would surely follow. With determination, she denied, "You're lying. You stole it from me. I didn't give it to you." She spoke the truth. Though she had no idea when the bracelet had come into her possession, its original owner had dismissed it as unattractive. Yet, each time she contemplated discarding it, she faced fierce resistance from her soul, as though someone were vying for control over her body, terrifying her into submission. Thus, it could not possibly be a gift from the original owner. It was Lin Yushan who had taken it. Coveting anything of value from the original owner, likely hoarding the bracelet tightly each time. Meanwhile, the original owner would have gladly discarded it, caring little once it was taken from her. As soon as Lin Jiao finished speaking, she and her child soared into the air. Huh? What is happening? Lin Jiao blinked in confusion at the familiar barrier outside the door. What's going on? Little Junze rolled his eyes. The old man wanted to kill someone. He sealed us to avoid scaring you. That day, thunder roared around the outskirts of East City, as if heralding an apocalypse. So it was you. Why did you take the bracelet I left for Jiao? Causing her to fear me so? You truly deserve to perish. Chapter 67. Jun Linyi, please don't act this way. Xianing Yuan was filled with concern. While it appeared that the man would not harm Lin Jiao and her child, his immense power posed a significant threat, one that could easily lead to collateral damage. Today was a prime example. With a sigh of worry, he observed Yu Xian, who stood on the deck of the spirit boat. His face etched with concern for his junior sister. It was curious. Lin Jiao's name had once resounded throughout various cultivation sections. This was due to her audacious attempt to surpass Xie Shixiang, the object of affection for many female cultivators and the object of admiration for male disciples. At the time, many believed Xianing Yuan must have harbored deep resentment towards her, for a sister so ungrateful was rare indeed. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Curiosity overtook Yu Xian as he ascended the deck. Shixiang, seeing you so worried for Lin Shimi intrigues me. Why do you still care for her when she once caused you such distress? Xianing Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, noting the genuine curiosity on his face. He sighed. You shitty, you wouldn't understand. Even I find it hard to comprehend. Before encountering my junior sister, I believed my feelings towards her were rooted in resentment. For I am not a true sage. However, after our meeting yesterday, he paused, frowning as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. How do I put this? Seeing her now, I suddenly feel a sense of relief. As if the wrongs of the past were not committed by the person standing before me. It's a peculiar sensation. There were no subsequent outbursts, no lingering selfishness. How strange it was. They were undeniably the same person. And yet, despite multiple investigations by their master revealing no signs of possession, he himself had. Xianing Yuan was perplexed, leaving those who listened even more bewildered. What do you mean? What was not done by the person before us? Shixiang, are you daft? No, that's not it. Last night, I secretly observed. It was indeed my junior sister herself. Yu Xian was taken aback. Well then, it appears Xianing Yuan has developed a saintly heart. I never realized you were such a kind person. The profound gaze exchanged between them went unnoticed by Xianing Yuan, whose mind remained occupied with worry for his junior sister. Meanwhile, after the storm had subsided, it was about an hour later. The mother and child cautiously surveyed the now silent outside world, their hearts finally at ease. Leaning against the barrier, Lin Jiao lowered her head, whispering to little Junzhe, who was equally fixated on the barrier's exterior. Kai, the thunder seems to have stopped. Why don't you go check what the situation is outside? It had been a full hour of raucous noise. She feared that her entire courtyard had been razed by the furious demon emperor. After all, she had invested 300 taels into this 5-entry residence. If it had been demolished in a fit of rage, to whom could she go to lament? Little Junzhe rolled his eyes. So, in your heart, Kai is less important than the house. Given the old man's previous fury, do you think I would return unscathed? He resolutely refused to go. Unlike Lin Jiao, Junlin was truly capable of violence against his own son. With a blank expression, little Junzhe contemplated his suddenly more prominent rear. This was not capitulation. It was merely a recognition of the times. I'm just a 6-year-old baby. Could you bear to send me out there? Lin Jiao replied, Goodness, to avoid going, you're putting in a great effort, and have you ever seen a 6-year-old baby? She stared at him wide-eyed. What of it? There are 20 or 30-year-olds who are still children. All right then, I concede. After steeling herself, Lin Jiao cautiously extended her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to touch the barrier before her. Initially, she believed her meager power would be insignificant against Junlin Ye's barrier. But to her astonishment, upon contact, she found that she had actually opened the barrier. What the hell? When did I become so formidable? I can effortlessly breach a barrier set by a late-stage Great Ascension cultivator? Am I some hidden genius? Little Junzhe face-bombed. Can you not use your brain? That is not your ability. That was the result of my father easing your way. For goodness sake. What a foolish fantasy. Unable to watch any longer, little Junzhe expressionlessly lifted his foot and delivered a sharp kick. Damn it, ungrateful child. What are you doing? Lin Jiao was sent sprawling out the door, flying towards Junlin Yi. Fortunately, the ungrateful little Junzhe had the decency to allow her some dignity, preventing her from crashing to the ground face first. After Lin Jiao steadied herself, having narrowly escaped danger, she stealthily surveyed her surroundings. Lin Yushan was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a massive scorch mark on the ground. Could it be that she was directly obliterated? Lin Jiao pondered. Then she noticed Jun Linyi, who had already turned away. Their gazes met, causing her body to tremble. Instantly, Lin Jiao felt flustered and rushed towards him, exclaiming, little Bai, no, I mean, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, what has happened to you? Are you unwell? Or is there something else troubling you? Please, speak to me, don't be like this. Her eyes were red, resembling someone on the verge of tears, which filled her with a sense of guilt, making her believe she had somehow wronged him. Lin Jiao was at a loss for where to place her hands. However, this time, she didn't shy away or succumb to fear. Her subconscious urged her that if she continued to evade the sorrowful Jun Linyi, it would be detrimental to him. Thus, Lin Jiao remained stiff as Jun Linyi embraced her, akin to a statue. Jun Linyi, seemingly oblivious, murmured in her ear, Jiao, I am so sorry, truly sorry. I apologize for once vowing to protect you throughout your life, only to let you suffer a tragic demise for my sake. I am sorry for not recalling you when I was blind to your existence, allowing you to endure the agony of a shattered Dantian. I am really, truly sorry. I have broken my promise. Chapter 68. With my rib, I guard your eternal peace. The sorrowful aura emanating from Jun Linyi was overwhelming. And even Lin Jiao, with her carefree nature, could no longer bear it. Strangely, she felt a slight discomfort in her own heart. Tentatively, she reached out and awkwardly patted his back. It's all right, truly, it's all right. I do not blame you. Oddly enough, Lin Jiao wondered why she had said such a thing. But her confusion quickly dissipated as Jun Linyi, having regained some of his composure, released her, taking her hand in his with a solemn yet gentle expression as he adorned her wrist with a bracelet. This time, please do not lose it, all right? If it weren't for its loss, Jiao would not have suffered the shattering of her Dantian. And my memories wouldn't have resurfaced upon our first meeting. Every time I think of this, my anger surges. Jiao has borne the pain of nurturing life alone, and just the thought of it breaks my heart. My Jiao, who fears pain the most. Jiao, look, in the vision, a man clad in dark robes presented an unremarkable bracelet to a woman dressed in blue. The woman, however, appeared utterly disdainful. What is this? It looks so ugly. Is this for me? No, thank you. What? Ugly? No way. You must keep it and wear it well. The man forcefully grasped the woman's hand, ignoring her desperate attempts to resist, and placed the bracelet on her wrist. Observing her displeasure, the man smiled. Jiao, with my rib, I guard your eternal peace. As long as it exists, no matter where you are, I will ultimately find you through it. The woman in blue was momentarily stunned, looking up at the man. Have you lost your mind? You actually took out your rib for this? The man merely grinned, remaining silent. The woman, in a state of urgency, attempted to remove the bracelet, but the man held her hand tightly, only releasing her when he noticed her eyes were brimming with tears, letting out a sigh as he embraced her. Yet, before the woman could speak again, the man interrupted her, with a low, possessive chuckle. He tightened his embrace, his eyes filled with longing. Jiao, after taking my rib, you belong to me now. For all eternity, you and I are one, forever lovers. The woman met his gaze, smiling softly. All right. The scene froze in the moment of their blissful embrace. Lin Jiao desperately tried to discern the faces of the two, yet they appeared shrouded in a veil, no matter how hard she strained. Until the vision faded completely. With my rib, I guard your eternal peace. Jiao? Lin Jiao's eyes flickered. The woman in the vision was also called Jiao by the man. Could it be that this was a glimpse of her past life? Lost in confusion? She then observed Jun Linyi's anxious expression, which seemed increasingly familiar. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Why do you not respond when I speak? You scared me to death. Feeling guilty, Lin Jiao lowered her gaze. Noticing the bracelet that Jun Linyi had placed on her wrist, it looked entirely different. Had she misunderstood? Lin Jiao raised her head, feigning nonchalance as she asked, was your reaction just now due to this bracelet? Is there something special about it? A powerful spiritual treasure? Jun Linyi paused momentarily, then chuckled dismissively. It's not a formidable spiritual treasure. At most, it can be considered a low-grade spiritual artifact. It was severely weakened 300 years ago when I used it to counter a lethal strike. Then why were you so agitated? Lin Jiao's tone unintentionally grew heavier, prompting a surprised eyebrow raise from Jun Linyi. Instinctively, she shrank back, stammering, I was just saying. Lin Jiao hesitantly glanced at his waist. Stuttering, is it made from something special, perhaps a rib? Before she could finish her question, a sharp pain pierced her consciousness, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Jiao. Jun Linye's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly caught Lin Jiao's collapsing form. His face fell as he scanned her for injuries, finding none, but his heart sank. Why did she suddenly faint without any apparent reason? Her demeanor was nothing like the feigned unconsciousness she had displayed before. Jun Linyi probed her mind repeatedly, finally discovering a faint clue that rendered his expression terrifyingly grave. Heavenly Tao. So it was you. Thus, the Heavenly Tao had rendered Jiao unconscious due to something she had inadvertently revealed. After all these years, you still enjoy your little tricks. I have warned you before. If there are matters at hand, let them come for me, but do not harm Jiao and her child. It seems you have completely disregarded my words. With a rumble, a cataclysmic purple lightning bolt exploded in the sky, carrying an aura of destruction. A threat. Jun Linyi sneered, observing the Heavenly Tao, which appeared frantic to strike at him yet was bound by certain constraints. Resorting only to threats, Jun Linyi continued to scoff. Just wait. While I may not be able to confront the Heavenly Tao directly at this moment, it cannot touch me either. So, one day, chilling murderous intent flickered in Jun Linye's eyes. You will not always prevail. He lifted Lin Jiao in a princess carry. Earlier, when the purple lightning appeared, Xiao Junzhe had sensed something amiss and attempted to break free from the barrier. But it seemed that the barrier recognized individuals. If Lin Jiao wished to leave, it would allow her. Yet if he sought to escape, it would not budge, leaving him infuriated as he struggled in vain. Just as he was fuming, he saw that old man, Jun Linyi, carrying the unconscious Lin Jiao towards him. As Jun Linyi approached, the barrier dissipated, and he gently placed Lin Jiao on the bed. Old man, you can't be serious. Did you actually harm Lin Jiao? Are you even a man? Jun Linye's gaze turned sharp, and Xiao Junzhe immediately felt as though 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him, shrinking him in stature. Damn, Xiao Junzhe cursed. This wretched old man always vented his frustrations on his son. Jun Linyi ignored him, shifting his gaze away. Once Xiao Junzhe returned to normal, he persisted, if it wasn't you, then who could have acted under your nose? Who possesses such skill? Unwavering, Jun Linyi replied, this insufferable brat knows precisely how to provoke me. As he glanced at Xiao Junzhe, who was rolling his eyes, Jun Linyi paid him no mind. After confirming that Lin Jiao was unharmed, he finally felt relieved. I wonder what you were about to ask before fainting? However, now that I know it was the Heavenly Tao's doing, I have a clue. Jiao, wait for me. Once I have dealt with the matters concerning the demon clan, I will come for you. Oh? What is this? Chapter 69. That woman. She has returned. Xiao Junzhe's gaze fell upon Lin Jiao's bracelet, and he suddenly looked at Jun Linyi in disbelief. Old man, have you lost your mind? You actually took your most important rib just to make a bracelet for Lin Jiao? Earlier, he had not noticed, but now he found it hard to comprehend. Of course, it wasn't that he thought Lin Jiao was undeserving. Rather, he found it peculiar how the old man treated her with such affection. After all, he had been certain that Lin Jiao had no connection to him whatsoever after his birth. Besides, he was the product of Lin Jiao's strength, and no matter how one looked at it, the old man's attitude towards her was inexplicable, especially considering he had crafted a bracelet from his own rib for her. Was it possible that the old man harbored some sort of virginity complex? Xiao Junzhe's expression grew somewhat bizarre. What the hell? Why are you hitting me? He exclaimed, rubbing his head in protest. You? Jun Linyi looked at him with a bemused expression. Xiao Junzhe pouted and fell silent. If the old man were to discover his thoughts, his pride would inflate even further, so he decided to keep quiet. Jun Linyi, hearing this, wore a nostalgic smile. We are soulmates, and you are the fruit of our love. Knowing this is enough for you. There are matters too perilous for you to involve yourself in. My child. His expression was earnest, almost grave, prompting Xiao Junzhe to shrug. Fine. I understand. You can go without worry. I will look after Lin Jiao. Jun Linyi chuckled at the now proud little brat. Then I entrust her to you. I will resolve this swiftly. Oh, by the way, little brat, if you and your mother decide to leave here in the future, you may go to Tianyin Sector Dan Sect. The leader of the Dan clan, Chengyang Zunjia, the former master of the enchanting Jiao Jiao from the Tianyin sect, would undoubtedly take you in upon seeing her. Should they become aware of your true identity, they would also assist in concealing it. Aside from them, do not trust anyone, regardless of which so-called reputable sect they belong to. Remember, do not trust anyone at all. Have you understood? Jun Linyi's expression was grave to the utmost. His eyes fixed intently on Xiao Junzhe, conveying the significance of this matter. Xiao Junzhe recognized its importance and nodded immediately. Only then did Jun Linyi release him. By the way, regarding your stepfather, let this matter go for now. Should there be a next time, I shall strip you of your wolf skin, do you understand? Xiao Junzhe. With a sense of indignation, Xiao Junzhe turned his face away. After casting one last glance at Lin Jiao, Jun Linyi departed. In the realm of the demon race, Jun Linyi appeared on the battlefield of the demon clan. The emergence of the Yuling Shao caused the heavens and earth to change countenance. The expressions on the faces of the demon race shifting drastically. As the melody played, numerous lower-tier demons self-destructed, the initial note leading to their demise, leaving them without even the chance to defend themselves. Higher-tier demons, those at the fusion stage and above, were compelled to turn against one another under the influence of the Shao sound. Jun Linyi's eyes narrowed dangerously as he wielded the Shao as a sword. Charging into the ranks of the demon kings above the fusion stage, he directly slew 3 early-stage great demons, gravely injuring 2 late-stage great demons, and took down over a dozen demon lords below that rank. Ultimately, it drew the attention of the elders in the demon race, who intervened to rescue the situation. Elder, this Jun Linyi has gone too far. He has slain 3 of our early-stage great demons and over a dozen lower-ranking demon lords. Not to mention countless demon generals. This grudge must be avenged, cried a great demon, his voice choked with grief. Yet the elder of the demon race was impatient, avenging. How do you propose we do that? Do you comprehend the current strength of Jun Linyi? He has already set 1 foot in the tribulation stage, his power utterly unmatched by us. The only way to subdue him would be if we disregarded the might of the tribulation thunder and forced our hand. But can our demon race bear the consequences of such an act? Could we simply let Jun Linyi go? There was no feasible way. Ever since the failed ambush 300 years ago, they had lost their chance to strike against him. Jun Linyi was a madman unafraid of death, while they were filled with trepidation. Even beneath the realm of heavenly laws, he had already sensed the terrifying pressure they exerted upon him. Those who should have ascended yet remained bound by earthly ties could not fathom the pressure without experiencing it firsthand. He shot a fierce glare at the great demon who spoke, thinking that had the demon race not suffered significant losses, he would have torn that boastful creature apart. Enough of this. We have already taken enough from the demon race. Do not be foolish. Hurry and flee now while you still can, for once Jun Linyi drives you away, you shall not find such fortune again. Should there be a next time, I will not intervene, even if it involves my own descendants. I am not noble enough to sacrifice for a group so unworthy. Upon realizing the elder's underlying meaning, the others broke into a cold sweat, not daring to act recklessly. Yes, we shall strictly adhere to the elder's decree. As for the human race, they had long since fled. Jun Linyi initially intended to deal with the humans rather than the demons, for among the forces besieging the demon race, the humans appeared the weakest. The most formidable Tianyin sect had not arrived, making them the most effective target to exploit, pursuing the humans and eliminating those who had inflicted the most harm upon the demon race. He then began to tread lightly, merely ensuring the humans could not launch a surprise attack. Particularly upon realizing the calamity brought forth by the ghost race, Jun Linyi pondered for a long while. After several days of pursuit, he chose to let them go. While vengeance was desirable, the demon race had also suffered grievously. It was best not to pursue a desperate enemy. With the demon race retreating and the humans fleeing, Jun Linyi grinned savagely. It was now his turn to strike down the floundering foes. Did they truly believe the demon race lacked spirit? To borrow a path from the demon race and flaunt their might upon their territory was a blatant affront. As Jun Linyi rampaged forward, slaying the ghost race and scattering them in disarray, the tiger race faced their own calamity. Second Elder, in recent days, our tiger race has suffered numerous assassinations of formidable warriors, threatening to undermine our foundations. The culprits remain elusive, and if this continues, our tiger race may truly face annihilation. reported a senior member of the tiger race to the second elder. This was also a grave concern for him. Yet what could be done? Over the past few days, they had laid an intricate trap, yet their adversaries still managed to kill within their very sight, targeting their elite warriors while remaining completely undetected. How could they not be alarmed? Now, the entire tiger race was in a state of panic, speculating whether Feng Xian had betrayed them, inciting the wrath of the demon emperor to annihilate the tiger race. Even some high-ranking members of the tiger race shared this sentiment. Initially relieved that the demon emperor had surrounded them without striking, they now felt the ground beneath them shifting. Second elder, do you think it's possible that the demon emperor? Feng Bugue shook his head. Impossible. His Majesty is trustworthy. He would never go back on his word. It could never have been his doing. But second elder, a panicked senior member of the tiger race, interjected. With today's casualty included, all those lost were individuals who, to varying degrees, participated in the plot against His Majesty. If not for His Majesty, who else would target them? Feng Bugue's pupils constricted. Indeed, while some individuals had participated in the past, most remained hidden in the shadows, and he had not initially perceived it. Now, upon reflection, it was evident that those who had perished were all involved. Could it truly be the work of His Majesty? His Majesty is merciful. He may treat the tiger race as treachery lightly, but I cannot. Those who dare to conspire against His Majesty will meet their end, every single one of them. Feng Bugue declared, if I were you, I would obediently hand over all those who participated initially, lest you endanger the lives of many among your tiger race. Wouldn't you agree? A cold, enchanting female voice suddenly pierced the air, reaching the ears of all present. This time, Feng Bugue could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. A woman of beguiling beauty, her eyes chillingly devoid of warmth, materialized in the grand hall, silent and unseen. Even those with the highest cultivation levels within the tiger race had failed to notice her arrival. It is you, Chapter 70. Shi Xiang Heir, a terrifying and formidable woman, the deputy commander of the Demon Emperor's guards. Shi Xiang Heir. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Feng Bugue's expression turned extremely serious. The others mirrored his demeanor, their bodies taut with tension in the presence of Shi Xiang Heir. She smiled, her alluring demeanor captivating, yet no one dared underestimate her. The reason was clear. Her infamous reputation within the demon race. Had they previously speculated whether the emperor would act against them, believing that at least he would only punish the principal offenders without implicating the innocent, Shi Xiang Heir was an entirely different matter. Cold-blooded and merciless, she would rather err on the side of violence than let a single offender slip through the cracks, especially now that Feng Xian's machinations had genuinely harmed the emperor. Compared to those nobility who had merely shaken the emperor's authority, she had already resorted to assassination against each of them, and this time, she would not simply target the participants in 100 years. Could it be that Shi Xiang Heir had turned over a new leaf? She had assassinated hundreds without leaving a trace, had it not been for the emperor's intervention to dismiss and exile her. The current state of the Demon Emperor city would not be so lax. Was she targeting the tiger race? A sense of alarm surged within Feng Bugue, yet he willed himself to remain calm as he faced Shi Xiang Heir. What if he refused to comply? Shi Xiang Heir's smile grew even more seductive, her tempting lips curling as she spoke with chilling finality. Then not a single one shall remain. How dare you? Feng Bugue retorted angrily. My tiger race is a prominent clan of the demon race. Annihilating us would be beyond what the demon race could bear. The demon race is currently in turmoil. His Majesty would never consent to such a course of action. It was clear that Feng Bugue was merely putting on a brave front. While others might hesitate, Shi Xiang Heir, the madwoman, would not be deterred. Yet, he could only invoke the emperor's name. Shi Xiang Heir's gaze flickered momentarily, but it was fleeting. She coldly regarded him. Feng Bugue, what is there that I, Shi Xiang Heir, would not dare to do? I have stated before that anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions towards His Majesty shall not be spared. I have obliterated entire families before. Once disloyal, 100 times untrustworthy, your tiger race dares to conspire against and harm His Majesty. Regardless of the circumstances, not a single one of you should remain. His Majesty has been far too merciful, but fret not, His Majesty is reluctant to stain his hands with blood, so I shall do it for him. Now, enough of this idle chatter. While I still possess patience, will you surrender those traitors or not? With a chilling addendum, she remarked, Feng Bugue, you ought to be grateful for my self-restraint over the past century. Otherwise, you would have long since lost your life in this hall. Were it not for the fact that Feng Bugue's words held some merit, that the demon race was in turmoil and needed a formidable clan like the tiger race to stabilize it, Shi Xiang would have already killed them all. Although the tiger race was a powerful clan with its own great demons, Shi Xiang had confidence that, in a desperate situation, the tiger race could be annihilated. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Shi Xiang eyes, a terrifying sign of the bloodshed she had long endured. Feng Bugue dared not wager whether her words were true or false. After a century of exile, her bloodlust had only intensified. He could only wonder what deed she had committed during those years. Shi Xiang, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Zhu Juyin, had awakened her bloodline due to the Demon Emperor's guidance. It could be said that the Demon Emperor was her greatest benefactor, and thus, anything related to him drove Shi Xiang into a frenzy. Feng Bugue felt defeated, his shoulders slumping as if deflated. The others shared his sentiments, none daring to oppose her. They are aware that opposing it is futile. Others may speak boldly but fail to act. Shi Xiang, it is better to let go of certain things for the sake of the clan. Feng Bugue turned to gaze at the ninth elder, who nodded dejectedly before turning to leave. Upon witnessing this, Shi Xiang truly felt a sense of release. In the future, Elder Feng would undoubtedly be grateful for his timely discretion. Feng Bugue, however, remained silent, only managing a bitter smile. He had previously voiced his opposition, warning that Feng Xian's actions would plunge the Tiger clan into an irretrievable abyss. Yet no one believed him. They all thought the Tiger clan should not stoop to the level of humans. And thus the current state of the Tiger clan was deemed deserved, a classic case of survival of the fittest. That night, the Tiger clan experienced a significant shakeup in leadership, resulting in a further 20% decline in their strength, nearly causing them to lose their status as a major clan. Subsequently, the Lion clan, Leopard clan, and their allied clans also witnessed a degree of bloodshed. When Wolfyu found Shi Xiang, she was covered in blood. Washing her hands by a riverbank, the pervasive stench of blood was overwhelming, making even the battle-hardened Wolfyu frown in discomfort. Shi Xiang narrowed her eyes, her gaze still laced with malice as she glared at her. Wolfyu, I warn you, do not meddle in my affairs. Everything I do is for His Majesty. The icy demeanor of Wolfyu faltered, a flicker of life igniting in her typically cold eyes. For His Majesty? Shi Xiang, did you even ask His Majesty if he desires your actions on his behalf? If this continues, you will not merely be dismissed by His Majesty. Shi Xiang, wake up. His Majesty does not appreciate this at all. In fact, he finds it repugnant. Shi Xiang struck the water's surface fiercely, causing a massive splash, her pent-up fury evident. Silence. You have no right to lecture me. A fleeting emotion flashed in Shi Xiang's eyes as she continued. Do not presume that our past friendship grants you the authority to reprimand me. I have stated before, our ties have long since been severed. Mind your own business. With that, she forcefully bumped her shoulder against Wolfyu's and departed. After a moment, Wolfyu touched her numbed shoulder and let out a bitter laugh. Xiang, do you think I do not know you? Your defiance stems from jealousy over my position as His Majesty's personal guard, while you remain in the shadows, protecting him. But do you realize that His Majesty is aware of your feelings and has reassigned you for that very reason? His heart has already been claimed by another. He cannot entertain anyone else, and no matter how excellent or devoted you are, it will amount to nothing if you are not her. After a self-deprecating smile, Wolfyu restored her cold facade and turned to leave. As Shi Xiang entered the imperial city, she was intercepted by Wolfyu leading a group of elite guards. Her eyes lit up. His Majesty wishes to see me? Chapter 71. The Decline of the Ghost Clan. The counterattack begins. Wolfyu emitted an ambiguous sound, which Shi Xiang completely disregarded. In comparison to the opportunity to meet His Majesty, everything else faded into insignificance. Although she felt disdain, Shi Xiang dared not act against those by His Majesty's side. Previously, she had brutally killed a maidservant close to His Majesty, inciting his displeasure and resulting in her being gravely injured and subsequently reassigned away from him. Being relegated from the position of deputy commander of the Demon Emperor's Guard was more painful than death. Henceforth, Shi Xiang refrained from indiscriminately harming those around Junlinya. Had Wolfyu been privy to her thoughts, she would have scoffed. While Shi Xiang'er may have refrained from open violence, she had not ceased her covert schemes of exclusion and oppression against those once favored by His Majesty. Countless maidservants who had once served His Majesty had fallen victim to her persecution. Moreover, she had targeted the only woman by His Majesty's side multiple times. Aware that His Majesty treated her no differently than a subordinate, perhaps even worse, Shi Xiang'er continued to obsess over him. His Majesty had stated that he feared someone would feel jealous, yet Shi Xiang'er remained fervently devoted, leaving the Demon Emperor's hall devoid of maidservants, all replaced by men. She was relentlessly targeted by her former close friend. In the Demon Emperor's hall, Xiang'er pays her respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! 10,000 years! Upon seeing the man she idolized, Shi Xiang'er immediately knelt and bowed, despite being merely a nascent stage cultivator. Others perceived her as a delicate woman. Wolfyu trembled slightly. Indeed, His Majesty was worthy of being called the most handsome man in the demon realm. Even the fierce and resolute Poison Empress found herself bowing beneath his royal robe. Jun Linya shared this sentiment. Yet, every action she took was for his benefit and the good of the demon clan, albeit excessively radical, and the repulsive gaze she directed at him made her want to gouge out his eyes. Aside from Jiao Jiao, no one else dared to look at him with such an insipid gaze, provoking his wrath. This woman had repeatedly treaded on his forbidden ground. Shi Xiang'er, what exactly do you intend to do? Have you forgotten my previous warning? Jun Linya's voice was icy, laced with disgust, causing Shi Xiang'er's eyes to dim. After all this time, His Majesty remained so heartless towards her it mattered not. She believed he simply did not understand her heart, and with time, he would come to accept her. He was hers, and no one could take him away. Those who dared to compete with her had all been eliminated. Such as that detestable woman. What if she was His Majesty's beloved? She would pay with her life. Sooner or later, His Majesty would realize that Shi Xiang'er, was the only one truly deserving of being his partner. She was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Could Lin Jiao do the same? There was no one who could rival her love for His Majesty. A heavy obsession and terrifying possessiveness flickered in Shi Xiang'er's eyes, quickly fading away. Shi Xiang'er would not forget. Yet, she felt no remorse for her actions. They deserved to die. If the crime of treason against the Emperor were not punished severely, who would dare to commit it again? Even if it meant suffering great losses, the demon clan would never tolerate traitors, for it concerned the very foundation of their existence and must not be compromised. If His Majesty were displeased, she would bear the consequences, but Shi Xiang'er insisted that she was in the right. With her head held high and her eyes sparkling with determination, Shi Xiang'er gazed at Jun Linya, resolutely declaring her intent. Upon witnessing her fervor, Ji Hua sighed deeply and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe Shi Xiang'er's words hold merit. Fortunately, her sister's actions were merely a warning, and the true powers at the top had not been mobilized. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have tolerated her. Meanwhile, the great protector of the Ghost Clan, Gue Yi, wore an extremely grim expression as he scanned the frontline military reports. Retreat, retreat, retreat again. Useless, utterly useless. A bunch of incompetent fools. Gue Yi seethed in frustration. How could he not be infuriated? Just days ago, the battle had been going smoothly, and in a mere week, the entire northern county had been devastated by the Ghost Clan. With heavy casualties among the human ranks, ordinary mortals had dwindled by 50 to 60%. In areas where pure mortals resided, the numbers had dropped to 30 or 40%. Under this toll, the Ghost Clan's strength surged and their morale soared. They had nearly breached the heart of the human territory. Yet, this was the pinnacle of their glory. To his astonishment, the major sects had reacted with remarkable swiftness, arranging their forces to resist with reckless abandon. Now, the front lines had been pushed back, and the Ghost Clan's soldiers had suffered severe losses. How could this happen? How could it be so? Gue Yi's expression darkened to the point of dripping ink, his aura becoming utterly savage. The eerie wails of ghosts echoed around him, causing the messenger to tremble in fear. Great Protector! The messenger was instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining protectors exchanged glances, and the only female protector, Gue Shi, stepped forward to placate him. Elder brother, we still have a chance. Gue Yi's eyes flickered with interest. Are you suggesting? Gue Shi nodded. Everything is for the ghost mastered. A glimmer of determination flashed in Guye's eyes. Indeed, everything is for the ghost master. Summon my command. The ghost clan shall fight to the death against the humans. Yes, without pause, Xianing Yuan, who had been tirelessly rescuing individuals along the way, finally reunited with the main force. This troop was led by Zhao Wuhan, the master of the Sword Peak. From the 12 peaks of Tianyan. As a late-stage cultivator, he was the highest combat power among them. One could say that Master Zhao, wielding the Wuhan sword, could challenge opponents of higher realms single-handedly. He had once severely injured a nascent stage evil cultivator, earning him a fearsome reputation. What? You say he is merely a nascent stage cultivator? Do not be absurd. Do you really think everyone can challenge realms like in a storybook? Such naive thinking. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap between each tier. Normally, those who reach the nascent stage could vanquish any cultivator beneath them in an instant. To attempt to overcome such disparities was wishful thinking. Thus, Zhao Wuhan had almost instantly gained fame throughout the cultivation world. Consequently, not only the disciples of Tianyan's sect, but also those from other sects felt a sense of reassurance with Master Zhao at the helm. Unfortunately, this sense of security was short-lived. Just as Zhao Wuhan sat cross-legged in meditation, he suddenly sensed something, snapping his eyes open to gaze into the void. They are coming. Coming? What is coming? The Tianyan disciples standing beside him were perplexed. Instinctively looking in the direction Zhao Wuhan was staring, their eyes widening in shock. What in the world? Has the ghost clan gone mad? An overwhelming horde of ghost soldiers, dark as night, surged towards them, seemingly unafraid of death, as if they were unaware that all of the human elite were stationed there, rushing headlong into their doom. Zhao Wuhan slowly rose to his feet, instructing the stunned disciples beside him. Hao Xian, send word. Inform all sects to be on high alert. The ghost clan is cornered and desperate, beginning their reckless counterattack. Chapter 72. Lin Jiao awakens. Lin Jiao regained consciousness, her mind clouded with forgotten images as she pondered the act of departure. With a decisive motion, her sword sliced through the air, her form transforming into a blade itself, plunging mercilessly into the heart of the demon clan. The sound of slicing echoed, sharp and relentless in a mere moment. Countless demon soldiers fell to the ground, souls claimed by her sword. Zhao Wuhan's voice boomed, "Demon clan, meet your demise." Confronted by Zhao Wuhan's audacious gaze, Guye's eyes turned cold as ice. All troops, charge. He contemplated a one-on-one confrontation but quickly dismissed the idea. After all, his opponent was the second sword cultivator of the Tianyan sect, surpassing him in prowess. Engaging would only lead to his own demise. Wait, just wait a moment. It's not yet time for the Demon Lord's command. However, as he sought to retreat, Zhao Wuhan would not permit it. He charged directly towards him, stepping on his sword, prompting the other guardians to spring into action, joining Guye in the fight. The battle erupted, a cacophony of slaughter between the human and demon races, with numerous human cultivators and demon soldiers meeting their end each second. Yet, this chaos had no bearing on Lin Jiao and her child. When Lin Jiao finally awakened, her mind remained in a state of emptiness. Her eyes were open, yet her pupils were still, occasionally furrowing her brow as if enduring some unseen torment, which frightened little Jun Zhe. Lin Jiao, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. What is happening? Little Jun Zhe, filled with trepidation, feared she might have sustained an invisible injury. Despite the elder's assurance of her safety, was he truly reliable? Anxiously, he drew closer, ready to inspect her pupils as instructed by the legacy. Just as Lin Jiao began to gather her thoughts, she caught sight of her child's adorable face, gradually regaining her focus. She extended her hand, cradling his chubby little fingers, offering a gentle smile. "There's no need to worry, my dear, I am perfectly fine. It's just that my mind feels a bit hazy. I can't quite recall everything." The reason her eyes remained still was due to her deep contemplation. She had an unsettling feeling of having forgotten something significant. Her memories halted at the moment when Jun Linyi had erupted in fury, and she had risked everything to soothe him. After managing to calm him, he had gifted her a bracelet. And then what came next? What had she truly forgotten? Lin Jiao felt an urgent need to retrieve this missing memory, convinced it held great importance. She surveyed her surroundings, even preparing to perform a hand gesture. "Don't waste your energy. The elder has departed, seemingly in haste due to some urgent matter with the demon race. Although the formation spirit still bears his image, the fragment of consciousness has been extracted. Summoning it now would yield little information. Junzei, did your father mention anything to you? Little Junzei pouted. What do you mean? Just Lin Jiao struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately giving up. Never mind. It's not important. If he has gone, then so be it. We shall continue living our lives, regardless of him. Oh, wait. My house. Remembering the abode that Jun Linyi had demolished in his rage, Lin Jiao instantly leaped up, exclaiming, No, my grand residence. Observing Lin Jiao's return to her usual self, little Junzei could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, he soon rested his chin on his hand. It seemed the elder's words held truth. Lin Jiao had indeed lost a portion of her memory. A storage ring on his middle finger shimmered, revealing a jade slip in his grasp. Should he inform the elder? A mischievous smile crept onto little Junzei's lips. But the pressing matter at hand is Lin Jiao's well-being. Communicating can wait. With that, he tossed the item into the storage ring and darted outside, completely unaware of the urgency with which Shi Xiang's father awaited a message. As the days passed, it was high time for Jiao to awaken, yet there was no news, no messages. Had the jade slip malfunctioned? Concealed from the crowd, the demon emperor scrutinized the silent jade slip, questioning his life choices. Could the little rascal be doing this on purpose? Furious, Jun Linyi couldn't suppress a hint of anger, leading those in discussion to contemplate. It appeared the emperor was indeed furious with the demon race's actions. Why continue deliberating? Let us act. After all, this had been their way in the past. Now, the emperor had shown mercy, opening numerous cultivation realms for the diligent demons, including those of celestial rank. What was there to wait for? Let us charge forth. Wait. My house is unharmed. What is happening? Just as little Junzei rushed over, he heard Lin Jiao's astonished exclamation. Little Junzei had long since lost hope regarding Lin Jiao's knowledge of cultivation. It seemed she had once been a mere mortal. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, You don't even know that. Lin Jiao froze, realizing she had nearly forgotten. Cautiously glancing at him, she saw he was merely speaking offhandedly. Relieved, she added, I know. I was just reflecting. Little Junzei cast her a nonchalant glance, neither affirming nor denying her statement. This repetitive exchange truly vexed her. Frustrated, Lin Jiao scratched her head, feeling helpless. She scanned their surroundings, only to realize the desolation enveloping them. The area was eerily silent, as if they were the only two beings left in this realm, an unsettling notion. She shivered, brushing away the goosebumps that rose on her arms. Could it be that we are the only living souls in the entire Xian city? Little Junzei caught up. That seems likely. Xian city was a place mainly inhabited by mortals, which made it particularly vulnerable to the demon calamity. Even if some survived, it is improbable they remained here. Likely relocated to safer areas by the cultivators. Lin Jiao pondered his words. Little Junzei recalled the elder's prior advice. If you find it dull here, we can always leave. The formation set by the elder can provide protection. My appearance won't pose a problem with the demon emperor's heart backing me. Lin Jiao hesitated, contemplating the difficulties ahead. It was certainly not insurmountable, yet venturing to the Tianyin sect? That would bring her face to face with those familiar with the original host. What if they recognized her? The Dan sect? That was the domain of the female protagonist. She had intended for her child to avoid her. How could she willingly walk into danger? Yet, the demon emperor's suggestion must carry weight. The decision weighed heavily on her. Chapter 73. A resolution to depart, unexpected changes though little Junzei was young. His experiences had sharpened his perception. Noticing the worry etched on Lin Jiao's face, he surmised her concerns. He wished to reassure her that exposure was unnecessary, but considering Lin Jiao's timid nature, revealing that he already knew she was not the vile woman would likely terrify her. Thus, he remained silent. Changing the subject, he continued, If you prefer not to make a fuss, that's fine too. The human cultivators have begun responding. It's likely this calamity will soon pass. They won't allow a city to remain desolate for long. We should wait patiently. It won't be long before life returns to this place, albeit not to its former vibrancy. Little Junzei expressed a hint of nostalgia. Though his stay had been brief, this city was one he had chosen alongside Lin Jiao, and having experienced a calamity, It was bittersweet to reflect on its past vitality. The little adult sighed. Despite being an adorable little figure, his feigned sorrow made Lin Jiao want to laugh. Yet, simultaneously, it solidified her resolve. Unable to resist, she ruffled his little head, declaring, "I've made up my mind. We shall depart." Her words halted little Junzei's previous attempts to break free from her grasp. "Are you serious? You are not afraid of being discovered?" Lin Jiao nodded earnestly. "Of course. It is indeed rather dull with just the two of us. Besides, I had always intended to expose you to a better sect, so your talents don't go to waste. Previously, there was no option. But now that your father has resolved that issue, it would be wonderful to explore the outside world. You may recall, when we left in city, I promised to take you on adventures. Since we are to explore, we cannot remain confined to one city. Therefore, we shall leave." Little Junzei gazed deeply into her eyes. "What is wrong?" Lin Jiao playfully poked his little nose, teasing, "Does Junzei not wish to see this vast and exciting world?" Her voice was laced with allure. Little Junzei fell silent. How could she be unaware? The little fellow had previously journeyed alongside the Demon Emperor to many places where cultivators gathered and had undergone various trials. She was well aware that a little white dog or a little white wolf could not be contained. How could he not yearn for the world beyond? Now that they had choices, it was essential to show Junzei the wonders of this world, despite its inherent dangers. However, as a half-demon, if he did not confront and explore, how could he survive in a realm rife with hostility and peril? Lin Jiao was no fool. She did not believe that hiding in a mortal city guaranteed Junzei's safety. Previously, it had been unavoidable, but with his unique appearance, exposure to higher-tier cultivators would leave them with no chance of survival. Coupled with his lineage and formidable father, Junzei's life was destined for greatness. As for her, perhaps discovery was inevitable. She could not hide forever, especially since the original host's senior brother was already aware of her existence. Moreover, Lin Jiao's eyes flickered with an inexplicable glimmer, for deep within her heart, a voice persistently whispered to her, "Do not fear. Your identity shall remain concealed from all, even from those who transcend mortal realms." It was utterly unfounded, yet strangely, she felt an overwhelming sense of trust in it. After pondering for a considerable time, Lin Jiao gritted her teeth. "Let us do this. Hiding is the solution. Let it be, Kai. Let us gather our belongings and prepare for departure." Xiao Junzei gazed at her resolute expression, a smile of indulgence gracing his features. "As long as you have made the decision, I shall support you." Lin Jiao planted a fervent kiss on Xiao Junzei's forehead, knowing well that he was the most obedient. "Wuma Lin Jiao. How many times must I tell you? Do not smear your saliva all over my face. It's utterly filthy," Xiao Junzei exclaimed, wiping his forehead in exaggerated disdain, his voice a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Lin Jiao chuckled. "Her thick skin is unyielding as ever. All right, Mama forgot. Who told Kai to be so well-behaved?" Xiao Junzei's face flushed like a ripe apple, turning away in annoyance. "I can't be bothered with you. I will go pack with that." He dashed towards the room, burying his head in his tasks. Lin Jiao did not let him off that easily. Kai, remember to pack thoroughly. Don't forget the items in the kitchen, as we rely on them for our meals." Xiao Junzei, speechless, replied, "I know. You always order me around." Lin Jiao felt a sense of satisfaction. With such an obedient Kai, she would never allow him to meet the tragic fate often depicted in stories. Raising her gaze towards the formation, Lin Jiao reassured herself, "Nothing will happen. Let alone the rest, Kai now has a formidable father as a support. Who would dare to lay a hand on my son? Humph, Chu Xiaoyu, Xiao. Even if you are the leads of the tale, it won't be permitted." After a brief pause, she added timidly, "If all else fails, we could always make a hasty retreat." "Ah, yes. The heart of the Demon Emperor. I recall Kai mentioning that the Demon Emperor came to our aid because of it. Doesn't that mean we possess it?" As Xiao Junzei emerged after packing, Lin Jiao inquired while examining the splendid spirit boat, "Can the heart of the Demon Emperor, like Jun Linyi, teleport us in times of crisis? If so, that would be a tremendous windfall." Xiao Junzei looked at the exquisitely crafted spirit boat with a grim expression, clearly unimpressed by the old man's taste. "However, I wouldn't recommend using it. Such teleportation consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. And given my current state, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve." But seeing Lin Jiao so elated, I swallowed my subsequent remarks. As long as she feels at ease, that's what matters. Lin Jiao indeed felt considerably reassured. Wonderful. This way, even if we are discovered, we still have a means of survival. Thus, mother and son embarked on their journey with a sense of calm. Their destination? Well, they had none for the moment. We shall decide when we see something pleasing. What do you think, Kai? Lin Jiao turned to the little one at the helm. Xiao Junzhe, of course, had no objections. Consequently, the duo set off in the direction Lin Jiao casually pointed to. One must admit, the products of the Demon Emperor are undoubtedly exquisite. It was unclear whether the other party was aware of Lin Jiao's fear of heights and mild seasickness. But the lavish spirit boat, while grand, was surprisingly comfortable. Sitting aboard, she felt as if she were on solid ground, and it conserved spiritual energy. The old man had indeed provided something reliable this time. Xiao Junzhe added. Lin Jiao observed him. Such a small child was still tasked with piloting the vessel. She felt a pang of guilt and spoke again. Kai, if it becomes too difficult, let me take over. She felt morally conflicted about making a 6-year-old child labor on her behalf. The moment she voiced her concern, Xiao Junzhe could not help but roll his eyes. Forget it. I truly do not wish to experience the dreadful sensation of being upside down. Just sit tight and don't come near. Initially, Lin Jiao had been so eager and confident, leading Xiao Junzhe to believe she had piloted a spirit boat before, but soon, he felt his stomach churn. Lin Jiao broke into a sweat. I truly don't know. I can't even pilot a spirit boat. 30 years and I've lived in solitude. But I can learn. I have experience driving a car. The last few words faded away under Xiao Junzhe's furious glare. Fine, I shan't speak of it. Feeling wronged, Lin Jiao turned to leave. 5 days later, with nothing to occupy her, she contemplated whether to practice cultivation or refine alchemy aboard the spirit boat when suddenly, the vessel jolted, as if it had been struck by an unseen force. Caught off guard, Lin Jiao nearly found herself thrown overboard. Steadying herself, she rushed to the control room, only to find Xiao Junzhe with a grave expression. What happened? Chapter 74. The Disciples of Tianyan Alchemy Sect under attack. One shot resolves 1,000 sorrows. An attack has struck the formation on the ship, causing the disturbance. It must be at least a spirit division stage. Lin Jiao quickly realized. Wait, let me assist. Rushing to the forefront, Lin Jiao immediately spotted the culprits. It was not a single individual but a group clad in azure and white garments. Lin Jiao's eyes widened in recognition. Those white garments seemed so familiar. As someone descended from the spirit boat, the leader immediately implored, Fairy, please save our lives. Lin Jiao was no saint. A sudden influx of unknown individuals pleading for salvation could not simply be accepted. Who are you, and why did you collide with my spirit boat? Her expression soured. If it weren't for the protective formation on the vessel, they would have been scattered by such a reckless collision. Xiao Junzhe concurred. This spirit boat had been gifted by the old man. Even if it wasn't at the level of a perfect immortal artifact, its quality would not be subpar. If it could be shaken like this, the leader's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. However, the main concern lay in the trouble they brought along. A glint of silver flickered in Xiao Junzhe's eyes. Then, he assessed the leader's cultivation with a discerning gaze. Yet after observing, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Mid-spirit division stage. This level of cultivation would easily overpower both him and Lin Jiao. Yet they appeared so disheveled. Indeed, they were in dire straits. Xiao Junzhe glanced at the ragtag group before him. Each individual was disheveled, bearing various wounds, especially the leader, whose right arm was severed, a clear sign of fleeing for their lives. A mid-spirit division cultivator leading a group of Golden Core practitioners in a desperate escape was beyond their capacity to handle. After surveying the scene, Xiao Junzhe discreetly tugged at Lin Jiao's sleeve. Sensing his gesture, Lin Jiao's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed the adversaries were no ordinary foes. Kai's heightened alertness indicated their strength far surpassed theirs. The opposing party sensed the wariness emanating from the young woman before them and felt helpless but had no choice. However, did he recognize her? Sensing the approaching aura from behind, he had no time to ponder further and, with an anxious tone, exclaimed, Fairy, you misunderstand. We are all disciples of the Alchemy sect and Tianyan sect. And I am Lin Yu, an elder of Tianyan sect. Our reckless collision with your spirit boat was purely out of necessity. Are you aware of the demonic calamity? Currently, the conflict between the human race and the demon race is at a stalemate. Just yesterday, the demon race counterattacked our human forces, resulting in severe casualties among our cultivators. We ventured out because a powerful ally on the front lines was gravely injured and urgently required a specific herb. Unfortunately, we encountered 3 mid-spirit division demon generals who ambushed us, leading to significant losses, forcing us to flee, and we inadvertently collided with your spirit boat. Our lives hang in the balance. We beseech the fairy for aid. Lin Jiao's expression shifted as she regarded the group of sword cultivators in white and alchemists in azure, and a wonder, they looked so familiar. They were indeed from the Tianyan sect and the Alchemy sect. Wait, being pursued? Lin Jiao's countenance darkened. Oh no. As if to confirm their words, just as the last syllable left her lips, a powerful attack imbued with demonic energy surged towards the group. Lin Yu, who had been vigilant of the rear, instantly turned grave, his left hand gripping his sword as he leaped to intercept the incoming strike. A jarring sound echoed as Lin Yu, the elder, deflected the attack with a swift motion. Stop struggling, Lin Yu. You are the only mid-spirit division cultivator among the entire team, with merely a handful of weak alchemists by your side, and no matter how formidable you may be, it is impossible to deliver the goods under the hands of our 2 mid-spirit division demon generals. If I were you, I would obediently hand over the life-saving herb. Perhaps I would consider leaving your corpses intact. A demon cultivator, shrouded in black mist, spoke ominously, his voice grating and unsettling, causing Lin Jiao and Xiao Junzhe to furrow their brows in unison. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Jiao signaled subtly. Xiao Junzhe understood, thought for a moment, and nodded. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the others was diverted, he quietly slipped away. Seeing Xiao Junzhe's retreating figure, Lin Jiao let out a sigh of relief, observing the standoff between the two factions. It seemed this was what Aunt Lin had mentioned, one of the 3 mid-spirit division demon cultivators. But was this all they had? Lin Jiao was unaware that the pursuers were numerous. All had been dispatched by a notorious figure known as Lin the Mad, who had exchanged injuries for lives, resulting in significant casualties on the demon side. A mid-spirit division demon cultivator had already fallen to him, though he himself was nearly depleted. Had it not been for a leak of information, the demon race would not have sent 3 mid-spirit division cultivators and a multitude of golden core demon cultivators to encircle them. If not for Lin Yu's reckless nature, who would have thought that he would be the one pursued? His cultivation might not be prominent among his peers, but he was merciless towards himself, idolizing his senior brother Cheng and emulating his audacity to challenge the strong. Even more zealously, Lin Yu spat at his adversary, scoffing, "How laughable! You, a demon cultivator, dare to utter such nonsense about leaving my corpse intact. Even a 3-year-old would find that hard to believe. Spare me the idle chatter. If we are to engage in battle, let us do so. Should I show any sign of cowardice today, I shall no longer be worthy of bearing the name Lin Fengzi of the Wanjian Peak of the Tianyan sect." With that declaration, I brandished my sword, ready to charge into the fray. "Lin Shishu," the crowd cried out, as several disciples of the Tianyan sect, swords in hand, prepared to rush forward. "Oh, not mind me. Ensure the protection of the vitality grass. If there is an opportunity, I shall risk my life to secure it. Zhao Shixiang is still waiting for it." The others, filled with sorrow and indignation, hesitated, while a few disciples of the Tianyan sect, their faces etched with grief, quickly encircled several alchemists. Upon witnessing this, the adversaries sneered, "You refuse the toast and instead seek punishment." Another ghostly cultivator of the separation stage approached, stating, "I have long warned you that the bones of these human cultivators are quite resilient. Coercion and bribery will yield no results. If you wish to dawdle, then act swiftly. Eliminate them all, and the spoils will be ours." The 2 ghostly cultivators sprang into action. Lin Jiao's countenance changed dramatically. Kai, why has he not yet arrived? Lin Shishu cannot hold on much longer. He's here." Just as Lin Jiao's anxiety peaked, Xiao Juan's voice resounded. Overjoyed, Lin Jiao immediately accepted the item Xiao Juan offered. Kai, activate the formation." "All right." As she spoke, the defensive array on the spirit vessel was activated, prompting Lin Jiao to swiftly perform the necessary hand seals. Lin Shirshu quickly evade, initially struggling against two ghostly cultivators. Lin Yu was on the verge of desperation, preparing for a final stand. Upon hearing Lin Jiao's shout, he instinctively obeyed, halting momentarily to evade to the side. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from behind, causing his expression to turn to one of sheer terror. His feet moved faster than his mind, propelling him away from that area with astonishing speed. The two ghostly cultivators, as the intended targets of the attack, felt the terrifying might most acutely. They had heard the woman's voice, yet unlike Lin Yu, they did not heed her warning. From the outset, they had dismissed Lin Jiao, an apparent weakling who had yet to reach the golden core stage. A joke. In the late Foundation establishment stage, we could easily crush her with a mere flick of our fingers. Thus, they were destined to pay the price for their underestimation. The attack array on the spirit vessel was immediately activated, unleashing a brilliant silver beam that surged forth towards the two ghostly cultivators. The brilliance of the silver light was blinding. Aside from Lin Jiao and her son, everyone else was momentarily engulfed in a dazzling silver glow. The adversaries had but a few brief seconds from the moment they perceived the light until it struck, leaving them no time to react before they were obliterated by the beam. As the silver light faded, the once arrogant ghostly cultivators had vanished without a trace. Even a significant portion of the unfortunate golden core and nascent soul ghostly cultivators suffered devastating consequences, turning to ashes. Only a few astute ghostly cultivators managed to flee for their lives. Lin Jiao could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 75. Recognized by an acquaintance, Lin Jiao pouted. Reflecting inwardly, why do I feel a lingering sense of unfulfillment? Xiao Juanzi, speechless, realized that the old man truly understood this woman. Had there been no limitations, she could have turned the cultivation world upside down. Well then, it is time to clean up, Lin Jiao announced with enthusiasm. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, blinked in disbelief. Once he confirmed that everything was indeed fine, he turned his gaze towards Lin Jiao, noticing her still wearing an expression of lingering satisfaction. The true form of a person is often hidden. Thinking along those lines, Lin Yu, with great difficulty, approached while supporting his severed arm. Upon seeing this, two disciples from Tianyin promptly stepped forward to assist him. Thank you immensely for your rescue, Fairy. I am forever grateful, Lin Yu expressed sincerely, pausing briefly before adding, though I have already received too much grace from you. I must request a favor. We are in urgent need of the vitality grass at the front lines, and we are utterly exhausted. Might I, Lin, shamelessly ask for your assistance once more, fearing that he might inconvenience her? Lin Yu straightened up, deeply bowing as he continued. Your great kindness shall not go unacknowledged. Should we reach the front lines, I assure you that I will honor you as a guest of distinction and reward you handsomely. Lin Yu felt helpless. He truly did not wish to resort to such measures, but with his strength diminished due to his injury, and having lost his means of communication to Zhao Shixiang due to the pursuing ghostly cultivators, he feared that they might not have enough time. Lin Jiao could not accept such a gesture. After all, from a generational standpoint, he was still her Shirshu. If she were to accept this bow, she feared divine retribution. Lin Yu gazed at her, perplexed, as she leaped 3 feet high to avoid his gesture. Fairy, what is the meaning of this? Lin Jiao smiled awkwardly. Before she could explain, a male sword cultivator who had been supporting Lin Yu finally spoke up after much contemplation. His eyes filled with complexity as he addressed Lin Jiao. You are Lin Jiao? Lin Jiao. At this proclamation, the disciples of the Tianyin sect erupted in commotion, while the Dan sect remained relatively calm. Lin Jiao, that name rings a bell. The recent celebrity of the Tianyin sect, the one who, allegedly, attempted to drug the senior brother and ended up being the only disciple expelled from the sect in a century? In an instant, the members of the Tianyin sect forgot their own perilous situation, all of them regarding Lin Jiao with suspicion, as if she were a thorn in their sides, making her feel utterly exasperated. Damn, it seems the original owner had quite the reputation in the Tianyin sect. I truly cannot thank you enough. And you, old fool, your voice could have been a tad louder. Zhou Feng, who had called out Lin Jiao's name, felt a twinge of guilt upon meeting her resentful gaze. After all, she was his benefactor. His actions did indeed seem somewhat inappropriate, Before he could apologize, an intimidating glare suddenly fixed upon him, causing him to freeze in place. Zhou Feng scanned the surroundings, yet could not discern the source of the gaze, feeling as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, trembling all over, struggling to breathe. Cold sweat drenched his body. Huff, huff. Zhou Feng could not utter a sound, merely gasping heavily. I am Lin Jiao Jiao. Please do not take offense, Lin Shishu. The situation was urgent, and I failed to introduce myself in time, and I beg for your forgiveness. After a moment of melancholy, Lin Jiao Jiao, not one to shy away, boldly admitted her identity. Unbeknownst to her, this very admission saved someone's life. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the flustered Zhou Feng before redirecting his gaze to Lin Jiao Jiao. A look of realization dawning upon him. It is of no consequence. I can comprehend. I merely did not expect that you would turn out quite well. His hesitance in speech was palpable, and Lin Jiao Jiao felt a pang of sympathy for him. What could she do but offer a nervous smile? Lin Yu was the head of the law enforcement hall of the Tianyan sect, and undoubtedly, he was a witness to the original owner's transgressions that led to her expulsion from the sect. He was among those who had some understanding of her past. To suddenly discover that the once wayward disciple, notorious for her misdeeds, was now the individual who had come to their rescue was a revelation that would stun anyone. Did he not notice the shocked and disbelieving expressions all around them? She understood. Yet, for some reason, Lin Jiao Jiao felt a hint of social embarrassment, not wishing to be treated as a rare spectacle. Especially by those nearby, she thought, could you keep your voices down? What do you mean by the number one lovesick girl of Zhongzhou? Have some consideration, will you? Lin Jiao Jiao felt her cheeks flush. Observing this, Xiao Juan's eyes glimmered with a silvery light, and his previously calm demeanor swept over the crowd. The disciples of the Tianyan sect felt a chill run down their spines, experiencing the same dread as Zhou Feng had earlier. Gradually, the murmurs faded into silence. Lin Shishu, enough with the pleasantries. After all, I was once a disciple of Tianyan. Everyone, hurry aboard. I shall expedite your journey to the front lines to deliver the medicine. Quickly, Lin Jiao Jiao performed the hand seals to allow everyone onto the vessel. The disciples of Tianyan did not move immediately. Instead, the alchemists from the Dan sect exchanged glances before promptly boarding the ship. Lin Yu observed that the disciples of the Dan sect had boarded, urging the others to follow suit, taking up the rear himself. The disciples of Tianyan, having regained their strength, were drenched in sweat as they exchanged astonished glances, slowly boarding the vessel in a somewhat hesitant manner. Xiao Juanze was satisfied. As for the multitude of cultivators with higher cultivation levels boarding the vessel, what about their safety? Did they think the old man was a pushover? This was the royal carriage of the demon emperor. Only Lin Jiao Jiao and her son could operate the spirit vessel, and no one dared to cause trouble aboard. Moreover, a group of elderly and infirm cultivators posed no threat whatsoever. From the moment they stepped onto the spirit vessel, they could feel that unsettling sensation return. Even Lin Yu experienced it, compounded by the shock of the earlier blast, causing everyone to behave exceptionally well, not daring to even glance around. Thus, peace was maintained. They had hoped for trouble to arise from these individuals, as he had longed to stretch his legs and test the treasures bestowed upon him by the old man. These people truly lacked resilience. They were easily frightened. However, Lin Jiao Jiao did not share his optimism. Considering the timeline, Kai Kai's next transformation was approaching, and they had less than 2 days left. She wondered how far the so-called front lines were and how long it would take to reach them. If they did not arrive within 2 days, would Kai Kai be in trouble? Fortunately, with Lin Jiao Jiao's subtle inquiries, they learned that the journey would take approximately half a day's travel, by pushing the spirit vessel to its limits. They arrived at their destination in just over an hour and a half. Lin Jiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. As she contemplated dropping off the others and departing, her plans were interrupted by a voice calling out, Lin Jiao Jiao, how could you possibly be here? Chapter 76. Second senior brother, Li Qingyan. Upon being called, Lin Jiao Jiao could not help but curse inwardly. Damn, why does everyone greet me with that question every time we meet? Is the original owner truly that recognizable? Reluctantly, she turned around. Upon encountering her second senior brother, Li Qingyan, she felt an overwhelming urge to have never set foot in this place. How unfortunate to meet someone as irascible as him. She feared for her very existence. Hehehe, second senior brother. Lin Jiao Jiao could only offer a foolish smile. scratching her head in response to the darkened expression on Li Chengyin's face. His displeasure only intensified. "What are you laughing at? Why do you hide upon seeing him? Is he some terrifying creature?" Li Chenyin glowered at her, questioning her presence here, unaware of the dangers that lurked. How could she be so reckless, showing up in such perilous circumstances? After 6 years apart, had she truly returned to the scent of the senior brother? Was she courting death? His temper flared, his words cutting sharply. Lin Jiao chose to disregard his harsh tone, recognizing the underlying concern in his eyes. It was no wonder the original owner of her body had harbored such disdain for him. With a timid retort, she insisted, "I didn't mean to. I was merely passing by." Li Qingyan had been observing his junior sister discreetly, relieved to see she bore no injuries, indicating she had escaped danger thus far. However, upon hearing her words, his frustration surged anew. "Passing by? What business do you have wandering through this treacherous place? Can you not see the perils surrounding us? Do you have any idea how to ease my worries?" Lin Yu, witnessing Li Chengyin's escalating ire, could no longer remain silent. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Apologies, but it was I who requested Lin Jiao to accompany us." Li Chenyin was taken aback. Wasn't he here to escort them? Why was he so preoccupied with reprimanding his junior sister while neglecting the very lives of those around him? Had they become so insignificant in the presence of a mere girl? Truly absurd. In the past, he had thought the senior brother's faction overly indulgent towards their young disciples, but he had never anticipated it would reach such ridiculous extremes. Lin Yu's words momentarily silenced Li Chenyin. Noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, he exchanged a resigned glance with Lin Yu. After casting a lingering gaze at Lin Jiao, he approached Lin Yu. "Well then, thank you for your assistance." With the matter settled, Lin Jiao and her son sought to slip away. Yet, as they made their move, Li Chengyin's piercing gaze landed on Lin Jiao. "Lin Jiao, stay close. Do not make me repeat myself." Her body froze, instinctively responding before her mind could catch up, and she found herself trailing behind. Lin Jiao thought to herself. This reflexive response demonstrated the bravery of the original owner, who had once stubbornly insisted on standing her ground against her second senior brother. Li Chenyin noticed her almost comical eagerness to keep pace, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He had previously heard from the senior brother that Jiao had changed, resembling her former self before her illness, and now he could see the truth in those words. It was indeed the familiar Jiao. How delightful! The timid little junior sister was the most endearing. However, Xiao Juanze could not accept this turn of events and whispered to Lin Jiao, "Did we not agree to find a place to hide and let me avoid transformation for 3 days? Why did you follow your second senior brother?" This felt like willingly walking into a trap. Was she truly concerned for him? Why did he feel she was the most troublesome aspect of this predicament? Transforming for 3 days and arriving in the enemy's camp, was she intentionally delivering him into their hands? What could Lin Jiao say? Did she not realize? Yet this was Li Chenyin, and escaping his notice was akin to climbing a mountain. Did she not know he was renowned for his speed? There was no one faster than him. In the past, capturing her had taken hardly any time at all. "Wait, Kai, do not worry, I have a plan. You need not be concerned. Trust me, I will handle everything." Xiao Juanze cast a glance at Lin Jiao before turning away. "Do as you wish, after all." He possessed the heart of a demon emperor. Self-preservation was not an issue. Lin Jiao and her son were assigned to a tent adjacent to Li Chenyin and the senior brother. On arrival, they encountered Xianing Yuan, who was astonished to see Lin Jiao and her son. Who should not have been present? Jiao, what are you doing here? Were you not well settled in Xin City? Lin Jiao managed a pale smile. "It's a long story." Initially intending to avoid Tianyin's sect, she had inadvertently found herself drawn back in. Who could have predicted that her second senior brother would be the one sent to collect Lin Yu? Had it been anyone else, she would not have felt so apprehensive. It seemed fate had conspired against her. Upon witnessing Lin Jiao's smile and recalling the previous dark expression on Li Chengyin's face as he escorted them, Xianing Yuan understood. Just like a Cheng, he knew that despite Li Chengyin's frown, his gaze softened considerably, especially in the presence of his young junior sister and the return of the once familiar Lin Jiao. How delightful! Lin Jiao stole a glance at Xianing Yuan, noticing his gentle yet authoritative gaze, which left her feeling deflated. "Thank you, senior brother." Once the others departed, Lin Jiao and her son ceased their furtive glances. Xiao Juanze found a stool to sit on, crossing his arms as he observed Lin Jiao, who seemed lost in thought. So, how do you intend to resolve my predicament? Given your senior brother's attitudes, slipping away is not an option. The person they entrusted with us possesses late-stage nascent soul strength. Escaping undetected is impossible. Of course, he said this deliberately, knowing that if they truly wanted to flee, it was achievable. After all, the old man had provided them with ample resources. He merely wished to see how Lin Jiao would handle the situation. Kai, let us escape. What? Chapter 77. The mother and son preparing to flee unexpectedly found themselves in a predicament. Xiao Juanze nearly choked on his drink. So your brilliant plan is to escape? I was prepared to witness your ingenious solution to this dilemma, only for you to suggest fleeing. Xiao Juanze slapped his forehead in disbelief. My mistake. Expecting anything from you was my folly. Lin Jiao felt a bit embarrassed for her earlier bravado, realizing how cowardly her final suggestion sounded. However, she brushed it off. Her skin was thick, and she was unbothered. All right, stop dawdling. We must prepare and make haste. With only a day and a half until Xiao Juanze's transformation, time was of the essence, and they needed to act quickly. Xiao Juanze sighed. Do you not remember your senior brother asked someone to keep an eye on us? How can we possibly leave? Is that not simple? Do you think the items your father provided are mere decorations? Just a moment. I recall there is something useful. Lin Jiao began rummaging through her bracelet. Xiao Juanze stood speechless. Fine, as long as you are happy. He turned away, unable to bear the sight of her hopeful expression. Before Lin Jiao could locate the formation plate given by Jun Lingya, a series of thunderous booms erupted outside. What is happening? Lin Jiao yanked Xiao Juanze along as they rushed out of the tent, only to be met with a sight of ghostly soldiers. Her expression turned serious. How could the ghost clan be so relentless? Had not Lin Shushu stated they had repelled them multiple times? Why were they still attacking with such fervor? What was their ultimate goal? Observing the hurried movements of the cultivators around her, Lin Jiao quickly grabbed a male cultivator. Fellow Taoist, may I ask how many waves of ghostly incursions this is today? The sun has yet to set. Are they truly reckless? The cultivator, initially startled by her sudden grasp, relaxed upon recognizing the gentle demeanor of the female cultivator. This is the third wave today. I cannot fathom the intentions of these damned ghostly creatures. They seem to care not for their lives. It is not only us. I have heard that the human defenses in the east, south, and west are under varying degrees of attack today. We are fortunate, as the main forces of Tianyin sector here, holding the line. However, in other areas, especially the Western Front, it is said the Ghost Clan has already breached the defenses, almost reaching the heart of Zhongzhou. Are the Ghost Clan truly that formidable? Lin Jiao gasped. The cultivator's expression soured. Nonsense. Our human race boasts numerous heroes, far surpassing them in strength. Just recently, our Tianyin sect's Master Zhao slew the Ghost Clan's second protector, severely injuring the Grand Protector and two others. Our side has been achieving continuous victories, inflicting heavy losses on the Ghost Clan, with nearly half of their forces falling to our hands. This is without the intervention of tribulation stage cultivators. Just as he finished speaking, a signal firework lit up the sky, and the cultivator's expression changed. Sister, I must go. The signal to assemble has been given. You should hurry as well. Lin Jiao's expression grew grave. What was the Ghost Clan truly plotting? With half of their forces decimated by the human race, how could they still fight with such desperation? What was their aim? A sense of foreboding settled over her, as if something significant was about to transpire that involved her. Lost in thought, she was suddenly pulled by Xiao Juanze. Are you coming or not? If we are to leave, this opportunity is ideal. Take care of yourself. The rest is not our concern. With that, Lin Jiao and Xiao Juanze stealthily began to move away from the crowd, only to find themselves surrounded by the battlefield of the Ghost Clan and human cultivators, unable to escape. Damn it. These ghostly beings have truly lost their minds. They are recklessly throwing themselves into battle. What could they possibly hope to achieve? Gazing at the horrific scene before her, Lin Jiao felt an urge to curse. Do not panic. Let us swiftly depart from this tumultuous land with the treasures left by your father. Lin Jiao dismissed her concerns. No matter how fierce the attacks or how many of our kind perished, it was of no concern to us. Indeed, None whatsoever. Lin Jiao engaged in self-affirmation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a human cultivator met his demise, surrounded and slain by the specters, in a frenzy. The remnants of his corpse vanished, as the ghosts rejoiced with sinister laughter. The veins on Lin Jiao's forehead throbbed. It mattered not. It mattered not. Lin Jiao, capable of only as much as her ability allowed. She had merely attained the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, having just broken through in recent days. And her son was only in the early stages of Golden Core. Charging into battle would be tantamount to seeking death. She ought to focus on her own safety. Focus on, in a matter of minutes. Various gruesome deaths unfolded before her eyes. Those slain, those attacked, those tortured. Lin Jiao felt an intense loathing for her restored cultivation. Her keen perception and insight at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment enabled her to witness the tragic fates of the human race within a 100-mile radius. Ultimately, upon witnessing yet another young human cultivator, seemingly no more than a teenager, fall to the specters, Lin Jiao could no longer suppress her rage. Damn those vile specters. I shall confront you head-on. In an instant, Lin Jiao summoned her lynxy sword with remarkable speed and surged forward. A flash of sword light struck down several Foundation establishment specters in a heartbeat. Unbeknownst to her. In that moment, her aura and swordsmanship reached an unprecedented peak, surpassing her former limits. Though she possessed no advanced sword techniques, they all surfaced in that instant, wielding astonishing power. Below the Golden Core stage, none could withstand her strike. With a single blow, they were all dispatched. Xiao Juanzi sensed impending danger. This was not the Lin Jiao he knew. Her expression was icy, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She was the same person yet terrifyingly unfamiliar. Lin Jiao, be cautious. Xiao Juanzi, wielding his long yuan, rushed forth. The battlefield suddenly bore witness to a formidable swordsman, seemingly of low cultivation, yet capable of dispatching those of the same tier. How could this go unnoticed? Though as weak as an ant, her swordplay was exceptionally refined. She appeared to be the anticipated prodigy of the human race. How splendid it would be to slay such a future talent. Thus, as he charged at Lin Jiao with his blade, even if she erupted with power, she could not evade him. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Seeing Lin Jiao unable to evade in time, Xiao Juanzi could not help but call out in that very moment. With astonishing speed, he barely managed to intercept the blow. However, the evident difference in strength sent him flying after he caught the strike. My dear, Lin Jiao cried out, an unparalleled fury erupting like a volcano, surging forth. All her rationality ignited in flames. In that instant, her aura and spiritual power reached their zenith. A melodious cry of a phoenix echoed. Astonishing all around. The specters encircling Lin Jiao were petrified with fear. Yet before they could flee, they were engulfed by a sword intent radiating blue light, obliterating them entirely. Phoenix sword intent? Impossible. This is a sword intent only comprehensible to those at least at the Golden Core stage. And one of the most formidable and elusive, Phoenix sword intent. The ghostly generals, also forced back by her sword intent, shouted in disbelief. Upon raising their heads, they were met with Lin Jiao's exponentially growing aura. Swallowing the bitter taste that rose in their throats, she had broken through in battle. They could no longer contain themselves. They had never expected such a monster to emerge from the human ranks. No wonder she could drive him back with her sword intent, for she had already advanced to the early stages of Golden Core. Although a significant gap remained between them, her battle breakthrough had catapulted her aura and spiritual power to their peak. The explosive force combined with the overwhelming Phoenix sword intent could indeed push him back momentarily. The bitter taste in his throat ignited his bloodlust, and he cackled with glee. What of her breakthrough? What of her comprehension of Phoenix sword intent? She was still merely at the Golden Core level. No matter how much of a prodigy she may be, she would find no escape today. To personally slay a peerless human prodigy would earn him great favor from the Ghost Lord. Once more, he lunged at Lin Jiao. Yet she faltered not, meeting him head-on. Come forth, the one who harmed my dear. I shall not spare anyone. In that instant, a flurry of sword and blade energies surged around them, fierce assaults preventing anyone else from approaching. Xiao Juanzi, who had been knocked aside, felt a flash of crimson around him. An attack that could easily annihilate an ordinary golden core cultivator was effortlessly deflected. His attire remained unruffled. The reason he had been sent flying was merely due to his small stature and lack of strength, caught off guard. He had been swept away. Regaining his composure, Xiao Juanzi flipped his body, adjusting his stance and landing safely. Those cursed specters dared to tarnish the robes gifted to me by my esteemed elder. I shall ensure they pay with their lives. Gritting his teeth in anger, he lowered himself to pat down his attire. Raising his head, "That is right. Lin Jiao called for me earlier. Where is she?" Hastily, Xiao Juanzi searched, only to be astonished to find Lin Jiao engaged in combat with a ghostly general of the nascent soul stage. The surrounding sounds of phoenix cries resonated. Was this indeed phoenix sword intent? His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Is this still the Lin Jiao I know? His astonishment deepened as he observed Lin Jiao gradually falling into a disadvantage against the relentless onslaught of her opponent. Xiao Juanzi panicked. "Lin Jiao, I am fine. Be careful," he called out, rushing towards the two with incredible speed atop Lin Jiao. "Do not approach." Lin Jiao, struck repeatedly and forced to retreat, spotted Xiao Juanzi drawing near. Her pupils contracting as she shouted. She narrowly evaded another attack aimed at her. "Humph! You only gained the ability to contend with me through your battle breakthrough. How dare you distract yourself, truly courting death?" Her adversary unleashed another wave of power, intensifying his relentless assault. Xiao Juanzi, reprimanded, halted in his tracks, anxiously standing still. "Then why don't you escape quickly? The opponent is of the nascent soul. Is that something you can handle?" Xiao Juanzi dared not voice his concerns, fearing that any distraction might allow the enemy to launch a successful ambush. Yet, as the Ghost General had declared, even if Lin Jiao had broken through to the Golden Core stage and comprehended one of the most formidable sword intents, the Phoenix sword intent, it could not bridge the vast gulf between them. It could be said that were it not for the protective aura of the Phoenix sword intent, Lin Jiao would have already fallen to the specter. The seeming difference of merely one tier between Golden Core and Nascent Soul belied the enormous disparity in cultivation. Nevertheless, despite this reality, as the battle raged on, it was not Lin Jiao who grew anxious, but her foe. Damn. Were it not for that infuriating Phoenix sword intent, I would have crushed this little insect long ago. The more he fought, the more agitated he became. How could a mere Golden Core cultivator contend with him to such an extent? This woman cannot be spared, especially with her sword intent, which is a natural counter to the Ghost Clan. The Phoenix, reborn from flames, represents unending vitality. For the specters, who embody death, she is their bane. Thus, this innate counter to the ghost race must be eradicated before she has the chance to grow stronger. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy enveloped him, filling his entire being. Lin Jiao's expression shifted, and she swiftly took flight. "Want to flee? Too late. Die, Lin Jiao, be cautious." Xiao Juanzi's face paled, and he immediately disregarded Lin Jiao's warning, intent on rushing forward. He nearly revealed his true form as a half-demon, preparing to charge in and shield her from the impending blow. His physical strength had reached the nascent soul stage. He could surely withstand it. Yet that was merely physical prowess. The nascent soul cultivator had anticipated any attempts to rescue Lin Jiao. He launched himself into the air, soaring several dozen meters before barely stabilizing himself. Landing clumsily, without a moment to assess his state, he rushed forth again. "Lin Jiao, please, do not come to harm." The nascent soul cultivator's strike bore immense power. His ghostly blade emanated an aura that sent shivers down Lin Jiao's spine. There was no one else around. All had either perished under such pressure or had been driven far away. Her body, too, was held fast by the overwhelming force. The specter aimed to prevent anyone from reaching Lin Jiao, ensuring she had no opportunity to escape. Her face grew cold. Then, a more potent phoenix cry resonated, and a blue phoenix emerged from her sword, majestically soaring around her. The specter's malevolent expression darkened. The oppressive force binding her shattered into countless pieces, leaving no trace behind. Originally intending to torment her and watch her suffer as she succumbed to his ultimate technique, he found her effortlessly dispelling his power. Strangely, despite her icy demeanor, she inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within him. There could be no further delay. He gritted his teeth. You are still merely at the golden core stage. Prepare to die. A blade of light, imbued with astonishing force, hurtled towards Lin Jiao Jiao. In mere moments, it would be upon her, poised to end her life. Yet at that moment, a mysterious smile graced Lin Jiao Jiao's lips. You wish to kill me? 300 years ago, countless beings of the combined stage could not bring me down. Do you truly believe a mere nascent soul can succeed? Such delusions. Lin Jiao Jiao tightened her grip on the sword, performing a preparatory stance for a devastating sword technique. The Lingxi in her hand sensed its master's intent to unleash a tremendous strike, causing a surge of excitement within it, its ringing echoing in harmony with Lin Jiao Jiao's rising aura. With a single motion, the specter felt his trepidation heighten, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Something was amiss. Everything was amiss, since the emergence of the true essence of the phoenix. Not only was the ghost general startled, but Lin Jiao Jiao's 3 senior brothers, her eldest brother Xianing Yuan, her second brother Li Chengyin, and her third brother Jiang Wanzhou, simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the sky, fixed upon the vanishing blue phoenix, the true essence of the phoenix, junior sister. The 3 of them instinctively took flight towards Lin Jiao Jiao's location. However, just as they neared her, they were met with a terrifying sword strike unleashed by the adversary. That familiar yet unfamiliar sword technique left them momentarily stunned. The Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique? It has been ages since I last witnessed it, Xia Wanzhou murmured. Upon hearing this, the straightforward Li Chengyin felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Indeed, that technique had become elusive. The Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique was a style meticulously crafted by their master specifically for their junior sister, inspired by the indomitable spirit of the phoenix. It comprised 9 levels and 81 moves, each layering upon the last, yielding an earth-shattering power. In their master's words, if their junior sister could master the highest level, the 9th, with all 81 moves combined, augmented by her comprehension of the true essence of the phoenix, her might could transcend tribulation. While they found their master's assertion somewhat exaggerated, they could not deny the formidable nature of the Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique. Having learned up to the 4th level, their junior sister had already surpassed them as opponents, and what of the 9th level? However, ever since her grave illness, they had not witnessed that astonishingly gifted junior sister again. Not only had she lost the ability to wield the Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique, but even the true essence of the phoenix, which she had intuitively grasped at the time of her golden core formation, seemed beyond her reach. Though their master had repeatedly assured them that she showed no signs of being possessed, the brothers had discreetly investigated or sought assistance from other powerful beings, all arriving at the same conclusion. She had not been taken over. Gradually, they amassed a sense of disappointment and hurt regarding their junior sister, who had become increasingly erratic post-illness. Yet, upon witnessing her true essence of the phoenix once more, alongside the Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique, and encountering the familiar yet unfamiliar Lin Jiao Jiao, they realized something profound. Although Xianing Yuan remained silent, the slight curve of his lips betrayed his elation. The trio felt reassured. With the Tian Yin Blue Wing sword technique enhanced by the true essence of the phoenix. The Yuan Ying? Not at all. Their junior sister was indeed contending with the Yuan Ying. They chuckled, standing there with expressions akin to spectators at a play. Little Junzei had finally managed to arrive, only to find Xianing Yuan and the others standing idly by, watching the spectacle unfold, and he exploded in frustration. Xianing Yuan, aren't you Lin Jiao Jiao's eldest brother? Why are you just standing there watching instead of rescuing her? Hurry up, the opponent is at the mid-Yuaning stage. Lin Jiao Jiao could truly perish. Please, save her. The last words were choked with emotion. Xianing Yuan stiffened, hastily moving to prevent anyone from rushing into a futile battle. That was the ultimate move of their junior sister. Even he, at the mid-Yuaning stage, could not withstand it. Sending that little one into the fray would be tantamount to sending her to her doom. Conversely, Li Chengyin and Jiang Wanzhou exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. Is this the child of our junior sister? Our little nephew? Jiang Wanzhou inquired. Li Chengyin nodded affirmatively. Jiang Wanzhou scrutinized the child with a discerning gaze. Indeed, one can tell he is a good boy, worried for his mother, so considerate, Li Chengyin remarked. The junior sister has taught him well. Jiang Wanzhou added, true, but do you know who is responsible for the little sister's predicament? Jiang Wanzhou narrowed his eyes. Those familiar with him knew he was displeased. Li Qingyan's eyes flashed with indignation. The eldest brother has encountered him. He is powerful yet petty. He wouldn't even allow the eldest brother to converse more with the little sister. Hence we remain unaware of his background. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jiang Wanzhou's eyes. No matter, opportunities will arise. The eldest brother's demeanor is too rigid. He has never excelled at gathering information. Next time, it shall be my turn. Li Qingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is plenty of time ahead. Little Junzhe struggled vehemently, preparing to shout for release when suddenly, Tian Yin Blue Wing Sword Technique, 4th level, 31st move. Ming Feng Chao Yang. A resounding phoenix cry echoed through the heavens as a pair of blue wings manifested on Lin Jiao's back. Her body enveloped in a fierce blue sword aura. The terrifying blue phoenix sword energy swiftly took form, charging towards the ghost general in an instant. It collided with the adversary's blade, creating a tremendous explosion of smoke that compelled the onlookers to squint their eyes. The ghost general erupted in laughter. What a flashy display! In the end, it amounts to nothing. Ha! I told you, the chasm between the Yuan Ying and Golden Core cannot be bridged by mere bravado. That move must have drained your entire reservoir of spiritual energy, and now you shall await your demise. After reveling in his triumph, he did not even have time to wipe the cold sweat from his brow before he raised his blade for another assault. Taking advantage of the moment when the rescuers failed to react, "Oh, is that so?" Lin Jiao's voice rang out just as a sword aura, diminished yet still formidable, sliced through the swirling smoke. Hurtling towards him, he barely had time to react, his widened eyes fixated on the horrifying sword technique as it consumed him entirely, leaving not a trace behind. TSK, what a fool! A mid-Yuan Ying ghost cultivator dared to withstand the 4th level of my junior sister's Tian Yin Blue Wing Sword Technique. And he deserves to be obliterated? Li Qingyan scoffed. Jiang Wanzhou shot him an amused glance in the eyes of the two senior brothers. Everything about Jiao was commendable, failing to consider that the opponent's carelessness was indeed warranted. Who could have anticipated a golden core at such an early stage to be so extraordinary? Achieving golden core formation in mere teenage years, and upon forming it, comprehending the true essence of the phoenix. After studying the Tian Yin Blue Wing Sword Technique for 3 years, reaching the 4th level, was that a pace that any ordinary person could match? Who would have thought that this golden core was so formidable? Slaying a Yuan Ying would be as effortless as sipping water? He often pondered that perhaps their little sister had not consumed the Mingpa soup at her reincarnation, or perhaps it had been diluted, leaving her previous life's memories incomplete. Otherwise, how could she cultivate so rapidly? They all considered themselves prodigies, but in comparison to their junior sister, they were but insignificant. Although her capabilities had regressed post-illness, it was only a decade. Would the agony of being overshadowed by such talent resurface? Jiang Wanzhou could not suppress a fleeting grimace. She smiled, a smile imbued with nostalgia. The bracelet seemed to resonate with her sentiment, emitting waves of blood light that elicited laughter from Lin Jiao, who caressed it tenderly, as if cherishing her beloved. Yet at that moment, a thunderous clap resonated from the heavens. Lin Jiao sneered, lifting her gaze to the stormy clouds, her expression cold and murderous, before lowering her head to call upon her spirit. Noticing no stir in her consciousness, she sighed deeply. Finally, turning to her 3 senior brothers, she revealed a wistful smile before closing her eyes. Jiao, Lin Jiao. Chapter 80. The unconscious mother and child. Little Junzhe transforms again. Little Junzhe and the 3 senior brothers simultaneously shouted, launching themselves forward in unison. The eldest brother, who was closest, caught Lin Jiao's falling form, cradling her in his arms as he hurriedly examined her for injuries. Li Qingyan and Jiang Wanzhou rushed over, checking her pulse and attending to the child. After a flurry of chaotic activity, relief washed over them. Fortunately, she had merely exhausted her spiritual energy and fainted. She was unharmed. The eldest brother's words eased their tense hearts. Xianing Yuan observed the darkening sky, realizing that the ghost clan's strongest assault was imminent. It was no longer merely the skirmish of the moment, and Jiao and her child could not remain here. Li Changyin glanced at the unconscious Lin Jiao and the worried little Junzhe. All right, upon hearing this, Xianing Yuan and Jiang Wanzhou each took one, swiftly departing on their flying swords. Li Changyin, watching them leave, resumed his cold demeanor, brandishing his sword towards the advancing Ghost Clan. Damn Ghost Clan. You've prevented me from properly apologizing to my little sister. Prepare to pay with your lives. This mother and child were not supposed to be outside the camp. Yet, even in his confusion, he remained silent, bowing respectfully to the two senior brothers. Senior brothers! They nodded hastily, urgency propelling them onward. He could only harbor his doubts internally. Despite being in the Golden Core stage, he did not require assistance to fly. Once Xianing Yuan set them down, little Junzai leaped from Jiang Wanzhou's arms, rushing to Lin Jiao's side. The trio had blocked his view, preventing him from assessing Lin Jiao's condition, leaving him uneasy. After cautiously observing and confirming she was indeed fine, he finally felt at ease. Xianing Yuan, pushed to the side, bore no resentment, watching with a smile as the child moved. Jiao has taught you well. You know how to care for your mother. Rest assured, here, your safety and Jiao's will be assured. Zaire, there is turmoil all around, and night is approaching. You and Jiao must remain here. We cannot allow another escape to happen. Indeed, my eldest brother and I will soon head to the battlefield. We will be unable to attend to you both. Please behave. If anything arises, we will discuss it later, all right? Jiang Wanzhou maintained a smiling demeanor, yet his smile bore the sincerity of familial affection, causing little Junzai to readily accept their words. As evening swiftly approached, Xiao Juanzi abruptly lifted his gaze towards the window, eyeing his wide, startled eyes. A resplendent full moon hung in the sky, just as he had anticipated. Following that, an unsettling warmth surged from within him, emanating outward. It dawned on him that a day and night had already elapsed. How dreadful! Everything is fine here. You must leave at once. Hurry, before I transform. This way, I can activate the formation or retreat into the heart of the Demon Emperor. Yet, the sudden crimson hue that enveloped his body terrified those around him, rendering them unwilling to depart. The one closest, Xianing Yuan, stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Zaire, what ails you? Why are you so flushed? Are you unwell? Do you have a fever? Jiang Wanzhou's smile faded, and he too stepped closer, unable to contain his worry. Xiao Juanzi evaded their outstretched hands, feeling as though he had been thrust into a furnace. He was burning up, utterly engulfed in heat. His consciousness was on the verge of being consumed by this fiery torment. Yet he resolutely bit down on his lower lip, striving to suppress the onset of transformation. However, this endeavor was in vain. He had yet to fully master his lineage. Such efforts were utterly futile. Zaire, you? Xianing Yuan began again, but was silenced by the radiant bloodlight and silver glow emanating from Xiao Juanzi's form. This was... Jiang Wanzhou's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly reacted, summoning a formidable barrier with a flick of his wrist, enveloping Lin Jiao and her child's tent in an instant. The disciples guarding the tent paled, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Bloodline regression, half-demon lineage? Jiang Wanzhou's incredulous voice reached Xianing Yuan's ears, causing his complexion to change as well. Yet, he felt no doubt. In this regard, Jiang Wanzhou possessed far more knowledge than he did, as if to confirm this, just as Jiang Wanzhou's words left his lips. Xiao Juanzi, unable to contain himself any longer, was enveloped in a swirl of white mist at the peak of his bloodlight and silver radiance, transforming into a small white dog right before their astonished eyes. Damn! Even Jiang Wanzhou, known for his gentle demeanor, could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. Meanwhile, the composed elder brother, Xianing Yuan, after a moment of shock, swiftly scooped up the transformed being, the dog, into his arms. Thus, both brothers lowered their heads to gaze at the small white dog, questioning their very existence. So, it was not a man who had taken advantage of the little sister, but a male demon? Xianing Yuan felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. This was a predicament. The second elder brother might very well take his own life. Jiang Wanzhou shared a similar look of bewilderment. Oh, put me down, Xianing Yuan. Xiao Juanzi struggled to escape, yet Xianing Yuan, fearing he might flee, instinctively tightened his grip. If you're going to hold me, at least loosen your grip. You are at least half a step into the divine transformation stage. You going to crush me? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Zaire, are you all right? Xianing Yuan hurriedly released him, and Xiao Juanzi promptly dashed to Lin Jiao's side. Eyeing them warily, Unbeknownst to them, his small paws clutched an object, resolute in his determination to teach them a lesson should they dare to act recklessly. A full-powered strike from a late-stage great demon would be insurmountable for them. Two cultivators barely in the combined stage. Perhaps it was the sheer desperation in Xiao Juanza's cries that jolted Lin Jiao awake, her eyes snapping open. "Cubs!" she exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, scanning her surroundings until she sensed movement beside her. Lowering her gaze, her eyes met those of the small white dog. Lin Jiao. Chapter 81. A triad of interrogation. Confess who the father of the child is. This sudden revelation left Lin Jiao utterly flummoxed. After a moment of stunned silence, her rusted mind began to churn, and she abruptly lifted her head to find two familiar yet unfamiliar faces staring back at her, their expressions inscrutable. Lin Jiao slapped her face in realization. "Oh no, I'm finished." When had her two senior brothers arrived? Observing Lin Jiao, who seemed as silent as an ostrich, and glancing at the equally innocent Xiao Juanza, they pondered. Tiger Clan? Lion Clan? No, perhaps it was the fire leopards we encountered earlier, but that doesn't seem right. This child is clearly a small white dog. Were there dogs in the secret realm? Awoo. The mention of a small white dog sent Xiao Juanza into a frenzy. Ive already said it's a regression. A regression? I am a noble silver moon howling wolf, a celestial beast of the world. I am not some small white dog. Damn! Yet, no one paid heed to his impotent rage. The identity of Xiao Juanza's father was simply too explosive, especially for Xianing Yuan. Having previously witnessed that man's terrifying strength, he begrudgingly accepted this brother-in-law, albeit with a sense of resentment for having nurtured a fine cabbage only to have it snatched by a pig. However, he had thought that, given the man's formidable abilities and reasonable demeanor towards Jiao and her child, he could tolerate such an arrangement. But to discover that the man was a demon was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky in this age of mutual enmity among the four clans. If this news were to leak, the lives of the little sister and her child would surely be in jeopardy. This enmity was etched into their very bones. Xianing Yuan and Jiang Wanzhou exchanged solemn glances. Both burdened by the weight of this revelation, their gazes fell upon Lin Jiao, who was soothing the agitated little creature. Suddenly, two piercing, questioning gazes landed on her, causing her to freeze. Cradling Xiao Juanza, she gently stroked him to calm his nerves, while her own eyes furtively assessed the two men. Elder brother, third brother. You might not believe this, but Jiang Wanzhou snorted softly and, with a flourish, produced two stools from his storage ring. Taking a seat opposite Lin Jiao, chin raised imperiously. "Oh? How do you know we wouldn't believe you if you don't speak? Therefore, confess honestly. Who was the child's father? This way, we can determine how to settle this score." Xianing Yuan remained silent, yet his intent echoed the same. If the father were merely a member of the human race, it would suffice to have the brothers take turns sparring with him, illustrating the consequences of abandoning one's wife and child. At worst, their master could be enlisted, along with their various uncles and ancestors. In short, the debts owed must be settled, ensuring that the little sister had protection. However, if the other party was indeed a demon, the stakes were significantly raised, and resolving this would not be so simple. Jiang Wanzhou's eyes narrowed. He recalled that their master had some connections with the demon emperor. Perhaps they could ask their master to intervene and deal with that vile demon? As for the child being without a father, that was manageable. After all, elder brother had already stated that this child had grown up without a father. It hadn't been long, and the emotional bond was not deeply rooted. At worst, they could find him a suitable stepfather. Jiang Wanzhou wore a smile, confidence radiating from him, yet before he could fully relish his own thoughts, a bombshell was dropped by Lin Jiao. The child's father is the demon emperor, Jun Linya. Biffed. What? One nearly choked on his own saliva, while the other nearly coughed up a lung, both sharing a mutual disbelief that something was amiss with their hearing. How could the little sister claim the other party was the demon emperor? Lin Jiao had anticipated their expressions, so she had discreetly moved to a corner of the bed with Xiao Juanza, distancing herself from them. Thus, upon witnessing their wide-eyed astonishment, Lin Jiao reaffirmed, "You heard me correctly. I said the demon emperor, Jun Linya." Originally believing she had communicated clearly, she hoped her brothers would not blame her. Considering that compared to the demon emperor, she too was a victim. Well, in light of the circumstances, she was clearly the perpetrator, but that was inconsequential. The crux was that this matter could not be settled easily. After all, it involved June Linya. Therefore, she implored her brothers to show mercy and spare the humble little sister and her child. They had not intended for any of this to occur. Yet, what followed was Lin Jiao receiving a hand upon her forehead and another on her hand. Both Xianing Yuan and Jiang Wanzhou looked upon her with concern, realizing that this was serious. Their little sister must have endured considerable suffering over the years, or else how could she spout such nonsensical claims? To assert that the child's father was the demon emperor was utterly absurd. Elder brother, do you think we should invite a fifth-grade alchemist from the Dan sect to examine Jiao Jiao? To ensure she receives proper treatment? Watching as the two of them treated her like a mental patient, Lin Jiao felt utterly speechless. So, they thought she had developed hysteria? I'm not ill. Lin Jiao attempted to clarify, but her brothers paid her no heed. There was no helping it. Anyone confronted with such a claim regarding their child's father would naturally suspect a need for psychiatric evaluation. After all, who was he? The demon emperor, June Linya, a being of immense power. Known for his cold-heartedness and indifference, it was said that not a single female demon could approach him, and even a mother mosquito within a 3-meter radius would be crushed under his hand. The notion of him having a child seemed ludicrous. Lin Jiao felt a pang of oddity, and fragments of memory began to resurface. However, just as she was about to delve deeper into her thoughts, a sharp pain struck her mind, causing those fragments to vanish. After struggling for a while to no avail, she furrowed her brow and relinquished the effort. Observing her two brothers discussing which alchemist to consult, Lin Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, lowering her gaze to her hands, her brows slightly raised. As Xianing Yuan and Jiang Wanzhou were engaged in earnest discussion, they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming force that sent them staggering several steps back, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Once they managed to regain their composure and focus their gaze, they discovered that the source of this formidable power emanated from Lin Jiao. Yet, before they could inquire further, an imposing and majestic white beast materialized before them. Its blood-red slit pupils coldly scrutinized the two, a crescent moon adorning its forehead, its stature tall and graceful, releasing a thunderous howl that echoed through the air. The sheer ferocity of its wolf-like cry nearly destabilized their resolve, prompting them to retreat once more. Fortunately, the beast seemed to recognize Lin Jiao's significance and retracted its oppressive aura, thereby sparing the two from further harm. However, the brief encounter had already left them with minor injuries. Xianing Yuan's expression turned grave as he regarded the wolf's shadow. Is this the true form of the demon emperor? It truly is the demon emperor. I can discern that it is not an illusion. The authentic aura of the demon emperor is unmistakable. I once accompanied my master to meet this being. My senses cannot be mistaken. Could it be emanating from that bracelet? It must be the primal power of the demon emperor to possess such might. Jiang Wanzhou added, gazing at the bracelet adorning Lin Jiao's wrist. It is powerful, enigmatic, and filled with authority. Lin Jiao shrugged. I told you it belongs to the demon emperor. Who can blame you for your disbelief? Otherwise, I would not have unleashed the demon emperor. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, its power is commendable. The demon emperor has gone to great lengths to create this for me using his own demonic essence. My gratitude is immense. How could one not appreciate the reliability of the demon emperor? I shall certainly express my thanks next time. Chapter 82. The might of humanity strikes back. The schemes of the demon clan, a sense of bewilderment washed over them, as if the world had suddenly transformed into something unrecognizable. Who could remain calm in such a situation? After all, it is the demon emperor. The usually aloof and dispassionate sovereign of demons has unexpectedly formed a bond with his young disciple and even sired a half-demon offspring. What would the world think of such an outrageous affair? They might even deem them mad. Yet, this absurdity had indeed transpired. What should they do now? This was the demon emperor, the foremost being beneath the heavenly tribulation. A man who even their master could not contend with. Should they confront him? Xianing Yuan glanced at the ever-determined Jiang Wanzhou. Surely you jest. As the only one among the trio to have encountered the demon emperor, I can assure you, even if we all united, we could not lay a finger on him. He could easily obliterate us with but a gesture. As for seeking justice for our little disciple, let us not even entertain that notion. Did you not hear her say that he treats her quite well? That is sufficient. Matters of their romance should remain private. Xianning comprehended instantly that so. We shall proceed thusly? Very well, let it be so. And what of our second junior brother? Let us keep it from him for now. We will address it once the conflict is resolved, Jiang Wanzhou sighed, exasperated. It is not that I wish to withhold information from him. But given his temperament, he would truly dare to intervene. He would not care whether the opponent is the demon emperor or a formidable being of late-stage tribulation. He would charge forth regardless. If it comes to that, it could very well lead to his demise. Thus, both adjusted their mentalities, managing to conceal their unease from Li Qingyan. Upon witnessing the devastating situation at the front lines, they could hardly concern themselves with the demon emperor, focusing their energies on resisting the onslaught of the demon clan. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao found herself growing somewhat bored. Before her two senior brothers had departed, they had layered the protective barriers, enhancing their strength. While this bolstered their safety to a degree, it also restricted Lin Jiao's ability to venture outside. However, emboldened by the presence of Junlingya, she felt the barriers posed little threat to her. Yet, she dared not step outside. Given Xiao Juan's current condition, it was best to minimize exposure. Thus, Lin Jiao resorted to playing with the little pup to alleviate her boredom. Though Lin Jiao found joy in the interaction, Xiao Juanza was plagued by confusion. Now that they were alone, he finally seized the opportunity to voice his questions. Awu. Lin Jiao was taken aback. What do you mean? What did I just do? Suddenly becoming incredibly powerful, slaying foes with ease, awakening the true essence of the phoenix, and employing the Tianyin blue wing sword technique to vanquish a mid-stage nascent soul ghost general? Awu. Xiao Juanza nodded emphatically. So, who exactly are you? Why do you differ so vastly from the Lin Jiao I once knew? He could have continued feigning ignorance, yet Lin Jiao's peculiarities had reached a point where he could no longer maintain the facade. If she had indeed been this formidable, why had neither she nor the Lin family ever mentioned it? Would the Lin family have dared to treat her poorly had they known? Lin Jiao, too, was bewildered. With such a terrifying combat aptitude, why had she displayed such a lackluster fighting instinct when they last ventured out? How had she been overpowered by an early-stage nascent soul rogue cultivator intent on using her as a furnace? Was it a deliberate concealment or some sinister plot? Xiao Juan's mind was racing with possibilities. Seeing Xiao Juanza regard her with the same suspicious and wary gaze as before, Lin Jiao cried out in protest. This is so unfair. Whether from the original owner's memories or my own, I have always been a combat novice, protected by my senior brothers. I am no genius. Noticing that while Xiao Juan's suspicion and wariness had lessened somewhat, they still lingered, Lin Jiao felt disheartened. I suppose this past month has been in vain. Never mind, time will reveal the truth, my little cub. You will come to realize that you have misjudged me. Exhausted, she chose not to explain, primarily because she did not know how. She had rummaged through the original owner's memories and found nothing indicating any exceptional talent. If that were the case, how could she explain her actions? In fact, she had no recollection of her recent display of prowess. Lin Jiao furrowed her brows tightly, raising her hands in frustration. What is happening? I trust that you would not deceive me. After all, there were numerous witnesses. You have no reason to fabricate such lies. Therefore, could it be that the original owner's memories are flawed? Perhaps she was indeed a remarkable genius. A glimmer of realization dawned upon Lin Jiao. Could it be true? Xiao Juanza had mentioned that several senior brothers were present at the time. They had witnessed it as well. Yet, they had not shown any signs of abnormality, indicating that they perceived the situation as entirely normal. Was it truly so? Why then had my memories not conveyed this? What secrets lie behind all of this? An unsettling wave of anxiety surged within Lin Jiao as she clenched her fists. On another front, the demon clan's counterattack had resulted in two factions breaching the defenses and reaching the heart of Zhongzhou. Consequently, the tribulation elders of various sects could no longer remain passive. Despite their concerns regarding the impending tribulation, they could not allow the human race to suffer such grievous losses at the hands of the demon clan. Moreover, the relatively unscathed demon race lingered nearby. Poised to take advantage of the situation, the demon and magic clans posed a far greater threat to humanity. Regardless of which clan ultimately claimed human territory, annihilation awaited the human race. Thus, in addition to dispatching 2 tribulation experts to swiftly conclude the conflict, they also sent 5 tribulation experts to the borders of the Demon Clan to prevent a simultaneous invasion. Demon Realm, Demon Emperor's Palace. The current Demon Emperor, Wang Lu, sneered as he gazed towards the border, feeling the pressure that only tribulation experts could exert. Indeed, the human race was truly favored by the heavens. 5 tribulation experts were a remarkable force, and coupled with those resisting the Demon Clan on the front lines, the humans boasted at least a dozen tribulation cultivators, a source of envy. The elder who had previously intervened opened his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the implications in Wang Lu's words. He stated calmly, "Then we must act as the Demon Clan suggests, temporarily restraining the human race. Only if the Demon Lord succeeds do we other clans have a chance to rise." Wang Lu scoffed, "Do you truly believe that your Meiwei will succeed?" The elder remained unfazed, dismissing Wang Lu's provocation with an air of indifference. Regardless of the outcome, as a demon emperor, some respect must be afforded, though whether that respect would endure for centuries remained to be seen. Wang Lu, once a renowned weapon forger among the human race and the sole current 9th-tier weapon master, had left behind the superior immortal artifact known as the Opening of Heaven. It was more than sufficient. Chapter 83. The Incomplete Immortal Artifact. The Opening of Heaven. Mirror. Wang Lu's derision intensified. It was merely an incomplete artifact, a fragment at best. Only the elders would be foolish enough to believe otherwise. Moreover, even if it were genuine, the power of a superior immortal artifact is not something just anyone could easily perfect. Finally, the other party met his gaze, and that single glance tightened the grip of the Demon Emperor on his throne, causing a thin sheen of sweat to bead on his forehead. "This is not for you to know. Simply carry out the orders of the Demon God Palace," the elders stated as he stood and strode towards the exit. Each step seemed to resonate within Wang Lu's chest, rendering him nearly speechless. "Understand." With great effort, Wang Lu managed to utter those words. Afterward, he released the tension that had enveloped him, finally able to breathe normally. His scarlet eyes lifted, only to find the elder's figure gradually disappearing into the grand hall. A voice echoed in his ears. "That is wise. It would be best for the Demon Emperor to remain aware of the facts. Some matters are not for you to inquire about. Otherwise, the Demon God Palace may swiftly decide upon a new candidate for the position of Demon Emperor." Wang Lu bit his lower lip until it bled. His throat filled with the metallic taste of blood as he bowed his head and murmured, "The little emperor understands." Till last, the figure vanished from the Demon Emperor's palace. He swallowed his own demonic blood. Wang Lu laughed, a laugh that was distinctly sinister. "You wish to prevent me from interfering? Alas, it is too late that I, too, covet the superior immortal artifact. The time for the old fools to meet their end is nigh." As the formidable beings transcending tribulation intervened, the conflict swiftly approached its climax. Within less than half an hour, the ghostly warriors of the Demon Clan were visibly vanquished. The venerable ancestor of the Tianyin sect witnessed the collapse of the Ghost Clan's ranks, which, ostensibly, should have been a cause for elation among the human race. Indeed, apart from the one great protector who had inexplicably escaped, all 10 guardians had been subdued. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. This unease reached its zenith with the appearance of the Ghost Lord, accompanied by 2 other transcendent beings of the Ghost Clan. 2 against 1, having slain numerous warriors of my Ghost Clan. "Are you satisfied?" The Ghost Lord, Meiwei, inquired with a beguiling smile directed towards the 2 transcendent beings of the Tianyin sect and the Dan sect. The 2 exchanged glances, asserting, "It was your clan that first harmed our kin. We are merely retaliating. Oh, not mislead the masses, Ghost Lord. Your clan's plans have already crumbled. It would be wise for you to depart swiftly, lest you provoke our kind's wrath. Do not be hasty." Meiwei replied cheerfully, "We have come here to withdraw, but one of my trusted aides remains behind. Until he is retrieved, my mind shall remain in turmoil." The transcendent being from the Dan sect scoffed. To require the Ghost Lord and 2 transcendent beings for the retrieval of a mere aide. What a grandiose claim. They regarded Meiwei's words with skepticism, convinced that their arrival bore undisclosed secrets. Thus, they grew increasingly vigilant, with the powerful ancestor of the Dan sect activating his spiritual sense to scour the battlefield for anomalies. This caused a flicker of concern in Meiwei's eyes as she signaled to the 2 ancestors, who were poised to strike. Suddenly, A woman clad in white robes, adorned with various magical artifacts, rushed towards them, though not trust them. They intend to facilitate the escape of a ghost cultivator wielding a powerful artifact. Hurry. Stop them. It was Lin Jiaojiao. As for her presence here, it was far from intentional. Lin Jiaojiao had planned to remain hidden in the tent, awaiting the conclusion of Xiao Juan's transformation. However, following an abrupt and unsatisfactory conversation with him, they had entered an inexplicable cold war. While she pondered how to appease Xiao Juan's, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped her. What is this presence? Why does it feel so familiar? It seems to resonate with my very soul. Upon sensing this aura, her heart raced, and her spirit trembled as if something were about to break free from within. She instinctively clutched her chest. Lin Jiaojiao, what ails you? You look as if you're on the verge of collapse. Lin Jiaojiao forced a smile, finding the situation far from humorous. Wait, what are they doing? Why does the aura I sensed suddenly feel so murky? Are they seeking my help? Lin Jiaojiao could no longer remain passive. Xiao Juanza, quickly, hide within the heart of the demon emperor. I must go somewhere. Hurry. Perhaps due to the gravity of her expression, Xiao Juanza, despite his many questions, complied obediently and swiftly dove into the heart of the demon emperor. Lin Jiaojiao then secured the heart around her neck and, with a swift motion, tore off her hairpin, creating a rift in the barrier. Without hesitation, she launched her flying sword, disregarding her fear of heights, and soared toward the battlefield. Hey, junior sister Lin! The disciples of the Tianyin sect stationed at the command tent watched in disbelief as Lin Jiaojiao slipped away right before their eyes. Oh no! Will senior brother Xie and senior brother Jiang tear her apart? They specifically cautioned us to keep an eye on her. Fully focused on the distress signal, Lin Jiaojiao skillfully maneuvered her flying sword, remarkably unafraid of heights for the first time. Yet, upon entering the battlefield, the call for help intensified, even allowing her to hear the mournful cries from within. It was only as she approached that she realized. The artifact was the Kaitian mirror, a name that indeed exuded power. Do not worry. I will save you. Following the guidance of the Kaitian mirror, Lin Jiaojiao directed her sword toward a specific location. However, as she drew near, both she and her sword were forcefully repelled. The Kaitian mirror radiated an overwhelming aura, saturated with resentment from the human race and hostility from the ghost clan. With her current cultivation and capabilities, she could not approach, had it not been for the magical artifacts bestowed by Jun Linyi. That single blow could have cost her life. Nevertheless, even now, she found it impossible to draw closer, a testament to the immense resentment and hostility converging within the Kaitian mirror. Rest assured, I am fine. Do not weep. Wow, you are truly formidable. What does the enemy intend to do? Oh, you do not know. It is all right, do not cry. I do not hold you responsible. Lin Jiaojiao rose, seemingly attempting to console someone. Observing her talking to herself, Xiao Juan's confusion deepened. The Kaitian mirror? It sounded like the name of a magical artifact, yet how did Lin Jiaojiao know this? Xiao Juanza glanced ahead, sensing no immediate threat. Yet his spiritual sense warned him of unprecedented danger. Lin Jiaojiao, do not approach. He bellowed from within the heart of the demon emperor. However, Lin Jiaojiao appeared oblivious, as if in a trance, advancing further despite her low cultivation level, being flung back each time she came within a few steps. After several attempts, she finally caught the attention of the ghostly figure within. Who are you? How dare you appear here? Seeking death? Lin Jiaojiao was taken aback, realizing there was indeed someone present. The oppressive aura radiating from them was beyond her capacity to confront. She needed to flee. Yet, escape was not an option as a powerful attack surged toward her. Chapter 84. Lin Jiaojiao, once a creature of awe. Lin Jiaojiao let out a piercing scream, and the ghostly figure, satisfied, believed she was certainly doomed. Yet, when the dust settled, she had vanished, appearing instead 100 meters away. How could this be? She was merely at the peak of Foundation establishment. How could she have escaped from his grasp? Despite his unwillingness to accept it, she had fled too far for pursuit. Thwarting the Ghost Lord's directive, hidden within the Kaitian mirror, the ghostly figure observed the ever-increasing aura of the artifact, smiling with satisfaction. No matter. As long as the Kaitian mirror can recover, the rest is inconsequential. Thus, the previous scene with Lin Jiaojiao unfolded. What? The two transcendent beings of the human race were astonished. Meanwhile, the ghost Lord Meiyue was equally taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the woman whose features and aura were hauntingly familiar. Lin Jiaojiao, you are still alive. How is that possible? I saw you perish with my own eyes. Lin Jiaojiao, overwhelmed, thought, why does this keep happening to me? Why must it always be me? Tears threatened to spill as she lamented the mess left for her by the original owner of this body. Under the intense gaze of the late-stage ghost Lord Meiyue, a sense of crisis washed over her, prompting her protective artifacts to activate instantaneously, barely preventing her from collapsing to her knees. Meiyue, on the verge of losing control, managed to halt her advance, for she recognized that though this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Jiaojiao, her cultivation and demeanor were worlds apart. The once invincible human prodigy, who once made even her former self tremble, now stood before her. Have you ever encountered a ninth-grade alchemist or artifact master under 200 years of age? Have you ever met a late-stage cultivator of that age? Have you encountered a peak sword cultivator with innate sword bones? Meiyue had seen such prodigies before, including the exceptional and despair-inducing Lin Jiaojiao, who had dominated the other clan's talents back in the day, a towering figure in their hearts. Every skill she possessed was an apex that others could only aspire to achieve throughout their lives. Yet this monstrous woman had reached them all in less than 200 years, a versatile genius. Her potential was unparalleled. Before her death, no one could hope to rival her, and for 300 years after, none could match her legacy. Such a prodigy was deemed a monster, and her demise had sent a tremor through the hearts of the other clans. As long as Lin Jiaojiao lived, she could lead the human race to greater heights. Who among them did not recognize that the current supremacy of the human race over other clans was due to Lin Jiaojiao's contributions? Yet, this extraordinary genius had ironically perished due to betrayal from her own kin, a cruel jest. Of course, some had speculated that Lin Jiaojiao had not truly died. After all, she was too vital to the human race. Had she genuinely been in peril, the other powerful beings would have moved heaven and earth to save her. Yet 300 years passed without a sign of her, and the human race had shifted from active offensives against the other clans to a defensive stance, solidifying the belief that Lin Jiaojiao was indeed dead, or irretrievably lost. Even the true cause of her death remained shrouded in secrecy, with those who knew unwilling to disclose the truth, claiming she had perished in a failed ascension, struck down by heavenly lightning. Meiyue had scoffed at this revelation, recognizing that the elders feared Lin Jiaojiao's influence. As the only ninth-grade alchemist and artifact master in nearly a millennium, she had garnered immense respect and owed countless favors from many, including demons and ghosts alike. Had it not been for the swift actions of those elders against Jun Linyi, preventing Lin Jiaojiao from reacting, the identity of the one who truly perished might have remained unknown. Even her master had once remarked that had Lin Jiaojiao lived longer, her status and talent could have allowed her to fulfill the grand aspirations she had once set forth. The various clans would have looked to the human race as their leader, ushering in an era devoid of warfare. Therefore, even if Lin Jiaojiao is not dead, she cannot possibly be the woman before me. With a bone age of over 30, she has only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. If it truly were her, she would have at least broken through to the nascent soul stage. Is this merely a coincidence? Or is it a conspiracy? In that instant, a murderous intent filled Meiyue's eyes. Regardless of what it is, anyone who knows the deepest secrets of my ghost clan must die. Meiyu and the other two ghost clan tribulation transcendents moved simultaneously, with the two ghost cultivators heading towards the human tribulation experts. While Meiyu flew towards Lin Jiaojiao, Lin Jiaojiao attempted to flee, but the gap in their strengths was insurmountable, with her divine sense locked on by a late-stage Great Ascension expert. Lin Jiaojiao could not move an inch. Although she had intentionally held back, curious about how this woman knew of her heavenly mirror's existence, the pressure she released was insufficient to kill Lin Jiaojiao. However, it was impossible for her to remain unscathed. She was at least writhing in pain on the ground. But now, astonishingly, she seemed unharmed. How intriguing. It appears that a powerful being is protecting you from behind. Alas, artifacts are not the same as one's innate power. Everything is futile in the face of absolute strength. With a cold snort, Meiyu exerted all her might, launching another attack. Creak. That was the sound of one of Lin Jiao's defensive artifacts being destroyed. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a few valuable items, but alas, they are of no use. Bang. Another defensive artifact was crushed. Boom. A third one. At this moment, a trace of pain emerged on Lin Jiao's face. Ow, ow, Lin Jiao. Hold on. The little Junzhe within the heart of the demon emperor grew anxious and was about to rush out. Lin Jiao sensed this and instinctively moved her divine sense. Ow! Little Junzhe cried out in pain. Little friend. The two human tribulation experts immediately sought to assist but were firmly blocked by the other two ghost cultivators, unable to reach her. Meanwhile, the three senior brothers watching Lin Jiao's tragic plight from a distance were also frantically trying to move closer. Yet their strength was insufficient to approach. Unlike Lin Jiao, they did not have the powerful artifact support provided by Jun Linyi and could only stand helplessly outside the battlefield. Watching as the terrifying pressure intensified around her, Lin Jiao realized she was on the verge of death. If she died, would her child still escape the fate of being drained and skinned? No, this cannot happen. Lin Jiao, already numb from pain, began to slowly gather her divine sense and struggle, finally breaking free from her shackles. Ding! A strange electronic sound echoed, as if something had been triggered, suddenly resonating in Lin Jiao's mind, initiating. Thus, a powerful divine sense, one that did not belong to Lin Jiao's tier, surged forth, charging towards Mei Yu. What? Mei Yu was directly shaken back by this formidable mental force, involuntarily stepping back half a pace. What is this? At that very moment, both the hairpin and robe on Lin Jiao's body glowed simultaneously. Even the bracelet hidden beneath her sleeve flickered for an instant, before sensing something and then falling silent again. Low-grade celestial artifact, dreaming flowing garment, and colorful butterfly dance. These two were among the few remaining artifacts crafted by Lin Jiao, and they had unexpectedly found themselves in your possession. No wonder you could make me retreat a step. A glimmer of greed flashed in Mei Yu's eyes. Even among the various sects, low-grade celestial artifacts were rare, yet, before she could make her move, Gue Yi arrived with the heavenly mirror. Greetings, Ghostmaster. Gue Yi has lived up to your expectations. Haha, splendid. After plotting for so long, we have finally seen hope. It is he. He is the ghost cultivator I mentioned. One who possesses formidable artifacts. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jiao hurriedly fled, calling out as she ran upon seeing Gue Yi. This time, she had learned her lesson. Instead of flying herself, she maximized the use of the flying cloud boots gifted by Jun Linyi. In an instant, her figure moved at breakneck speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and she appeared behind the human expert within mere breaths. Another celestial artifact. Mei Yu gritted her teeth. However, it was too late to continue the pursuit. She immediately seized Gue Yi, preparing to flee. Want to leave? Have you sought the approval of the Tianyin sect? A voice that Lin Jiao was very familiar with rang out, followed by a powerful beam of light shooting towards Mei Yu. The Tianyin Mirror, Chapter 85. The arrival of the original Master's Master. The inexpressible artifact. It turned out to be Lin Jiao's master, Master Cheng Yang, who had come with the Tianyin Mirror. Sensing the terrifying attack approaching from behind, Mei Yu gritted her teeth, swiftly taking the heavenly mirror from Gue Yi and turning to face it. Boom! Deafening sound erupted, accompanied by a massive wave of energy, causing the weaker cultivators present to see darkness before their eyes, nearly spitting blood. Lin Jiao, protected by Cheng Yang and several powerful cultivators above the Great Ascension stage, shared a common thought. Let her escape. Except for Lin Jiao, who had guessed, the others witnessed through layers of energy waves. The Ghost Master Mei Yu, after producing a shattered mirror, directly manipulated it to launch an attack, thus countering the low-grade celestial artifact Tianyin Mirror. That mirror is peculiar. Almost simultaneously, several powerful beings confirmed that this was indeed the formidable artifact of the ghost clan that Lin Jiao had mentioned. Looking at his disheveled disciple, who dared not meet his gaze, he sighed. Jiao, are you all right? Lin Jiao was momentarily dumbfounded, initially thinking that her master's appearance would be met with anger, yet instead, he expressed such concern. What does this mean? Did Master Cheng Yang not already despise the original owner? Now that the person had fled and the heavenly mirror failed to save her, she felt she should not be present here and wanted to leave. However, Not only Master Chung, but also the other two Tribulation Transcendents were unwilling to let her go. Little friend, do you know what kind of artifact the Ghost Master possesses? Even the Tianyin mirror can be countered. Lin Jiao trembled, suddenly feeling the weight of the gaze from the Supreme Tribulation Transcendent. She nearly knelt. Acting on instinct, she began to divulge everything. That is the ding 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 no? Cannot say crackle. Before she could finish, the sudden electronic sound and its intermittent noise interrupted her words, causing her to almost cover her head. What is this? So jarring. Lin Jiao's complexion paled, feeling extremely uncomfortable. What is it? The Tianyin sect's Tribulation Transcendent gazed at her seriously, even exerting pressure, causing Lin Jiao's already pale face to turn even whiter. Seeing this, Cheng Yang furrowed his brow again and stepped in front of her. Master Uncle, Jiao is still my disciple, a junior of low cultivation. Perhaps she is entirely unaware of what that is. She might have only coincidentally learned of it. Please do not press her. Lin Jiao took a moment to recover and, hearing her master's words, confidently affirmed, Yes, Master Ancestor, I learned of it by chance. It was only after being startled by Guiye's sneaky actions behind our human race that I became aware of it. As for what it is, I truly do not know. With sincere eyes and lowly strength, the Tianyin sect's Tribulation Transcendent gazed at her for a moment before nodding and averting his gaze. After greeting the Alchemy sect's ancestor, the two prepared to leave. Before departing, a powerful jade pendant flew towards Lin Jiao. A token of appreciation, an old man's voice drifted over, belonging to the master uncle of the Tianyin sect. Lin Jiao did not dare to accept it, instinctively turning to look at her master. Seeing this, Cheng Yang subtly nodded. Master uncle is compensating for unintentionally injuring Jiao earlier. It is fine to take it. Thank you for the gift, Master uncle, After the voice faded, the two stepped into the void, vanishing from sight. Farewell, Master Ancestors. Farewell, Master Uncle. Hearing Master Cheng Yang's words, Lin Jiao dutifully echoed. Once they had left, Lin Jiao let out a huge sigh of relief. She narrowly avoided disclosing anything. However, what was that electronic sound earlier? Could it be a system? Lin Jiao's expression turned peculiar. Surely not. It is too late. Has it only come after 2 months of me being here? Lin Jiao muttered in exasperation. Moreover, it seems to be malfunctioning. Crackling away. Out of energy? A subpar product? As Lin Jiao was lost in her thoughts, her 3 senior brothers, already anxious, rushed over. Master. Cheng Yang cast a glance at his 3 disciples, then turned to the now timid little disciple, who was twirling her fingers in circles, revealing a hint of a smile in his eyes. You all chat for a moment. I need to see how things unfold. Afterward, I will bring your little junior sister over. Yes, master. Only then did Cheng Yang give Lin Jiao one last meaningful look before departing. Little junior sister, are you injured? It's good if you're fine. Where is Zay? Didn't he come along? Did he? The 3 senior brothers surrounded her, showering her with concern, which made her head spin. She was already overwhelmed, and now it was even worse. I understand. It's all my fault. Please, esteemed senior brothers, spare me. My head is killing me, wails ensued among the senior brothers. Thus, Lin Jiao was once again carried away. Lin Jiao could not refuse. It truly was unnecessary. Yet, concern led to chaos, and in the end, Lin Jiao was compelled by her senior brothers to seek out a plethora of exhausting tonics from a bewildered alchemist. Drinking them, Lin Jiao wore a troubled expression, and of course, she also briefly shared news of little Jun Zhe with her senior brothers, mentioning that she had hidden him within some secret artifact. Her senior brothers expressed their understanding, recognizing the need to conceal him amidst the multitude of eyes. Should anything happen, there would be nowhere to cry. But none of this compared to Lin Jiao's anxiety about meeting the original owner's master. That was the original owner's master, a powerful being at the initial stage of Great Ascension, who even requested to meet her privately. How dreadful! Would he uncover anything? Lin Jiao stood helplessly before the kind-looking elder, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing. How unbearable! This had nothing to do with her. It was all the original owner's doing, yet why did she feel so guilty? Cheng Yang gazed at his flustered little disciple, fully aware of the cause of her distress, and couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, a counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. No matter how convincingly one may pretend, It remains inauthentic, especially since this imposter had never even attempted to disguise themselves, though he felt an overwhelming urge to crush the other party in anger. He refrained, mindful of his little disciple's feelings. Suddenly, Cheng Yang rose, slowly approaching Lin Jiao, and raised his hand. It's this sight. Lin Jiao instinctively shut her eyes tightly. Oh no, is he about to strike her? This has nothing to do with me. Cheng Yang found it amusing. How could his timid little disciple remain unchanged even in a new life? His gentle caress landed upon Lin Jiao's head, startling her. His soft words brought tears to her eyes, akin to a child who had endured great grievances finally encountering a loving parent, compelling her to grasp the hem of Cheng Yang's garment. Master Cheng, she whimpered. Chapter 86, System? Are you there, System? Upon hearing that familiar yet irksome address, Cheng Yang felt a surge of displeasure. He gently patted the child's head once more. Good girl, you've called me wrong. It should be Master. Now, let me hear you say it in this lifetime. He had taken Lin Jiao as his disciple before oldly, so he certainly wasn't some trifling master uncle. Lin Jiao looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at Cheng Yang, who bore the appearance of a kidnapper. She blinked. Wasn't this person her master? Why had she instinctively referred to him as Master Uncle? Momentarily puzzled, she ultimately complied with his expectant gaze and obediently called out, Master! Oh, my dear disciple. Each time she uttered it, he couldn't help but smile, his lips curving upwards. Theo concealed Jiao's true identity. He had painfully entrusted her to his eldest disciple and entered seclusion. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, the little disciple was usurped by an impostor. Who could comprehend the pain he endured? He had nearly lost his sanity contemplating the murder of that counterfeit. The prolonged absence of any sign of his little disciple's return was tormenting. Yet did they not see the fury in his eyes? Were they unaware of whether or not his disciple had been replaced? Thus, in dire circumstances, he had to sacrifice several centuries of his lifespan to glean insights into the heavenly secrets. Even after expelling his little disciple from his fold according to the divine plan, he could not rest easy. Having narrowly escaped death multiple times, he restrained himself from acting, and thankfully, it was all worth it. Cheng Yang affectionately stroked her head, smiling with tenderness. Lin Jiao continued to weep, glancing at her silver-haired master. Master, your hair? How is it that after 7 years, you've aged so? He was the youngest cultivator of the Tianyin sect, barely over 800 years old, and should have appeared youthful. Cheng Yang chuckled. What? Am I not handsome? Lin Jiao shook her head. How could that be? Master is the most handsome, with his striking features complemented by his silver hair. He exuded an aura of maturity and charm. Cheng Yang smiled indulgently. Well then, that is splendid. Silly child, do not cry. This time, I assure you that you shall not tread the same path again. Just follow your instincts. And leave the rest to me? Huh? What should I do? Lin Jiao was bewildered. Cheng Yang observed her confusion and shook his head. It appeared that her omnipotent artifact had yet to awaken, likely requiring some form of charging to no matter. There was little time left, and he had faith in Jiao. It's nothing. Once you recall everything, you will understand. For now, it is crucial that you remain inconspicuous. Understand? Remain inconspicuous? Why can't I comprehend Master S words? Kai, I now believe what you said. Is it possible that I was unaware of many things about my past? Amnesia. Why does it feel as though this identity is a trap? The final remark was a self-reflection from Lin Jiao. After experiencing this calamity, her mind was a flurry of confusion. It seemed that everyone else was shrouded in mysteries while she remained in the dark. The primary issue was that she could not inquire, fearing the revelation of her origins as a transmigrator, which left her feeling quite uneasy. Additionally, there was the existence of the heavenly mirror. Why did that voice compel her to conceal truths? Even from Master? Indeed, just moments ago, when she had attempted to share her concerns with Cheng Yang, that electronic voice had intervened once more, which was quite peculiar. Little Junzhe had lost the desire to speak, leaving her at a loss. How could she possibly clarify matters? Even with a head full of questions, little Junzhe had given up hope that Lin Jiao would provide answers, for her bewilderment was evident on her face. And Cheng Yang's demeanor indicated that Lin Jiao was utterly oblivious to these matters. So, what exactly was happening? In her ignorance, She even believed that wolves were felines, her curiosity overwhelming. Fortunately, Lin Jiao had a carefree disposition. She was not overly anxious, thinking, whatever will be Idam. My primary concern now is, Lin Jiao stealthily waited for a considerable time until little Junzhe finally fell asleep. Only then did she surreptitiously cast a soundproof array. System? Is that you, system? She whispered. However, a profound silence ensued. Did it require mental communication? That seemed plausible, as many novels depicted such a scenario. Lin Jiao straightened her posture and attempted to call out with her consciousness. System, are you there? Hey, little 8, dog Shang? Calling the system. Your host requires your assistance. Dog Dan, calling Dog Dan. Open sesame. Oh mommy. Activate the system, activate. After much ado, she had yet to initiate the system. And the faint electronic voice had vanished entirely. Could it be that there was no signal? Lin Jiao clapped her hands in excitement. That makes sense. After all, this is a foreign world. A lack of signal is quite normal. Perhaps there is a delay. I shall venture out tomorrow to seek a signal. Thus, the following day, Lin Jiao, who was determined to prove her worth, clamored to accompany several senior brothers to assist with the aftermath. While the battle had concluded, the mess remained substantial. The injured, the arrangement of mortal personnel, the follow-up matters, and post-war reconstruction all required manpower. The senior brothers were exceedingly busy, and even Cheng Yang had to oversee matters from the rear to prevent any untoward incidents. Consequently, after being incessantly pestered, the 3 senior brothers reluctantly allowed Lin Jiao to join them. What they encountered was a little junior sister, energetically searching for signals, leaping and bounding about. One moment she would dash here, and the next, she would adopt an odd posture, mumbling incomprehensibly. This spectacle captured the attention of everyone around. Many disapproving glances were cast upon Lin Jiao, rendering her quite embarrassed, unable to endure any longer. She ultimately abandoned her efforts, having faced an entire day of rejection without a single response. How frustrating! Subsequently, she was scolded by her furious second senior brother, leaving her no choice but to obediently follow behind her senior brothers. In the end, it was her eldest senior brother who, noticing Lin Jiao's unintentional display of exceptional elixirs, arranged for her to be sent to the pill sect, where she was besieged by a group of fervent alchemists, leaving her unable to cause further mischief. Otherwise, her antics of searching for signals might have persisted for a considerable time. You see, I don't possess any particular skills, it's simply how I refine them. Had the alchemists not witnessed Lin Jiao effortlessly crafting a premium elixir as if drinking water, they would have surely scoffed at her audacity. Is this even something a person would say? How overly pretentious, but what could Lin Jiao do? That was indeed how she refined them. Thus, the alchemists were envious, and several masters of alchemy were stirred to action. Yet, upon glancing at Lin Jiao's second senior brother, who loomed menacingly at the entrance, they thought better of it. Forget it. We cannot lure this one away, but we can certainly use her to motivate our disciples. Even after realizing that Lin Jiao had been stuck at the second tier for quite some time, the masters' hearts swelled with a sense of urgency, nearly prepared to offer all their teachings, eager to witness just how far such a prodigy could ascend in the realm of alchemy. As a result, during these 2 days, the camp housing the alchemists erupted with exclamations, all marveling at a certain individual's terrifying talent for alchemy. The second tier? She had already ascended to the 3rd tier, in just 2 days. What concept did reaching the 3rd tier entail? This was still Lin Jiao's restrained result, yet it was more than enough to astonish everyone. The expressions of envy and admiration directed at her would have typically brought her a sense of pride. However, at present, she could not find joy in it. Not only did she feel disconnected from the system, but there was also the peculiar anomaly surrounding the heavenly mirror. Indeed, an anomaly it was quite strange. Although she had never encountered the heavenly mirror, she sensed that something was off about its state. She had emerged not only in search of a signal, but also to discern what was amiss. Yet where lay the issue? Chapter 87. The suddenly appearing progress bar. Lin Jiao began to feel a twinge of impatience. Hidden within the heart of the demon emperor, little Junzhe observed her with understanding. For mother and child were remarkably alike. This trip had yielded nothing but a plethora of questions, which was truly vexing. Conversely, little Junzhe suggested to Lin Jiao, why not inquire with the old man? I have a strong feeling that he knows more about these matters than anyone else. Lin Jiao perked up. Are you saying that even the great demon emperor is aware? Little Junzhe recalled the old man's expression when Lin Jiao had been unconscious not long ago and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, his demeanor certainly did not suggest ignorance. It felt as though he was concealing something. Moreover, don't you find his attitude towards you rather peculiar? Lin Jiao could not agree more. Previously shrouded in ignorance and influenced by Little Bai's perspective, she had always believed that the great demon emperor's nature was as such. However, after the enlightening discussions with her two senior brothers, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. The demon emperor was indeed decisive and ruthless, devoid of any sentimentality. Thus, his attitude towards her warranted further contemplation. While she did not consider herself unattractive, she was certainly overshadowed by many, and her cultivation level was insufficient to warrant such treatment. Was it a matter of saving her life? That was absurd. He was the demon emperor who had weathered countless storms. What had he not seen? The notion of offering oneself in gratitude was utterly ludicrous. Believing it to be some ancient romance, one might question. Even if it were, given her circumstances, she could at best play the role of a malicious supporting character. Such a plotline would hardly revolve around her. Thus, to summarize, the demon emperor indeed harbors issues. Moreover, over the past few days, she seems to have come to a realization. Perhaps she truly possesses memories of a past life, or has experienced amnesia, and the peculiarities surrounding her now may be linked to her previous existence. Should she not take the opportunity to inquire with the demon emperor? Lin Jiao is contemplating this possibility. Curiously, while she harbors a sense of caution towards others, even the original protagonist's master, she feels no such reservations when it comes to entering the character of Jun Lin Yit. Is as if he is inherently deserving of her trust, though Lin Jiao has yet to reflect on this aspect with much attention. Indeed, it seems feasible. She resolves to have a conversation with the demon emperor that evening. With a clap of her hands, Lin Jiao makes her decision. The furrow in her brow relaxes, and the few observers who had been watching can finally ease their minds. Exchanging glances, they return to their tasks. At that moment, another disciple from the dance sect arrives, seeking guidance. Lin Jiao smiles. Perfect timing. I am free. Let us head to the camp. Xiao Junzhe, within the heart of the demon emperor, wags his tail in frustration. How inconvenient that this transformation would only lift at night, preventing him from following Lin Jiao. Thankfully, only a few hours remain. Meanwhile, in the dance sect's camp area, Zhang Shaoxian furrows her brow at the commotion. This girl, so fiery and spirited, must have stumbled upon something intriguing. She opens her eyes and helplessly glances at the slightly breathless Xie Danxiu. Danxiu, I've told you that as senior sisters, we must set an example for our juniors. One cannot perpetually exhibit such impulsiveness. It is utterly unbecoming. Xie Danxiu pouts but refrains from retorting, knowing that this composed second sister would surely unleash another lecture upon her. Observing her expression, Zhang Shaoxian understands her thoughts, yet she is not overly rigid. After 300 years of maintaining decorum, she simply wishes to prevent others from underestimating the dance sect. Consequently, her demeanor softens. What amusing event has transpired to make you lose your composure? Truly, I am not exaggerating. Look at these pills she has concocted. They are all top tier. I have inquired about her, and she is entirely self-taught, lacking any formal master. Xie Danxiu continues, her words tumbling forth excitedly. Honestly, had I not witnessed her crafting a third-tier pill firsthand, I would have found this hard to believe. It seemed too presumptuous. Yet upon closer inspection, I realize how woefully ignorant I am. Great master, please accept my admiration. Xie Danxiu's chatter flows incessantly. It is undeniable that Lin Jiao's experiences and talents invoke a sense of injustice. As if fate has dealt her an unfair hand. Such extraordinary individuals deserve admiration, not disdain. Even she, who typically remains uninvolved, finds herself tempted to entice this remarkable talent to their sect. Alas, her stern-faced second brother is so exasperating. Sister, you cannot imagine. The moment we hinted at her joining our dance sect, that black-faced warrior, Li Chengyin, drew his sword. At one point, we were surrounded by an overwhelming surge of sword energy. It was chaos. Is it truly that outrageous? Yet, aside from our eldest sister, I have never encountered a true genius in alchemy. Can this so-called master alchemist even compare to her? Our eldest sister was a renowned ninth-tier alchemist. After all, a glimmer of nostalgia crosses Zhang Xiaoxian's eyes. However, she must consider her sister's reputation. So she nonchalantly accepts the vial offered to her and casually opens it. Her eyes widen in astonishment, and she rises abruptly. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxian is incapable of absorbing any further words. Her focus is solely on the vial before her. With trembling hands, she holds a pill, the familiar patterns and aroma flooding her senses. As she hesitantly places the durian-flavored pill in her mouth, the overwhelming scent rushes into her mouth and reaches her brain, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. A bewildered Xie Danqiu hurriedly chases after her. "Ah, second sister, where are you going? Wait for me." Meanwhile, as Lin Jiao instructs some aspiring alchemists, an electronic voice suddenly resonates in her ear. Ding! Before she can react, a progress bar materializes before her, accompanied by a line of text. Key characters unlocked. 510. Progress 50. Upon unlocking all key characters, system activation will be complete. Please continue your efforts. Goodness, so this is how it works. Lin Jiao exclaims in surprise. The true instigator, Elder Qingyang, muses, is the sword energy formidable? It ought to be, given that you continually plot against my precious disciple. Chapter 88. The grief of Tianjin sect. Sect secrets. Xiao Junzhe is startled by Lin Jiao's sudden exclamation. Losing his balance and inadvertently pulling out a tuft of fur while scratching his back. Staring at the fur in his paw, he scowls at Lin Jiao with narrowed eyes, just as he revels in the unexpected appearance of the display screen. Relishing his newfound story perks, he is jolted by the overwhelming resentment emanating from the little creature. Glancing around, he notices that everyone is focused on the alchemical furnace and no one is paying attention to her. He quietly communicates with the little creature. What is the matter? Why the outburst? Seriously, what is bothering you now? Xiao Junzhe retorts, exasperated. You still have the audacity to ask me what is wrong. Why the theatrics? Lin Jiao protests. Ask any of those who have traversed worlds. If they suddenly acquire a golden finger, do you think they wouldn't react like I did? It's exhilarating. All right, I see your point. Noticing the little creature's plight and glancing at the tuft of fur in its paw, Lin Jiao falls silent. Why apologies? Ever since you shed fur, you've become so sensitive about it. I suppose it's a great mercy that you Haven Tea demanded my life in recompense. Perhaps, for the sake of the little creature's well-being, she should seek out you later for some hair growth ointment. That stuff works wonders, and the little creature hasn't been shedding much lately. However, the growth of fur takes time. After all, it is merely a hair growth secret, not a miracle remedy in the end. After signing an extensive array of humiliating treaties, Xiao Junzhe begrudgingly forgives her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lin Jiao breathes a sigh of relief. What's wrong with you, Sister Lin? Oh, nothing. Just feeling a bit warm and distracted, she chuckles awkwardly. The other person regards her incredulously, clearly unconvinced by such a flimsy excuse. However, geniuses often harbor peculiarities. Understanding, they turn back to continue experimenting under Lin Jiao's guidance. Finally feeling at ease, Lin Jiao allows her thoughts to wander, pondering the sudden emergence of the system. Though she remains uncertain of its purpose, it is certainly worth exploring. What type of system could it be? A strategy system, a villain reform system, or perhaps a salvation system? The first two seem manageable, but the latter is beyond her expertise. Lost in her musings, she wonders who these key characters might be. The male and female leads? Yet, she has encountered the male lead, while the female lead remains elusive. Perhaps she could inquire among the members of the Dan sect. Just as Lin Jiao prepares to voice her thoughts, a commotion erupts nearby. What is happening? Why the sudden uproar? Indeed, has there been a dispute? It can't be. With the Tianjin sect's esteemed figures present, who would dare be reckless? Exactly. Lin Jiao, unable to resist her curiosity, joins the crowd of onlookers. Just then, she collides with her second brother, who is rushing toward her. Jiao, do not approach. It's dangerous. Receiving a command from their master, Li Chengyin swiftly intervenes to prevent Lin Jiao from advancing. Though he is unsure why their master forbids her from mingling with the Tianjin sect, he recognizes that his master's orders take precedence. Reluctantly, Lin Jiao halts, yet her eyes remain restless. Casting glances toward the commotion, oh dear, second brother, what is happening? Why is it so noisy ahead? Who dares to wreak havoc on our master's territory? Enough. The master has decreed that you cannot involve yourself in this matter. Do not meddle. Lin Jiao's face immediately falls. Why must you rob me of the joy of being an onlooker? That is cruel. Gazing at her second brother's gentle countenance, she instinctively reveals her true self. Playfully pouting at Li Chengyin. Though she has yet to recover her memories, Lin Jiao is gradually rediscovering her original character, and the awakening system, 95238, senses her mindset and feels a flicker of joy. Wait for me, Jiao. Soon, 88 will awaken as well. Together, we shall challenge that dog-like heavenly path. I do not believe that we cannot overcome it a second time, especially with Jun Linyi by our side. As she contemplates this, the code for 88's gradual reboot accelerates. What cruelty! This is for your own good. The Tianjin sect is rife with troubles. Those who become entangled with them are destined for misfortune. Why seek such chaos? A flicker of disdain passes through Li Chengyin's eyes. Lin Jiao's curiosity is piqued further. What is truly going on? Is there some scandalous revelation hidden within this? Li Chengyin gazed at Lin Jiao with genuine curiosity, helplessly explaining the current situation to her. You are aware of the three supreme sects of the human race, aren't you? Lin Jiao nodded decisively. Of course, she knew. Any cultivator would be familiar with them. Indeed, aside from the relatively weaker Dan sect, both the Tianjin sect and the Tianyin sect are sword cultivation sects, and they have been vying for the title of the foremost sect in the world for many years. Naturally, for the most part, we at the Tianyin sect have chosen to ignore them, while the Tianjin sect remains fervently engaged in this rivalry. To speak without modesty, we at the Tianyin sect have consistently maintained a position above the Tianjin sect. Especially since our master emerged onto the scene, the title of the foremost sword cultivation sect has always belonged to us. However, the current leader of the Tianjin sect is quite displeased. Having long regarded our master as a rival, he feels he is not inferior to him, and the Tianjin sect should not continually be overshadowed by our faction, so he instigated trouble? Lin Jiao ventured a guess. Li Chengyin nodded. Not long ago. Are you aware of the recent three-race conflict involving the demon race? He cast a meaningful glance her way, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could I not know? Jun Linyi was even recuperating there at my place. She admitted bashfully. This is the result of the Tianjin sect colluding with some second-rate sects and traitors from the demon race. Lin Jiao now understood why Li Chengyin expressed disdain and aversion when discussing the Tianjin sect. How shameless of them to ally with the demon and devil races. Aren't they afraid of being labeled as traitors? Li Chengyin scoffed. How could that be? The Tianjin sect is exceedingly cunning. The instigators are not even their own people. They merely arranged for a tribulation-crossing ancestor to take action. If it were to be thoroughly investigated, they could easily distance themselves from any blame. Goodness, has the path of cultivation devolved into such treachery? The Tianjin sect is truly incomprehensible, but what does this have to do with today's events? In the battlefield against the demon race, the Tianjin sect dispatched a significant number of cultivators in pursuit of maximum benefit, resulting in devastating losses. Furthermore, due to their negligence, the boundary of the human race was breached without timely warning. The leader of the Tianjin sect had no choice but to invest a substantial amount of manpower into dealing with the ensuing chaos, which led to their current heavy losses. Nearly 60% of their disciples are gone. This is where the conflict arises, Li Chengyin explained, gesturing towards the two parties engaged in a dispute ahead. Lin Jiao felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. So, most of the teenage cultivators I saw on the battlefield were from the Tianjin sect? Lin Jiao fell silent for a moment, preparing to speak when suddenly an unexpected figure dashed before her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Senior sister, it's really you. How wonderful. You're alive. You're alive. Senior sister, Chapter 89. The second sister of the Dan sect, Zhang Shaoxian, and the troubled demon emperor. What is it like to be embraced by a stranger? Especially if that stranger is a stunning beauty? Thank you for the invitation. I was utterly bewildered and nearly cried out in protest. Fortunately, upon seeing the radiant beauty before her, Lin Jiao managed to stifle her scream. Yet, it was still quite distressing. Lin Jiao thoroughly disliked being held, particularly by strangers. Thus, she instinctively tried to wriggle free, casting a pleading glance towards her second senior brother. Second senior brother? SOS? Who is this? Who is my senior sister? This person is garbed in the attire of the Dan sect. There's no way I could possibly be her junior sister, right? I'm from the Tianyin sect. Lin Jiao felt utterly lost. As if she were caught in a whirlwind of confusion, it seemed that her unfortunate journey into this narrative had turned into a quest for answers, with an array of unexpected twists and turns. Receiving his little junior sister's plea for help, Li Chengyin gallantly pulled the stranger away. Oblivious to any notions of gender propriety, he acted without hesitation. Although Lin Jiao felt a pang of annoyance, she seized the opportunity. As soon as she was freed, she darted behind Li Chengyin like a startled rabbit, cautiously peeking out to observe the unexpected beauty. Li Chengyin deliberately emphasized the term little junior sister, asserting his claim. What senior sister? This is my adorable little junior sister. Please do not come too close. It seemed that his master had been right. His little junior sister was indeed exceptional, and he anticipated that many would seek to befriend her. Hoping to whisk away their charming and capable little junior sister, it was essential for him to keep a vigilant eye on her, as per his master's instructions. Observing the late-arriving Xiadanqiu, who was panting and flustered, Li Chengyin felt a sudden insight, eyeing the pair of sisters with caution. What is going on? I haven't said anything inappropriate, have I? Zhang Xiaoshuan's tears, which she had only just managed to suppress, began to fall once more. The once vague images that had repeatedly appeared in her dreams shattered, as if a shackle had been broken. The scenes that had faded over the course of 300 years gradually regained clarity before her eyes. A woman clad in azure appeared gracefully before a 6-year-old girl, kneeling down and smiling gently as she spoke. Little one, my name is Lin Jiao. What is your name? The 6-year-old, filled with the nervousness of being in an unfamiliar place, gazed timidly at the warm-hearted elder sister, feeling an immediate sense of comfort that eased her anxiety and homesickness. What a lovely name! Then from now on, you shall be my junior sister. Shall I call you Xianer? Okay, Xianer, look, what has my senior sister brought for you? With a flourish, she presented a collection of exquisite treasures. The top-quality Shaoxian sword, a superior defensive artifact, the Lu Dai hairpin, the Lu Dai garment, and the wind-walking boots, all gifts to celebrate her breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. What do you think? Senior sister, these are far too precious. I've only just established my foundation. Using these would attract too much attention. Attract attention? Had I not considered your cultivation level, I would have outfitted you entirely in celestial artifacts. Don't worry, your senior sister is nearing the 9th rank. Providing these for my beloved little junior sister is nothing. And here are some medicinal pills, low-grade 4 and 5-tier pills. They're not particularly effective. Just enjoy them for now. Once your cultivation improves, I'll refine better ones for you. Well then, I must enter seclusion now. Zhang Xiaoxian cradled the pile of treasures handed to her by the azure-clad woman. Feeling both amused and touched, however, her heart was filled with warmth. The final scene froze on the woman's resolute departure, while a slightly older version of herself fell to the ground, desperately trying to hold onto the unwavering silhouette disappearing from view. Senior sister, don't go. You will die. The ones attacking Junlinya are all at the Mahayana stage, and even the Tribulation Crossing ancestors have joined. If you go, it will surely end in tragedy. Master has said that many would be glad to see you perish. The woman looked up at the darkened sky, her expression unwavering. Lin Jiao and Li Chengyin exchanged glances, as did Xiadanqiu, who had followed them bewilderingly. What has happened? Why did she suddenly start crying? Was she reminded of something painful? Lin Jiao, witnessing this familiar scene, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Little Juanza, hearing her words, felt a pang of sympathy. This was truly distressing. Clearly, everyone harbored secrets that went unspoken. The tension was maddening, yet he understood Lin Jiao's plight. It's all right. Just a few more hours. Bear with it. Yes, I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Zhang Xiaoxian, noticing the expressions of the three, realized she had been too peculiar and quickly wiped her tears away. Once her composure was regained, she sensed something was amiss. The woman before her appeared no older than 30, yet she had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that her senior sister had indeed passed away, with her body personally interred by their master. Who, then, was this woman who bore such a striking resemblance to her senior sister? Zhang Xiaoxian found herself momentarily dazed. However, upon seeing Lin Jiao's wary gaze, she felt a pang in her heart, recognizing that she had startled her. Concealing her thoughts, she returned to normalcy. Apologies. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a dear departed friend of mine, which caused my lapse in composure. May I inquire, Lin Jr.'s sister, where do you hail from? Under whose tutelage do you practice, and how did you acquire such remarkable alchemical skills? Only then did Lin Jiao cautiously emerge from behind Li Qingyan. This is more like it, she thought, putting on a face of nostalgia and emotion, making her wonder if she had already passed on. I felt far more normal now. As for me, I am merely a... Meanwhile, the demon emperor, Jun Linya, was also deep in thought. It was not about the incident with the ghost race. Rather, he had uncovered some peculiarities within the ghost race. It wasn't merely the discovery of the Kaitian mirror. But, in his hand, Jun Linya held a fragment of iron. No, more accurately, a shard of weaponry. If it were merely a shard, it wouldn't warrant his attention. But this shard bore a subtle yet unmistakable moon emblem. Rubbing the moon insignia, Jun Linya's expression turned grave. Jiao, why do these ghostly artifacts bear your mark? As far as I know, you do not forge weapons exceeding the profound tier for anyone outside of a select few races. So why is this ghostly artifact in my hand of a high-level profound tier? And there's more than just this. Jun Linya surveyed the dozen or so ghostly artifacts beside him, all marked with the same moon emblem, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this be a contingency you left behind? May you? Chapter 90. Who says it can't be done? I insist on achieving it. Jun Linya could not fathom any connection between Jiao and the Ghost Lord Mei Yu. It seems that the only time this enigma would unfold is when Jiao fully recovers. Jun Linya tightened his grip on the fragments, his furrowed brow remaining taut. He hoped that it was a scheme devised by Jiao. Otherwise, given Mei Yu's erratic nature, the world could very well undergo a tumultuous change, drawing upon half of the Ghost Clan's strength. What could she possibly be plotting? What kind of treasure requires the sacrifice of half the Ghost Clan and the human clan for its refinement? Indeed, it was refinement. He had nearly intervened to rescue her on several occasions, but seeing Jiao consistently escape peril, he restrained himself due to the sensitivity of his identity. He had witnessed firsthand the actions of Gue Yi and Mei Yu. Understanding that it was indeed for refinement, was it possible that the high level of that object was the reason? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Mei Yu, supported by Gue Yi, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ghost Lord, Gue Yi exclaimed in shock, immediately rushing to assess her injuries. The two elders also reacted, for Mei Yu was not merely the Ghost Clan's leader. She was also the refiner of the top-grade celestial artifact, the Kaitian mirror, which had already bonded with her. If she were to perish, their hopes of transcending the tribulation would vanish. Upon seeing this, Mei Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile as she raised a hand to halt their movements. I am unharmed. I have merely sustained a slight injury to my essence from the Tianyin mirror. It is nothing grave, as most of the impact was absorbed by the Kaitian mirror. A brief period of rest will suffice. The two elders recalled a scene from the battlefield, their hearts growing even more fervent. The Kaitian mirror was indeed a top-grade celestial artifact. Remarkably, even its fragmented half could withstand an attack from the inferior-grade Tianyin mirror. Were it whole? The two elders exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed evident in their eyes. Did the Ghost Lord Mei Yu not realize the true intentions of these old ones? They professed to act for the sake of their race, for the future of the Ghost Clan. But when the moment arrived, they would covet all the valuable treasures for themselves. The Ghost Clan? It mattered little as long as they ascended. That was the only vested interest that counted. Mei Yu's internal scorn deepened, yet she was not concerned about their potential theft in this world, aside from her. No one else knew how to activate the Kaitian mirror. Even if they seized it, they would be unable to utilize it. It was evident that the elders had also considered this. Their greed gradually subsiding. Observing Mei Yu's pale complexion, one of the elders feigned concern, saying, the Ghost Lord is exhausting herself for the future of our clan, a fact we have all witnessed. Rest assured. We shall speak highly of you to the offering hall. You may proceed with confidence. Mei Yu, with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely dismissive, replied, now that the Ghost Clan has suffered greatly due to my actions. With at least half of our forces lost in this endeavor, do the other offerings in the offering hall harbor no grievances? Grievances? How could there be any? As long as the outcome is favorable. These elders of the tribulation stage would ascend, and if some lower-tier ghost cultivators perished, It would be their honor to contribute, however minutely, to their ascension. Of course, they would not dare voice such thoughts. They still had some semblance of dignity. Fear not, the offerings are all aware that your sacrifices are for the future of our ghost clan. For the greater good, I believe not only the offerings, but even the common ghost folk below will harbor no grievances. The two exchanged knowing glances, contemplating the implications. Grievances? Those would meet the same fate as the fallen soldiers, buried underground, after stating their positions and subtly probing about the condition of the Kai-Tian mirror. They learned that it had already recovered 40% of its power. Although somewhat dissatisfied with the slow progress after such vast expenditures, they could not entirely dismiss this outcome. Mayu chuckled. Having regained 40% from merely half is already quite commendable. Once we gather the remaining fragments, I am confident it will restore its former strength. Her words were laden with meaning, and both elders recognized this. Feeling satisfied, watching the two elders hastily depart, Meiyu's typically enchanting visage inadvertently revealed a hint of desolation. Lin Jiao was right. The heavenly Tao had gone mad. If this continued, where would there be space for beings like us to thrive? Lin Jiao, you claim that relying on the Kai-Tian mirror is futile for paving the path to the heavens. I shall show you otherwise, if the heavenly Tao desires our demise. Let it witness the power of these beings, no matter how diminutive, shake the very foundations of this vast universe. A fierce determination glinted in Meiyu's eyes, and Gu Yi, witnessing this, was not taken aback. It was as if he had witnessed this scene numerous times before. Gu Yi, you may leave. I need to enter seclusion to heal. If there are matters of governance you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the offering hall. I am certain those old ones will be more than willing to help, indeed. It was ultimately a few senior brothers who assisted her in extricating herself from the clutches of that overly enthusiastic senior sister. It was utterly exhausting. No, there were certain matters that must be clarified. Otherwise, perpetually guessing would render life unbearable. As soon as the connection was established, the other party's figure appeared on the jade tablet. Reminiscent of Lin Jiao's previous video calls, momentarily leaving her dumbfounded before she regained her composure. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, good evening. The familiar timid words left Jun Linya momentarily speechless. He wished he could traverse time and deliver a couple of slaps to his past self, the one who had initially exuded an air of superiority. See how you are now, terrified of your wife. Jun Linya's heart brimmed with indignation. However, with their child present, there were certain things he could not say. So he adopted a serious tone, softening his demeanor. Jiao, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jiao cast a glance at the progress bar visible only to her. Noting it was still at 5:10, she muttered to herself, it seems this demon emperor is not a key figure, or perhaps he is already one of the 5. Who, then, are the remaining 5 crucial individuals? This useless system offers no hints. It is bound to meet its end. As she lamented, she was suddenly jostled by the little Junzei beside her, who urged her not to dawdle and to focus on the matter at hand. Oh, right, the important matter. Chapter 91. Look, the pursuit of love is a funeral pyre. Lin Jiao meticulously organized her thoughts before inquiring about her recent bewilderments. To her astonishment, she encountered the other party hesitating to speak. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Surely, he would not tell her that he knew but could not disclose, leaving her to piece it together herself? Just like her troublesome master, was he not aware that riddle makers deserve to be struck by lightning? Under the piercing gaze of Lin Jiao, who seemed ready to kill, Jun Linya reluctantly nodded. It is not that I do not wish to speak. I truly cannot. Look, he pointed toward the ceiling above them. We are endangered. I have tried this before. I am not deceiving you. The little rascal knows. It was that entity that caused you to faint last time. Seeing Lin Jiao still perturbed, Jun Linya could only comfort her. Rest assured, once your artifact reactivates, you should be able to recall everything. Artifact? Lin Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he be referring to the system? Suspecting this, she immediately voiced her thoughts. You cannot mean the sis. Before she could finish, a deafening clap of thunder accompanied a jarring electronic sound that erupted in her ears, startling her thoroughly. Damn. I really cannot say it. Lin Jiao trembled. Clutching herself. Just now, that thunder felt alarmingly close. Had it not been for that electronic sound, She might have met her end. Indeed, she sensed that the sudden explosion had saved her. It was not merely a close call. It was as if that thunder had aimed directly to strike her down. Jiao Jiao, are you all right? Jun Linya, equally startled, had always seen her confront the heavenly Tao without issue. He had not anticipated that the current heavenly Tao would be so brazen in targeting her artifact system, which had yet to activate. Gazing into the night sky, his eyes dark as ink, he thought, "You had better refrain from truly harming Jiao Jiao. Otherwise, even if I must die, I will drag you down with me. Go ahead, test me." In the chaos, a man with an obscured visage glared at him. "Do you dare? Do you want to find out? Do not forget, I am the main body. If I perish, you shall cease to exist as well." The man, now furious, fell silent. Jun Linya scoffed, "I am all right." The trembling Lin Jiao Jiao nearly collapsed, only managing to steady herself with the support of little Jun Zhe. "You are right. I shall not ask any more. Riddle makers are nothing. I can endure it, compared to my life." Her pallid face elicited concern from both the large and small figures beside her. Little Jun Zhe transmitted a message. "This is the work of the heavenly Tao. It wants Lin Jiao Jiao dead?" Jun Linya looked at the little one in surprise. He could actually mention the heavenly Tao. Was it that the heavenly Tao was frightened into hiding by him? Or was his child a special being in his own right? What kind of special being could that be? Could he possibly be like him? A villain? Jun Linya's eyes widened as he scrutinized the little one. Little Jun Zhe felt a shiver run down his spine under his father's gaze. "What are you staring at, old man? Your gaze is disgusting. Watch your mouth. This is none of your business. Leave it to me." "What do you mean, none of my business? That is my mother. The heavenly Tao is already bullying her. Shouldn't I be aware?" It was at this moment he referred to her as mother, having previously called her by her full name. Jun Linya teased, "Oh, now you call her mother? Weren't you just addressing her by her name? Damn it. What is it to you? If you want to tell me, I will investigate myself." After a moment of recovery, Lin Jiao Jiao finally felt somewhat better. "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, since it cannot be discussed, then we shall." Lin Jiao Jiao felt the urge to sleep. After such a fright, a good rest was in order. "Well, there is still a hint of reluctance in my heart to engage in idle chatter with Jun Linyi. Jun Linyi has experienced a heartache. Thus, Jiao Jiao, once used, is discarded. Upon seeing that I am of no further use, she bids farewell to herself." The heartbroken demon empress could not help but cast a resentful glance at Lin Jiao Jiao. This gaze startled Lin Jiao Jiao, causing her to shudder. "Ha ha ha, it is getting late, and the esteemed demon emperor, burdened with numerous affairs, should retire for the night. Ha ha ha, I shall not disturb you further. Good night, farewell to you." As the call ended, the projection of the mother and child before Jun Linyi vanished. This left Jun Linyi both exasperated and amused. This is what Jiao Jiao referred to as the chasing wife cremation ground. This emperor has now truly comprehended its essence. Wishing to snuggle with his wife, she unceremoniously ended the call, not even offering a proper good night. The heartache within the demon emperor is too profound to be articulated to outsiders. With a deep sigh, Jun Linyi carefully stored away the communication jade slip and reclined on his royal bed. His mind was filled with memories of Jiao Jiao's charming visage from 300 years ago, juxtaposed with the present, a thought that only deepened his heartache. Jun Linyi opened his eyes once more. "What am I doing sleeping? I must quickly finish my tasks and pursue my wife. If I delay any longer, I shall become the scum man in Jiao Jiao's eyes." Moreover, with that meddlesome heavenly Tao at play, there are numerous matters to attend to. I simply cannot afford to waste time sleeping. Jun Linyi was still startled by the actions of the heavenly Tao today. Being away from his wife and child was indeed unsettling. Should any misfortune befall him, he would find no solace in tears. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao, emboldened by her audacity to hang up on the demon emperor's communication, felt her heart racing. Surprisingly, she was exhilarated. "Look at me, I even dared to call the esteemed demon emperor." Lin Jiao Jiao grinned widely. "Serves you right for being so fierce with me before. Now it's my turn." He he he. With newfound confidence, Lin Jiao Jiao tucked away the communication jade slip, her legs steadied as she embraced little Jun Zhe and prepared to leave. She had chosen a secluded spot to avoid the crowd while communicating with Jun Linyi. For one must exercise caution when conversing with him in areas populated by humans. Observing Lin Jiao's inexplicable joy, little Junzei indulged her whims with an affectionate smile. As long as Lin Jiao was happy, what did it matter to him? As for the old man, being a tough-skinned, robust fellow, what did it matter if a woman hung up on him? If Lin Jiao desired to vent her frustrations upon him, he would support it wholeheartedly. After all, one reaps what one sows. He had acted boastfully before, and now he found himself in a chasing wife cremation ground. Didn't he? Deservedly so. However, after her moment of bravado, Lin Jiao began to feel a twinge of apprehension. Thus, a conversation floated through the night breeze. "Cubs, do you think my abrupt hang-up on your father will make him angry?" The timid female voice elicited laughter from those who heard it. "Of course not. The old man is not that petty," came the confident reply from a childish voice. "But he is the demon emperor, after all. Isn't this the first time someone has hung up on him? It's all right. The old man has a grand temperament. He won't dwell on such trivial matters, especially since you saved him. Can he not be forgiving over something so minor? Then you need not bother with him in the future. Why waste your time on a petty person?" The child schemed quietly against his father, secretly hoping that the old man would indeed be displeased, thus allowing Lin Jiao to scold him. "You truly are his biological son, by blood. Yes, but emotionally, I hope not," the child replied earnestly. Filial piety is truly formidable. Chapter 92. The cunning old man Chung, prepare to meet your demise. The following days passed rather uneventfully. Aside from Lin Jiao, feeling somewhat guilty, taking the little one to pay respects to her master, who regarded her with a peculiar expression, much like someone who stumbled upon a genuine couple in a romantic relationship. Yet the outcome was favorable. Her master took a liking to the little one and retained him for several days to impart teachings, showing little concern for his background, which allowed Lin Jiao to feel somewhat relieved. Due to Lin Jiao's rising fame, visitors flocked to her in droves over the past few days. Of course, with fame came critics. They were more like sword cultivators. The three seniors who were slower to draw their swords were quite infuriated. Although the offense was not severe enough to warrant death, the disrespectful words spoken were undeniable. "Hey, do you look down upon alchemists? Do you think alchemists are inferior to sword cultivators? Dare you challenge me to a duel and see if this alchemist has the strength to stand on equal footing with you?" Such words rendered the opponent red-faced and furious. He was merely envious of Lin Jiao's exceptional alchemical skills and the protection of such a fine master and seniors. Witnessing her being adored by the masses, he felt it was nothing remarkable. After all, swordsmanship still mattered. He merely uttered a few words out of some considerations. Who would dare to compare with her? Everyone knew that the second sister of the entire Dan sect, although an alchemist, possessed remarkable swordsmanship, even surpassing some sword cultivators. Was he out of his mind to compare sword skills with her? The speaker gestured towards the few seniors behind Lin Jiao. Naturally, they weren't truly foolish. Seeing the attention focused on him, a glimmer of delight flitted across his eyes. Soon, everything would come to an end. The reputation gained by the Tianyan sect from this calamity was excessive. If they could suppress it now, it would be beneficial to them, as disciples of the Tianyan sect. Although the previous unrest had been quelled, the ridicule had been witnessed by many from other sections. Coincidentally, Lin Jiao's sudden emergence was akin to a gift delivered right to their Tianjin sect's doorstep, prompting the senior brother to arrange this encounter. Thus, the slight fear directed towards him was quickly extinguished by excitement. "I am of comparable strength to senior sister Jiao. I wonder if I have the honor to spar with you, so we may see the prowess of the esteemed disciple of Master Chengyang?" After all, despite all arguments, senior sister Jiao was a sword cultivator. Excelling in her primary craft would prevent others from claiming she was neglecting her duties. This statement garnered considerable agreement from the crowd. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Although alchemists were revered, they were different from those with immense power. Thus, while Lin Jiao's famed sword among alchemists, many others resented her for occupying a position without contributing. If she truly loved alchemy and possessed such talent, why not fully commit to being an alchemist instead of clinging to the position of Master Chengyang's disciple? Therefore, this line of reasoning resonated with many. Indeed, senior sister Jiao, why not spar with him? Yes, let us see what level the esteemed disciple of Master Chengyang possesses and how she compares to her other seniors. Indeed, trust in our junior sister. Her strength is more than sufficient to handle these minor fish, Humph. Seeking to establish authority through my junior sister. They should consider if they are worthy. Zhang Xiaoxian was perplexed, but soon she would be left utterly astonished. Phoenix, true intent? Indeed. Li Qingyin could not help but smile, unaware of the storm brewing within the hearts of others. Master, junior sister Jiao Jiao truly has the potential to be the eldest sister. This terrifying talent, along with the true intent of the Phoenix, I must immediately inform Master of this. Resolved, she quickly turned to leave. Li Qingyin, thinking she had remembered something urgent, did not stop her, inadvertently laying the groundwork for his future beating. The emergence of the Phoenix true intent rendered her invincible among her peers. She sent her opponent flying several dozen meters away, and this was still due to Lin Jiao Jiao moderating her force. Wow, so this is the true intent of the Phoenix. I can genuinely wield it. This feeling was truly wondrous. As soon as she grasped the sword, she felt as if she and the sword were one. And in the midst of combat, she unconsciously unleashed it. Lin Jiao Jiao exclaimed in amazement. Yet she was mistaken. Her seniors were somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome of this duel. This Phoenix true intent pales in comparison to that wielded by our senior sister. Doesn't he it? Jiang Wanzhou pondered. Could it be that our junior sister was holding back? The senior brother speculated, unable to convince himself, it shouldn't be. It's not a matter of power but of aura and spirit. The aura of the Phoenix feels somewhat weakened, almost like a hen that has lost its vigor, Li Qingyin criticized candidly. This caused Lin Jiao Jiao, who had been joyfully approaching to boast, to halt in her tracks. Her expression falling. How excessive! How excessive! To say that my sword intent resembles that of a hen, second senior brother, dare you say that again? Lin Jiao Jiao was infuriated. Her hard-earned moment of pride had evaporated, leaving her with no strength to boast, and she simply wished to seek her seniors for a discussion on life. Meanwhile, the other disciple receiving communication also sought to discuss life was Dan Zong's Master Li Qingxian. By your grandmother, you cunning old fox Cheng, prepare to meet your demise. For 300 years, you have attempted to poach my disciple. Now you have truly made your move. The hatred of stealing a disciple is irreconcilable. I am furious, old Cheng. Just you wait. Fuming, Li Qingxian swiftly retrieved the communication jade slip to contact Master Qingyang. That moment, Master Qingyang, who had been meditating, felt his communication device resonate. He picked it up, discovering it to be a call from Li Qingxian, his eyes flashing with surprise before he answered the call. Chapter 93. Breaking news, the sect master of Danzong and Master Qingyang are at odds. The excited voice rang out loudly, causing Master Cheng to immediately pull the jade slip away from his ear to avoid damage. Soon, he heard a torrent of expletives from Li Qingxian, causing his brows to furrow. Did that old Li eat gunpowder? Why is he so irritable today? Wait a moment, did he mention his disciple? Could he be referring to Jiao Jiao? In the ever-composed eyes of the esteemed Qingyang, a fleeting glimmer of guilt flickered. Have you finished your tirade? What madness is this? When did this esteemed one ever seize your beloved disciple? Is your dear Xiaoxian not diligently presiding over your Dan sect? The righteous indignation in his voice reignited the barely quelled fury within Li Qingxian, nearly driving him to the brink once more. Oh, not feign innocence before me, as if you are unaware of your own petty machinations. Xiaoxian has confided in me. Your little apprentice from years past is a rare genius in the sword path who comprehends the essence of the Phoenix, is she not? And she is also capable of concocting exceptional elixirs that are scarce among the masses. Correct? Most importantly, her name is Lin Jiao Jiao. Is that mere coincidence? Ah, you cunning old Cheng, have you secretly taken on my reincarnated disciple as your own while I was unaware? Let me assure you, this matter is far from over. The enmity over stealing disciples is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. If you value your life, you will return her to me. Otherwise, what then? Before Li Qingxian could finish his grandiloquent threat, Qingyang calmly interjected, showing no sign of fear in the face of a master of alchemy. It is not that he disrespects the old man. While Li Qingxian may excel in alchemy, in a brawl, even if he were to use only one hand, he might not be a match. Thus, Qingyang boldly made his stance clear. Li Qingxian could not remain seated any longer and slammed his palm on the table in outrage. You insolent Qingyang, do you look down upon me? Just wait. I shall come over immediately, and we shall engage in a life-and-death battle. His voice was filled with conviction, serious to the core. However, those familiar with their history knew well that these two often engaged in such life-and-death duels without any real consequences. It seemed more like playful banter from Chengyang, with Li Qingxian taking it to heart. After a brief, unserious quarrel, Chengyang decided to adopt a serious tone. "Tell me, old Li, how did you come to know Jiao Jiao's true identity? You haven't forgotten, have you?" The words left Li Qingxian utterly perplexed. "Forgotten? Why would I forget my beloved disciple? Forgotten? Why would I forget the apprentice I cherish as my own daughter? As for how I came to know, it was Xiao Xian who first obtained the durian odd flavor elixir concocted by Jiao Jiao. You know how this child loves to experiment. When I finally met her, I could not be certain. Given the considerable age gap, until today when I witnessed Jiao Jiao wielding the essence of the phoenix. Old Cheng, you conceded. That child truly is Jiao Jiao. Isn't she?" Li Qingxian finally grasped the situation, his excitement causing him to clutch the jade slip before him, almost wishing to dive into it and appear on the other side instantly. Chengyang, witnessing this display, could not help but roll his eyes. Recognizing the absurdity of his old friend's intelligence, my lack of refusal was tantamount to acquiescence, yet it took him an eternity to comprehend, is it truly wise to have someone like him in charge of the Dan sect? Would it not lead to its downfall? However, despite the teasing, they were longtime friends, and Jiao Jiao was a beloved junior they both cherished. Li Qingxian had remained locked in grief for the 300 years following Jiao Jiao's demise. And it was no wonder. Otherwise, given his status as a 7th-grade alchemist 3 centuries ago, along with insights from his own disciples, he would not have stagnated for so long. Stagnation of the mind surely hinders any further progress. In today's cultivation world, the stagnation in alchemy and crafting could be partially attributed to this old friend. Jiao Jiao's death had left him haunted, believing the current realm of cultivation was unworthy of inheriting her legacy. A group of ungrateful wretches. Thus, much of what she left behind was destroyed, save for a single backup in his possession, and he even transferred his ire onto his old friend. After all, it was the Tianyin mirror that broke through the Junlinyi barrier, which had once passed through his hands, unbeknownst to him at the time. As soon as Chengyang finished speaking, he noticed his old friend in tears, overwhelmed with joy in that moment. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and he wept like a child. Chengyang found himself unable to restrain the moisture gathering in his eyes. When he first encountered Jiao Jiao in her reincarnated form, had he not secretly rejoiced and wept profusely? This was the child they had watched grow up, witnessing her achievements, her renown, her willingness to sacrifice herself. How could any mentor remain indifferent? Yet, upon hearing this, Chengyang resolutely refused. "No," Li Qingxian erupted in fury. "I knew it. You treacherous old Cheng, you seek to snatch away my precious disciple. Do not even think about it. Jiao Jiao is my cherished apprentice. Old Li, let me explain." Chengyang attempted to justify himself, acknowledging that while he had indeed coveted the exceptional talent of Lin Jiao Jiao, he had genuine concern for his old friend as well. However, Li Qingxian, consumed by rage, would not listen, declaring war. "Just you wait." Holding the jade slip he had just disconnected, Chengyang felt utterly helpless. Who claimed that the sect master of the Dan sect was a kind and gentle leader? Have you opened your eyes? Is this what you call gentle? It seems Lin Jiao Jiao's fiery disposition is indeed inherited from him. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao Jiao, who had been scorned by her seniors for not matching her previous prowess, was fuming for an entire afternoon. Li Qingyan, the instigator who likened her phoenix to a mere chicken, was met with glares from her other 2 seniors and Xiao Juanza. Crumbling under pressure, he hastily apologized, managing to pacify her, but a sense of discomfort lingered. Although they were the same person, she had no recollection of that day. It felt as though she was being belittled for her diligent studies compared to her carefree self. Who wouldn't he feel aggrieved? Am I truly not as capable as I was that day? The somewhat petulant Lin Jiao Jiao murmured to her seniors. The 3 exchanged glances, quickly realizing that their little junior seemed to harbor a dislike for her past self. But why? Were they not one and the same? Nevertheless, despite their confusion, they knew they had to soothe her. How could that be? Today's little junior is far more amiable. The little junior from that day was intimidating and utterly unapproachable. The 3rd senior surveyed the surroundings, sensing it was time for him to intervene. Really? Lin Jiao Jiao could no longer suppress a smile. Jiang Wanzhou immediately nodded gravely. Truly, more genuine than pearls. We all adore the amiable and lovely little junior today. The others promptly expressed their heartfelt agreement. Seeing Lin Jiao smile once more, the three seniors exchanged knowing glances and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Jiang Wanzhou humbly waved his hand. A trivial matter, merely a matter of practice. In our youth, I was the one who showered our junior sister with compliments. So is it not second nature? Just as Lin Jiao happily assisted her seniors in the final packing, the ground around them suddenly trembled, nearly causing her to stumble. Jiang Wanzhou quickly steadied her. Once they regained their footing, they instinctively gazed into the distance, drawn not by curiosity but by the unmistakable aura of sword techniques clashing, indicating a duel was underway. But here, who would dare to engage in a fight, risking the wrath of Qingyang? Thus, the startling news spread. The sect master of the Dan sect and Qingyang are locked in combat. Lin Jiao, Xiao Juanzi, three seniors. Who is fighting whom? Chapter 94, The Past. The lovers who meet yet do not recognize each other. Master, why are you, a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator, not maintaining order and intimidating the nefarious, yet instead engaging in a brawl yourself? Where is your authority, and where is the dignity of Tianyin's sect? And to be fighting against the sect master of the Dan sect. Is this not a display of tyranny? Li sect master, are you well? The gossip was brought forth by a disciple from a second-rate sect, who, by all rights, should not have the slightest clue about the identities of those involved in such a match. Yet, he was well informed. Renowned for being a know-it-all among the sects, it was unclear how he had acquired this information, surpassing even some of his own sect's disciples in awareness of the duel's participants. Feeling the inquisitive gazes from all directions, the disciples of Qingyang wore expressions of indifference. Don't ask us. We are just as bewildered as you regarding why they are fighting. We too wish to inquire why our master is simply seated in the rear, fulfilling his role as a good luck charm while engaging in a skirmish, and with such a commotion. Is the other party all right? Not well. Li Qingxian, who had been knocked down again, was convinced that old Cheng was deliberately provoking him. To fight him with one hand was one thing. To use his own Yang extreme sword was an insult. Who does he look down upon? Stubbornly refusing to yield, Li Qingxian demanded Qingyang draw his Yang extreme sword. And he would not hold back, however. As soon as the sword was drawn, he found himself on the ground once more. Damn it. I have always despised you sword-wielding brutes, simple-minded and brawn-heavy. Lying on the ground, Li Qingxian seethed